the sole true disciple of the venerable sage Dora, the intimate comrade of Regent Kiraman, the lifelong adversary of the half-immortal Wabanxian, the second father of the original forged interstellar warriors, the sage of the mechanical church, and the pure-bodied one, Raine, has descended into the realm of transformers. Thus, within the depths of Iron Fortress on the planet Cybertron, adorned with incense burners, holy oil, and candles, towering iron beings clad in rust-red robes chant sacred binary hymns, while the holy bell bestows blessings of the omniversal Messiah upon each newly born Cybertronian. With the toll of the bell once, the production line is activated, and transformation gears are implanted with the toll of the bell twice. The button is pressed, igniting engines. And kindling the spark of life with the toll of the bell thrice, they sing in unison, praising the God of all mechanisms. Thus, the battlefield reverberates with hymns and battle cries, as Transformers, blessed by the technological priests, rejoice in their mechanical souls. Decepticons advance. In the name of Sage Raine, send the alien beings to the deepest hell. Autobots, transform and roll out. The omniversal Messiah shall witness our glorious sacrifice. In Nevada, beneath the Hoover Dam, a vast expanse of reinforced concrete, comparable to 4 football fields, teams with researchers and elite guards. Dr. Raine, welcome to Sector 7. We are about to unveil humanity's most monumental discovery of the 20th century, of all human history. Within the core laboratory, a colossal metallic form is secured in a specially designed steel frame. The silver-gray metal glimmers under the lights, while liquid nitrogen pipes continually emit a chilling mist, ensuring the robot remains perpetually frozen. It can be said that since the end of the last century, nearly all new technologies that have impacted the course of humanity have been reverse-engineered from this robot. 1. Researcher explains that in fact, these dazzling achievements are merely the tip of the iceberg. It is unfathomable what magnificent race could have accomplished such a grand creation. And Sector 7 exists solely to study these extraterrestrial entities. On the concrete platform before the mechanical giant, the President of the United States delivers an impassioned address to a young man with dark hair. Mr. President, this is truly astonishing, Raine murmurs, fixated on the frozen humanoid machine before him. At this moment, he confirms that he has indeed arrived in the illustrious live-action universe of Transformers. In this world, eons ago, the Primordial split into the demigod Primordial Tianzuan and the Cosmic Emperor. Primordial Tianzuan transformed into the planet Cybertron after creating the 13 Primes, who in turn birthed the well of all sparks. The sparks that emerged grant life to all mechanical structures, enabling transformations between humanoid and mechanical forms with the aid of transformation gears. After a golden age, Cybertron became divided into 2 major factions, the Autobots and the Decepticons, who waged an enduring war over the coveted super energon crystals. Long before, traces of Cybertronians had already appeared on Earth, the very ground upon which humanity stands being a manifestation of the Cosmic Emperor, sealed by the 13 Primes. The live-action Transformers universe Megatron has yet to awaken, but time is of the essence. Raine reflects silently. Just then, the system panel in his mind, which had been dormant since his arrival, finally stirs. Mission failed. Terra has fallen. The webway is ruptured. The God Emperor ascends. The Dark Lord is born. Attempting to transmit. The system page, which had previously been frozen, begins to shift. World change detected. Main mission has been updated. Main mission. In the name of the God of all mechanisms, all shall bask in the glory of the omniversal Messiah. Mission reward. Unlock the portal to the Warhammer world. Return before the Emperor's ascension. Indeed, Raine hails from the Warhammer world, and with the aid of the system, he spent 2 millennia aiding the human empire in vanquishing chaos and aliens. He was nearly ready to join Kiraman in a celebratory feast. However, the sudden betrayal of 4 street vendors during the decisive battle led to irreparable damage to the Golden Throne, prompting the God Emperor to rise. In the endless subspace, the Dark Lord was born. The instant of his birth, he seized nearly all human lives, resulting in mission failure. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in 21st century America, reborn as an infant. His family lineage traced back to the first wave of Chinese immigrants to America in the 19th century. Leveraging the knowledge amassed over millennia in the Warhammer world, Raine achieved dual doctorates in neuroscience and archaeology from MIT by the age of 20. Had he not been wary of drawing too much attention, he could have accomplished these feats even in kindergarten, or perhaps more. What? There's a chance to return. Raine's eyes sparkled with hope. Unlike those who would forsake everything to escape the Warhammer universe, Raine had been tirelessly seeking a way back for the past 20 years. It was not merely the 2 millennia of blood-soaked battles that tethered him to Warhammer, nor was it solely the divine rewards of the system's ultimate mission that drove him. It was the haunting memory of a failure, so close to victory, that kept him awake at night for the past 20 years. If one were to draw a parallel, one might liken Raine's plight to Gao Huan's remembrance of the battles of Xiaoyu and Mongshan, as sung in the chilly song before the Jade by City. Soon, the system panel updated again. Current objective: rebuild the mechanical church. Mission reward: mechanical appendage tentacle type. The mechanical church shall carry forth the will of the God of all mechanisms, guiding the world forward. Mechanical appendage tentacle type. This serves as the third hand of the technological priest. As a technological priest, you are acutely aware of its significance. More surprises. Upon seeing the mission reward, despite having lived for 2 millennia in spirit, Raine could not suppress a surge of excitement. The mechanical tentacle, a standard feature for technological priests, had become almost an extension of the body over the millennia. After more than 20 years in this world, Raine still found it difficult to adjust to a body devoid of prosthetics, feeling almost like a disabled individual. His choice to pursue human neuroscience stemmed from a desire to reattach prosthetics. Unfortunately, due to the lag in supporting projects, the prosthetics produced were always unsatisfactory. Noticing Raine lost in thought, the president expressed no displeasure. Anyone encountering this colossal mechanical creation for the first time would be astounded in comparison. Raine maintained a commendable composure, refraining from kneeling and proclaiming miracles. Very well, Dr. Raine, your task now is to continue researching this robot, striving to develop more advanced technology. You will have ample time to work together, but I recommend you first greet your supervisor. I wish you a fruitful endeavor, sir. The president nodded slightly, patting Raine on the shoulder. His schedule was tight, and after a few words, he exited under the escort of a contingent of guards. Sector 7 was so clandestine that it operated with a nearly autonomous secret network, independent of the federal government. This has been the tradition of Sector 7. Whenever a newcomer joins the research department, the president personally meets them to affirm the importance and confidentiality of Sector 7, after which the newcomer meets their direct supervisor. Certainly, this so-called benefit will only be granted to the project leaders. Dr. Raine, we have been observing you at S7 Vanguard Commercial Technology Services for quite some time. I was deeply impressed when you turned down numerous lucrative offers to join our avant-garde technology, remarked Minister Parkey while perusing Raine's dossier in his office. Undoubtedly, among the illustrious scientists in the history of the 7th District Research Department, you represent the most brilliant minds. You flatter me, Minister. These modest achievements are hardly worth mentioning, Raine replied with a hint of humility, regarding his relatively superficial knowledge as trivial compared to what he had learned from the machine god. Regrettably, his physical enhancements did not accompany his traversal, resulting in the loss of most of his invaluable memories. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. He had lived for 2 millennia in the Warhammer world, and the memories of earthly Raine had been significantly diminished. Leaving the fervent machine god acolyte Raine to dominate this body. Now, with the fading of memories, the earthly Raine has returned. I appreciate your Asian humility, Parkey applauded, continuing, Mr. Raine, your next task is to study the neural connection system of this robot, so that its technology may serve humanity. However, it would be prudent for you to present your research findings promptly. Given your Asian heritage and youthful age, many harbor reservations about your leadership in the Neural Connection Project. Were it not for the president's special approval, Parkey shifted his tone as Raine prepared to exit. You know, in the 7th District Advanced Research Department, no one can replace me, except for myself as minister. Raine discerned the underlying political maneuvering in Parkey's words, which he found utterly uninteresting. But a mysterious force beckoned him in the core laboratory, the spark of Megatron, the embodiment of the machine soul. Chapter 2, The Second Mechanicus. I understand, sir. Raine then exited without a backward glance. Political struggles? Child's play. Do not be misled into thinking that the Mechanicus is free from internal political strife within the Warhammer world. The political machinations within the Mechanicus are as ruthless and depraved as those in human governance. Especially since he hailed from the esteemed Archmagos Belisarius Call, he was often regarded as a heretic by other factions, for to the zealots, a heretic is more detestable than a pagan. Soon, he found himself once again before the frozen form of Megatron. Sensing the spark still ablaze within, he could almost envision it. For the Mechanicus, the most valued traits are learning and fabrication. while curiosity and creativity are deemed heretical acts, provoking the dangerous gaze of chaos. Yet, now liberated from the clutches of the four gods of chaos, Raine's thirst for knowledge, suppressed for 2 millennia, erupted forth. What a magnificent creation! Raine exclaimed once more before Megatron, not a loathed machine intelligence, but a being capable of feeling and thought, a true biological entity, the masterpiece of the god of all machines. If only I had a mechanical eye, the structure of the transformers would be laid bare before me. The naked eye is utterly inadequate. Despite the significant loss of memories, the tenets of the Mechanicus were deeply etched within his soul. Bah! The malevolent technology of the Nazis, devoid of humanity or scientific ethics. How could the Federation allow the development of such projects? I must report this to the President. Just as Raine was absorbed in the structure of Megatron, an irate voice startled him from behind. Turning, he saw a throng of young scholars surrounding an elderly white man leaning on a cane, his beard quivering with rage. Professor Smith? Are you also a member of the 7th District? Raine recognized the elderly figure as Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Stanford University and Chief Advisor at Lockheed Martin, a renowned figure known for his fiery temperament and over 80 years of age, with whom he had previously interacted during academic exchanges. Raine was aware that he was originally German and had taken American citizenship due to his discontent with the dictator during World War II. Indeed, Lockheed Martin is the foremost arms manufacturer in the United States, and the F-22 Raptor, reputed for its extraterrestrial technology, was developed by this company, with rumors suggesting that Professor Smith made significant contributions to it. Dr. Raine, first, congratulations on joining the 7th District. Secondly, I must express that you are conducting an exceedingly nefarious research. Smith exclaimed passionately. During World War II, the Nazis devoted substantial resources to this and made significant advancements. Fortunately, it was thwarted by the 7th District at the time. Otherwise, modern history could have been fundamentally altered. I implore you to join me in petitioning the President to cease this research and permanently seal it. Smith gazed at Raine, his eyes filled with a fierce disappointment. Having just arrived at the 7th District, how did Smith manage to find me? It seems the 7th District isn't as secretive as rumored, Raine pondered swiftly. Apologies, Professor Smith. Technology is neither inherently evil nor righteous, it lies in its application. Just as some deem the Manhattan Project malevolent atomic bombs claimed countless Japanese lives, but isn't controllable nuclear fusion technology our future? Raine shrugged, palms raised in a gesture of indifference. He cared little for notions of morality. Soon the devastation wrought by the Decepticons would be the greatest in humanity. This technology is different. You have no idea what transpired back then. The horrors faced by those experimental subjects. Your intelligence and knowledge could potentially lead to a catastrophe in the annals of science. The elderly man shouted at Raine, his intense emotions flushing his face with color and hastening his breath. The young scholars accompanying him quickly produced emergency medicine to administer to Smith, assisting him towards the infirmary. One golden-haired youth deliberately slowed his pace, waiting until Smith was out of earshot before addressing Raine with hostility. Listen, Asian, I don't know how you gained entry to the 7th District, but you would do well to heed Professor Smith's advice and halt this damned research. Otherwise, you will discover that the 7th District is not as easy to navigate as you might think. With that ominous warning, he hastened to rejoin Smith. Who is this individual? Smith, I can understand his temperament is known, but what is this person's agenda? Raine contemplated silently, sensing no malice from Smith, whose ire seemed directed solely at the neural connection technology itself. Raine was fully aware of the American disposition in the storyline. The Autobots had previously been captured by the Nazis, who had experimented on them to merge Transformers with humans. To put it loosely, this technology bore similarities to the Imperium's dreadnoughts, where pilots were tormented to the brink of despair, and one had even expressed gratitude to Agent Simmons after being dispatched by 7th District operatives. To A.S. Smith had indicated, the Americans' motivation for continuing this technological development was to resurrect Nazi research, thereby maintaining their hegemony on Earth. Yet, from this golden-haired youth, Raine sensed a palpable malice unrelated to right or wrong, but simply directed against him. This piqued his curiosity. Surely, he had not offended anyone, especially since it was merely his first day reporting to Zone 7. However, Raine paid little heed to Smith's admonitions in comparison to the myriad of research he had undertaken in his previous life. The technologies employed by the Nazis seemed almost benevolent. Furthermore, Raine perceived their techniques as rather rudimentary. He had conceived a more gentle approach, but first, he needed to acquire the necessary prosthetics. Mechanical limbs could perform micrometer-level operations with the aid of programming or be directly controlled by the brain, executing a series of tasks that the flesh could not achieve, particularly excelling in experimental phases. In critical moments, they could even be equipped with laser guns for combat. In short, their capabilities were formidable, and those who had utilized them spoke highly of their effectiveness. It was now 2005, with only 2 years remaining until the Decepticons' grand invasion unfolded in the narrative. He needed to gain sufficient strength for self-preservation before that time arrived. Otherwise, when Megatron and Starscream wreaked havoc in Zone 7, he would likely find himself in peril. Moreover, preaching required a stance of equality or even transcendence. Otherwise, no one would heed one's doctrines. Main quest. In the name of the god of machinery, all mechanical creations shall bask in the radiance of the omniscient Messiah. Gazing at the main quest displayed on the system panel, Ryan silently mused that it was time to establish the Church of Machinery. Apologies, Mr. Ryan, but the name Church of Machinery you applied to register is already taken, stated the staff member after Ryan submitted his documentation at the Nevada Secretary of State's office. Then let's change it to the Second Church of Machinery, Ryan replied nonchalantly, for his intention to register was merely to circumvent potential future complications. He could still refer to it as the Church of Machinery when preaching, as followers would not scrutinize the credentials. What a sacrilegious act! Alas, this world lacked a tribunal for judgment. Registering a religion in America is remarkably straightforward, as religious freedom is enshrined in the Constitution, leading to an overwhelming proliferation of faiths. Over 9,000 religions have been established in the United States, including numerous cults, with some having hundreds of thousands of adherents, successfully influencing the American political landscape, all without the existence of specific legal statutes addressing such matters. It is often said that cults are rampant in Taiwan, yet America serves as fertile ground for their growth. Through connections cultivated within academic circles, the registration process was expedited to merely 3 days. Now, he awaited news while channeling his energy into preparations for the founding ceremony. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the research department in Zone 7, Professor Smith, having recuperated for a day, was in a fit of rage. Chapter 3. Task Rewards. STC Template Parsi. I can scarcely fathom that you would dare to resurrect the malevolent research of the Nazis. Do you not comprehend the reason I emigrated from Germany to America? It was to escape the unbearable oppression and inhumane experimentation of the Nazis. Even at the cost of a leg. Are you intent on driving me away once more? Where am I to go next? Russia? Or perhaps East Asia? Smith spat his words, nearly showering Parsi with his indignation. Yet Parsi could only respond with a forced smile, attempting to explain himself. Although he recognized that Smith's words were fueled by anger, the possibility of this eminent figure truly departing left Parsi anxious, for as a mere head of a research department, he would likely find himself back home selling pizzas. The painful memories of the internal purges following the departure of Master Chien decades ago were still vivid in his mind. Professor Smith, I am but following the orders of the President. Please do not take offense. I cannot bear the responsibility, should your health deteriorate, Parsi implored. What does the President truly understand? Can he comprehend everything? In matters of expertise, is it not you who present him with your counsel? Smith retorted. Yet he was also aware that, perhaps initially, it had indeed been Parsi who had advised the President. However, now that the President had sanctioned this proposal, it was beyond Parsi's purview to rescind it. Only a directive from the President could alter the course. Smith had come for 2 reasons, to express his dissent and to assert his authority, though he was no longer inclined to engage in such matters. He had many dependents to consider, and at his stature, numerous decisions were no longer his to make. Just as Parsi finally exhaled with relief after bidding farewell to Smith, the young blond man who had stood behind Smith returned. Minister Parsi, have the arrangements for the other researchers at the Neural Connection Research Center been made? We need to review them, he stated bluntly. Not yet. However, we have already identified candidates and will gradually engage them following Professor Raine's input, Parsi replied, suppressing his displeasure. There's no need to trouble Dr. Raine. We have already selected the personnel for him. You may proceed with their onboarding directly, the blond youth asserted, tossing a list and resumes onto the table. This is Professor Smith's recommendation, he declared, and without waiting for Parsi's response, he strode away. Damn you, Jack Martin. Parsi slammed the list down onto the desk. What do you take me for? Am I merely a laborer to be exploited by your Lockheed? After venting his frustration, Parsi picked up the resumes to examine them. Scott, a Caltech graduate, nearly expelled for gang involvement, and his parents arrested for pyramid schemes in East Asia? Is anyone allowed to be shoved into my department? Parsi once again slammed the list onto the table. After a moment's contemplation, he nonetheless instructed his secretary to begin contacting the individuals on the list. As Lockheed served as the financial backbone of Sector 7, their influence in personnel arrangements was substantial, rendering Parsi, in his ministerial capacity, akin to an ant. During this time, the credentials for Raine's second mechanical deity certification were successfully processed. The documents were concealed, becoming a minor secret of the mechanical god sect. Raine conducted the establishment ceremony for the new faith at a makeshift chapel in his suburban villa, which was rather rudimentary. Lacking even a large bell, the emblem adorning the living room walls depicted a skull that was half machine and half bone, set against a backdrop of interlocking black and white gears. Before the emblem lay the foundational doctrine, principles of mechanics, surrounded by 12 lit candles and 12 hanging incense burners. As for the holy oil, Raine had procured a bucket of machine oil from the supermarket, a choice he believed the Omnimechanist would appreciate. Naturally, he had modified certain aspects of the doctrine for practicality. Otherwise, it would have reached his calves if laid on the ground. In the midst of swirling smoke, Raine donned a rust-red robe, placing his hand upon the sacred text. Even he, at this moment, felt a fleeting disconnection, as if he were transported back to a world that was decayed and futile, yet brimming with sacrifice and glory. In his reverie, he instinctively began to chant the sacred binary hymn, then spoke softly yet solemnly, "O God of all machines, the second mechanical god sect is established, and the glory of the Omnimechanist shall illuminate the world. I shall act on behalf of the God of all machines in this realm." At that instant, Raine's soul trembled slightly, as if he had forged a wondrous connection with a transcendent presence. In later years, this unassuming villa would transform into a hallowed site within the hearts of devotees across the universe. December 12th, an ordinary day, would be celebrated as the most significant holiday of the mechanical god sect, referred to as the Day of Divine Descent. However, at that moment, Raine was unaware, for as his words resonated, the system panel in his mind underwent a transformation. A simple organizational chart materialized on the panel, displaying only Raine's name under the title of Forge Master, while the other positions, such as the leaders of the Guardian Legion, the mechanical sages, logicians, geneticists, and forgers, remained blank. Simultaneously, Raine sensed a link forming between his soul and the church, as though he could exert some influence over its members. Regrettably, he was alone in the church, rendering further research impossible. Forge Master? Raine furrowed his brow slightly. A title so incongruous with the current era would undoubtedly hinder the spread of the doctrine. He concentrated and discovered that the titles within the organizational chart were indeed modifiable. Holy Grand Sage. Now, that was more fitting. Raine smiled faintly, adopting the representative title of his former mentor, Carl, as the Supreme Leader's designation. Once everything was in order, Raine finally had the opportunity to review the status of his tasks. Objective: rebuild the mechanical god sect. Completed. Task reward: mechanical prosthetic, tentacle type, has been dispatched. Current objective: develop 10 members of the human mechanical god sect, or 1 transformer. Task reward: STC, 1 Malawian Quacha power armor. In the name of the Omnimechanist. This world is eagerly prepared to welcome the god of all machines. This is a complete STC, a masterpiece of the god of all machines. Raine's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart seemed to momentarily cease its rhythm. STC, an abbreviation for Standard Template Construct, is a concept so profound that even amidst the myriad factions of the Adeptus Mechanicus in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, it could ignite fierce contention. In essence, this represents the pinnacle of human technology from the Golden Age, enabling humanity to create items ex nihilo, with numerous STCs functioning as digitized, comprehensive production lines. The 1 Malawian Quacha power armor was originally donned by the Thunder Warriors, the Emperor's formidable soldiers during the Unification Wars on Terra, primarily designed for terrestrial combat. It lacks the air purification and life support systems necessary for space warfare, along with the advanced combat helmets that later iterations would integrate. Furthermore, the power system is limited to the upper body, and without accompanying human augmentation, the wearer would likely perish within 10 minutes. However, the armor is equipped with miniature muscle bundles to enhance strength and a compact nuclear power source, representing technological marvels that could profoundly alter the current human landscape. Not to mention the advanced materials science at play. In many respects, the limitations of materials science reflect the boundaries of technology itself. Coupled with the adept gene modification skills of the tech priests, this power armor could yield unparalleled combat prowess. Imagining the combat capabilities akin to those of Transformers in the real world is staggering. One shudders to think of the devastation they might inflict. Unfortunately, in this era of prolonged peace, there is little opportunity for extreme genetic modifications like those of the Thunder Warriors or Astartes. Should he dare to unveil such gene modification technology, it would likely provoke a backlash from global scientific ethics organizations. He had no time for such trivialities. Raine redirected his focus to the task at hand. Chapter 4. Are you compelling me to modify a few servitors? However, the matter of proselytization fell into Raine's blind spot. During his millennia in the Warhammer universe, he had never been responsible for such affairs. Most members of the Mechanicus were not particularly enthusiastic about spreading their doctrine. Only the zealots of the state religion fervently pursued this aim. In comparison, the Adeptus Mechanicus has cultivated an atmosphere rich in academic rigor. Just as Raine pondered this dilemma, an urgent knocking resounded from outside. Dr. Raine, are you home? This is Scott. You haven't been to Sector 7 for a few days, and Minister Parsi sent me to find you regarding an important matter. The knocking grew more insistent. As Scott received no response and was about to continue knocking, the door swung open, revealing Raine standing behind it. Scott immediately felt a wave of unease. Despite having entered Sector 7, his academic performance had been rather mediocre, nearly jeopardizing his graduation. He could hardly fathom why such a critical department would take notice of him. As an intern research assistant, his status paled in comparison to Raine, the head of a specific project. Moreover, he was currently employed in Raine's lab, making his job security entirely dependent on Raine's discretion. Given the ongoing economic crisis, even a graduate from a prestigious university desperately needed this position. Professor Raine was addressed by Minister Parsi. Scott stammered, I heard you. I will return immediately. Raine remarked nonchalantly to the young man before him. Parsi had reviewed the list himself, but Raine was indifferent. In truth, the research department required only his presence. However, it was essential to maintain appearances, as numerous research findings were yet to be published, and no one would believe they were achieved solely by one individual. Just as he was planning to return with him, Raine suddenly reconsidered. Scott, is it? He inquired of the young man. Indeed, Dr. Raine, I am Ralt Scott, a graduate in human neuroscience from Caltech, currently serving as a research assistant intern in a laboratory, Scott replied, standing at attention. A young man without connections, his future firmly in his own hands. Wasn't he the ideal candidate for mentorship? Relax, it's quite tiring to run such a distance, isn't it? Come in and rest for a while, Raine invited, opening the door. What honor, Scott exclaimed, taken aback. Yet upon entering, he was evidently startled by the room's decor. Dr. Raine, what is this? Scott stuttered again, fearing he had stumbled into some nefarious cult gathering. Ha, fear not. We are a duly registered sect of the federal government, with no sinister undertones, Raine reassured him, adding silently, at least for now, Ah, indeed, you are quite unconventional. Scott chuckled nervously in agreement. The living room fell suddenly silent. Raine was uncertain about what to do next. Completing the STC template task was evidently no simple feat. Perhaps it was best to abandon it for now. However, just as Raine was about to give up on the idea of mentorship, Scott, standing beside him, could no longer contain his curiosity. Dr. Raine, what sect were you referring to? Scott inquired. Like many other organizations, the Freemasons had extended an invitation to us, but we found their ideologies intolerable. Thus we established the mechanistic divine sect, Raine fabricated with solemnity. And when I say we, I refer to myself, the god of all machines, and the omniscient Messiah. Does it sound somewhat implausible? Indeed, it does, Scott cautiously replied, observing Raine. We cater to the elite within academia, ensuring they remain unencumbered by capital influences, allowing them to independently pursue their research interests, Raine elaborated. In the early stages of religious development, one must adopt a guise. Otherwise, it is exceedingly challenging to operate in this era, especially given that the initiation process of the mechanistic divine sect rivals that of ancient imperial examinations, requiring individuals to be highly educated, Deceiving the common populace is futile. Moreover, it is well known that the Freemasons are widely reviled, prompting many discontented individuals to form various organizations. Although none have proven successful, it serves as an apt justification. You truly are unique. May I join? Scott's eyes lit up as he spoke eagerly. Raine is regarded as a prodigy in the United States, and unlike Zhong Yong, he did not falter midway, but instead soared to great heights, securing admission to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. During his university years, he consistently published papers in science, establishing himself as a formidable presence among his contemporaries, a veritable nightmare for his peers. Particularly notable was the day he graduated with his doctorate, having just turned 20, and boasting dual degrees of significant prestige across disciplines, igniting considerable discussion worldwide. Scott immediately recognized this as an opportunity, with Raine's illustrious name attached. The organization was destined to evolve into a premier academic institution, and the sooner one joined, the greater their credentials would accumulate. Although his own academic qualifications were not particularly high, they held merit, as Caltech is also an Ivy League institution. Of course, we welcome anyone. However, you do not even know our name. Raine observed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. My apologies, Dr. Raine. I may have become overly enthusiastic. Scott quickly realized his own avarice and clarified, You have always been my idol. I admire your intellect and aspire to be like you. Enough of the explanations. It is of little consequence. Since you are willing to join, I shall offer you an equal opportunity in place of Omnissiah. Raine's tone shifted to one devoid of emotion. Yes, thank you, Omnissiah, and thank you, Dr. Raine. Scott's face brightened with joy, grateful that his memory had not failed him, allowing him to retain the unfamiliar term Raine had just mentioned. Though your faith may not yet be fervent, you can compensate for this with wisdom. This sacred text must be comprehended in its entirety. Only after passing the assessment may you truly join us. I shall grant you 2 years, and I hope to personally welcome you to the mechanized faith then. Raine lifted the emblem, which towered like a candle beside him, and handed it to Scott before gesturing for him to depart. People seldom cherish what they acquire too easily, and this was not particularly challenging, was it? He had nearly excised half the content, and this was but a single tome. The myriad sacred texts he once perused during his examinations could fill an entire room. With this thought, Raine retrieved another book from his study. The shelves were already crammed with unfinished works, such as the Gospel of the Machine God, the Blessing Ritual of the Mechanized Soul, and the Revelation of Omnissiah, all requiring his leadership to complete. As for Scott, should he indeed pass the assessment, Raine would not hesitate to bestow upon him a position within the management tier, considering he would be the first believer in this world, even if his name currently resided at the lowest echelon, shrouded in gray. One could easily discern that this was an academic organization. What religious scripture would bear such a name? Scott privately scoffed. The task panel still displayed the number of human believers as 0-10, just as Raine had anticipated, indicating that only those who passed the assessment would be counted as true members. Would modifying a few mechanical servants count? The moment this thought emerged, Raine promptly extinguished it. It was too extreme, and the situation had not yet reached that juncture. Certainly, if a suitable candidate emerges in the future, he would not hesitate to impose upon him the sentence of thoughtless servitude. How slow it is. By then, the Decepticons may have already invaded, necessitating the summoning of a transformer. But who might be the fortunate one? Raine envisioned the frozen Megatron. Chapter 5. I am not a Level D personnel in the 7th District within the office of the Minister of the Advanced Research Department. Raine entered, clutching a thick stack of papers. His expression darkened. I sincerely apologize, Dr. Raine. The personnel from the Neural Connection Research Center have essentially gathered, and your vacation has come to an end, Passy said, a hint of shame evident in his voice. His embarrassment was not merely over the vacation matter, but rather for having summoned the accompanying research staff without Raine's consent, despite the fact that the responsibility did not rest solely upon him. Oh my heavens, Minister Passy, do you perceive my research center as a kindergarten? You dare to refer to them as researchers? Out of 18 individuals, 10 hold only bachelor's degrees. And amongst the few master's degree holders, there are even some from civil engineering. Raine exclaimed, slapping the resumes onto Passy's desk, glaring fiercely at him. You know, Dr. Raine, the 7th District is not solely under my authority. I genuinely apologize for the personnel issue. However, aside from this concern, please feel free to voice any requests you may have. Funding is not a problem, I assure you. Passy hastily explained. Spare me, Minister. If you cannot even guarantee my rightful authority over personnel recommendations, how can I place my trust in you? You might as well suggest to the President that the Neural Connection Research Department be disbanded. Raine coldly rejected Passy's olive branch. That is inconceivable. The research into neural connections has long been established as a directive by the President's cabinet. I understand your anger, but this project is indispensable to you. As long as you're willing to continue whatever I can influence, please do not hesitate to ask. Even matters beyond my control, I will discuss with the President and endeavor to meet all your requests. Consider it for the sake of America. Passy nearly groveled. Speaking of America, to someone of Chinese descent. Very well, for the sake of America, I have but one request, Raine declared, raising an index finger. Then continuing as he noted Passy's eager expression. I wish to conduct a period of solitary research on the robots. My investigations may be somewhat inhumane, and for my own protection, I do not wish anyone to witness them. The surveillance lines must be severed. Having gauged the moment, Raine finally articulated his true intentions. Apart from satisfying his research ambitions, the system task required only one transformer member, which was evidently easier to fulfill. The development of 10 ordinary human acolytes would require an extensive amount of time. Merely learning would take several years, and time was precisely what he lacked. In truth, he cared little for the personnel assigned to him in the 7th District, even if they were akin to kindergarten children. He would not allow anyone to intervene in his research. This group was, in fact, perfectly suited to Raine's needs, as their level of understanding would make it exceedingly difficult for them to grasp his research. Well, very well. I can negotiate for 2 days at a time on your behalf. After a moment of hesitation, Parsi, with a troubled expression, spoke. 2 days? That is hardly sufficient to prepare for a picnic. I require at least a month. Dr. Raine, however, was unyielding. Impossible, Docteur. Numerous research departments in Sector 7 rely on this robot. I can grant you no more than 2 days. Parsi gasped in horror, knowing that the consequences of losing Megatron for a month in Sector 7 would be dire. If my research team were as capable as Professor Smith's, 2 days might suffice. But I am the sole member of the Neural Connection Research Division. A week at most, I need to petition the President. Upon hearing Dr. Raine bring up this matter again, Parsi's earlier resolve quickly dissipated. After a prolonged argument on the phone, during which Parsi endured several minutes of scathing criticism, Dr. Raine ultimately secured a week of precious time with Megatron. He vaguely sensed that the situation in the Afghan war was not progressing well, leaving the President in a foul mood. Content with his departure from the minister's office, Dr. Raine met with his colleagues in the Neural Connection Group. He casually tossed a streamlined version of Principles of Mechanics to them and paid them no further attention, for he cared little for their presence, just as Parsi did. And even Smith's students, who had facilitated their entry, showed no concern. They were merely pawns to irritate Dr. Raine. Should anyone be fortunate enough to receive the divine insight of the God of all machines, it would be a different matter altogether. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that an opportunity to alter their destinies had arrived. Inside the laboratory after Dr. Raine's departure, several newcomers exchanged glances. So, dear colleagues, what should we do now? One inquired. Surely we won't be dismissed? I turned down offers from other companies to join Sector 7. Another lamented. I've heard that every individual in Sector 7's research departments is personally selected by the head of the division. Since Dr. Raine chose us, there must be a reason. One speculated mysteriously. Indeed, Dr. Raine did provide us with a book. I believe we ought to study it thoroughly. After all, our qualifications here may only serve to wash beakers, another remarked. He was among the few Ivy League graduates, and, upon sneaking glances at other research departments, observed that those esteemed scholars and professors were relegated to performing rudimentary tasks. This led him to momentarily question his life choices, nearly causing him to flee in panic, fearing he had been recruited as a D-class personnel in Sector 7. As the group speculated about their futures, Scott's voice broke through. Ahem. I suggest everyone delve into this sacred text. Dr. Raine personally extended an olive branch to me yesterday, hoping I would join his mechanical cult. Observing the bewildered newcomers, Scott felt an odd sense of superiority. Though he was merely a day ahead of them in knowledge, it did not diminish his pride before those around him. Moreover, he possesses the complete version of the scripture, which is distinctly unlike the truncated edition casually shared by Raine. The difference in thickness alone is telling. What is this mechanic cult? Is it akin to the Freemasons or the Skull and Bone Society? A curious individual inquired. It had been previously mentioned that Raine, a renowned prodigy and scholar in the United States, enjoys considerable fame among the youth. Under the influence of celebrity culture, they readily envision the mechanic cult as an elite assembly, a clandestine organization that subtly governs the fate of humanity. I cannot disclose that, Scott replied enigmatically, feigning nonchalance. He was well aware of nothing. A collective understanding flickered in the eyes of those present, as if to say, I comprehend. To Raine's surprise, a fervor for the study of the scripture ignited among this group of young individuals, whom he had deemed unremarkable. Meanwhile, Raine was in his office admiring the reward from his first mission, the mechanical limb, tentacle variant. Chapter 6. What is so repulsive about this tentacle? This tentacle is fashioned from titanium. The office, a creation of his own design, was fortified under the pretext of radiation protection, employing knowledge that transcends millennia. The heavy lead door, once closed, effectively severed all external scrutiny. Even the firewall of his computer was meticulously crafted by him. On his workbench, 12 candles and an incense burner encircled a metallic tentacle, which was as thick as a forearm. The tentacle bore a metallic texture reminiscent of dragon scales, one end featuring 3 hydraulic pincers, while the other mimicked the structure of a human spine. Under the light of a shadowless lamp, it glimmered with a piercing, cold white brilliance. Even after 2 millennia of serving as a mechanic within the mechanic cult, he had never encountered such a limb. The titanium exuded a sense of technological prowess, decidedly uncharacteristic of Warhammer aesthetics. Although he was yet to fully grasp its functionality, Raine began to anoint the tentacle with sacred oil while solemnly chanting a binary hymn. The great sage was personally conducting the rite of machine soul blessing. 01110110000010111001. From the depths of mediocrity, O Omnissiah, deliver us. From the fabrications of heretics, circuit, protect us. From the wrath of beasts, steel, safeguard us. From the temptations of flesh, silicon, purify us. From the ravages of the destroyer's soul, shelter us. As the sacred hymn resonated, Raine sensed the once-icy tentacle emanating warmth, an awakening of nascent emotions, confusion, joy, and admiration within this inanimate object. Suddenly, the metallic body in his hand radiated with undulating ripples, seemingly responding to Raine's blessings. Liquid metal. His eyes gleamed with newfound clarity as a term previously unconsidered surfaced in his mind. From this rotting prison of flesh, mechanical god, grant us freedom. O Omnissiah, O Omnissiah, O Omnissiah, O Omnissiah. As the hymn concluded, Raine felt the tentacle come to life. Unlike the mere emotional feedback experienced moments ago, as their skin made contact, he distinctly sensed the mechanical tentacle in his grasp, curiously observing its surroundings, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. Blessings bestowed. The machine's spirit rejoiced. Yet, it was as if Run had been drained of vitality. His mind was a blank canvas, bent over and gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted from the entire blessing ritual that had depleted his mental fortitude. The hydraulic clamp at the tentacle's end opened, and the central mechanical eye began scanning its surroundings, seemingly aware that the soothing melody it had just enjoyed had vanished. Suddenly, the hydraulic clamp turned sharply, its crimson mechanical eye locking onto Run's gaze. Father, Master, Pope, Great Sage, Omniscient Messiah, hatred for intelligence? Rin never imagined he would witness such a myriad of emotions reflected in the mechanical eye. Before he could ponder further, the hydraulic clamp gently pressed against his face. No, it was the machine's spirit. In an instant, the entire tentacle enveloped him. Its spine-like structure morphed into a liquid that seeped into his body, embracing his entire spine, while the remaining portion transformed into a form-fitting garment. Curiously, Rin tugged at it, finding it lightweight, breathable, and elastic. Simultaneously, the hydraulic clamp scanned the air, transmitting the visual feed from the central mechanical eye into Run's mind. Spectra invisible to the naked eye, dust in the air, and unnoticed details unfolded before him, revealing an entirely new world. No more of the Warhammer. The mechanical cleric's prosthetic installation surgery was notoriously wild, involving the complete laceration of the back, followed by a drill opening the spine, transforming the aperture into an interface before connecting the prosthetic circuitry, all without anesthesia. Yet, the integration of this prosthetic made Raine feel as if he had merely taken a refreshing bath. The new appendage felt as if it had always been a part of him, albeit unused, though he could still sense its consciousness. There was no doubt that the prosthetic had become an integral part of his being. After over 2 decades of feeling like a cripple, Raine finally sensed his wholeness restored. In a buoyant mood, he casually, or rather tentacly, grasped a tungsten steel block from the workbench, flattening it into the shape of a paper airplane, which he gently tossed into the air. The airplane twirled gracefully before returning to his hand. Praise the omniscient Messiah. Everything was ready, even more splendid than he had anticipated. It was time to meet the Cybertronian visitor, the Decepticon leader, the mechanical life form known as Megatron, who had battled for millions of years. Before him, I felt like a mere rookie. Love from Terra, an unknown veteran of countless battles. Ding! Beside the heavy lead door, a buzzer sounded and someone called out to him from outside. Raine barely registered the moment. In less than a second, or perhaps even shorter, the mechanical tentacle automatically transformed into a puddle of liquid, disguising itself as a sleeve, while the hydraulic clamp morphed into a watch, its ruby face still ticking away. Raine steeled himself, pressed the button lightly, and the door swung open. Dr. Raine, Minister Parkey visited this afternoon, stating that the core laboratory would be cleared out by nightfall. We had no intention of disturbing you, but it is indeed quite late now. The person outside is Scott, who spoke with a hint of timidity. Raine glanced at his tentacle-like watch, and indeed, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He vaguely recalled that it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon when he returned to the office. Evidently, the time spent on the prosthetic installation was longer than he had perceived. Time flies. Scott, keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Raine offered rare encouragement to Scott, who, uplifted, would surely present a cheerful demeanor to the world. Yes, all hail the Omnissiah. Scott suddenly stood at attention, his tone imbued with solemnity, leaving Raine somewhat bewildered. All right, I understand. You may return now. Raine felt a sense of perplexity. He then dismissed these trivialities and strode purposefully towards the core laboratory where Megatron resided. That watch seemed almost alive, as if it had a desire to ensnare me. Standing frozen in place, Scott was drenched in sweat. Just as Raine had raised his hand, Scott had also glimpsed the tentacle-formed watch and noted that Raine had not worn a watch during their previous encounters. Naturally, he harbored no ulterior thoughts, merely assuming that Dr. Raine had left the watch in his office. Whose exquisite timepiece is this? The soldering points are flawless, and the metal strap appears to have grown organically, flowing with a natural elegance. How could I not recognize it? Scott pondered with confusion. It is worth noting that during his parents' prosperous days in East Asia, he had basked in their fortune, often fretting over how to spend money, and had amassed a collection of prestigious timepieces. Though these were confiscated following his parents' imprisonment, his knowledge remained untouched. To discover such a beautiful watch beyond his experience ignited a rebellious spirit within him, prompting him to concentrate intently on his observations. As he mused, Raine lowered his hand after checking the time, and when the watch face was directly aligned with him, he noticed the emblem composed of skull and gears. A custom product of the church? The thought surged, and in that instant he felt as if the ruby glass of the watch face had come to life. Like the eyes of a venomous serpent, it seemed to bore into him, conveying disdain for his audacious and irreverent gaze. In an instant, cold sweat drenched Scott's back, causing him to miss much of what Raine was saying. Scott harbored no doubt about his recent sensation. That feeling of being on the precipice of danger was undeniably real. He walked in a daze toward the lounge, truly recognizing the enigmatic nature of the Mechanicus cult. The once indifferent scripture now assumed a sacred aura. In the name of the Holy Binary, let us extol the Omnissiah, and may all glory be ascribed to the God of all machines. In the lounge, Scott cradled the scripture and began to recite, immersing himself wholly in the embrace of the Omnissiah. Chapter 7. The sweet moments of the mechanic and Megatron within the core laboratory. Raine employed his mechanical eye up to prosthetic limb to scan the entire facility, ensuring that all surveillance systems have been dismantled and powered down. Once confirmed, the mechanical tendrils, which had taken the form of sleeves and a wristwatch, reverted to their original state. The hydraulic claws were raised high, and the crimson electronic eye gazed upon the frozen Megatron like a serpent poised to strike. In the depths of the electronic eye, the internal spark of the Cybertronian, along with its transforming gears, was laid bare. Although dimmed due to a lack of energy supply, the spark burned fiercely, akin to a candle flickering against the wind. Task triggered. The outstanding creation of Omnibot, a system page, unexpectedly materialized in his mind. It is absolutely forbidden for the creations of Omnibot to fall into external hands. Glory and honor belong to the God of all machines. Task objective: recruit any one Cybertronian into the mechanic cult. Task reward: the Dominion Bell of Omnibot. One toll of the bell will activate the pistons and pumps. Much like a mother in a past life, the system always directed him just as he was about to take action. One task, two rewards. Yet, Raine chose to disregard it entirely. To sustain the spark's flame, Megatron had nearly all his functions in slumber. However, Raine was aware that Megatron remained conscious, merely disdainful of communicating with humans. "Dear Megatron, are you there?" The tendrils gently tapped against Megatron's head. "I have meticulously prepared a picnic, far superior to what the insect icons could offer. Perhaps you are still unaware of your current predicament. Poor gladiator, do not blame me, for I merely wish to rouse you." Seeing that Megatron showed no inclination to engage, Raine looked upon him with pity. Suddenly, the hydraulic claws snapped open, and the electronic eye greedily surveyed the metallic being before him. In an instant, like a sword drawn from its sheath, it pierced through Megatron's form. The resilient Cybertronian metal succumbed, as if it were mere tofu, and three claws viciously seized the transforming gears at his chest, yanking them forcefully from within his body. At this moment, Megatron's once dim eyes flared with life. His crimson irises locked onto Raine's, unrestrained fury and hatred radiating from him. Raine could see the spark within Megatron burning even brighter in response to his anger. "Can we converse now, Megatron? Or should I call you Tyrant? Perhaps D16? Raine held the transforming gears aloft with his mechanical tendrils, casting a playful glance at the colossal machine before him. The Decepticon from the real world seemed pathetically weak. For the Cybertronians, who had mastered interstellar travel millennia ago, were now overshadowed by humans who had only begun their development a few centuries prior. The Decepticons exhibited a complete lack of integrity, acknowledging a patron today and acting as servants tomorrow, merely jesters, compared to the true Decepticon leaders from the animated series, who resisted valiantly even under the control of semi-divine cosmic emperors. This was a far cry from their indomitable spirit. Moreover, while the Decepticons had driven the Autobots into a desperate retreat into the vastness of space on Cybertron, they found themselves utterly outmatched by Optimus Prime on Earth. Their fleeting moments of triumph were only achieved through external forces. How could this be? If the Decepticons falter against the Autobots, Earth would lack a sense of urgency. Without such urgency, how could religion flourish? If religion fails to evolve, how could Commissioner Raine disseminate the divine radiance of the Almighty? It is all so tedious. Raine yearns to witness rivers of blood. Humanity in the 3K era exhibits a disheartening lack of ambition, with deep space exploration stagnating at the lunar achievements of 50 years past. In light of this, let the omniversal Messiah lead humanity. Zen, who has executed extermination orders multiple times, bears no psychological burden regarding this. To compel Megatron, a creature that adheres to the law of the jungle, to acknowledge himself, one must be stronger and more ruthless. Human, who are you? The spark of Megatron flickers rapidly, his vocal apparatus frozen and inoperative, yearning to communicate through his essence. At the same time, a glimmer of trepidation flashes in Megatron's frenzied gaze. Humanity has confined itself here for decades, yet it still cannot shatter its own metallic form. This peculiar human, with his strange appendages, astonishingly tears through his chest armor as effortlessly as ripping paper, precisely extracting his transformation gears, demonstrating an extraordinary understanding of his own architecture. More importantly, D16 was the designation assigned to him at birth, a name so distant that he has nearly forgotten it. How could a fleeting species such as humanity, with a lifespan of but a century, possibly possess this knowledge? Who is he truly? Still silent? Truly. The Decepticon leader is a figure of iron resolve, a man of fortitude. Impressive. Raine nodded, perceiving Megatron's attempts at consciousness communication. Yet now, the initiative no longer resided with Megatron. Excellent. We have ample time. Is this the marvelous transformation gear? Raine held the colossal assembly, immense by human standards, before his eyes, filled with admiration, though he had yet to explore the capabilities of this wondrous device. With that, Raine cast the gears aside and exited the core laboratory. Do not leave. Human, who are you? Echoed the roaring spark within the laboratory. In the ensuing days, Raine diligently entered the lab at regular intervals, dismantling a component from Megatron each time, disregarding his roars, and departing after each session, offering another commendation of Megatron's willpower. This was a war belonging to the Earthlings and the denizens of Cybertron, or perhaps more aptly termed, a test of endurance. Concurrently, Raine instructed his subordinates, mere children, to keep a watchful eye on the entrance. For if others from Sector 7 were to glimpse Megatron disassembled into a pile of parts, the consequences would be dire for him. On the final day, as Raine entered, he heard Megatron pleading, "Human, I care not who you are, grant me the honor befitting a warrior. Allow me to return to the Allspark." In the span of his millions of years of existence, these few days have been nothing short of a hellish ordeal. This human demon forces himself to speak each day, only to disregard his own words, methodically dismantling parts of his own body, extolling his willpower before departing. This contest is more brutal than the 5 tortures of the Cybertronian Council. The Cybertronians are sentient beings, not mere mechanical corpses devoid of pain. Yet, I could extinguish your spark at any moment. Do you know why I refrain from doing so? At last, Raine has approved Megatron's communication request. You can hear me now. After a brief moment of shock, all of Megatron's emotions coalesced into a roar. If you still wish to avoid meaningful dialogue, I would not mind witnessing the fate of your spark firsthand. Raine's mechanical tendrils grazed Megatron's chest gently. Human, what is it that you wish to know? Megatron's spark quivered, finally meeting the gaze of the human before him. Is this not sufficient? I seek no knowledge, for I am well acquainted with Cybertronian affairs, which do not concern me. I merely lament the creation of the omniversal Messiah. Listen, human. Call me Dr. Raine. Raine interrupted Megatron's discourse. Very well, Dr. Raine. I cannot say I understand what the creation of the omniversal Messiah entails. If it indeed exists, it may be aboard the starship. I shall contact my subordinate to deliver it to you. The Decepticon leader continued. Chapter 8. The Shock of Megatron. No, I speak of you, Cybertronian. Raine asserted solemnly. Cybertronian? How could we possibly be creations of the omniversal Messiah? You may be unaware of our history. We originate from. Megatron paused, realizing Raine was referring to him, and began to explain. The 13 primes, perhaps. The primal vanguard, or the prime ancestor. Again, Raine interrupted Megatron, continuing amidst Megatron's astonished gaze. I have a comprehensive understanding of Cybertronian history. I am a servant of the god of all machines and the omniversal Messiah, and the progenitors of Cybertron are indeed magnificent creations of the god of all machines. This man is a religious fanatic. The god of all machines and the omniversal Messiah are concepts foreign to him, unheard of in his millions of years. Megatron's heart sank into despair. Deeming himself unfortunate to encounter such a dangerously unhinged human, fearing that his long existence might culminate here. Kill me, you madman. The Decepticons will avenge me. They are already en route to Earth. Megatron now sought only a swift demise. Fear not, leader of the Decepticons. You are fortunate to witness the might of the omniversal Messiah firsthand. With that, Raine extended his arms wide, once more embracing the omniversal Messiah. From Megatron's perspective, as Raine opened his arms, the laboratory vanished, and the surroundings transformed into an abyss. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a magnificent figure emerged from the void. He stands so tall that the boundless void seems insufficient to contain his form, surrounded by an overwhelming emptiness. In a fleeting thought, an infinitesimal singularity erupts, giving birth to the universe in his hands. Then he splits into 2 beings. Primordial, celestial being, sovereign of the cosmos. The former was the beginning. Megatron's crimson electronic eye suddenly constricts, akin to a frightened cat's eye in the darkness. The surroundings blur before him, leaving only the ember resonating within his chest. The mythos of the celestial covenant unfolds vividly before his eyes. He witnesses the cataclysmic clash of two demigods, the birth of the 13 celestial primes, and the primordial celestial being transforming into Cybertron. He observes the titanic battle between the 13 primes and the sovereign of the cosmos, witnessing the latter's fall. He perceives the fierce civil war among the leaders, the age of evolution, the age of origins, and the golden age. The ancient history of Cybertron, its deepest secrets, manifest authentically before him, until the Cybertronian civil war reduces the entire Cybertron to ruins. The Autobots seek refuge across the universe, and he even sees himself. He stands beside his former self, brimming with arrogance, poised to board a starship to hunt down the Autobots, when fate compels him to glance back. Cybertron morphs into the visage of the primordial celestial being, and he hears its whisper. Cybertronians, I am deeply disappointed. With that, everything shatters like a dream, and the surroundings transform back into a laboratory, where Raine stands pale and drenched in sweat before him, mechanical tendrils barely keeping him upright. This is the most profound secret of all Cybertron, indeed the entire universe, a mystery even the Cybertronians birthed by the primordial celestial being are unaware of. Had it not been for his chance encounter with the Celestial Covenant, penned by Master Titanium himself, he would have remained oblivious. How could this human know? Unless what he speaks of. Megatron's electronic eye flickers with frantic data streams, the operational processor nearing overload, and his internal energy reserves nearly depleted. Is the Omniversal Messiah the beginning? Is the beginning the Omniversal Messiah? The voices of the two resonate within each other's consciousness almost simultaneously, Sean's voice considerably subdued from before. This ability awakened on the day he established the mechanical deity cult. It is his first time employing this skill, consuming far more energy than he had anticipated. The Omniversal Messiah, incarnated as the celestial being, entrusted the world to you, and yet you have reduced him to this state. He is disappointed, not because your wars upon him have destroyed him, but because you have made no progress over the millennia, failing to spread his glory throughout the universe. Thus, he sought me out, requiring me to guide you back on the right path. No, celestial being, that war was not solely my doing. The great leader of the Decepticons, a warrior forged in 1,000,000 years of conflict, is in disarray. What have I done? I have committed the ultimate sin of blasphemy. I'm not even worthy of returning to the source of the Allspark. He attempts to explain himself like a wayward child. Success. Raine's weary eyes flickered with a fleeting joy, only to be swiftly suppressed deep within his heart. He was but a step away from his goal. Everything unfolded according to Raine's meticulous plan. Yet, Omniversal loved the cosmos, unwilling to see his children suffer. Had not millions of years of warfare taught you how trivial it is to atone through death? Raine spoke softly, akin to a mother soothing her child. Mechanical tendrils forced the deformed gears into Megatron's body as the sacred binary hymn resonated once more. This time, Raine deliberately refrained from preparing an abundance of ceremonial tools. The blessing ritual for the mechanical tendrils had been too successful, and he feared that if a complete blessing ceremony were conducted, Megatron might ascend on the spot, striking the primordial celestial and kicking the cosmic emperor, thereby relinquishing control over him. To persuade Megatron to join, he even dared to desecrate the doctrine. What? You assert that the ultimate interpretation of the doctrine rests solely with him, the supreme leader? Then it is of no consequence. Surely, the God of all things shall comprehend this. Within the hymn, the shattered Cybertronian metal on Megatron's chest gradually healed. The components violently disassembled by hydraulic pincers, slowly rising back into place under this peculiar force. Megatron was enveloped by this strange energy, experiencing a comfort he had never known. Had I returned to the Allspark? No, the Allspark stirred restlessly, seemingly yearning to burst forth from his chest. With great effort, Megatron contained this impulse, as he sensed the Allspark calling out for something. Mother? A foreign term, yet he seemed to grasp the essence of the Allspark's plea. Cybertronians indeed possess families, albeit not universally. For instance, Jetfire had spoken of his parents. However, the majority of Cybertronians are born from the fusion of Allspark fragments, produced by the assembly lines of machines, and Megatron belonged to this latter category. The sacred hymn abruptly ceased, as Raine's mental energy neared depletion. Fortunately, Megatron had also nearly recovered. Am I still worthy of returning to the embrace of Omniversal? Omniversal loves all in existence. Raine strained to utter. If what transpired moments ago could be construed as an illusion, a human acquiring such knowledge from an unknown source, then the reality unfolding before him, an extraordinary phenomenon surpassing his comprehension, shattered his psychological defenses. Megatron uttered a single word before the crimson glow in his electronic eyes gradually dimmed, flickering a few times before completely extinguishing. Out of energy, Raine stood frozen in place. After days of meticulous planning, even modifying the doctrine based on Cybertron's history, at this final juncture, Megatron had exhausted his energy and entered a complete slumber. Chapter 9. The Soul of the Machine Delight. Hi bro. The black community in Vistan City is exceedingly perilous at night. As one of the rare white individuals in the neighborhood, Scott found that survival necessitated joining a local gang. However, due to his exceptional education among his peers, he primarily handled official dealings, which afforded him a degree of safety. A young man with dreadlocks greeted Scott on the street, and after exchanging a fist bump, Scott yearned to return home to continue his study of the sacred text. He found himself somewhat entranced by it, yet he was entirely reluctant to disengage. Each word and symbol within the text was so exquisite, and the omniscient Omnissiah seemed to satisfy his most primal curiosity, guiding him to glimpse the cosmos's ultimate truths. Come on, Scott. You haven't attended a steel hand gang gathering in ages. The boss is quite displeased. You should accompany me to tonight's motorcycle race to avoid inciting his wrath, urged Sean. Alas, my smoky steed, with a roar, surged forth with unrestrained speed. The young man with dreadlocks appeared momentarily dazed, perhaps reminiscing about his own prowess on the racetrack. All right, Sean. Scott hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. As Sean had pointed out, ever since Scott joined the 7th District, he had largely distanced himself from the Steel Hand Gang, and it was only natural for the boss to be upset. However, as long as he remained in this place, he would still rely upon its factions. Scott, I knew you would agree. Come on, with me and my smoky steed in the fray tonight. You shall not regret this, Sean exclaimed with hearty laughter. The so-called racetrack was merely an abandoned factory on the outskirts, where energetic young men had cleared a few makeshift racing paths. At that moment, the factory, typically desolate, brimmed with raw energy, as both men and women dulled their senses with alcohol, unreservedly embracing their true natures. Riders raced their motorcycles through the factory, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Tonight marked the motorcycle showdown between the Steel Hand Gang and the Blood Swallow Gang. For reasons unknown, Scott felt ill at ease in this environment. Just weeks prior, he had reveled in the atmosphere much like those around him. Yet now he longed to delve back into the sacred text and return to the embrace of the Omnissiah. Long time no see, Mr. Scott. How is your new job treating you? Do you need us to cover for you? A gaunt man, adorned with numerous piercings and clad in a red leather jacket, remarked with a sardonic tone, his face flushed, possibly from intoxication or substance use. My apologies, boss. I just started, and there is quite a bit on my plate. I will be more attentive in the future. Scott quickly clarified, aware that in such places, death was far from uncommon, and the federal police had little interest in intervening. You had better heed my warning. Once you are marked as a member of the Bloodhand Gang, there is no hope of redemption. The pierced man glared menacingly at Scott. Hey, Scott, come over and take a look at my smoky steed. She seems a bit upset. Sean's voice grew louder as he approached. Boss, you're here too? My bike is having some issues, and I was hoping Scott could take a look at it. Sean gestured to explain amidst the cacophony. Go on. If we lose the race tonight, half of next month's goods will be docked. The boss scrutinized the two and paused before speaking. Sean, thank you, he said. Scott expressed his gratitude, noting that the boss appeared somewhat unhinged. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences without an opportunity for defense. Hi, bro, aren't we friends? Sean nonchalantly replied, draping an arm over Scott's shoulder and swaying his head. And my smoky lady is really acting up. If I lose today, the boss will have my skin. You must help me. Of course. Scott mirrored the gesture, recalling the misfortunes of his family over the years. His greatest fortune, aside from the recent enlightenment from the Omnissiah, was the bond he formed with Sean. But Sean, you promised me you would steer clear of anything criminal. What was that the boss mentioned? Scott's tone turned grave. Unwilling to watch his best friend spiral into a life of crime, or worse, meet a tragic end. What stuff? Sean replied, perplexed, before a realization struck him. Oh, that's the junkyard stuff. I'm among the first to scavenge there. Though the boss 1T let me take too much. That's good. Then there's nothing to worry about. Scott sighed in relief. Sean's smoky lady was an aging Kawasaki H2, festooned with colorful lights and numerous replaced parts, many of which Scott had installed. Don't ask why he was the one doing it. He was simply the ever-resourceful college student. This reminded Scott of the ship of Theseus. Once Sean started the bike, the exhaust indeed belched out black smoke, a sight Scott had grown accustomed to. However, the engine's wheezing noise still made him frown. Lacking professional expertise, he felt powerless against internal engine issues, yet the hopeful gleam in Sean's eyes kept him from voicing his concerns. In a moment of inspiration, Scott recalled the sacred blessing of the engine's spirit mentioned in the scriptures. Thus, amidst Sean's curious gaze, Scott began to chant the sacred binary hymn. Yet, whether due to human error or insufficient ritual preparation, the engine continued to wheeze after the hymn concluded, showing no signs of improvement. Scott, have you joined some cult? I thought you had a bright future ahead. If this is the case, I'd rather you join me in the hybrid gang, Sean asked, a hint of worry in his voice. You are the one in a cult. The light of Omnissiah will soon envelop the world, Scott exclaimed, somewhat fervently. And you, in the name of Omnissiah, get yourself together. He kicked the engine, and the bike's kickstand groaned as it toppled over. Hey, Scott, you can't treat my smoky lady like that. Sean rushed over, anguish evident in his face as he attempted to lift his Kawasaki H2. It was at that moment, with a thunderous roar, the engine suddenly resumed normalcy, seemingly more powerful than before. Wow, my smoky lady seems to have come alive, Sean exclaimed, delight lighting up his face, revealing his bright white teeth. The miraculous touch of Omnissiah. Scott, I adore you. Moo. Sean rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss on Scott. Chet, San, I have told you I dislike this. Scott disdainfully pushed Sean away, vigorously wiping his face. Do not act this way, Scott. Listen, my Ms. Black Smoke is roaring wildly. She can hardly wait to take the stage. Sean twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life like a beast. Could it be that the spirit of the machine is truly in him? Scott pondered silently, recalling the familiar scene from his wealthier days when he indulged in all sorts of pursuits. You wretched black devils are only worthy of dust in the presence of my Ms. Black Smoke. At the starting line, Sean mockingly taunted his competitors, despite being black himself. I am astonished to see your motorcycle here. Is your Bloodhand gang running a scrapyard? Where did you scavenge it from? The speaker, a black man, sat astride a brand new BMW S1000RR, its gleaming exterior starkly out of place in the dilapidated factory. If both machines were fresh off the assembly line, Sean's Kawasaki H2 would undoubtedly outshine the BMW by a wide margin. However, the motorcycle before him was not only outdated, but also barely retained any original parts apart from its logo. Riding such a junk heap and thinking you can compete with the new BMW S1000RR, the members of the Blood Swallow gang could hardly contain their laughter. You'd better be polite, or my Ms. Black Smoke will show you what disgrace truly means. Sean revved the throttle in defiance. A curvaceous black woman sauntered over, striking a pose before she fiercely waved the flag, and the two motorcycles roared off the starting line. Go, go, go. Sean, charge forward. Annihilate those blood swallow scum. The atmosphere ignited like dry kindling meeting a fierce blaze. It was hard to believe that for the initial stretch, the two bikes were neck and neck. Even more astonishing was that, amidst the fierce competition, Sean's dilapidated machine gradually began to overtake the Blood Swallow gang's BMW S1000RR. With a piercing whistle, Sean, riding MS Black Smoke, astonishingly crossed the finish line first. San. The crowd erupted in unison, calling for him as he removed his helmet, reveling in the adulation. Yet, as he scanned the crowd, he failed to spot Scott's figure. Nevertheless, he had no time to search. A throng of alluring women surged toward him, promising him an unforgettable night. All this was a gift from the omniscient Messiah. Did I truly merit such power without officially joining the faith? In an instant, as he witnessed the outcome, Scott departed from the venue, repeatedly questioning himself along the way. Was he truly worthy? All hail the God of all mechanisms. All hail the omniscient Messiah. All hail the great and sacred sage, Raine. Amidst the fervent prayers, Scott again opened the principles of mechanics, immersing himself in the esoteric text. The following noon, at a suburban villa, Raine awoke from slumber, having not experienced such profound rest in ages. Yesterday, his mental fortitude was excessively drained, and his head throbbed with a pain akin to being pricked by needles. Upon returning, he collapsed onto his bed, losing consciousness instantly. What a disappointment. Lying there, Raine was filled with deep regret. The Cybertronians do not require sustenance, nor do they need to recharge. They derive their energy from a miraculous substance known as super energon crystals. Raine was well aware that such extraordinary material existed on Earth, remnants left by the ancient Cybertronians. However, the issue at hand was that he could not locate it. The energon crystals were hidden reserves stored by the Cybertronians on distant planets, their distribution utterly erratic. The only means of acquiring these crystals appeared to be waiting for the Cybertronians to arrive on Earth in 2 years. Perhaps there existed alternative methods. An idea struck Raine, leading him to contemplate another Decepticon, or rather, the traitorous Skyfire among them. Yet, convincing Skyfire would not be an easy task, and the opportunity to capture him for a second round of persuasion seemed non-existent. He might need to devise another plan. Bumblebee was likely still in slumber, making him a suitable candidate, though locating him would prove challenging. Then, there was Megatron. What if he replenished his energy and transformed into the next Unicron? The crux of the matter remained in enhancing his own capabilities. While his mechanical appendages were sufficiently aggressive, they remained too constrained. First, he must secure the 7th District. At the very least, he required an official identity. The subsequent human Tomb Raider forces were still formidable, since the system had reawakened. It was Raine's first opportunity to thoughtfully reconsider his future. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated, interrupting his reverie. "Dr. Raine, I implore you, please return my call." It was a message from Minister Parkey, and not just one. Raine continued scrolling up. "Dr. Raine, have you changed the password to the core laboratory? Now, the researchers from other departments cannot access it. What is the new password? Tell me immediately." There were over a dozen missed calls for Parkey. It dawned on Raine that, in order to prevent others from entering, he had hacked into the 7th District and altered the core laboratory's password, implementing a firewall that, given the current capabilities of Earthlings, would certainly be unbreakable. This was somewhat awkward. Raine rubbed his nose and then dialed Parkey. "Raine, I thought you had perished. I was about to send agents from the 7th District to recover your body." Parkey's tone was far from pleasant. "Do you know how I escaped from a group of expert professors? I nearly became their next meal. My apologies, Minister Parkey. I worked late into the night yesterday. The password is..." Raine sincerely apologized to Parkey, acknowledging that this issue was indeed his fault. He understood Parkey's frustration. Monopolizing the 7th District for 7 days had already placed immense pressure on him, and now, this unexpected half-day delay would only exacerbate matters. Raine had no doubt that if he did not return the call soon, the president would be on the line. "I know you are weary from handling things alone, but never mind, I'm fine. Just be cautious of Professor Smith. He is quite irate, and with his connections in the political realm, he may very well target you with a series of maneuvers." Having witnessed Leanne's apology, Parkey felt a significant reduction in his ire. His inherently honest nature meant that, despite his position as the head of the Advanced Research Department, he could not endure being treated like a subservient spouse. "I appreciate your reminder. I will take it to heart." After expressing his gratitude, Leanne hung up the phone. Professor Smith? An image of a tempestuous yet principled old man materialized in Leanne's mind. He likely wouldn't, for if there were any adversarial sentiments directed at me, they would originate solely from that individual. Leanne recalled the blonde young scholar he had encountered on his first day in the core laboratory. "I sincerely hope you refrain from such actions. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable for any alterations made to my research team's accounts." Although this incident might ultimately prove beneficial to him, it did not imply that he would perpetually tolerate such antagonism against himself. Amidst a sea of predatory gazes, Leanne navigated through layers of security into Zone 7. As the leader of an independent project, Leanne undoubtedly occupied a senior position within the research department, and due to this status, most individuals hesitated to voice their thoughts directly. "Dr. Leanne, do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact your half-day absence has had on us?" Clearly, Smith was not one of them, as he exclaimed angrily, his beard twitching once more. Indeed, such an occurrence has never transpired in Zone 7. The surrounding onlookers, who dared not express their anger, began to echo their discontent. Chapter 11. The president returns. I apologize, Professor Smith. I was engaged in research late into the night. I accept the department's reprimand, Leanne replied, inclining his head slightly. Since its establishment in the last century, Zone 7 had burgeoned into a domain comprising nearly 100 research teams, excluding necessary maintenance time for essential equipment. The average access time allotted to each team annually barely amounted to a few days. The fact that others were barred from entry for half a day due to Leanne's actions was indeed a matter of consequence. I understand, for when I first confronted such a colossal mechanical entity, I scarcely had time to eat and longed to sleep in the office. However, you are not alone in this endeavor. We all have our responsibilities, and we bear the weight of humanity's future. The elderly man's cane struck the ground with force, and within his furious gaze lay a trace of unnoticeable admiration. Should there be a next time, I shall undoubtedly petition the president alongside my colleagues. Smith's words were fierce, yet astute observers recognized his intent to downplay the situation. Furthermore, I have heard that you conduct your research independently. You have not employed anyone for human experimentation? Smith shifted his line of questioning, directing it at Leanne. Human experimentation? No, Professor Smith. I would never resort to such inhumane and criminal acts, Leanne asserted emphatically, unless that individual is deserving of it. Of course, this was merely Leanne's inner sentiment. Indeed, a scientist who can uphold their integrity in the face of such temptations. Dr. Leanne, I have reevaluated my opinion of you. Smith nodded repeatedly, his eyes reflecting a deeper admiration. Just as the atmosphere began to warm, an incongruous voice emerged from the crowd. Professor Smith, I believe Leanne's tardiness this half-day cannot be so easily overlooked. The speaker was the previously mentioned blond man, who was conversing with Smith while casting a shadowy gaze toward Raine. Jack, too, was inadvertently involved. Smith turned his attention to Raine, questioning, is one not accountable for their inadvertent actions? Inadvertence is the gravest transgression in science. I even doubt whether Dr. Raine possesses the capacity to oversee this project. Jack stood his ground, unwavering in the face of Smith's demeanor. Why not request the president to disband the Neural Connection Research Department? Smith faltered, seemingly taken aback by Jack's audacity. To be candid, we have jointly expressed our concerns to the presidential office regarding this matter. We believe that Raine's irresponsible attitude renders him utterly unfit for the role of head of the neural connection sector. Jack, Dr. Raine is the youngest professor in America, indeed the world, having obtained 2 doctoral degrees by the age of 20. If he is unworthy, then what of you? Scott finally erupted in indignation, unable to tolerate any affront to Raine, even feeling compelled to intervene during Smith's reprimand. Indeed, who are you to assess Dr. Raine's worth? It is baffling to witness such unfounded confidence, especially since even Professor Smith has no objections. The members of Raine's research team rallied in defense. Are you not Scott? I believe you hold merely a bachelor's degree, correct? And you lot, are you custodians of the Raine Research Department? Are these the types of individuals you have in your department? Jack chuckled. He distinctly recalled Scott, even knowing these individuals better than he did Raine, as they were all meticulously selected by him. Scott momentarily faltered, consumed by regret for his earlier leniency. If he were a PhD or even a master student now, he could have confidently countered Jack and engaged in a debate. Alas, he was merely a bachelor, barely graduated, and anything he might say would only render him a jester. Enough, Scott. This matter is my responsibility. I have stated that I will accept all consequences. Raine finally interjected after a prolonged silence, surprised by the unexpected support from his colleagues. He had never anticipated that they would stand up for him, given that they had barely exchanged a few words, just slightly more than with strangers. Surely, the president will arrive shortly, and you may explain your positions to him. Jack smirked, eliciting a hush over the gathering. Although they harbored their own grievances against Raine, the prospect of involving the president had taken them by surprise. Mr. President, Raine and his team are here, came the voice of Parky from a distance. Only then did they realize why the minister had not yet arrived amidst the commotion. He had gone to greet the president. Everyone is present. Perfect timing, as the president has arrived with important announcements for you all. Accompanied by guards, Parky led the president and his entourage forward. Good afternoon, Dr. Raine, Professor Smith, gentlemen. The president greeted, surveying the room and first engaging with these scientific elites. Mr. President, I presume you're already aware of this matter. I sincerely apologize. It is indeed my fault, and I accept the consequences, Raine responded first. Yes, I have indeed come regarding this issue. Dr. Raine's tardiness is quite serious. The president paused, surveying the room once more before continuing. According to the cabinet's deliberations, Dr. Raine will have a quarter of his bonus deducted. What? Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Raine was equally bewildered. The punishment seemed not only excessive, but rather insufficient. What? Jack Martin, do you have any objections? The president inquired, directing his gaze towards Jack. Martin? Raine pondered, sharing the same surname as Lockheed Martin. Could he possibly be affiliated with the Lockheed Corporation? Perhaps even a relative of the owner? It became clear that he was an envoy from the financier, explaining the lack of respect shown to Smith. Raine began to grasp the situation. I apologize, Mr. President. I should not question your decision, but as a representative of Lockheed, I must be accountable for the company's investments in Zone 7, even when confronted by the president. One of the most powerful individuals on this planet, Martin remained resolute. Indeed, he is from Lockheed. Raine's suspicions were confirmed. During Dr. Raine's month in Zone 7, he had not even solidified a research topic, but, under Minister Parsy's leniency, monopolized the robots for a week, an act we deem exceedingly irresponsible. Truly, this is a land of capital. Even the president can be confronted directly, which is intolerable. Raine shook his head. Martin then redirected his ire towards Raine. And this time even Parsy was implicated. I agreed to this, Mr. Martin. If you have concerns, you may relay them to your uncle, Big Martin, and see if he can rally those congressmen to impeach me again. We are grateful for Lockheed's financial contributions, but do not forget, you cannot meddle in the affairs of Zone 7. The president's fury seemed barely containable. His eyes narrowed, a sharp gaze piercing towards Martin, causing the surrounding atmosphere to thicken. It was as if, in this moment, people recalled that this seemingly amiable elder had, during his 7 years in office, initiated numerous large-scale military actions, the very embodiment of a war hawk, the chief of the world's police force, and one of the most lethal executioners in contemporary history. Chapter 12. Politicians. Jack appeared pale, for since his birth, no one had exerted such pressure upon him except for his uncle. I apologize for my prior demeanor, however. I will inform my uncle. Jack bit his lip, reluctantly retreating towards the crowd. Do as you wish. Now, I announce the second resolution. The president's gaze shifted back to Raine. Dr. Raine, due to your actions, the core laboratory was closed for half a day. The president's cabinet has deliberated, and if satisfactory progress is not made within 6 months, the Neural Connection Laboratory will be disbanded. Jack's eyes suddenly brightened. He knew that matters would not resolve so easily. What? 6 months? What could be accomplished in 6 months? Indeed, we are no longer in the era of 30 years past. The advancement of science has nearly reached a standstill. Half a year? I fear the president may have already relinquished this project. The once silent crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, their gazes fixed upon Raine. A mixture of pity and schadenfreude evident in their expressions. Mr. President, though I am but an outsider, I am aware that neuroscience is an exceedingly cutting-edge field. A mere 6 months is insufficient, and it seems unlikely that Dr. Raine will achieve substantial progress in such a brief span. To everyone's surprise, it was Professor Smith who first rose to defend Raine. Professor Smith, this is the outcome of the cabinet meeting, the president stated, turning his gaze towards Raine. Dr. Raine, do you have any objections? I abide by the cabinet's decision, sir, Raine replied, shaking his head. 6 months? That should suffice, indeed. He possesses several mechanical appendages in his private laboratory that do not meet his standards, yet to him, once released into society, they would have an explosive impact akin to an atomic bomb. However, Raine had no intention of unveiling them, as he harbored other plans. Very well, the announcement is concluded. I wish you all a productive day. Dr. Raine, please come here. The president's expression softened momentarily before reverting to his usual benevolence. At the Neural Connection Research Center, the staff anxiously observed Raine's office. If anyone hoped more fervently than Raine that the research center would not be disbanded, it was they, especially Scott, whose eyes burned with fury as he cast a glance towards Jack before departing. Dr. Raine, I'm deeply sorry. It was I who invited you to the 7th District, and it will be I who must escort you away. Although I have a year left in my term, Congress has already begun to stir restlessly. The losses in the Afghan war have been considerable, and the military budget deficit has reached a rather alarming level, with a group of veterans awaiting relief. I fear I may find it difficult to assist you further. However, with your capabilities, even outside the 7th District, you will have a promising future. I must apologize once more, Dr. Raine. In the office, only the President and Raine remained. The President finally shed his authoritative facade. Fatigue etched across his features as he spoke to Raine with a look of regret. Mr. President, 6 months. Dr. Raine, if you do not mind this old fool, you may call me Mr. Weiss. Even I, a mere layman, understand that 6 months is indeed too brief. However, you may use this time to conduct any research you desire, utilizing the world's most advanced equipment here as a small token of my apology. Raine had not finished his thought when the President interjected. No, I meant to say, Mr. President, the Department of Defense has an urgent matter. Just as Raine was about to speak further, the President's secretary burst into the room. Very well, tell them I will return shortly. President Weiss glanced at the secretary and then turned back to Raine. All right, Dr. Raine, my primary purpose in coming here was to apologize to you. My time is limited, and it is time for me to depart. Without allowing Raine to say much more, the President hurriedly exited once again. Only a perplexed Raine remained, wishing to express that 6 months ought to suffice. Yet he found himself without a single opportunity to interject. Never mind. He resolved to let the results speak for themselves within that time frame. Shaking his head, he watched the President depart. Dr. Raine, has the matter been resolved? Upon the President's exit, a throng surged into the room, led by Scott's eager inquiry. Isn't it quite simple? We merely need to present results in 6 months. Raine replied nonchalantly. How could that be possible? We have yet to establish a topic. We? Can any of you comprehend my thesis? Raine chuckled softly at the absurdity. We are inept. Scott's countenance fell instantaneously. Your friends may betray you. Your loved ones may forsake you. But the natural sciences remain steadfast, despite your lofty ambitions. If it cannot be done, it simply cannot. Surely we must contribute in some manner. We are part of the research center, Scott insisted, unwilling to be rendered entirely ineffective in assisting Raine. All you need to do is diligently study the texts I have provided. In due course, you shall find your worth. Especially you, Scott. The rise of the mechanical cult cannot solely rest upon my shoulders, not even with a system at hand. Scott's enthusiasm piqued Raine's interest. Should he pass the examinations and emerge as the first technological priest, Raine would not hesitate to nurture his potential. I shall. Scott's face flushed with excitement at Raine's acknowledgement, fervently gazing at him. The group, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, rushed back to the laboratory to delve into the principles of mechanics, the atmosphere buzzing with fervor, particularly Scott, who resembled a fervent zealot. In the office, only Raine remained, contemplating the simplicity of producing results within 6 months, pondering 2 matters. Why is Jack Martin targeting me? And, dear Mr. President, are we so intimately acquainted? Raine understood that while the 2 worlds differed in myriad ways, one truth remained universal. Never trust a politician's words. In Raine's eyes, a torrent of data surged forth. Land 1 cruised smoothly along the highway. Mr. President, does such a young man truly warrant this grand treatment? Even if he is indeed a genius. Our nation boasts numerous scientists, the Secretary inquired, puzzled by the slumbering visage of President Weiss. Just as you stated, in America, while he is remarkable, he is certainly not irreplaceable. However, let us not forget, he is of Chinese descent. What if he returns to the University of Tokyo? What if his human-machine neural linkage technology succeeds? I shall not allow a repeat of the Chi-Wu incident, no matter the cost. Weiss opened his eyes, shedding any semblance of fatigue associated with old age. The fierce glint in his gaze rendered even his long-serving secretary hesitant to meet his eyes. His focus seemed to pierce through Land 1, his thoughts drifting to the vastness of space. Jupiter, a colossal gas giant over 300 times the mass of Earth, has, for billions of years, used its formidable gravity to attract over 99% of the asteroids in the solar system, serving as Earth's guardian. However, this time, Jupiter found itself powerless. The Revenge Goddess, the flagship of the Decepticons, soared through the orbit of Jupiter, utilizing the gravitational slingshot effect to accelerate its journey towards Earth. Chapter 13. I must urgently locate Bumblebee and the insect icon. Megatron's life signal has vanished. Within the vast warship stood a slender Cybertronian, adorned with a metallic structure interwoven with purple energy conduits. deftly manipulating the main control panel with its wing-like arms. The thought wave patterns on its headpiece were fluctuating rapidly. Soundwave, address me as Commander Insecticon. A sharp, sinister voice echoed from the entrance of the bridge. Megatron had entrusted the temporary command of the Decepticons to me. The iconic red electronic eyes of the Decepticons were present, and unlike Soundwave, Insecticon's wings were positioned on its back. Very well, Commander Insecticon. But our immediate concern must be Megatron's life signal, which last indicated a position on Earth. Soundwave, a rare, loyal, and capable member of the Decepticons, had seldom failed in any task assigned by Megatron. What? Excellent. I meant the life detection instrument. Its performance is truly remarkable. Insecticon beamed, realizing he had been a bit too exuberant, and quickly adjusted his tone. Well then, the utmost priority is to accelerate towards Earth to retrieve our beloved leader's remains. Soundwave, Megatron has returned to the Allspark. I am the leader of the Decepticons now. I command you, engage all engines. Proceed to Earth at full speed. Insecticon was filled with exuberance. He had awaited this opportunity for a long time. Yes, Commander Insecticon. Soundwave's thought wave pattern twisted into a question mark before he acquiesced to Insecticon's orders. He was intelligent yet devoid of ambition, remaining loyal to the Decepticons. Although Insecticon was perpetually ambitious, even Megatron had never punished him severely, especially since he was still one of Insecticon's subordinate officers. As for the others, none possessed the qualifications to lead. Wait, where is Shockwave? Insecticon inquired suddenly. He is in the laboratory, Soundwave answered, regaining his calm demeanor. Inform him that Megatron has perished on Earth. Those humans may be stronger than we anticipated. Let him upgrade our armor and firepower. Yes, Commander Insecticon. This was why Soundwave had chosen Insecticon. Had it been anyone else, they might have charged recklessly into battle. In the engine room of the Revenge Goddess, with energy reserves disregarded, all engines roared to life. Soundwave projected that they would arrive within 2 Earth years. In the laboratory, Raine stood once more before Megatron, sensing that Megatron's spark was nearly dormant, scarcely distinguishable from extinguished. With the narrative indicating that other Decepticon members would arrive within 2 years, I must hasten my efforts. He had a foreboding sense that this time, the Decepticons would not be as feeble as they had been in the human realm. Much like Megatron, who had remained confined in the laboratory for decades, humanity had failed to breach his form. This is the authentic world of Transformers, far removed from the absurdities depicted in the original films. The highly advanced Cybertronians, who have existed for billions of years, are astonishingly reduced to mere fragments, scattered and fleeing from the onslaught of humans wielding tanks and cannons, who have only developed for a few hundred years. It is utterly ludicrous that a handful of human infantry, armed with rifles and grenades, could vanquish the Decepticon Commander Shockwave. If this is not absurdity, what is? With such capabilities, how dare the Cybertronians roam the cosmos? Moreover, paradoxically, the Cybertronians possess the ability to effortlessly extinguish stars and harness their energy. Alongside extraordinary Cybertronian spatial compression technologies and the remarkable space bridge technology that even the Emperor praises as brilliant, capable of transporting entire planets. As a race embroiled in a civil war for millions of years, one can only say that watching the previous films was merely for amusement. Not to mention that subsequent installments have been so dull as to induce slumber. At the very least, it is imperative to locate Bumblebee, who arrived on Earth in 1987. Within a year and devise a way to recruit him. The STC must be secured. With a resolute gaze, Raine recalls that after Bumblebee sent coordinates upon arriving on Earth, he fell into a dormant state. They must scour the junkyards and used car dealerships across America to find Bumblebee, necessitating the deployment of all agents from Sector 7. However, even though Sector 7 is under the jurisdiction of the FBI, such a significant operation requires approval from members at the level of Deputy Secretary or higher, and must be sanctioned by the President. Unless Raine becomes the Deputy Secretary himself, he lacks the standing to petition the President for action. Furthermore, as he is uncertain why the President has made contact with him, he cannot directly make demands, for the world of politics is often devoid of anything but stark self-interest. Recently, he has seen on television that the President is mired in the quagmire of the Afghanistan war and facing impeachment by Congress, leaving his own position precarious. The urgent priority is to amass capital swiftly. At the very least, he must attain a promotion to deputy secretary within a year, or else the MKI may never see production. The neural connection technology is considered the signature expertise of a technological priest. Raine can scarcely recall how many automatons he transformed before becoming a sage. A fearsome task indeed. The foundational technology of the 40K era, along with the genetic differences from humanity as it stands now, is world apart. Thus, adapting this technology to contemporary standards will require meticulous study. Consequently, Raine embarks on an unrelenting pursuit of his goals. However, unlike before, he is not focused on enhancing performance. Rather, he aims to simplify the design, as this prosthetic is intended for a purebred, ordinary human from the 3K era. Uncle Martin, it seems, is not yet disheartened. Recently, he has been nearly invisible aside from mealtimes, with the laboratory illuminated throughout the night. Based on his recent applications for experimental materials, it appears he has not abandoned this line of inquiry. In the towering corporate office of Lockheed Martin, Jack is reporting on the recent affairs of Sector 7 to his uncle. Indeed, he's a talent, though regrettably, he seems to be pursuing the wrong research direction. Uncle Martin, savoring a Cuban cigar, takes a deep drag, relishing the aroma between his lips and teeth, then slowly exhales, the value of which is equivalent to the income of an average American over several months. One must remain vigilant. Although time is fleeting, it is entirely possible for a prodigious talent like Ryan to perform miracles. In April of next year, the Ministry of Defense will commence bidding for the Air Force equipment of the coming decade, a contract worth hundreds of billions of dollars that must not falter, particularly concerning neural connection technology, which must not be compromised before then. Martin's gaze was captivating. Indeed, Uncle, I shall keep a close watch on him. Jack lowered his head and slowly retreated from Martin's office, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Martin's presence was overwhelmingly powerful. The mere thought of potentially occupying Martin's chair in the future sent shivers down his spine. Ryan, rest assured, I will not allow you to interfere with Uncle's plans. Within the Neural Connection Research Department, Ryan sneezed. After nearly a month of intensive work, he had largely determined the direction of his modifications. However, Scott suddenly arrived with news that a crucial material he required was out of stock. Dr. Ryan, the logistics department reports that the high-tensile titanium tungsten alloy is depleted and needs to be ordered, which may take about a month, Scott informed, observing Ryan's disheveled hair and reddened eyes. Impossible. There were several tons left the last time I retrieved it. How could it be exhausted in a month? It is not a commonly used metal. Ryan frowned, sensing something amiss. Well, it seems the Mechanical Structures Research Department took it a few days ago. I saw it on the inventory release form, Scott cautiously replied, noting Ryan's apparent anger. Also, praise the god of machinery. You have not returned home in a month. This would be an opportune moment for you to rest. Your health is of utmost importance. Scott expressed his concern, employing even the impeccable etiquette of a mechanical god. Have you received the omniscient revelation? Ryan exclaimed with delight. This knowledge was intentionally concealed within principles of mechanics and could only be discerned by those wholly engrossed in its study. I am not certain, Dr. Ryan, Scott stammered. While studying the doctrines recently, I often envision your presence, as if every time I open the book, you were there guiding me personally. These are the lessons you imparted within the text. I thought it was you, arranged by you. Scott lowered his head, as though he had erred. Indeed, that is the omniscient revelation. But are you certain it was me you saw? Ryan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, Dr. Ryan, I am quite certain. It appears you possess genuine talent. Scott, you may prepare for your assessment. Next month, I will report our progress to the president, and at that time, I shall personally conduct your initiation ceremony. Now, return and prepare. You shall be the second disciple, a supreme honor, Ryan proclaimed. Yes, Dr. Ryan. Scott nearly fainted from excitement, yet he maintained his composure before the great sage, then took small steps backward. What has transpired? Why is this so different from my past life? Ryan fell into contemplation once more. In a previous incarnation, while delving into the classics, he too had encountered a similar phenomenon. However, what he perceived was an indescribable consciousness, profound, ancient, and omniscient. Yet astonishingly, Scott beheld his own self. Such a singular instance is insufficient, laden with randomness. A multitude of examples is requisite for thorough analysis. Swiftly, Raine reached a conclusion. Further contemplation would merely squander time. He he must first attend to the matter at hand. The Mechanical Structures Department? Jack Martin? Raine inscribed this name on a piece of paper, his pen incessantly punctuating the letters. After a moment of reflection, he seemed to have an epiphany. Encircling the name and inscribing Smith's name alongside it, a vague clue materializing in his mind. Perhaps it would be prudent to engage in a thorough dialogue with Professor Smith. Raine stroked his chin, cast the pen aside, and exited the room, making his way toward the Mechanical Structures Research Department. Professor Smith, do you have any surplus of the high-tensile titanium tungsten alloy? Our laboratory is in dire need of this metal, he stated directly, having found Smith engrossed in his work without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries. What? We indeed require that metal, but in minimal quantities. ISNT, there's several tons left with the logistics department? Smith paused his task, raising his head with a hint of confusion. However, when my personnel applied for the materials, they discovered that Jack had taken all the remaining supplies. I mean, no offense. I only require a few dozen pounds. Raine maintained his polite demeanor, acutely aware that the issue did not reside with Smith, and thus deliberately mentioned Jack's name, even though Scott had not specified who had taken the materials. Strange. I didn't instruct Jack to retrieve them. Could it be? Smith murmured, then suddenly an idea struck him. Dr. Raine, you haven't taken a break in a month, have you? He abruptly shifted the topic. Yes, my schedule is quite constrained. I have merely 6 months left. No, now it's 5 months, Raine replied. How wonderful. Just like my youth. When I was developing the F-22 at Lockheed, I too went months without rest. I even considered how to modify the digestive system, believing that eating was a waste of time. Ha ha ha. Regrettably, I fell gravely ill afterward and required several months to recuperate. The time I so desperately saved was ultimately relinquished, yet the F-22 was successfully mass-produced. Lockheed, then a small firm, amassed billions through the F-22 and ascended to become a military powerhouse. Smith appeared to drift into reminiscence, speaking to Raine as if conversing with himself. As one ages, one tends to revel in past memories. You must find it tiresome, Dr. Raine. No, Professor Smith. Your willingness to share such invaluable experiences is tremendously enlightening, Raine responded, sensing that Professor Smith yearned to convey something significant, something related to Lockheed, yet felt constrained by his affiliation with the company from divulging it directly. Ha ha ha, Dr. Raine, you truly are a fine young man. Few are willing to listen to an old codger like me, Smith remarked with a smile. I am aging, and the scientific community now requires vibrant young minds such as yours. Just like the Roche Group, they cannot compare to the new generation of arms manufacturers. After uttering this, Smith waved his hand towards Raine, signaling the end of the conversation. Well then, Dr. Raine, this old man must take his rest. As Raine departed from the Mechanical Structure Research Department, he refrained from seeking Jack, deeming it a waste of time. What was Professor Smith truly trying to convey? Raine pondered this question, his remarkable memory allowing him to repeatedly contemplate Smith's words. The Roche Group, the vibrant youth, the new generation of arms manufacturers. Raine felt he was on the cusp of an elusive revelation. Scott, please retrieve the records of arms suppliers for the Department of Defense over the past few years, particularly the emerging enterprises of late. Raine instructed Scott within the office. The research conducted in Zone 7 predominantly pertains to military applications, often collaborating with these suppliers, thereby possessing relevant data on them. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Scott entered, bearing a substantial stack of documents. Raine swiftly perused the materials, his speed approaching that of quantum wave reading. His hand paused when he stumbled upon the dossier of a munitions company named Raytheon Technologies. Established at the turn of the millennium, the company had risen at an astonishing pace, amassing wealth through arms dealings in the Middle East before shifting its focus towards equipment development. Within 2 years, it had ranked among the top 5 arms suppliers to the Department of Defense, and in recent years, it had even ascended to the 2nd position. Chapter 15. A modest trial especially notable was their technically adept owner, who, according to insiders, still devoted much of his energy to frontline research. Within Raytheon Technologies, all technical personnel enjoyed high compensation and status. They referred to their company as a scientific utopia, although there remained a considerable gap compared to Roche. The Department of Defense was set to initiate the next decade's arms bidding in May. This endeavor would encompass hundreds of billions of dollars. The documents indicated that Roche intended to bid on projects aimed at upgrading and reducing the prices of conventional weapons. with the primary selling point being an improved variant of the F-22, featuring upgrades in avionics and weapon systems, all at a more economical price. Conventional, lacking in surprise. A mere shadow of its former self, Raine critiqued sharply. In contrast, Raytheon Technologies not only offered more affordable conventional weaponry, but also showcased remarkable innovations such as hybrid tanks, self-propelled artillery, and even exoskeleton armor. Comparatively, it was akin to the advancements of Zenith Technologies. Indeed, the research direction of Raytheon Technologies aligned seamlessly with Raine's own aspirations. However, the documentation also noted, this project is experimental, requiring further research and testing, and currently lacks combat capability. Though still in its infancy, it was undeniably brimming with creativity. Raine marveled at the ingenuity. However, this is merely a gimmick from Raytheon Technologies, unlikely to yield any substantial advantages. It seems that Lockheed Martin may ultimately emerge victorious. After all, the formidable legacy of the F-22 endures, and no entity on this planet can rival this aircraft. Yet, should Raine's research prove successful and be utilized by Raytheon, the scenario would shift entirely. Although the F-22 is advanced, it embodies merely 3K technology, whereas Raine's neural connection technology is undeniably rooted in 40K technology. Even if it were to be diluted, it would still represent a dimensional strike, incomparable in nature. At this moment, Raytheon suddenly recalled that prior to his employment at Vanguard Technologies, the external facade of Sector 7, several super enterprises, including Lockheed Martin and Raytheon Technologies, had extended invitations to him. Driven by a desire to ascertain whether this truly was the realm of Transformers, he had wholeheartedly pursued entry into Sector 7, neglecting to consider these opportunities and rejecting them all outright. All clues coalesced in his mind. Jack Smith himself, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon Technologies, these fragmented pieces of information formed a coherent chain. So it is thus. Intriguingly, a faint smile graced Raine's lips. The situation is, in fact, quite straightforward. Lockheed must secure a victory in the next Department of Defense, bidding to maintain its supremacy in the arms industry. Should Raytheon win the bid, it would spell a loss of hundreds of billions for Lockheed. The outcome of Raytheon's bid hinges entirely on Raine's research progress. If Lockheed fails, and capital loses faith in them, the repercussions will extend far beyond merely slipping to second place. Under the weight of immense debt, Lockheed could very well face annihilation. Even if fortune favors them, and such dire outcomes do not materialize, that figure, hundreds of billions, is enough to incite madness among all on this planet. Capitalists, in their relentless pursuit of profit, would sell the very nooses that could ensnare them, let alone Raine. Thus, upon Raine's entry into Sector 7, they commenced a series of maneuvers, beginning with personnel arrangements, escalating to a tit-for-tat response, and even enlisting the United Nations to compress Raine's research timeline severely from the presidential level, resorting to the current petty tricks. Lockheed's resolve is unwavering. Raine must fail in this research, at least before the bidding. Had it been someone else, success would have been assured. Alas, they're faced with me. Lockheed Martin, you remain oblivious to the caliber of opponent you confront. Seated at his desk, Raine caressed the shape-shifting watch, his voice ominously resonant. The actions of Lockheed have unexpectedly ignited a spark of fury within him. They presume their interference will impact him, yet they are unaware of the essence of his being. Though much of the technology from millennia past has been lost, fragments remain etched in his mind, worthy of the title. Imperial technology, awe-inspiring. Additionally, the documents reveal that there will be a military exhibition 1 month prior to the bidding, where the outcome will likely be determined. This will occur in April of this year, with merely 2.5 months remaining. A month later, the first prosthetic limb was born, a graceful arm, its titanium-aluminum alloy shell shimmering with a chilling gleam. The mechanical tendrils affectionately brushed against Ryan's hand, reminiscent of a kitten yearning for a gentle touch. Time was of the essence. Without the assistance of mechanical appendages, efficiency would have been halved, and indeed, these tendrils had proven invaluable. Like petting a small cat, Ryan caressed the hydraulic clamp, feeling nothing akin to sensation, yet he could distinctly sense the tendrils' joy. Subsequently, the tendrils transformed into a watch, quietly resting on Ryan's wrist. The prosthetic was entirely crafted from titanium-aluminum alloy. Although it sacrificed some strength, It had become remarkably lighter. Its power was supplied by an integrated battery and motor, specifically designed for civilian use, providing strength equivalent to that of an average person. As for the Nazis' technology linking humans with synthetic mechs, Raine opted against this route. Time was limited, and the challenges of that technology were manifold and rather inhumane. It was a concept meant for public disclosure, and he had no time to engage in legal battles with ethical committees. In contrast, the prosthetic was far more palatable. It could easily pass the scrutiny of scientific ethics committees under the guise of medical advancement, and it did not stray too far beyond societal acceptance. In the completed version, Raine planned to create a layer of realistic skin, embedding a sensory system within, but for now, it sufficed. Where could he find someone to test it? Current market prosthetics, aside from providing slight support for legs, were merely semblances of limbs, serving only to make patients appear less outlandish. Raine would never present such an inferior product. Combining the technology of the mechano-cult, his prosthetic was outfitted with dozens of servo motors and sensors. These devices could precisely control each joint, effectively pushing the boundaries of existing structural and electronic control technologies to their zenith. By implanting a chip in the brain, electrical signals could be converted into bioelectric signals, allowing commands from the brain to control the arm's movements with negligible latency. Without this chip for transduction, the patient would be left fumbling with two clumsy tools, exclaiming in discomfort. Raine had already conducted experiments through the tendrils. Although not flawless, the results were commendable, and daily usage was virtually indistinguishable from that of a normal individual. Nevertheless, considerations for mass production and societal reactions lingered. Many advanced technologies could not be utilized. Humanity required transformation. Decepticons, do not let me down. This sensation of dancing with shackles was profoundly distressing for Raine. Yet, despite everything, it remained a groundbreaking product. He had even embedded numerous programs, allowing individuals with no understanding of music theory to play melodious tunes, showcasing its remarkable user-friendliness. When the interface was open-sourced, people would undoubtedly conceive even more ingenious creations. Chapter 16. The unthinking enslavement. If the overall structural adaptability is already suffocating, then the chip that converts telecommunication signals and biological electrical signals is an invention that transcends the era. This chip embodies the very essence of all prosthetics, serving as a cornerstone capable of erecting a trillion-dollar commercial empire. It is commonly referred to as the brain-machine interface. After 2 months of relentless work, even Raine found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Once he had secured an appointment with President Weiss, he took the rare opportunity to return to his suburban villa for a well-deserved rest. "Uncle, I just booked a meeting with the president." Just minutes after Raine ended the call, Jack and the upper echelons of the Lachi group received the news. What did they discuss? Martin, who was exercising on the treadmill beneath the crystal chandelier, inquired, sweat soaking his workout attire, revealing clear signs of his exertion. He took pride in maintaining such a physique at nearly 60 years of age, often boasting in the media about his self-discipline. Yet, only he knew that his dedication to fitness stemmed from a reluctance to part with his affluence and a desire to prolong his life. We, those close to the president, did not overhear much. After exchanging a few words, the president excused himself to take a call. Jack replied, "Could it be that his research has made progress? Wasn't I supposed to keep an eye on him?" Martin halted his workout, disappointment clearly etched in his eyes. "Impossible, uncle. I have already cut off his material supply. Even if he were to toil in the lab for another month, it would all be in vain," Jack explained in a panic. "What did you say?" "He has continued his research for another month." "Jack, are you so foolish as to rely solely on halting the material supply? Have you not considered drowning him in paperwork and bureaucratic procedures to squander his time? Or did you presume that 6 months is short enough that he would yield no results, thus allowing you to lower your guard? Do you think he is as inept as you are? Have I not warned you that a genius like Raine will surpass your expectations?" Martin Lockheed's eyes narrowed, his voice chilling. "Uncle, I was wrong." Jack faltered under that piercing gaze, his body bending like a shrimp, his voice trembling. "Standtai? The Martians must die standing." Martin barked. "Yes, uncle, but can Raine truly achieve results in such a brief period?" Jack straightened up, his voice barely above a whisper, for this matter exceeded his imagination. "Results are not necessary. Progress is what counts. If there is any advancement at Thor technology, the prospects of turning hype into reality will sway those congressional parasites in our favor. I will not allow any risks to arise, by any means necessary. Do you understand? Martin intoned ominously. Understood, Uncle. Upon concluding his statement, Jack promptly retrieved his phone, switched to a different SIM card, and entered a number that existed in no records. After a few beeps, the call connected. Ryan. Without further ado, Martin quickly hung up, removed the card, and discarded it into the shredder, watching as the SIM card disintegrated into dust before being washed away into the drain, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Well done. Your caution has been commendable. A lion spares no effort, even when hunting a rabbit. Having engaged them, I hope your call brings auspicious news. Alas, why would such a genius pursue this path? And why at this particular moment? Martin let out a long, melancholic sigh. The villa, neglected for some time, had accumulated a layer of dust on the furniture. Yet the sacred texts and the emblem remained pristine. Just as Ryan opened the door, his watch suddenly began to vibrate. He furrowed his brow, sensing a flicker of anger from the tendril. Looking around, he found nothing amiss. Is the machine's spirit displeased? Perhaps it deserves a blessing, after all. It hadn't been compensated in 2 months. Shaking his head, Ryan began to change into his slippers. Target locked. Bang! In an instant, accompanied by the shattering of glass. A bullet hurtled towards Ryan's head as he bent down to switch footwear. Zorn wore a cruel smile, confident that this time he would not miss. Just as he had successfully executed previous missions, the moment he locked onto his target, death was assured. So easy. He could not fathom why he had been assigned such a task. It was astonishingly simple compared to the prominent figures he had previously assassinated. Ryan hardly had time to react. The tendril, disguised as a watch, transformed almost instantaneously, just as the bullet was a mere inch away from his head. It was gripped tightly at the rear by a hydraulic clamp. An unsettling crunch emanated from the bullet. The Lashi group. Someone at Wes has leaked information. Ryan realized in an instant. Zorn, outside, though bewildered by the unfolding events, instinctively began to retreat. Yet as he turned, he felt a silver-gray metallic claw pierce through his left chest, so swiftly that he scarcely felt any pain. What is this? With his last flicker of confusion, Zorn's breath faded entirely. The tendril, now a killer, hovered before Ryan, its face utterly nondescript, resembling an ordinary person. If the Lashi group's previous maneuvers adhered to some semblance of protocol, this assassination attempt wholly shattered any facade of civility. The body swayed before Ryan, shadows and light dancing across his face, a hint of danger emanating from him. With a gentle press on the metal skull of the emblem, genetic verification was achieved. A rumbling sound echoed from below, and the door to the basement creaked open. He had not anticipated needing this space so soon. Ryan smiled grimly. This was the workshop for automaton creation he had painstakingly replicated over the years since living alone. Under the shadowless light, Zorn's lifeless body lay still, limbs tightly bound. Under the surgical knife formed by the tendril, his chest was opened, and his shattered heart, entwined in peculiar threads, was restored to pulsation. As blood was pumped throughout the body, the lost consciousness gradually returned. Zorn slowly opened his eyes, feeling a chilling sensation enveloping him, a symptom of excessive blood loss. He accurately assessed his physical condition. You saved me? Who are you? You cannot possibly know anything. You will tell me, Raine declared, withdrawing a syringe, injecting a vial of blue serum into Zorn's body. Those who provoke the god of all machines shall have their thoughts stripped away, and their flesh shall suffer eternal damnation. The tentacles contorted and twisted, morphing into a cranial saw. From Zorn's perspective, the saw began to delve into his flesh from the crown of his head, grinding against his skull. The pain penetrated deep into his marrow. He should have struggled, yet his muscles lay completely relaxed under the influence of the specialized serum, allowing only a faint, mosquito-like whimper to escape his lips. Chapter 17. The President's astonishment. What manner of demon is this? What kind of tactic? What task is at hand? Zorn was consumed by panic and terror. However, as the skull was fully opened and a steel needle pierced his frontal lobe, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility. He lost interest in everything, even in the slaughter from which he could not escape for a moment, and even his hatred for the demon performing the dissection faded. Interesting. Your Rashi group is truly notorious. The steel needle transferred Zorn's memories into Raine's mind. Now, let us proceed to atone. Zorn's self-awareness completely vanished. Only the parts necessary for sustaining life remained active, while his entire brain came to a standstill, akin to a blank canvas, ready for Raine to paint upon. You cannot so easily be freed, Raine mused, glancing at the panel displaying the number of human members, 110. Servitor 1. Intrigued, he even attempted a PDF gene modification experiment, resulting in Zorn's body nearly collapsing. It took considerable effort for Raine to salvage the vessel. Any 40K methods required modification. The human flesh of the 3K era was far too feeble. Raine noted this experience. By the time Raine had satisfied his curiosity and tidied up, it was already the afternoon of the following day, coinciding with the appointed time with the president. Zorn, tidy the room. Yes, Sage. Zorn replied hollowly, resembling a machine with a human form. Not like that, be more natural. Raine patted Zorn's shoulder, thoroughly pleased with his creation. In Zone 9, amidst Jack's horrified expression, Raine once more entered the loyal Advanced Research Department. Percy awaited him at the door, tearfully informing this nominal subordinate that the president had been waiting for him for quite some time. This individual had only been present for 2 months. Yet the president had summoned him 3 times, more frequently than one might visit the restroom. Dr. Raine, you have finally arrived, the president exclaimed upon seeing Raine, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, entirely devoid of displeasure from the wait. My apologies for the delay, Mr. President. Raine nodded in acknowledgement. Is what you said over the phone true? Have we truly developed a brain-computer interface? Weiss inquired, skipping the pleasantries, his excitement palpable. Allow me to first present to you the prosthetic limb. Raine slowly opened the cold storage, revealing the chilling prosthetic within. He eloquently elaborated on its functionalities, parameters, and underlying principles. Thus, President Weiss, I am confident that this is a revolutionary product capable of transforming humanity. I also believe that, driven by our collective intellect, it will illuminate realms beyond our imagination. Throughout this discourse, Weiss's expressions shifted from anticipation to astonishment, ultimately leading to a state of disbelief, a spectacle to behold. Even after Raine concluded his presentation, Weiss remained agape, his gaze vacantly fixed on the prosthetic, unable to regain composure. Dr. Raine, is what you just said truly accurate? The realization jolted Weiss to his feet, his demeanor betraying that of a man in his 70s, his eyes brimming with incredulity, momentarily disregarding the decorum befitting his office. Of course, Mr. President. Do you think I would jest about my career? Raine feigned dissatisfaction. No, it's just that I'm utterly astounded. As you mentioned, this is an epic-making invention, capable of altering the very fabric of humanity. I can scarcely believe it, Weiss fervently explained, still reeling from shock, even resorting to expletives. On one hand, he trusted that Raine would not jest about such matters, yet on the other, he found it preposterous that Raine could produce a prototype in merely 2 months. The two conflicting notions clashed tumultuously in his mind, overwhelming this elderly gentleman. But it has only been 2 months. Weiss could not help but exclaim, I must also extend my gratitude to you, Mr. President. I have been researching this project for quite some time. My doctoral thesis was centered around this direction. After my time in Zone 7, I have finally taken the last step. Raine had another layer of consideration in selecting the development of prosthetics. He believed that if a brain-computer interface were to emerge from his hands, it would not be deemed outrageous. The academic community widely acknowledges that if such an interface were to materialize in this century, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Raine, whose doctoral thesis had once reverberated globally upon publication. What a genius! Weiss marveled once more. Dr. Raine, you have once again bestowed upon me a surprise unparalleled in my lifetime. And what of the prototype for the brain-computer interface? Weiss was nearly inclined to embrace Raine in his exuberance, particularly given the turmoil caused by the wounded soldiers from Afghanistan who incessantly clamored for limbs, their demands escalating daily. If his old limbs could be affixed to them, he would even entertain the notion of becoming a mere shell of a man. At times, he wished he could turn back time to 1932 and have old Mac roll over them with a tank. The model has been established, but the laboratory conditions are limited. I require additional resources. Raine refrained from presenting the pivotal chip outright, seeking to tantalize Weiss for greater gains. That is entirely manageable. I shall grant you greater authority in Zone 7. However, Dr. Raine, I must organize a panel of experts. I am merely an outsider, lacking the intricate understanding required. This is merely a procedural formality and in no way indicative of distrust towards you. Once he regained his composure, Weiss resumed his presidential demeanor. No problem, he replied, although I doubt anyone in academia could adequately assess my work. Raine spoke these audacious words with a calm demeanor. They cannot even fully comprehend my doctoral dissertation. Weiss recognized the truth in Raine's assertion. In the realm of neural connectivity, Raine was unparalleled, dominating tier T0, while the second tier barely managed to stand at T2. This was precisely why he had invited Raine into Zone 7. Thus, in addition to this procedural formality, I require a volunteer to assist me with clinical trials, Raine continued. Are you asking me to find volunteers for you? Weiss interjected candidly. With all due respect, Dr. Raine, your technology has yet to be validated, nor has it undergone animal testing. Given public sentiment, the government is unlikely to offer assistance. If it were merely underground experimentation, one could easily procure a vagrant, or even sacrifice a healthy individual to serve as a subject. Yet, this must be conducted transparently under public scrutiny, which complicates matters significantly. There is no way to conduct animal testing. The disparity between human and animal brains is immense, and redesigning the brain-machine interface demands considerable time. Raine replied, shaking his head. I fear you'll have to seek volunteers in your private capacity. Even if I were to introduce them to you personally, public opinion would perceive it as a governmental endeavor. As you wish, Weiss conceded. Raine had been awaiting this affirmation. Zorn required an official capacity. If you need assistance, you may reach out to Thor Technologies. They will be of help. He handed over a business card bearing a metallic texture, simply inscribed with a name and phone number. Joyce. Is that the bald fellow who portrayed Jobs in Transformers 4? Raine's heart raced. Chapter 18. Jack's shame. This individual was the most extravagant of humanity, destined to invent programmable metals in the years to come, creating marvels beyond comprehension. The effect would be akin to the mechanical tentacles he possessed, capable of morphing into any shape. Naturally, only the transformative capability could rival it. However, his brilliance was limited. He insisted on using this extraordinary material to create a transformer. An astounding feat that would ultimately be exploited by Megatron and, in turn, pierced through the heart by the valiant Optimus Prime. Subsequently, this remarkable technology was utterly disregarded. Its portrayal in subsequent films was entirely absent. Contemplating this, Raine felt a chill. This miraculous material might never come to light. This is a world operating normally. Perhaps events preceding Transformers 3 could serve as a reference. Yet the absurd narratives following Transformers 4 are unlikely to materialize, lest this world be rife with contradictions. Before that, let's meet Joyce. Just observing his current inclination towards the integration of man and machine reveals him to be a promising candidate for the mechanical cult. Raine has set his sights on Joyce. As for the Roche group, they must have already received the news that I am still alive and have met with the president. Correct? Uncle, Raine has appeared, yet Zorn has yet to return. Surely he hasn't fled? In the executive office on the top floor of Roche Tower, Jack was reporting to Martin. It is impossible. He is someone we brought back from the Middle East, utterly reliable. Besides us, who else would provide such a perverse individual with conditions that satisfy his murderous desires? Continue the search. We must locate him, dead or alive. Free knows far too much. Martin spoke in a low voice. Have you erased all contact with him? Be prepared for his potential betrayal. We cannot allow him to turn against us. Rest assured, Uncle, every trace that could lead back to him has been meticulously cleaned. Jack replied with a sense of pride. However, what about Raine? Jack inquired. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Zorn's disappearance is likely linked to him, and he has already met with the president. The information in his possession may have reached the president's hands as well. Martin rarely displayed anger, but he was visibly furious at this moment. Slamming the cigar box onto the floor, scattering the expensive cigars everywhere. Damn it, why did this have to happen now? After a brief outburst, Martin's emotions settled. Now, I must focus my energy on dealing with the president. He must not have the opportunity to assist Thor. You should return and keep a close watch on Raine. There is nothing further you can do for me. Bring your brother, Drael, in. Martin regained his composure once more. Yes, uncle. Jack lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he softly responded. Drael again. Once more him. Am I destined to be relegated to these unsavory tasks? In a place unseen by Martin. Jack's face was contorted with rage. Wait. Just as Jack reached the door, Martin suddenly called out to him. Jack hesitated, a chill running down his spine. Did he just catch a glimpse of my expression? Retrieve those cigars from the floor. Do not waste them. Thankfully, it was not that. Martin's voice came, and Jack breathed a sigh of relief, only to be overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. If I were your son, Drayle Martin, would you still toss the fallen items to me like scraps for a dog, my dear uncle? Jack knelt, picking up the cigars one by one, placing them back in the box, and respectfully exited the office. Hello, old Almo. I require greater assistance. You must contact all the veterans you can muster and organize a grand parade in Washington. Our president has been rather idle lately. Ilantable. I need you to reach out to, as the calls continued. The undercurrent of dissent against Weiss began to brew across America, heralding the onset of a significant political upheaval. In the urban expanse of Chicago, Joyce was engaged in yoga, a habit he had cultivated during his time in India. Each stretch of his body brought a sense of relaxation, and as a devout theist, he believed that all his achievements were blessings bestowed by the divine. Mr. Joyce. Pardon the interruption. A mature female voice resonated from outside the door. Linda, have I not expressly told you that during this time I must not be disturbed? Joyce replied with palpable irritation. I am contemplating matters concerning brain-computer interfaces. We must secure the Department of Defense's contract, for I cannot afford to wait another decade. I sincerely apologize, but your red phone is ringing. Joyce halted mid-bend, frozen in place. Since the inception of the red phone, only a select few were privy to its existence, and each call received was invariably of monumental significance. Who could it be? Joyce's expression grew serious. With the exhibition date looming, he was uncertain if the news would be favorable. Hello, this is Joyce. Who am I speaking with? He inquired as he rose to answer the phone handed to him by his secretary. Mr. Joyce, this is Raine. I was given your number by the president. Came the reply. Zan, the very same Raine who published the feasibility study on brain-computer interfaces 2 years ago? Joyce's tone became animated. Indeed, it is I. I am honored that you are familiar with my work, Raine responded, somewhat surprised that his name had made such an impression. How could I not know? You are a luminary in this field. We regret not successfully inviting you to join us earlier. You are nothing short of a genius, Joyce exclaimed, recalling his recent prayer for divine assistance during yoga, realizing that the gods had answered him in this unexpected manner. You flatter me. I am uncertain about the confidentiality of this call, but I would like to discuss my latest advancements in brain-computer interfaces, if that is convenient for you. Traveling over 2,000 kilometers from Nevada to Chicago was rather impractical. Rest assured, this call is transmitted through an uncontrollable satellite from the former Soviet Union. No one else can intercept it. Thank the heavens. Thank you, Raine, Joyce said, struggling to contain his excitement. This is truly fortuitous, Raine, then proceeded to reiterate the details regarding the prosthetic technology. A brilliant concept. Dr. Raine, would you truly consider joining us at Raytheon Technologies? I would offer you an annual salary of $100 million, and I could even transfer a portion of equity. Joyce felt exhilarated on the other end of the line, wishing he could leap through the network cable and fervently express his admiration to Raine. Apologies, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. This call is primarily to conduct some experimental work on certain technologies at your esteemed company. Not a problem, Mr. Raine. We have an experimental base in Nevada. I shall head there immediately. Please await my arrival. After the call ended, Raine shrugged in resignation. This man's curiosity was indeed as overwhelming as the rumor suggested. However, this was a positive trait. Those with insatiable curiosity would not shy away from the divine machinations of fate. Chapter 19, What a Wretched Vehicle. Wait, is that Bumblebee? Ever since Scott earned Raine's approval last time, he has been walking on air, a fact that even his good friend Sean has noticed. Hey, Scott, have you gotten a girlfriend recently? Why are you so joyfully exuberant every day? Sean teased, shaking his head. Girlfriend? What is the point? My happiness stems from Omnissiah. Scott's eyes sparkled with fervor. Oh, I know, the deity that blessed me with the smoky lady last time, truly magnificent. May I join? Sean asked, filled with yearning. Of course, it matters not your race or profession. Omnissiah welcomes everyone equally, provided you pass the examination. Scott added, in that case, never mind. I get a headache just thinking about books. Sean's enthusiasm immediately waned. However, I recently scavenged a 1974 Camaro from the junkyard, and wow, its condition is remarkable. It can still run, quite astonishing. I am refurbishing it, and hope you can bestow upon it the same mysterious blessing as last time. Is it the blessing of Omnissiah? Sean inquired. Certainly, my old friend. My understanding of the scriptures has deepened recently, and I am quite eager. Scott's eyes lit up. The memory of blessing the Kawasaki H2 was vivid. No one could comprehend the shock he experienced at that moment, and no theory could explain it. Only a miracle. However, he had tried it elsewhere afterward, with little effect. Could it be that it only works on vehicles? Clearly not. The god of myriad machines is not merely a deity of vehicles. It must be a flaw within himself. Sean, along with his beloved Kawasaki, rushed to the sole repair shop in West End, but the door was firmly shut. "Old Mike, I brought my brother," Sean shouted from outside. "Heard you. I'm not deaf." I could hear that wretched motorcycle from a kilometer away. With a clang, the roll-up door opened, revealing a rugged middle-aged man with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, tools of various sizes clipped to his work overalls, and grease smeared all over him. "Shut your mouth. Old man, you shall not speak ill of my smoky lady," Sean retorted, revving the throttle, eliciting a similar roar from the engine. Even Scott, seated in the back, sensed a hint of anger emanating from the motorcycle beneath him. A spark of inspiration flickered. Perhaps the previous failures were due to those objects lacking a soul of their own? Do you still wish for your Camaro to be reborn? Truly, I wonder what stroke of luck led you to unearth such a classic vehicle in such splendid condition. Honestly, would you not consider selling it to me? I would offer you $4,000. Mike exclaimed, cursing as he revealed his strong desire. $4,000. Scott gasped, although his monthly salary had risen to $3,000. For the impoverished community of West End, it was an astronomical sum. Before his employment, the gang had only paid him a few $100s a month, and Sean received even less. This was 2007, and the dollar was remarkably strong compared to future times. "I'm not selling it. Besides, it's called Bumblebee. Don't you find it adorable?" Sean proclaimed with pride. Like many African-American children, Sean had never met his father. Fortunately, when his biological father left, he had the decency to leave behind his 18-speed motorcycle. Sean grew up with this bike, cultivating an obsessive affection for all his vehicles. He regarded these machines not merely as tools, but as living companions. "Suit yourself. Call it whatever you wish. Come on in. The exterior cleaning is nearly done." Mike gestured to clear a path. The roar of the Kawasaki echoed once more, halting just before the Camaro in the backyard. Old Mike's skills need no introduction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to run a shop in the ghetto for so long, lest he be overwhelmed by the energetic local youths. "How's that?" A proud expression adorned Mike's weathered face. "Perfect. I adore you, baby," Sean exclaimed as he leaped forward, caressing the bike's front, his excitement palpable. The once dull paint shimmered anew, and the passage of time lent this classic model a unique charm, though it retained the vintage car's silhouette. Its sharp lines hinted at the fierce power concealed beneath its exterior. Damn those lucky bastards. The original owner must have cherished this car dearly. The engine has been modified. After venting his frustration, Mike couldn't help but feel envious. "Hey, old man, don't get your hopes up. I want to sell it to you," Sean retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede an inch. While the two exchanged banter, Scott stood in stunned silence. His eyes widened as he gazed, transfixed, at the classic Camaro before him. His mouth agape, as if to swallow a light bulb. What is this? Is this not a living being? He perceived an emotional resonance from the Camaro that far surpassed that of the Kawasaki, perhaps transcending mere emotion. It could be called a soul. This was truly the spirit of the machine. Although it appeared to be in slumber, unresponsive to external stimuli, Scott felt as if a living entity stood before him. The last time he experienced such a sensation was with Dr. Raine's watch. Scott suddenly recalled. "What do you think, Scott? Are you amazed? How do you like my Bumblebee? Isn't it cool?" Sean noticed Scott's awestruck expression and asked with delight. "This is absolutely insane," Scott exclaimed sincerely. "Ha! I knew it. Now, let the magical ritual commence. I shall permit you to sit in the passenger seat." "Of course, it would be my honor," Scott replied, cautiously advancing. Like Sean, he began to touch the Camaro, even more reverently, his fingers gliding over it as if caressing the skin of a maiden. "What ritual? Are you sure he isn't a creep?" Old Mike looked on with disdain, finding both of them quite peculiar. "Sean, you haven't joined some cult, have you? You have grown up under my watchful eye. Before your mother passed away, she entrusted me with your care," Old Mike said gravely to Sean. "Hey, the omniscient Messiah is not some bizarre cult. You'll see for yourself," Sean replied enigmatically. "Then I shall witness the tricks of this charlatan," Mike remarked, his gaze wary as he observed Scott. Once Scott had managed to calm himself, he commenced his performance. "Do you have candles?" "I need 12, Scott inquired. In the slums? Unlike in the bustling city, power outages were commonplace, and every household kept a stock of candles. "Of course, I'll fetch them," Sam volunteered, making his way towards the storage room, showcasing an evident familiarity with the surroundings. "Damn it, you scoundrel, 50 cents will be added to your bill," Old Mike grumbled, though he made no move to stop him. Soon, the 12 lit candles were arranged evenly around the Camaro by Scott. In his devout gaze, the sacred binary hymn resonated once more. 011011001100001011001. Chapter 20. The adolescent, pig-headed bumblebee dreams of the primordial cyber deity just moments ago. Scott seemed to grasp why his subsequent attempts at blessings had faltered. In his previous rituals, the subjects did not possess emotions like Kawasaki or the Camaro before him, a concept referred to in the scriptures as the soul of the mechanism. Amidst the faint blue smoke emitted by the burning candles as the hymn played, Old Mike inexplicably felt an odd sense of sanctity and solemnity enveloping him. After completing his task, the slumbering bumblebee found himself ensnared in an unprecedented and harrowing dream. "Where am I? Am I awakened?" Bumblebee wandered through a desolate ruin, surrounded by an eerie silence. He attempted to call out to Optimus Prime and his companions, but the communicator offered no response. Aimlessly, he meandered until he stumbled upon a familiar ruin. "This is the Iron Fortress Library. How could it have come to this? Have we utterly failed?" Bumblebee's eyes widened in shock. "Optimus, RC, is anyone there?" He cried out in despair, for he was the last spark born from the Allspark. Still a child in comparison to Optimus, who had battled for 1,000,000 years. At most, he was merely a teenager. "Child, keep moving forward." An ancient and gentle voice resonated from the void. "Who?" Bumblebee shouted, but there was no answer. Undeterred, he followed the sound deeper into the abyss. After an indeterminate amount of time, he beheld the desolate rust sea, the collapsed launch silos, and even the earth itself split open with a grotesque and fearsome fissure, through which severed cables intertwined with the depths of Cybertronian energy. Despite his numerous calls, silence persisted until he arrived at another ruin, the core data center of Cybertron, where a faint glow emanated from beneath the shattered surface. Bumblebee advanced cautiously, extending his head downward to behold an ancient transformer seated against the wall, his head bowed. His chest was a chaotic wreck, the spark and transformation gear shattered, and he remained motionless, mechanical whiskers strewn haphazardly across his visage. "Master Titanium," Bumblebee exclaimed in astonishment. "The 13 primes are dead." A sigh echoed from the depths below. "How can this be?" "The 13 primes cannot perish. They're the offspring of the primal primus, having sealed the cosmic emperor together. They were as powerful as deities." Bumblebee was utterly incredulous that the 13 primes could meet their demise, yet before him. Master Titanium severely shattered that belief. "Deities? No, they're not. And even if they were, what of it? My time is fleeting." The voice from beneath grew even weaker. "You claim to be a deity? Are you the primal primus?" Bumblebee's disbelief morphed into sheer incredulity. "Indeed, child, I am the creator of Cybertron, the primal primus." A flicker of light from the depths affirmed Bumblebee's words. "Primus, what has transpired on Cybertron? Why has it come to this? Has the Cosmic Emperor awakened? No, this cannot be true. I must be dreaming." Bumblebee cried out, overwhelmed by the rift in Cybertron, the death of Master Titanium, and the silence of the other primes and Optimus Prime. This turmoil was insufferable for one so young. "Yes, child, this is a dream." The voice from the depths confirmed Bumblebee's assertion, but before he could exhale in relief, the primal primus continued. "However, all of this will transpire in the near future, instigated by the Cosmic Emperor, ultimately summoning an even greater calamity. My energy wanes. I shall soon fall into eternal slumber, yet you possess the opportunity to avert this fate. Child." The light from the depths began to fade, and the voice of the primal primus grew increasingly frail, as if it would vanish at any moment. "Primus, how can I prevent this?" Bumblebee implored desperately towards the dimming light. "Follow. The one before you, that human. Follow. Aum." The voice of the primal primus faltered, as if something impeded its continuation, and then the light extinguished entirely, plunging everything back into silence. In old Mike's repair shop, amidst the hymns, Scott could distinctly feel the soul of the vehicle, His emotions ebbed and flowed in tandem with this solitary spirit. Loneliness, sorrow, fear, unbeknownst to him. Tears streamed down his face. From this decaying prison of existence, mechanical God, grant us our freedom. Omnissiah. In a trembling voice, the final note of the hymn resonated. Primus, who is the one you spoke of? In a desperate cry, his generator began to emit electric sparks. Yet, no one responded. Around Bumblebee, the stars dimmed, Cybertron crumbled, and he struggled amidst the annihilation of worlds when suddenly a blinding light erupted around him. Boom! Before the three individuals, the engine of the Camaro roared to life, reaching its maximum power almost instantaneously. Subsequently, all lights illuminated, the horn blared incessantly, and the windshield wipers sprang into action. Under the astonished gaze of old Mike and Sean, the Camaro began to tremble as if drawn by some mystical force. The metal panels of the car contorted, shifting and reshaping its form. The wheels spun in the air, ultimately transforming into sturdy leg structures. The headlights extinguished, replaced by a pair of piercing eyes. Thus, a metallic robot, born from an automobile, materialized before them. Where's this? Earth. Have I returned? The rapid scene transition momentarily bewildered Bumblebee. His gaze then locked onto Scott, where instead of astonishment, he perceived a profound compassion in Scott's eyes. Though he had never encountered a Transformer, his rank in Sector 7 had not afforded him access to such clandestine secrets, and neither had Raine mentioned them. Are you the human the Great One spoke of? Bumblebee inquired, crouching down to address the human before him. His vocalizer had been damaged in battle, allowing only a series of varied buzzing sounds. Yet, remarkably, Scott comprehended the utterances of the colossal robot. I know not who this Great One is, but I can sense your pain, child, Scott replied, feeling an inexplicable calmness alongside his empathy, as if Raine were present beside him. Strangely, Scott's immediate thought was of Raine rather than Omnissiah, for during 2 months of delving into the principles of mechanics, Raine had emerged as the most patient of teachers, addressing even his most rudimentary inquiries, reminiscent of his father, despite Raine being younger than him. I can feel your lonely soul. It is the great sage Raine. Omnissiah has sent me to guide you. Scott gently placed his hand on Bumblebee's face. Yes, it is Omnissiah, the last words of the Great One. Bumblebee's buzzing grew more urgent. Zan, who is he? Bumblebee inquired. He is our guide, the embodiment of Omnissiah, the leader of the mechanical god sect, the holy sage. At the mention of Raine, Scott became fervent. In his heart, Raine, who had rescued him from confusion, held a status even greater than the ethereal Omnissiahs of the doctrine. Cybertron is on the brink of destruction. The universe itself is at stake. Lead me to him. He is the chosen savior of the Great One. I am willing to follow you, to follow Omnissiah. Bumblebee declared solemnly. Chapter 21. Gene Seed. Objective. Develop 10 members of the human mechanical god sect, or 1 transformer. Completed. Transformers 11. Mission reward. STC, 1 Malawian Quacha power armor, has been issued. Current objective. Establish the mechanical god sect guard corps leader, 01, core members, 010. In the Nevada Thor Military Equipment Research and Development Center, Raine found himself perplexed as he communicated with Joyce. The task had been completed inexplicably, and the rewards were dispatched without any apparent reason. He glanced at the system structure panel and noticed that the name WASP had been listed among them. What transpired? Raine was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Raine? Joyce, who was in high spirits, noticed Raine's sudden lapse and softly called his name. My apologies, Mr. Joyce. I just felt a bit unwell for a moment. I'm fine now, Raine replied, regaining his composure. Let's set aside what has transpired. After all, it appears to be a fortuitous development. I must first address Joyce. Raine, not one to dawdle, swiftly made a decision. Even Raine had to concede that Joyce was indeed a genius. Their recent discussion on brain-computer interfaces was rich in substance, and Joyce managed to keep pace with Raine's thoughts. Moreover, Raine couldn't help but speculate, somewhat impolitely, that Joyce exhibited a rather sycophantic disposition. Joyce's exuberance was overwhelming, leaving Raine, who had lived 2 lifetimes, somewhat flustered. Do you need me to summon my personal physician? The chief doctor from the Mayo Clinic? I assure you, there is no need for formality. Joyce exclaimed eagerly upon hearing Raine mention his discomfort. Raine politely declined. Very well, do not hesitate to reach out if you require anything. Joyce expressed a hint of disappointment. Truly, despite my earlier attempts to fathom your brilliance, even rereading all your papers several times, each encounter left me in awe. He continued fervently. However, it was only after our recent exchange that I realized any attempt to gauge your profound wisdom is a form of sacrilege. Your intellect transcends this era by leaps and bounds. Joyce's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at Raine, akin to a connoisseur admiring a stunning work of art. You may be exaggerating somewhat, Raine said, feeling the weight of Joyce's adulation and attempting to maintain some distance. I fear I cannot adequately describe the magnitude of your intellect. If you would be willing to entrust me with the technology related to the chip, I would exchange it for a 30 equity stake. Joyce responded immediately, his eyes gleaming with sincerity, devoid of any hint of jest. If Raine had no intention of developing downstream markets, a 30 equity stake, valued in the hundreds of billions, was indeed a substantial offer. Although the downstream market was predictably vast, it required astronomical financial investments. Opting to collect royalties on patents would not yield immediate results, and patents are not infallible, which did not align with Raine's future plans. Thus, under Joyce's expectant gaze, Raine gently shook his head. Dr. Raine, this is everything I possess. This is the dawn of a new era, and I simply wish to partake in it. Joyce implored, his earnestness evident. A company of the caliber of Thunder God Technology would certainly not escape the grasp of the major conglomerates. To retain a 30% stake is a testament to one's remarkable acumen. You have truly surprised me, Mr. Joyce. You have merely glimpsed my presentation. Raine found Mr. Joyce increasingly intriguing. The industry's reputation did not misrepresent him. Indeed, he is a true technophile. A 30% stake represents hundreds of billions of dollars. A feat not easily accomplished by all. You may find it hard to believe, but this is the will of the divine. Joyce suddenly adopted a tone of piety. In the meditation before my journey, my God revealed to me that should I miss this opportunity, my remaining years would be steeped in regret. Perhaps that is so. Raine remained non-committal. Any deity beyond the God of all machines is but a false god, and in this era of 3000, what Joyce spoke was likely his subconscious. Yet we all understand that the invention of the brain-machine interface holds the potential to alter the course of humanity. Its applications extend far beyond mere prosthetics. Raine rose, his eyes shimmering like a galaxy of stars. If the electronic computer is the most significant tool of humanity in the 21st century, then the brain-machine interface transforms this tool into an integral part of humanity. The synergy between the human brain and computer yields outcomes far more complex than mere arithmetic. This transcends monetary valuation, and I must seize it for myself. A 30% stake is alluring, yet insufficient. I aspire to create a utopia entirely untainted by capital. Governed solely by technology, Thunder God Technology is not enough. Raine's voice ebbed and flowed as he painted a vivid portrait of the future, clearly captivating Joyce. What if I were to resign, merely seeking a place by your side? Joyce's voice quivered with a hint of panic. No, there remains an opportunity with Thunder God Technology. Mr. Joyce, a dangerous glint flickered in Raine's eyes, enticing Joyce like a devil's whisper. We must live. We must thrive. The streets erupted with commotion, the chants of the distant crowd growing clearer. The wounded from Afghanistan were once more parading. It seemed chaos would ensue for a while, Mr. Joyce. I believe we must dine together. Raine deftly shifted the topic. Some words were ill-suited for the moment, and he needed to ascertain Joyce's true stance. The president must be quite troubled. Joyce laughed compliantly, then personally prepared dinner for Raine. The genetic seeds of the 13th Prince? Raine finally had the opportunity to review the rewards for the next target mission within the system. The genetic seeds of the Astartes from the War faction are essential hereditary materials for the growth and development of specialized organs, which can enhance human physiology, stimulate muscle growth, and strengthen bones, among other benefits. It can be understood that the essence of these superhumans lies in the unique genetic seeds possessed by each chapter of the 40K universe, which endow these superhumans with diverse abilities and accompanying side effects. The distinctiveness of Guilliman's genetic seed, however, is that it is remarkably unremarkable. Unlike the sanguineous nature embedded deep within the gene seed of the Blood Angels or the transformative traits of the Fire Lizard chapter that can turn individuals into formidable beings. Guilliman's genetic seed is rather ordinary. This, paradoxically, is its greatest strength, stability. Compared to other Astartes chapters, the Ultramarines resemble humans more closely, albeit as a fully enhanced version of humanity. Chapter 22. The Great Dedu of Sector 7. As dusk descended, government employees within the Pentagon continued to navigate the corridors. The hurried expressions of the passers-by indicating that an unexpected situation had arisen. Mr. President, the movement of the retired veterans is escalating, with many active-duty soldiers joining their ranks. Upon entering the presidential office, the secretary bore a hefty stack of documents, filled with photographs from various states depicting the veterans participating in protests, many of which had erupted into violent confrontations. The secretary placed the documents on Weiss's desk, anxiety etched across their face as they reported the situation. "Damn, Martin, you must be behind this." Weiss, feeling agitated, rifled through the documents. With just over a year remaining in his term and the next presidential election already heating up, the Democrats held a significant advantage, prompting many to begin aligning themselves early. Is there no other good news? What of Raine's? Weiss inquired. If anyone could rescue him from this predicament, it would be Raine's research. If the new prosthetics worked as promised, the situation could be perfectly resolved. It seems there has been no progress. Joyce has yet to provide any updates, the secretary reported. Indeed, I have been too impatient. Even if Raine's makes breakthroughs, the experimental subjects are still far from practical application. How foolish of me to overlook such a simple matter. Sighing deeply, Weiss instructed, "Send a directive to Sector 7 to appoint Raine's as the Deputy Minister of the Advanced Research Division, granting him full autonomy." Weiss felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he removed his glasses, letting the documents slip from his grasp, leaning back in his chair with a heavy sigh. He could only afford Raine's the necessary autonomy to expedite the development process. Yet, time was a luxury he could ill afford. In stark contrast to the desolation of the presidential office, Joyce was in his lavish estate in Nevada, having summoned a Chinese chef to prepare an exquisite feast for Raine's, who had expressed a desire for Cantonese cuisine. Raine's dined joyfully. In fact, in the 3K world, he found joy in any meal. For during his time in the Warhammer universe, the quality of military rations had long ceased to matter. Simply surviving without being consumed by the food itself was a stroke of fortune. Here, he felt compelled to call out the Ant Cow canned food. As the wine flowed and the third round was poured, Dr. Ryan found his glass empty once more. To be candid, he could not discern what made this so-called exquisite vintage, Lafite legend, so exceptional. Joyce, already slightly inebriated, blushed and declared, "Dr. Ryan, although I have reiterated this many times, I must emphasize that your intellect transcends this era. Though it may sound somewhat idealistic, I cannot help but inquire, have you truly not received divine inspiration? Please forgive me. I do not intend to suggest that your wisdom does not belong to you. Rather, much like Ramanujan, did this knowledge not first manifest in your mind?" With a hint of intoxication, Joyce finally articulated his deepest thoughts, gazing at Ryan with eager anticipation. Before meeting Ryan, he had always regarded Ramanujan as a divinely inspired individual, even dedicating years to journeying to India in search of answers. "Is it not true that you are a genius? This is something one could easily surmise," Ryan thought, startled, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. "Unlike Ramanujan, all my accomplishments are traceable. Since my university days, my papers have gradually approached this truth," Ryan replied. Ramanujan, an Indian mathematician, is arguably the most renowned mathematician in Asia. His proofs relied heavily on intuitive reasoning, with nearly 3,900 formulas discovered independently, most lacking formal proofs. Remarkably, many of these have since been validated, and countless mathematicians have garnered prestigious awards by proving his formulas, including the Fields Medal, one of the highest honors in mathematics. He passed away unexpectedly at the age of 33, often stating, "In my dreams, the goddess Namikar gave me insights, and upon waking, I could write numerous mathematical formulas and propositions." Despite this, Joyce lamented, "I still cannot convince myself. I apologize, Dr. Ryan. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor." Indeed, the traces of the divine are not so easily followed, Joyce sighed inwardly. "However, I have gleaned considerable inspiration from a book titled Principles of Mechanics." Ryan casually redirected the conversation. "Is that your Book of Enlightenment?" Joyce inquired. One must concede that the title of the supreme scripture of the mechanical cult is rather misleading. Anyone hearing it would hardly perceive it as a religious text. Perhaps, but it contains boundless wisdom. All my achievements are merely a ripple upon its infinite ocean. Ryan stated solemnly, recognizing a prime opportunity to engage a prospective disciple. It was, after all, a profound truth from a previous life. It is hard to fathom that you would hold such a book in such high regard. May I ask which scholar authored it? Joyce's interest was piqued. It remains unknown. Perhaps it is the work of the gods? Ryan shook his head, pondering that the passage of time had obscured its origins. Most likely a collective wisdom of the mechanical cult sages. Pray allow me a glimpse, Joyce exclaimed, casting aside his chopsticks and extending his arm to grasp Raine's hand. His face alight with urgency. The divine being he had sought for half his life had inexplicably manifested before him. Dr. Raine must be the messenger of the gods. The deity had answered his summons, sending forth a herald to deliver its teachings to him. Joyce was enveloped in a sense of fulfillment. His mind consumed by this singular thought. As you wish, but as you see, I do not carry it with me, Raine replied, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. Please forgive my selfishness. This is the greatest desire of my life. Might you take me to behold it now? I recognize that my yearning to witness the divine may be seen as sacrilegious. Thus I am prepared to relinquish all my shares to you after the consortium withdraws from Thor, in exchange for your generosity. Joyce implored eagerly, casting aside all else, feeling that this was the closest he had ever been to the divine, and should he miss this opportunity, he would regret it for eternity. Well, you need not be so earnest. When I referred to him as a masterpiece of the gods, it was merely a metaphor, so temper your expectations, Raine continued, tantalizing Joyce. For the principles of mechanics held an irresistible allure for someone of his disposition. Nay, Dr. Raine, you fail to recognize your uniqueness. Your very existence is the will of the gods, even if the tome you speak of is not the one I seek. My promise remains steadfast. Your presence is the greatest blessing from the divine. Joyce's fervor intensified. Very well, in my country villa lies that book. You may send someone to retrieve it. My servant is at home, Raine mentioned, referring to the recently modified mechanical servant, Zorn, an assassin from the Rashi group. Of course, you may do so, but such an act would be a grave disrespect to the divine. I must personally make the journey, Joyce asserted. Chapter 23, The Sage Raine. Chosen of the divine, my goodness. I cannot believe I indulged in wine and meat before beholding the divine. What have I done? Linda, prepare the restroom and fetch me a new outfit. I am about to undertake an exceedingly significant endeavor. Dr. Raine, I kindly ask for your patience. I must attend to my personal cleansing immediately. With that, Joyce hurriedly dashed towards the lavatory, enlisting the maid's assistance to conduct a thorough cleansing of his entire being. An hour later, rejuvenated and pristine, Joyce, accompanied by Raine, set forth in a vehicle towards Raine's country villa. At Raine's behest, Zorn had rendered the villa immaculate, even rekindling the extinguished candles and incense burners. As wisps of pale smoke curled in the air, Raine and Joyce stepped through the threshold. Along the way, Raine had mentioned that he had fashioned a simple shrine within the villa to honor the tome. Zorn, guests have arrived. Cease your work and prepare tea. Zorn, not having received the order to halt, was diligently polishing for the 10th time, the wooden floor gleaming under his meticulous care. Yes, Mr. Raine, Zorn replied without hesitation, discarding the mop and making his way to the kitchen. Dr. Raine, your servant is truly dedicated, Joyce remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Raine. This was due to the fact that although Zorn initially bore the visage of an ordinary individual, the craniotomy performed by Raine had left him bald, his head marred by unsightly scars, rendering him reminiscent of a criminal, which in truth he was. Zorn had once fought in Afghanistan, only to retire due to PTSD, and during a subsequent episode, he sustained a head injury. Fortuitously, I happened to pass by and rescued him. Regrettably, he seems to have lost his memory and has stayed with me to assist with various tasks. Raine concocted this explanation, knowing that the American system of residency was lax. With numerous vagrants unaccounted for, one more would make little difference. Furthermore, Raine was confident that Zorn, as a killer, would eliminate all traces of himself. Indeed, it was a pitiable circumstance, yet encountering Dr. Raine could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Joyce remained rather enigmatic. As he surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon the emblem of the skull cult, and the thick tome, Principles of Mechanics, materialized before his eyes. It was destined. Joyce's eyes sparkled with obsession as he advanced step by step. Could this individual truly be the chosen of the omni-mechanic Messiah? Observing Joyce's demeanor, Raine found himself momentarily uncertain. Joyce. Raine attempted to call his name, yet received no response. Joyce appeared as a character ensnared by a ghost in a horror film, entirely oblivious to the outside world. Steadily approaching the shrine. Upon opening the book, he plunged into the realm of the god of all machines, as if quenched from a long drought. Dr. Raine's phone might be under surveillance. To find him, one could only seek him at his villa. In a Camaro, Scott, Sean, and Mike occupied the front and back seats, as Bumblebee autonomously navigated towards Raine's suburban residence. Scott, under the guise of the 7th District, reassured the distressed Mike, claiming he was on a federal mission to seek extraterrestrial life, and since he had seen it, he must return to report. As for Sean, his grin was so wide it nearly reached his ears, completely unfazed by the situation. What manner of person was Dr. Raine? Was he the leader of Earth, chosen by the celestial beings? You are quite behind, yet your progress is indeed rapid. In just a few decades, you have reached this point. Was the omni-mechanic Messiah? Is he your creator deity? Bumblebee, you should have turned left just now. You missed the turn. Scott's voice was somewhat hoarse. Oh no, my mistake. The recently awakened Bumblebee seemed to have an endless stream of chatter, with the dashboard speakers beeping incessantly. Scott continued to respond to Bumblebee's inquiries, painting Raine as a cosmic oracle, possessing knowledge of the past and future, with the universe in his grasp, almost to the point of losing his voice. My heavens, my Bumblebee can actually transform. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Oh, Mike? In the back seat, Sean marveled throughout the journey, seemingly oblivious to the concept of fear, as he found the entire scenario exceedingly thrilling. Shut up, Sean. Do you not comprehend what we have witnessed? That is undeniably extraterrestrial. And do you reckon the federal government might silence us? Mike was evidently consumed by his thoughts, growing increasingly convinced of the possibility. He continuously fidgeted with the wrench at his waist, as if contemplating an escape through the window. Why? Shouldn't we be rewarded for discovering aliens? After all, I was the one who found Bumblebee. I deserve a brand new Camaro as a reward. Sean inquired, his face a mask of confusion. You are nothing but a foolish groundhog. Mike retorted, exasperated. He was insane for confiding in such a dimwit, as it was beyond belief that Sean could grasp any of this. Fear not, old Mike. Scott will not harm me. I shall protect you, Sean declared grandly, patting Mike on the shoulder. Be quiet, you fool. Mike dismissed him, casting his gaze back to the window. Bumblebee, however, exhibited remarkable driving prowess, maintaining a speed exceeding 100 throughout the journey, weaving through traffic like an agile dog in the mountains. There was simply no opportunity. All right, Sean conceded, feeling a twinge of hurt. Hey, how is it that Scott understands Bumblebee's beeping? I was the first to discover him. Why can't I comprehend it? After a brief silence, Sean resumed his conversation with Mike. Scott, my friend in the back seat seemed a bit frightened. Could you kindly inform them that I am a benevolent Cybertronian and will not harm them? Bumblebee sensed Mike's emotions and relayed this to Scott, who had already exchanged their basic information with Sean and Mike during their conversation. Sean, Mike, Bumblebee just said to reassure you. He will not harm you, Scott communicated to the back seat. Did you hear that, Mike? Bumblebee assures us he means us no harm. Sean exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Hey, Scott, could you ask Bumblebee if he remembers me? I was the one who discovered him at the junkyard, Sean said, rubbing his hands together and grinning at Scott. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Bumblebee conveyed that he did not remember, as he had still been in slumber at that time. Scott accurately translated. Oh no, Sean lamented once more, clutching his chest and gazing skyward with a sigh. Bleep, 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 bleep. The console emitted a series of beeps. However, he expressed his gratitude. If it were not for you, we would never have met. Oh yeah. Sean quickly recovered from his dismay, fist pumping in triumph. And Mike, your skills are remarkable. Bumblebee is thoroughly impressed. Scott continued to translate. Of course, I am the finest mechanic in Weston. Mike straightened his posture, pride illuminating his countenance. Has he always been this straightforward? Bumblebee inquired with curiosity. Well, he is usually like this. Simplicity is rather delightful, is it not? Scott shrugged. Indeed, had the Cybertronians been so simplistic, perhaps that war would never have transpired. Bumblebee responded, as if ensnared in distant reminiscence. Chapter 24, Commander Bumblebee. Joyce had already entered a realm of meditation, remaining motionless for several hours. Not even when Zorn relocated him to the study did he stir. Yet, when an attempt was made to seize the tome principles of mechanics from his grasp, it felt akin to threatening his very existence. There was no recourse but to allow him to continue perusing in the study, as Raine was intent on examining the recently acquired STC template. A blue orb, the size of a soccer ball, floated in the air, its shell pulsating with flickering data. The energy emanating from it transformed into currents, swirling incessantly around the sphere. Merely placing a hand upon it would enable direct cognitive manipulation, the technological marvel of a golden age poised to serve humanity at any moment. Mk1 Thunder Warrior Power Armor. Production rate, 5 units per annum. The Empire boasted millions of inhabited planets, yet the Astartes numbered scarcely a fraction of 1 million, making the aspiration to become one of these superhumans akin to a lottery win. This scarcity was partly attributable to the limited availability of gene seeds. Countless dignitaries took pride in the prospect of their progeny becoming noble Astartes, even if it meant serving as mere cannon fodder among the Astra Militarum, thus transcending social strata. Revered on their home planets as lords of the Astra Militarum, there were exceptions, such as the Thunder Warriors created by the Emperor during the Unification Wars on Terra, where nearly 10,000 Thunder Warriors emerged from single Earth. Their combat prowess was formidable, with some capable of rivaling several Astartes developed later. However, the consequence of their hasty and overly radical genetic modifications resulted in a fleeting lifespan, invariably accompanied by heart ailments, exposing them to the peril of death in battle, alongside significant mental instability. To speak in a most irreverent manner, these were essentially disposable creations of the Emperor. Consequently, following the unification on Terra, the Emperor deliberately chose to annihilate the majority of Thunder Warriors during the final confrontation of the unification. Thus, the production capacity of 5 units per year for the STC became entirely superfluous. The dragon-slaying technique, while potent, proved ineffective as contemporary ancient humanity could scarcely endure such formidable armor. Fortunately, the creations of the Golden Age were not so cumbersome. Users could adjust parameters to regulate the output of the production line. Otherwise, should a single resource be lacking, would the production line cease to function? Consequently, under Raine's deft manipulation, the Talgong armor was transmuted into tungsten steel armor, shedding the necessity for excessive thickness, as overly heavy armor would require assistance from muscular fibers. The integrity of muscular fibers was intrinsically linked to the physical aptitude of its bearer. An ordinary individual would be grotesquely contorted by the fiber's pull. Simultaneously, the missing power components in the lower limbs were restored. Thus, following Raine's intervention, the Thunder Warrior armor had undergone a complete metamorphosis, resembling not the Empire's creation, but rather a product befitting the Titan, undoubtedly aligning more harmoniously with contemporary human aesthetic sensibilities. Even Raine altered the emblem on the armored plates to a metallic skull, infusing it with a more mechanistic aesthetic. Under Raine's precise scalpel, although the defensive capabilities of the new Thunder Warrior's armor were somewhat diminished, their agility compensated for this shortcoming. Crucially, the requirements for the operators were significantly reduced. According to Raine conjecture, Zorn, with its fundamental modifications, should now be capable of enduring the rigors. The most remarkable change, however, was the dramatic increase in production, achieving an annual output of 100 units. In the era of 40K, 1,000 Astartes would suffice to conquer a planet. What then of the 3K? Even a few hundred youthful Thunder Warriors could easily overturn Earth, although Raine primarily intended to contend with the Decepticons. As for the true Astartes, one must await the arrival of Guilliman's gene seed and the genetic modification technology required to transform ordinary humans into Astartes poses a considerable challenge. A production line also needed to be established, leaving Dr. Raine in a state of considerable distress, as the formation of his own faction could not be delayed any longer. He cast his gaze toward his study, the god of all machines. He must not overlook Joyce. A flash of light darted past the window, soon followed by the roar of engines as a new Camaro came to a gradual halt in the courtyard. During his journey, Bumblebee had conducted a fresh scan of a new model. Dr. Raine, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I have crucial matters to report. Shortly thereafter, Scott's voice resonated from outside the door. Upon seeing the familiar new Camaro, Raine realized that this was Bumblebee, and the matter at hand was undoubtedly related to Scott. Dr. Raine, You cannot possibly imagine what I have discovered, Scott exclaimed excitedly. Let me guess. You have uncovered extraterrestrial mechanical life? Raine responded. Indeed, you are truly omniscient. Scott was astonished. How could such an absurd notion be anticipated? Raine persona grew ever more enigmatic in Scott's mind. Your rank is not yet sufficient. Yet since you have already discovered it, I shall divulge this to you. The existence of Sector 7 is precisely for this purpose. Observing Scott's reaction, Raine knew his suspicions had been validated. Nevertheless, Scott's contributions were undeniably substantial. While there were no immediate rewards, he had already secured a place in Raine's esteem. Additionally, 2 others made simultaneous discoveries. What do you think? Silence them and instruct them to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Let them accompany you under the guise of Sector 7's field operations. Raine was not particularly concerned about this. After all, in a little over a year, Cybertron would launch a massive invasion, and it would soon cease to be a secret. As they spoke, the 2 had already approached Bumblebee, whose headlights flashed, transforming into humanoid form amidst the sounds of mechanical friction. Despite having witnessed the transformation of Autobots before, Scott remained utterly awestruck. Dr. Raine, I shall follow you. This is the guidance of the High Sovereign. Bumblebee's horn emitted a series of varied sounds. High Sovereign, what did he say? Raine inquired with a perplexed expression, uncertain of how this related to the primordial celestial master. Beside him, Scott's mouth hung open, swallowing the words he had intended to express. He had thought he alone could comprehend Bumblebee's words, and now he found himself empathizing with Sean. After all, he had arrived first. I have only glimpsed the end of future Cybertron. The Master ultimately instructed me to find you, as you are the key to resolving all this. Bumblebee's voice resonated with profound respect for the primordial celestial master. Very well, esteemed warrior of Cybertron. Although I am unaware of the events that transpired, I vow that as long as I possess the capability, I shall not stand idly by as Cybertron faces destruction, Raine declared. He had already come to regard Cybertron as his own possession. Even without Bumblebee's urging, he would not allow its meaningless demise. Within the system panel, Raine moved Bumblebee's name to the position of Protectorate Legion Commander, establishing the Bumblebee Protectorate Legion. Before him, Bumblebee's mechanical eyes flickered with flowing data, seemingly absorbing vast amounts of information. I shall abide by your command, revered sage. Bumblebee replied respectfully, having just received the mechanical seal of the divine order within his spark. In that instant, as Bumblebee was appointed commander, Raine beheld the newly unlocked functions on the system interface. Chapter 25, Traces of the Subspace. Transformers upgrade. Armor upgrade. None. Power upgrade. None. Firepower upgrade. None. Energy upgrade. None. Pending unlock. It is well known that although the bodies of Transformers appear to be mere assemblages of mechanical components, these parts are not akin to the conventional machine parts understood by humans. Rather, they resemble human flesh and blood. Consequently, when a Transformer encounters bodily issues, mere replacement of parts is not feasible. Repairs must be made on the original framework. Otherwise, given the technological prowess of the Cybertronians, equipping Mute Bumblebee with a vocal device would be as simple as a breeze. Moreover, bodily modifications, akin to the birth of Jetfire in the second live-action film, necessitate the fusion of sparks. This function within the system implies that Raine's modifications to the Transformers can directly influence their sparks. For the Cybertronians, this is undeniably divine technology. Bumblebee, has your vocal component become irreparable? Raine inquired, viewing the straightforward Cybertronian procedure as an ideal opportunity to experiment with a new function. Indeed, Sage, Ratchet has attempted repairs, but to no avail. The damage is far too severe. Bumblebee's voice fell, and for one so loquacious, this was undoubtedly a grave blow. It seems I must endure a lifetime of silence, though I have grown accustomed to it. No, Bumblebee, perhaps I possess a solution, Raine said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Clearing the crowd in the garage, Raine allowed Bumblebee to once again succumb to slumber. After transforming the sound system into a vocalizer capable of being implanted within the Transformer-S body, Bumblebee's throat was severed under the hydraulic grip of mechanical tendrils, and the vocalizer was meticulously reinserted. Subsequently, Bumblebee was roused from his slumber. To be honest, I never believed your operation would succeed. Wait, that was my voice. You actually accomplished it. Great Sage, my gratitude knows no bounds. I shall dedicate my life to defending the glory of the God of all machines. Elated like a child, Bumblebee, now restored with the ability to speak, radiated unwavering loyalty that Raine could palpably sense. Very well, Commander Bumblebee, I will replenish your squad within a year. But during this time, you must locate the scattered super energon crystals across the Earth. This operation is sanctioned in the name of Sector 7, and Scott will assist you. Raine issued his first command, not merely to restore Megatron's power, but also to uncover the secrets of these Cybertronian energy sources, thereby accumulating the credentials necessary to ascend to a position of mastery over Sector 7. Yes, Sage. Bumblebee saluted with a Cybertronian gesture. Dr. Raine, it appears your guest has awakened. He wishes to see you, and your servant is currently restraining him, came Scott's voice from the villa entrance. Oh, Joyce has awakened? Raine was eager to see what Joyce would become upon waking. Release me, you wretched mechanical servant. How dare you show such disrespect to one destined to become a priest? Joyce struggled against Zorn, attempting to exit the study. I'm sorry, but Dr. Raine has ordered me to keep watch over you, Zorn replied, unmoving like an iron tower, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Humph, even a Sage Raine would not tolerate your insolence. Joyce's eyes blazed with fury. He had entered an entirely new world within the pages of a book, where he encountered the deity he had sought for half his life, the one he had longed for. Before the divine presence, he trembled, humbly beseeching for acceptance of his loyalty. The deity revealed many truths to him, and then disclosed that Raine was its earthly manifestation. Zorn, release Mr. Joyce. Raine finally appeared, and upon hearing his voice, Joyce could not help but yearn to kneel before this earthly god. Yes, Dr. Raine. Zorn lowered his arms, standing respectfully to the side. Dr. Raine, no, great sage. Please forgive my previous rudeness and accept my humble loyalty. Joyce's voice quivered. Mr. Joyce, what did you witness within the book? Raine, intrigued by Joyce's experiences over the past few hours, inquired. I beheld your true essence, vast, mysterious, and powerful. In fervent tones, Joyce recounted every detail of what he had seen within the tome. Could it be that the book I crafted has truly become a sacred text? Raine muset alut. Both Scott and Joyce claimed to have seen their own reflections within the pages of the book. Even the self-assured and well-traveled Raine felt a sense of the extraordinary. This phenomenon merits exploration. Please don't elevate me to the status of an emperor. I possess no psychic abilities, he mused. Wait, do I truly lack them? A sudden recollection of his instinctive powers during his solitary encounter with Megatron surged forth. At that moment, he had acted without deliberation, employing his abilities as effortlessly as one breathes. His thoughts abruptly halted, a hypothesis bubbling to the surface. Perhaps I am not merely a religious leader. The ominous term subspace loomed in Raine's mind. He had previously harbored doubts about the existence of subspace within this universe. Yet no matter how fervently he searched, he found no clues. It seemed that, akin to the era of 30K, when humanity's numbers and desires reached a critical mass, the vile entities of subspace would inevitably awaken. This notion began to linger in Raine's mind, though he felt no trepidation. So what? It may not necessarily unfold for millennia, and regardless, I shall take action. Thus, under the witness of the skull-geared church emblem, Joyce and Scott were formally ordained as priests, doubling the strength of the mechanized deity sect. Well, from 2 to 4. Following the ceremony, Raine engaged in profound discussions with these rare official members. First, I require the complete and utter failure of the Thor group in this bidding process with the Department of Defense, Raine declared, shocking Joyce to his core. Why is that? Joyce inquired, perplexed. We need a pristine Thor technologies, and that necessitates expelling those damned oligarchs. Given their nature, how could they ever relinquish control? Raine counted. They would never willingly concede, unless Thor Technologies becomes a bottomless pit. Joyce murmured. Precisely. Raine affirmed, echoing Joyce's sentiments. Thus, you must press on your path. You need to persuade those conglomerates to continue their support. The more they consume, the more they will regurgitate. Oligarchs are perpetually short-sighted. When they can no longer bear the burden, they will cast you aside without hesitation, and therein lies our opportunity. Raine continued, his understanding of the oligarch's moral failings evident. However, my research has reached a deadlock. I have expended billions with no progress, and I fear the board may lose faith in me and refuse further investment, Joyce lamented. I shall assist you. I will offer them a path that appears radiant yet leads to irrevocable doom. Raine replied coldly. What a madcap scheme, yet possesses remarkable feasibility. Great sage, your acumen in business is truly astonishing. Joyce, a clever man, swiftly grasped Raine's intentions. For the future of humanity, sometimes such measures are necessary. As you wish. A glimmer of peril flashed in Joyce's fervent gaze. Chapter 26. The military exhibition commences at the behest of Raine. Scott and Bumblebee embarked on a quest to locate the super-energy crystals. Meanwhile, Joyce returned to Thunder God Technology, preparing to execute a plan to excise the corporate capital, thereby purifying the company entirely. Concurrently, the research facility of Thunder God Technology in Nevada was also transferred to Raine's name, serving as a facade for the STC template production line. After expending a considerable sum to dismiss all personnel, the production line for the Thunder Warrior armor commenced operations. Fully automated and requiring no human intervention, leaving only Zorn to oversee the facility. Soon, the eve of the military exhibition arrived, and a sensational news report regarding Thunder God Technology reverberated throughout the world. Joyce announced that significant progress had been made in the research of brain-machine interfaces. Just as Raine had anticipated, the consortiums, upon witnessing the prototype of the brain-machine interface, descended into a frenzy, and within a mere month or two, vast sums of capital began to flood into Thunder God Technology. The accompanying military equipment for the brain-machine interface rolled off the production line with astonishing efficiency. The first great rumor of the new century. This was the prevailing sentiment. It was so sudden that few could believe it easily. However, shortly thereafter, Joyce released another announcement. The latest experimental subject would make its debut at the military exhibition. In an instant, public discourse erupted, with discussions swirling around. Is it truly genuine? Curiously, did not Dr. Raine take the lead in this endeavor? Amidst the fervent debates in both the public and academic spheres, the day of the military exhibition arrived. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds of previous years, the Lockheed Group's exhibition hall now stood nearly vacant, save for staff and federal government observers. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, our F-22 has undergone upgrades, rendering it more modern than ever before, and we are willing to reduce our original bid price by another 20%. Martin gritted his teeth as he articulated what had previously been an unimaginable concession, a veritable loss-making transaction. Yet with the Lockheed Group hanging by a thread, desperate measures were necessary for survival. Mr. Martin, we appreciate your sincerity, and we will duly consider your terms, the accompanying official replied, dismissively overlooking what would have previously sent shockwaves through the industry. The attendees continued to whisper amongst themselves, engrossed in discussions about Thunder God Technology's recent news, seemingly oblivious to Martin's words. Thank you very much. Martin's complexion paled as he struggled to maintain basic decorum, having unveiled his trump card almost from the outset, a significant faux pas in the business realm. Yet it bore no fruit. The observers conspicuously ignored him. Well, gentlemen, it is getting late. We should proceed to the exhibition halls of other companies, shall we? The president didn't even spare Martin a glance. Having long harbored resentment against Martin for his incitement of protests by retired veterans, Vice President Weiss showed remarkable restraint by not further exacerbating the situation. Very well, Mr. President. The accompanying officials unanimously concurred. Their minds had long since drifted elsewhere, compared to the brain-machine interface unveiled by Raytheon Technologies. The F-22 of the Lockheed Group appeared as rudimentary as a primitive fire stick. A group hurriedly made their way to Chicago, leaving Martin with his mind a blank slate. In their wake, Joyce, I never anticipated being outmaneuvered by you in the end. Martin seethed. However, he found himself devoid of the energy to ponder such matters. Despite Raytheon's claims that the brain-machine interface had yet to make its official debut, Lockheed stock had plummeted today. The capital behind it was in an uproar, and he had to devise every possible strategy to avert a market collapse. At Chicago Airport, Air Force One descended amid an unusual bustle. Media from around the globe flocked in, eager to report on Raytheon's epic-making invention at the earliest opportunity. All right, everyone, the tedious introduction of conventional weaponry has concluded. I recognize your interests lie elsewhere. Please, gentlemen, proceed to our second exhibition hall to witness technology that could alter humanity. In the Raytheon exhibition hall, Joyce beamed as he presented, though a flicker of unnoticed peril glimmered in his eyes. The semi-finished chips provided by Raine required no implantation in the brain. Instead, they were activated through a complementary helmet that sensed brainwaves. This, however, resulted in a degree of error redundancy during command reception. While short-term functionality remained unaffected, prolonged use would lead the brain-machine interface into a chaotic state due to accumulated cognitive disarray, complete loss of control. Raine speculated this would occur after 48 hours. If subjected to thorough testing, it would undoubtedly be discovered. Yet under Joyce's direction, the prototype had only emerged from the laboratory 2 days prior. Meanwhile, the ravenous consortium had grown impatient. Merely a day of testing had sufficed for the prototype to be thrust into the exhibition hall. Gentlemen, behold the products integrated with the brain-machine interface. This is the individual exoskeleton mech. Under Joyce's guidance, the crowd approached a towering robot, over 3 meters tall. The individual exoskeleton stood motionless on the display, reminiscent of a valiant knight from a future battlefield, steadfast on a desolate frontier. This equipment, modeled on biomimicry, boasted a seamless fusion of metal framework and chip, revealing signs of hurried construction. Many cables lay exposed, lacking protection, yet they exuded a raw, untamed beauty. Inside the machine, the experimental operator had grown accustomed to the initial novelty. He now sensed a certain sluggishness in operation, attributing it merely to his insufficient rest. Ordinary rifles could not breach its armor, and with its formidable firepower and agility, it could easily become the greatest nightmare for enemy forces on a battlefield. Although time is limited, we have yet to equip it with more powerful weaponry. Theoretically, small-caliber cannons and large-caliber machine guns will serve as its standard armaments. Sentinel-1, now demonstrate your capabilities to the gentleman. At Joyce's command, the exoskeleton armor responded with an emotionless electronic synthesized voice. Yes, Mr. Joyce. After Joyce concluded his introduction, he stepped aside, revealing an expansive area filled with meticulously crafted obstacles and targets. Following Joyce's instructions, the experimental personnel commenced a series of mesmerizing maneuvers with the robot. It gracefully vaulted over a 5-meter-high wall and leaped across a sand pit spanning several meters, while deftly evading bullets that incessantly rained down upon it. The robot achieved an astonishing speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The moving target, situated a kilometer away, appeared as though it were mere arm's length through the exoskeleton armor's scope, and flames erupted forth, striking each target with pinpoint accuracy. A masterpiece of unparalleled magnificence. Mr. Joyce, you have taken a monumental step forward. Vis watched in awe, nearly speechless. Magnificent. Please forgive my lack of eloquence. Your creation has transcended my wildest imagination. It is truly breathtaking. The gathered crowd gazed in rapt attention at the experimental subject, as if a scene from a science fiction film had materialized into reality, exceeding all their expectations. Media outlets from around the globe frantically directed their cameras at Sentinel-1, capturing the spectacle. Expressions of surprise and fear flitted across their faces. Dignitaries watching the live broadcast fell into a hushed silence, apprehensive that the global balance of power might soon shift dramatically. Chapter 27, The Incident. Joyce wore a subtle smile, as the progress surpassed his expectations. All right, Sentinel-1, disengage combat mode. Joyce commanded the personnel, who were still engaged in shooting. Yet, the experimental subject seemed oblivious, continuing its barrage ahead. Enough, Sentinel-1. You have demonstrated your prowess to the gentleman. It is time to cease combat operations. Joyce reiterated his command. Why yes, Mr. Joyce, came the halting voice of the experimental subject. It lowered its weapon, standing vacantly in place. A disquieting atmosphere began to permeate the air. Mr. Joyce, is everything all right? Vis asked, a hint of unease in his tone. Rest assured, Mr. President, as it is a prototype, there may be some signal transmission flaws, which we shall rectify promptly. Joyce replied. The crowd exhaled in relief, acknowledging that minor imperfections could be expected in a hastily produced product. Come back, Sentinel-1. Joyce continued addressing the experimental subject. Error in command. Target confirmed. Annihilation combat mode activated. The chilling mechanical voice resonated throughout the testing grounds. The personnel within the exoskeleton armor wore expressions of terror. They had just heard Joyce's command and intended to cease firing, yet the instructions appeared delayed, and the armor continued its relentless assault for several seconds before finally halting. Upon receiving the second command to disengage combat mode, they realized the robot was no longer comprehending their directives. They desperately sought to halt the robot's actions. But to no avail, the combat visor transformed into a menacing crimson hue, and the annihilation mode was erroneously activated. The spectators in the stands were identified as targets, and the slaughter commenced. The gunfire that had just ceased erupted once more, unleashing lethal flames upon the crowd. Help! Run for your lives. This is a conspiracy in America. A conspiracy against nations worldwide. In an instant, the densely packed throng was torn apart by large-caliber bullets, transforming the once vibrant platform into a hell of carnage. The air was filled with screams of agony and cries for help. "Let the president go first," Joyce shouted. Their chosen position had been meticulously prepared. Under the protection of presidential bodyguards, they bent low and fled towards the emergency exit. The energy of the test subjects had been orchestrated by Joyce. If they could evade these few minutes, the crisis would come to an end. Scenes of bloodshed streamed live across the globe, unfolding precisely as Joyce had anticipated. After narrowly escaping the massacre, the terrified Weiss and accompanying officials cast murderous glances at Joyce. "Joyce, what have you done? This is a premeditated slaughter. You shall await the judgment of the federal court." Weiss's furious voice resonated through the air. "It was an accident, Mr. President." Joyce continued his performance. "You can explain it to the judge. You have committed an unforgivable sin." No sooner had he spoken than the formidable bodyguards pinned Joyce to the ground. In a single day, 2 earth-shattering pieces of news spread to every corner of the globe. The stock market's tumultuous fluctuations bore witness to the collective joy and sorrow of the populace. In an unprecedented crisis, the federal government exhibited an unparalleled efficiency. An investigative team was established within hours of the incident, and Raine was forcibly invited as the chief consultant. It was only at this moment that Raine learned of the news. "Joyce, your actions are too extreme. Could we not employ more temperate measures?" he remarked in the interrogation room. He had requested the cessation of recording devices before entering. "Sage, I know those conglomerates. If it were merely a minor incident, they would stop at nothing to cover it up. I will shoulder all the blame alone, just so I can serve you upon my release." Joyce appeared somewhat haggard, yet his bloodshot eyes remained fervent. "No, a mortal court cannot judge a priest. Tell me everything about the research and development process." Raine stroked his chin, pondering. He felt little about this incident, as such matters in 40K barely warranted a glance. He simply wished to avoid increasing the risk of exposing the Mechanicus before the Decepticon invasion. However, Joyce had a greater purpose. He could not afford to squander time in prison. The chain reaction triggered by this incident continued unabated. Preliminary investigations indicated that over 100 individuals had been casualties, including numerous high-ranking and influential figures from various nations. In the market, the stock price of Thor Technologies plummeted to rock bottom, impacting even the conglomerates behind it, resulting in a steady decline in their stock value. The influential figures behind various conglomerates have once again felt the grip of panic, yet this is merely an appetizer. They are about to encounter the true depths of despair. A tempest of public outcry against Raiden Technologies and its shadowy financiers has erupted globally, and any association with the name Raiden has rendered individuals targets of widespread condemnation. Simultaneously, the federal government has not escaped scrutiny, as public opinion attributes the incident to governmental inaction. Massive protests have spontaneously organized across the nation, demanding accountability from the authorities. Even the once-retired veterans have risen to reassert their voices, and armed conflicts are escalating throughout the United States, coupled with opportunists capitalizing on the chaos. The entire nation finds itself engulfed in unprecedented turmoil. The academic community has begun to scrutinize this technology, with scholars vocally condemning its failures and military applications. For instance, Smith, in a fit of rage, has required emergency medical attention multiple times. Meanwhile, Raine, the monopolist of neuroconnection technology T0, has remained conspicuously silent. Days later, a trial concerning Raiden Technologies and Joyce commences at the Supreme Court, broadcast live to the entire world. The enraged demonstrators have paused their protests, yet they remain assembled, vowing to instigate an even larger and more radical movement should the verdict fail to satisfy them. In court, Joyce presents himself as one filled with regret. asserting that this was an accident. The subjects were prematurely showcased without adequate testing. However, the root of the issue lies with the company's upper management. Indeed, although the entire situation was orchestrated by Joyce, he had previously indicated a desire to conduct further testing, while the conglomerate had grown impatient and forcefully pushed the subjects forward. Hence they too bear responsibility. Technology is blameless. The direct cause of this calamity rests with the consortium's backing Raiden Technologies. Joyce's highly paid attorney passionately argues. The jurors commence deliberations, as Joyce successfully shifts the focus onto the conglomerates behind the scenes. Silence falls. Now, we invite Dr. Raine, a leading expert in neuroconnection, to present the findings of the investigation. The judge's gavel strikes heavily. Ladies and gentlemen, following our investigation, we have determined that Raiden Technologies' neuroconnection technology harbors significant flaws. This is the chip designed by Raine, and he is intimately familiar with it, methodically outlining the investigation's conclusions to the public. Raiden Technologies erroneously believed they could receive brainwaves through external devices, neglecting the energy loss that occurs as these feeble signals traverse the skull and skin. This oversight results in a degree of error in the commands received by the external devices. Consequently, when this error accumulates to a certain extent, our calculations indicate this accumulation time to be approximately 48 hours beyond this threshold. The chip fails to recognize the directives issued by the user, leading to a state of logical chaos, which ultimately culminated in this tragic scene. It is both lamentable and heartbreaking that all of this could have been averted. Raine expressed profound sorrow from the expert panel, emphasizing that with sufficient trials, this flaw could have been detected well in advance. However, Thor Technologies contravened the spirit of science, not only deploying this technology in lethal machines, but also neglecting to conduct thorough testing. They must be held accountable for this atrocious incident. Raine, a distinguished authority in neural connectivity, concluded that the technology was indeed incomplete, yet the responsibility lies squarely with the investors who hastily pushed for its implementation. Next came Joyce's remarkable performance. His speech successfully crafted him into the quintessential protagonist of a classic American drama, one devoted to technological advancement, yet ensnared by capital. Some sentimental jurors were even moved to tears by Joyce's eloquence. Following an impassioned discussion, the judge ultimately rendered the verdict. Joyce was acquitted. The investors would bear full responsibility for this grave incident. Raine nodded silently. Undoubtedly, he played the most pivotal role in this trial. It was his authoritative conclusion that facilitated Joyce's exoneration. In the aftermath, although the consortium behind Thor Technologies put forth a scapegoat to shoulder the blame, the financial losses left them considerably weakened. Thus, this serious incident was hastily concluded. What could be done? The federal court had its own perspective. The victims who were destined to perish had indeed perished, and those fortunate enough to survive were in critical care. Could one truly risk offending the powerful magnates for the sake of these individuals? Naturally, the public also responded to the verdict. Mere hours after the announcement, larger demonstrations erupted. Yet under the influence of certain individuals, the protests turned their focus onto military corporations across America, even targeting the nation's financial conglomerates. Even the secretly amused Rashi Group felt the repercussions, further complicating Martin's already faltering arms sales. Armed resistance intensified, with factions claiming to eradicate the conglomerates, even establishing de facto territories in some remote areas. Months later, as Joyce gradually faded from public consciousness, Thor Technologies announced its bankruptcy in an unremarked corner. Subsequently, Joyce, along with his original team, embarked on a new venture, founding KSI. This company now lay entirely in his hands, seamlessly taking over the manufacturing center of the bankrupt Thor Technologies. The 7th District lost its financial backing amidst the turmoil, while Joyce seized the opportunity to intervene. During this nationwide unrest, a small incident transpired. Raine published another paper, meticulously outlining the deficiencies of the semi-finished chips, juxtaposing his research with these flaws to lay the groundwork for future prosthetic releases. The academic community unanimously recognized that Raine had likely mastered the relevant technologies of mature brain-machine interfaces. Meanwhile, within the factory's warehouse, production lines operated incessantly, with dozens of Thunder Warriors armors lying quietly in wait, ready to be awakened at any moment. The Bumblebee has also brought good news. having discovered traces of energy crystal deposits deep within the Rocky Mountains. The chaos across America has little to do with Raine. The forces of the mechanical god sect have already begun to take shape. In just a few months, Weiss seems to have aged a decade. Everything has surpassed his expectations, and his demeanor is no longer as agile as it once was. The presidency handed over to him has somehow descended into such disarray. He has even contemplated submitting his resignation in shame, intending to conclude his presidential career prematurely. The mere thought of resignation evokes a sense of liberation. Just as Weiss envisions the leisurely days of retirement, Raine appears at his doorstep. "Dr. Raine, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Is there something on your mind? However, I must inform you in advance that I am preparing to resign, so I may not be of assistance to you." Weiss feigned nonchalance. "Mr. President, you need not be overly harsh on yourself. Everything has transpired so suddenly, and none of this is your fault." Raine reassured him. Let us not dwell on it. I've grown weary. It's time for the younger generation to take charge." Weiss replied with a wistful shake of his head. "By the way, what brings you to me?" "Well, my research on brain-machine interfaces has yielded success. Prosthetics can be fully implemented in practice. Unlike the external devices developed by Thor Technologies, I have designed a bionic chip that can be implanted in the human brain, eliminating any risk of malfunction." Raine answered with confidence. "What? Is it reliable?" Weiss's dim eyes regained a glimmer of hope. Thor Technologies, as the originator of all this, has subjected the government to immense scrutiny. Yet, this turmoil has not dealt a fatal blow to the technology. Rather, many insightful individuals have recognized its promising future through the performance of the experimental subjects prior to their failures. What begins with this must also conclude with it. As the most promising scholar, Raine's research is bound to capture the attention of society at large. Furthermore, his achievements within the government sector play a crucial role in restoring public trust in the federal government. After nearly 6 months of human trials with volunteers, the results are absolutely safe and reliable. How could it not be safe? A similar technology in my past life functioned flawlessly for over 2,000 years. The experimental subject, of course, is Zorn, whose left arm has been replaced with a prosthetic that includes a skin-like covering, if not for specialized instruments. One could hardly discern any difference from his right arm. I cannot express my gratitude enough. You are truly a savior for America. In a laboratory of Sector 7, the president witnessed Zorn's remarkably lifelike prosthetic firsthand, and his praise escaped his lips. Within 6 months, all structures of the prosthetic have functioned normally, and tests confirm that the implanted chip in the brain is operating flawlessly. Raine explained. Nevertheless, a complete and thorough process is still necessary. "Dr. Raine, America cannot withstand further turmoil. All procedures must proceed as they should. I will organize an expert panel for evaluation as swiftly as possible." At the behest of the president, a symposium convened at the White House, gathering eminent neurologists from across the globe. The potential devastation that could be wrought by a terrorist bomb in this setting would regress the field of human neurology by 2 decades. However, the atmosphere of this particular assembly diverged markedly from typical academic forums. It bore more resemblance to an intimate classroom led by Dr. Raine. Chapter 29, Dr. Raine's fan meeting. "Dr. Raine, do you remember me?" inquired an elderly expert with white hair, his demeanor somewhat bashful, akin to a schoolboy addressing a stern teacher. A group of students, eager to expand their horizons, observed in astonishment. "Professor Gorn, of course I remember you. Your hypothesis on the activation of inactive neurons has been profoundly enlightening for me." The sage Dr. Raine, with an impeccable memory, instantly recalled the scene from the conference. "How embarrassing. My lifetime of research pales in comparison to your brilliance. Could you possibly sign my garment?" The elderly Gorn's face flushed with embarrassment, as he began to grasp the fervent admiration his granddaughter held for celebrities. At the previous conference, he had hesitated to request an autograph from Dr. Raine, feeling somewhat self-important. And upon returning home, he had lamented, causing concern among his family and students for quite some time. The students behind Gorn were left dumbfounded. Their professor's behavior was exceedingly unbecoming. Meanwhile, the students of other professors exchanged glances laced with suppressed amusement. Yet soon, their mirth would dissipate. "Old Gorn, didn't we agree to approach Dr. Raine for signatures together? Are you attempting to monopolize the moment?" They jested, feigning outrage. The elderly men, who had been enviously watching, rose in unison, pretending to chastise Gorn while crowding around Dr. Raine, their eyes alight with anticipation as they presented their notebooks. The students at the back found themselves in a position where laughter was no longer feasible. The front row seats were devoid of any occupants, and several experts, unable to squeeze in, began to jostle one another. Ahem! Wes and accompanying officials from the cabinet could no longer bear the spectacle. They had attended numerous symposiums where the subjects of evaluation were invariably titans of academia, yet they had never witnessed such a scene. Esteemed experts, this is a review meeting for Dr. Raine's brain-machine interface. I kindly request that you return to your seats to facilitate an accurate assessment and inquiry regarding Dr. Raine's presentation. Wes proclaimed loudly to restore order, though to no avail, as these formidable figures from around the world remained obstinate. President? Which president? What concern is that to me? The scholars retorted dismissively. Should anyone require it, I will gladly distribute copies of the manuscript. For now, I implore you to listen to my report. Dr. Raine finally interjected, prompting the obstinate elders to reluctantly take their seats. The meeting finally commenced, and Lane began to articulate his design concepts, eloquently narrating hundreds of pages of documents with remarkable clarity. However, despite this, the theories that transcended the current era left even the most avant-garde scholars bewildered. Yet their insatiable thirst for knowledge compelled them to remain engaged. That is the fundamental principle. I have completed my discourse. Are there any inquiries? After nearly 2 hours of presentation, Lane's voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Dr. Lane, are you thirsty? This is red tea I brought from India. I hope it suits your palate. The first inquiry concerned his thirst, leaving Lane somewhat speechless. What does India know about red tea? I have the authentic Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, produced right here in East University. Dr. Lane, being of Chinese descent, you should find it familiar. This remark came from a neurology professor at East University. Thank you, Professor Bai. I appreciate your kindness, but let us proceed to the questioning segment. Lane politely declined, recalling having met him at a neurology conference. Forgive our ignorance. We cannot fully grasp your genius thoughts. How can we even inquire? Nearby, Gohan spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, we are struggling to keep pace with your ideas. With Gohan's admission, other experts quickly chimed in, relieved that they were not alone in their confusion. Please, start from the most fundamental aspects. Pardon our dullness, Dr. Lane. Gohan, having set aside his pride, boldly asked. As experts found themselves in the position of students, the lethargic students in the back, who had been dozing off during Lane's lecture, suddenly perked up. Wow, is this still our mentor? I feel as if I am witnessing my nephew in his early school days. Is this the status of a leading figure in academia? He is barely in his 20s. It's astonishing. The students began to whisper amongst themselves. Silence. You are disrupting my listening to Dr. Lane's personal guidance. I will extend your graduation by 5 years. Gohan's furious voice echoed from the front row. The room fell silent, as the prospect of a 5-year extension was indeed terrifying. Lane, shaking his head in resignation, commenced with the basics. Very well, let us first address the material concerns. To ensure compatibility with the human body and to prevent rejection, I have chosen and undertaken the following treatments. What began as an expert validation session had transformed entirely into a classroom led by Lane, though the audience consisted not of ordinary students, but rather esteemed academic authorities, many of whom were specialists in niche fields. After several more hours of exposition, interspersed with inquiries from various experts, Lane's voice was nearly strained. Vis and the accompanying officials appeared utterly dazed, unable to comprehend the discourse. Yet they could not excuse themselves midway. These hours had been a true ordeal for them. Fortunately, the nightmare was nearing its end, as Lane had just announced the conclusion of the lecture. No, he clarified the conclusion of his narration. Can we proceed to the questioning segment now? Weiss inquired with palpable anguish. What? Questioning. Do you dare to doubt Dr. Raine's intellect? Indeed, without a shadow of a doubt. It is a genius design, a magnificent invention. We are in no position to voice any objections. Absolutely, Dr. Raine's forward thinking exceeds the bounds of time and is beyond reproach. Like a horde of fervent fans hearing their idol insulted, the elderly men cast murderous glares at Weiss. That is not what I meant. Weiss hastily waved his hands. However, this is an evaluation meeting. We must reach a conclusion. Of course, it has been approved. The experts replied in unison. Very well, I hereby announce that Dr. Raine's brain-machine interface project has passed the evaluation, and the project shall continue. Weiss eagerly proclaimed the results. The hours spent in discomfort had left him yearning to escape this wretched place. The meeting has concluded. A banquet has been prepared for all. I apologize for my early departure. Please enjoy. Weiss hastily fled the venue, making his way to the hospital. After the banquet, Dr. Raine, having finally escaped the throngs of fervent admirers, departed, leaving behind a group of elderly men gazing longingly. One student turned to Gorn and asked, "Teacher, is Dr. Raine truly that remarkable? You are also a leader in neurology. I to your attitude a bit humble," but he refrained from voicing the last word. You do not comprehend. Without delving deeply into neurology, your perception of Dr. Raine is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Once you accumulate knowledge to my extent, you will realize that encountering Dr. Raine is akin to a mayfly basking in the vast sky. Gorn sighed deeply. The day following the evaluation meeting, a significant announcement was made by the official news agency of the federal government, under the auspices of the federal government. The Brain-Machine Interface Project, primarily led by Dr. Raine, has successfully passed a high-level expert review, heralding the arrival of a safer and more stable brain-machine interface. Upon the release of this news, unlike the academic realm, public opinion was overwhelmingly critical. The calamity of months prior still lingered in everyone's minds. Chapter 30. The Dawn of a New Era. What? Has the federal government not learned from the disaster of a few months ago? They are still pursuing this nefarious technology? Murderous government, murderous reign. Resist all evil technologies that merge man and machine. As Weiss had anticipated, the announcement indeed sparked an uproar. Yet, in the aftermath of the calamity, countless individuals with disabilities had emerged in America, and the advent of prosthetics would illuminate their bleak existence. Weiss firmly believed that the public's body would speak truthfully. Joyce, you will be presenting the prosthetics in a few days. The newly established KSI group needs to make a grand debut. Raine remarked to Joyce within the confines of KSI's new office. One could only say Joyce was indeed worthy of his billion-dollar fortune, as he decisively established the headquarters in the prime real estate of Manhattan, New York. As night began to descend, the balcony of the open-air garden offered a view of lights twinkling like stars scattered across the sky. Raine lounged languidly on the sofa, casually crossing one leg over the other, while Joyce stood respectfully at his side. "Sage, I dare not oppose your will. Yet I fear I may falter in this endeavor." "The incident is still fresh in the minds of those mortals," Joyce said with a slight bow. "Would it not be more fitting for you to handle it personally?" "No, I have more pressing matters at hand. A calamity looms, and I must focus on this impending crisis," Raine replied, providing little further explanation. "You speak truthfully, yet your testimony in court has garnered quite the following. You have become the focal point of attention. It is only fitting that you take the lead in this matter," Raine said, resting his chin on one hand and gazing pensively at the city beneath the night sky. "If memory serves, the Decepticons are soon to arrive. I must be armed to face this onslaught. The Thunder Warriors are eager for a worthy master. Bumblebee has discovered traces of Cybertronian energy, and Megatron should soon awaken. As for whether Megatron has indeed pledged fealty to the god of all machines, I remain uncertain. As you wish, Dr. Raine. KSI is now on the right path. We have successfully created prototypes by emulating Zorn's cybernetic design, and testing has yielded positive results thus far. Very well, let this automaton present our findings to the public, with a particular emphasis on individuals with disabilities. This will significantly alter the public's perception of you. I entrust his directives to you." Raine's voice deepened, his eyelids beginning to droop. "Yes, Sage. Moreover, I wish to transfer my shares in KSI to you. I understand that the wealth of these mortals is trivial. Yet all that I possess should rightfully belong to the Omnissiah. It should all belong to you," Joyce said, lowering his head in reverence. A lengthy silence ensued, with Raine offering no response. Summoning his courage, Joyce glanced up to find Raine's breathing had grown deep and tranquil, his eyelids heavy. He had succumbed to slumber. During this time, Raine had nearly forgotten that his body remained unmodified. He worked tirelessly as if he were a venerable sage from the Warhammer 40K universe, pushing his physical limits. At some point, the watch had silently transformed into tendrils, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. When the scarlet electronic eye swept across Joyce, devoid of malice yet exuding indifference, Joyce's mind went into a frenzy of alarm. He covered Raine with a blanket, his palms clammy with sweat, and gradually retreated. Closing the office door behind him, Joyce exhaled deeply, followed by a wave of envy. Well, might I possess my own prosthetics? He pondered, standing guard at the door for Raine, feeling nothing but honor in his role. Mechanical appendages began to infiltrate Raine's body, mending his overexerted frame. This process had been ongoing, for had it not been, with Raine's relentless workload, he would have long since collapsed on the testing platform. When he awoke once more, 2 days had passed. Without wasting any time, Raine promptly returned to the 7th District, immersing himself in the research of genetic modification technology. As the hours dwindled before the KSI prosthetic launch, the clamor of public dissent reached a crescendo. Even the victims from the previous incident had gathered outside the exhibition hall, commencing their protest. The inaugural prosthetic launch began on schedule amid a cacophony of opposition. At that moment, the world was fixated on this event. Joyce felt a twinge of anxiety backstage. Despite having arranged everything meticulously, this was the first task entrusted to him by Raine, and he could not afford any missteps. Relax. This is a moment that could alter the world. Joyce seemed to hear Raine's voice. Turning around, he found no one there. It felt as though a sage was watching over him. Loyalty, as if infused with a spirit of determination, Joyce instantly steadied himself. On the main stage, Zorn, adorned in gymnastics attire, was performing warm-up stretches, focused and resolute. The audience below was perplexed. They had come to witness and perhaps criticize Joyce, not to observe Zorn's gymnastics display. Joyce remained patiently backstage as Zorn's performance continued. With the stirring music resonating, Zorn leaped into the air, gripping the horizontal bar, and with powerful arms, began executing pull-ups. As the rhythm of the music shifted, Zorn jumped onto the bar, astonishingly performing a Thomas Flare, showcasing the strength and beauty of gymnastics. The effort of the performance was undeniable, yet the media and audience in attendance appeared unappreciative. What is this? A gymnastics display? Have I entered the wrong venue? Even as a warm-up act, this is far too lengthy, and the skill level pales in comparison to that of professional athletes. What is KSI doing? Has he suddenly lost his nerve? Is there really no brain-computer interface? Are we being fed a gymnastics performance as a distraction? The murmurs from the crowd grew louder, gradually giving rise to shouts urging Zorn to step aside and let Joyce face the music. As the moment approached, the music ceased, and Joyce, clad in a suit, stepped forward. I understand that there are deep misunderstandings regarding myself and this technology. I bear undeniable responsibility for the calamity that occurred a year ago, and my heart is equally tormented. However, I implore you to grant me an opportunity. Just as it was stated during the judgment of Thor Industries, technology is not to blame. Joyce's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with sorrow, yet exuding an undeniable authority. Perhaps you have many questions, such as why I insist on pursuing this research, the current stage of this technology, and so forth. And the most pressing question of all, what was that gymnastics performance about? As images flashed across the enormous screen, they froze on a massive question mark. With Joyce's speech, the uproar from the audience gradually subsided. Apart from the victims and their families, the majority of attention had shifted to the words spoken by Joyce. Indeed, one might wonder why. Curiosity began to stir among the crowd. This gentleman, not an athlete, but a volunteer for our prosthetics program, had lost his left arm in the war. Now his left arm is a state-of-the-art prosthetic from our KSI group. Joyce, having successfully captured the audience's interest, decided to reveal the truth. Chapter 31. The reaction of Lockheed. As soon as he uttered those words, the audience erupted in disbelief. How could this be? Are you saying that the individual we just saw has a prosthetic arm? He appears to be an athlete. He looks more robust than I do. How can he be considered disabled? The murmurs of skepticism filled the room, with many still expressing disbelief. Joyce raised his hands to calm the crowd and continued, Mr. Zorn, please show everyone your prosthetic. Zorn approached the camera, revealing the connection point of his prosthetic on a large screen, where the stark contrast between flesh and machinery was unmistakable. OMG, it's true. The audience erupted like dry tinder meeting a flame, gasps of astonishment filling the air. Now, if anyone has questions, I will address them one by one, Joyce announced, clapping his hands to redirect the audience's focus back to himself, then turned to a reporter in the media section. Mr. Joyce, why have you chosen to continue with such a bloody line of research? A female reporter boldly inquired. First and foremost, as you can see, this is not bloody. Joyce promptly countered, first ask if it is, and then question why. He immediately dismissed the reporter's assertion and continued, I must admit, I bear undeniable responsibility for the previous incident. In truth, I languished in despair for quite some time until I encountered Dr. Raine. He told me that science and technology are not inherently evil. Humanity's progress has always been accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice, even using atomic energy as an example. Joyce paused momentarily, then continued. His gentle words rejuvenated my spirit, and with Dr. Raine's efforts, the prior issues surrounding brain-machine interfaces have been addressed. The current technology has matured, and the prosthetics we have designed for brain-machine interfaces will transform the lives of countless individuals with disabilities across the globe. I am an entrepreneur, but more importantly, I am a scientist. My presence here is not merely to promote a product. I seek to dispel the misunderstandings and hostility surrounding this technology. And I hope for a measure of tolerance for science. I pledge that all those harmed in the previous catastrophe will receive complimentary access to prosthetic implantation surgeries. Should someone have tragically perished, their families will receive equivalent compensation as my humble atonement for their loss. Joyce's voice crescendoed with fervor. Mr. Joyce, your speech is indeed quite provocative, but can you guarantee that it will never encounter any issues? The journalist pressed on relentlessly. Joyce felt a slight headache. These reporters were truly tenacious, despite having received prior notice. Whose subordinates were they? Of course, there could be no guarantees. Human limbs will inevitably age, and how could a prosthetic ever embody the notion of permanence? However, Dr. Raine has publicly articulated the fundamental principles, and I trust the experts within the industry will provide an impartial assessment. To be blunt, there is virtually no avenue for this technology to spiral out of control. Yet now, under the scrutinizing gaze of the audience, Joyce could no longer evade the inquiry. He had to muster the courage to explain. Indeed, I can substantiate that, Dr. Raine's approach is undoubtedly correct. At least from a theoretical standpoint, there exists no possibility of losing control. At Dr. Raine's invitation, the distinguished expert in the front row, Mr. Gorn, promptly stood to support Joyce. I believe Professor Gorn has addressed your concerns. Thank you for your question. Now on to the next. Joyce exhaled in relief, marveling at Dr. Raine's astuteness, while swiftly signaling another journalist. Mr. Joyce, is this a mass-produced product or an experimental one? Another reporter finally followed the script. This is a prototype. Dr. Raine has already reached an agreement with our company, KSI, to soon launch the official product. Simultaneously, I assure you, there will be no disparity between the official product and the experimental version worn by Mr. Zorn. Joyce's composure on stage grew increasingly fluid, his gestures more expressive, as he skillfully dissipated the audience's hostility like a gentle spring rain. The atmosphere in the venue gradually transformed, resembling a typical press conference rather than a hostile inquisition. At the top of the Lashi building, amidst the faint scent of cigars, the ambience was chillingly tense. Martin and Jack silently observed the lively performance of Zorn on stage. Uncle, Zorn must be aligning himself with Raine. We must eliminate him at once. We should even consider removing Raine as well. Jack suddenly declared with fierce intensity. Jack, remember, we are businessmen, not assassins or terrorists, Martin replied somberly. But Zorn knows many of our secrets. He has undoubtedly informed Raine, and given Raine's connection with President Weiss. They could pose a significant threat to us, Jack argued anxiously. So what? Shall we eliminate the president as well? A hint of disdain flickered in Martin's eyes. There is nothing wrong with that. If you decide, I will personally execute it. Just like Kennedy. Silence, Jack. I understand you regard Droll more highly than your own thoughts, but had I asked him, he would not have responded in such a manner. You are far too extreme and short-sighted. Martin chastised him in frustration. I do not mean it that way, Uncle. Jack nervously gazed at Martin, believing he had concealed his feelings well, yet to Martin, his so-called restraint appeared as mere child's play. You don't even dare to admit it. Fine, let me ask you. Martin expressed with disappointment. Why has Raine not turned against us yet? If he were to expose this matter, it would undoubtedly cause us considerable trouble. He had countless opportunities before the bidding or prior to the military exhibition, yet he chose not to act. Why? Martin countered Jack's earlier assertion. Perhaps they wish to negotiate with us. Jack replied uncertainly. That is but one possibility. More likely, he understands that this issue will not inflict a fatal blow upon us. Which arms dealer, or indeed which conglomerate, is without their own dirty dealings? Martin continued, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his fingers as a cigar had unknowingly burned down to its end. Jack, quick on his feet, retrieved the ashtray and added to Martin's discourse. Uncle, are you perhaps overthinking this? Is Raine really that formidable? He is merely a young lad in his early 20s. Fool. At 20, I had already infiltrated armed groups in the Middle East and negotiated the return of military assets worth millions. And what about you? There's an old Chinese saying, heroes often emerge from the youth. Martin's blood pressure, which had just stabilized, surged once more at Jack's words. Have you not witnessed the downfall of Thunder God Technologies? It vanished in merely a year due to conflicting research directions with Raine. A company valued at nearly $1 trillion has turned to ashes, with even its founder reduced to working for Raine. Do you still perceive Raine as a mere youthful novice? Jack was taken aback by Martin's revelations, as he had not contemplated this angle. Honestly, I now regret sending Zorn in the first place. There was no irreconcilable hatred between us. Martin sighed deeply. Fortunately, Raine appears to be unharmed. I believe there remains a chance for redemption. Jack observed Martin lost in profound contemplation, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 32. The third generation of District 7, a revolutionary product, the resurrection of Joyce. The New York Times. Reflection. In discussions about brain-computer interfaces and the advancement of science and technology, should we become the stumbling block to scientific progress? Time magazine. In Death, Cyberpunk. A Patient Salvation. An economic analysis of the conglomerates behind KSI. The Wall Street Journal. Prodigy? No, a genius. The revelations of the brain-enhancing substances that Raine has consumed since childhood. A certain second-rate tabloid. Shortly after the conclusion of the press conference, major media outlets around the globe began reporting on this epic-making event, unearthing stories from Joyce to Raine, attracting the attention of reporters from all corners. In no time, discussions regarding prosthetics became fervent, particularly concerning Raine, whose remarkable journey from childhood prodigy once again shocked the previously uninformed public. Even Zorn's past was brought to light. In this narrative, Zorn emerges as a hero on the Afghan battlefield, yet tragically loses his family and an arm, becoming a wanderer until he encounters Raine, who participates in a volunteer program for prosthetic experimentation, allowing him to reclaim his life. Raine perused a newspaper handed to him by Scott. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, it appeared the president had taken action. The will of the populace is indeed easily swayed. Having vehemently opposed neural interfaces just the previous day, Dr. Raine, there are reports of Bumblebee in the Rocky Mountains, Scott remarked from his side. Oh, is that so? Let the agents from the Action Department conduct a reconnaissance first. Raine replied, invigorated, his interest piqued by the energy that sustains extraterrestrial life. Prior to the military exhibition, Raine had been appointed as deputy minister, endowed with considerable authority by Vis, including the ability to deploy special operations without prior approval. The decision to send Simmons was primarily based on the leadership directive, as abandoned mines often harbored numerous Decepticon mining robots. While in the animation, Optimus Prime and his allies might have engaged in direct combat. For humans, such encounters posed lethal risks. However, Simmons was likely experienced enough, given his esteemed lineage. Moreover, the intention was not to engage in battle, but to leverage this opportunity to formally introduce extraterrestrial energy into the federal government as purview. Summon Agent Simmons from the action team, Raine instructed, having identified a candidate. Scott complied, and soon a tall, slender figure appeared in Raine's office. Minister Raine, you summon me? Simmons appeared somewhat apprehensive, standing before a leading scholar poised to usher in a new era, a genius scientist renowned across the nation. Agent Simmons, we have discovered traces of extraterrestrial energy in the southern part of the Rocky Mountains. However, the investigators have hesitated to delve deeper. I require the support of your action department, Raine said gravely. Simmons was indeed the legendary third-generation operative from Sector 7. His grandfather, Old Simmons, was one of the original 7 elders of Sector 7, making Simmons the third generation. His understanding of Sector 7 surpassed that of anyone else, as it was his grandfather who had captured Megatron, allowing for candid discourse with him. This is the data we have gathered thus far. Raine handed the materials to Simmons. Exercise caution. We are unaware if those aliens left any hazardous remnants. Locate the mine and return. Raine continued with his admonitions. Understood. Simmons saluted. Yet, he found it curious that while Raine had indeed been authorized to directly command special operations, protocol dictated that he should issue orders to the minister, not the deputy minister. Perhaps there were special circumstances at play? Simmons did not dwell on it. The thoughts of a genius are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Upon returning to the action department, Simmons resolved to convene this operation in the name of the deputy minister. As the team assembled and equipped themselves for their expedition to the Rocky Mountains, he wished he could have brought along more formidable weaponry, but circumstances dictated otherwise. The 7th District is, after all, not a military base. The security department, with its superior firepower, operates as an entirely independent entity. The group could only proceed equipped with handguns and bulletproof vests. Simmons, why was I not informed of such a significant operation? Why was I bypassed? A deep voice resonated from behind Simmons, and the occurrence he most dreaded had come to fruition. Captain Cassie. Upon hearing the voice, Simmons promptly turned and saluted. This is a search mission signed by Minister Raine. After a moment's hesitation, Simmons merely handed over the operational order without divulging the entirety of Raine's directive. Where are we headed? I am the head of operations. Do I not possess the right to know where my subordinates are going? Cassie's face turned a shade of iron as he scrutinized the order signed by Raine. The operations department had been gradually waning in the 7th District. Unlike decades ago, when field missions were frequent, the area had now almost entirely devolved into a research facility, with even routine security reliant on the security department. Consequently, the operations team had become increasingly marginalized, with diminishing funding exacerbating Cassie's frustration. The fact that Raine had issued commands directly, bypassing him entirely, left him feeling utterly humiliated. I am a minister too. Has the president dismissed me without my knowledge? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Raine had only been in the 7th District for a few days. How dare he disregard me? Cassie's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Without my orders, you shall not take a single step outside. Since his arrival in the 7th District, all he had perceived was a squandering of life. At times, he found himself reflecting on how much better it would have been had he chosen to remain in the combat division. Very well, Minister Cassie, I shall consult Minister Raine. Simmons lowered his head, aware that he could not afford to offend either party. Regrettably, Raine had already retreated into his office for seclusion. Intent on refining the genetic modification technology, the situation regarding equipment was dire, with dozens of Thunder Warrior armors left idle. Only Scott remained dutifully stationed at the door, his role having effectively morphed into that of Raine's secretary. It's quite all right. You can discuss this with Minister Cassie, as it is no secret. Upon hearing Simmons' words, Scott pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, that is the case, Minister Cassie. With Scott's affirmation, Simmons promptly returned to report to Cassie. Then I shall take charge of this operation. Cassie's eyes flickered. Raine's information held significant value, and he could not allow the credit to fall to another. Yes, Minister. However, Dr. Raine has mentioned that there may be dangers involved. Should we not request additional armaments? Simmons found no reason to refuse and diligently conveyed Raine's instructions to Cassie. Do you think we have ample funding? Listen, Agent Simmons, this is not the 1930s. Our operations will not be that perilous. At that time, your forebears could effortlessly seize the colossal robot in the laboratory. Have we truly regressed over the decades? Cassie dismissed the thought. In his mind, those extraterrestrials were nothing remarkable. If they were indeed formidable, how could the one in the lab remain frozen for decades? Chapter 33. The hero emerges very well, Captain. Simmons reluctantly acquiesced. For Cassie had been a distinguished officer before his assignment to Zone 7. Soon, Cassie regrouped the squad and set forth toward the Rocky Mountains. Raine had indicated their location in Wyoming, north of Pinedale, but it was somewhat imprecise and required further searching. The Special Operations Team, weary and disheveled from several days of navigating the mountains, was especially fatigued, with Cassie swearing incessantly. Damn, Ryan, what kind of ridiculous mission is this? Am I being toyed with? Cassie muttered as he wielded his combat knife to clear the overgrown branches, continuing forward. They didn't compel you to come. You were the one eager to join, Simmons thought silently. What did you say, Simmons? Cassie inquired, his ears perked. I said the minister is right. Shall we take a moment to rest? Simmons quickly changed the subject, noting Cassie's keen hearing. If we can't find it by tomorrow, we should return and rest for now. Cassie, equally exhausted, followed Simmons' suggestion and issued the command. He then located a flat area, kicked aside the scattered branches, and plopped down onto the ground. Suddenly, Cassie sprang back up, his expression contorted in pain as he clutched his backside and cursed. What the? Hissing in pain, Cassie kicked away the fallen leaves. revealing a sharp blue crystal emerging from beneath. Energy surged within the translucent gem, pulsating as mottled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a dazzling glow upon the crystal. Refracting light so intensely it was nearly blinding. It was indeed the alien artifact mentioned in Ryan's files. Have we found it? Cassie's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the pain in his rear. It seems so, Captain Cassie. Simmons gazed at the blue crystal, equally entranced. After days of hardship and searching, this elusive object had suddenly appeared before them. Ha ha ha, truly, divine favor is upon me. Cassie laughed heartily, convinced that this time, the credit would be his. It appears that the crystal mine Dr. Ryan spoke of is nearby. Come, let us not rest. Rise and search thoroughly. With Cassie's command, the group dispersed, beginning their meticulous search. Finally, we have discovered it. Humans can be so unreliable, unable to recognize what is right before them. Bumblebee, hidden at a distance, captured everything with his electronic eyes. To make them aware that they were standing atop the crystal mine, Bumblebee had unknowingly scattered numerous crystal fragments along their path, ultimately leading Cassie to this revelation. Soon, Simmons was the first to discover a towering cave not far ahead, obscured by colossal trees, which had led the group to overlook it multiple times. The party squeezed through the narrow gaps between the massive trunks, and the profound darkness within the cave, coupled with the chilling mountain breeze, sent a collective shiver down their spines. What a cursed place! Sika exclaimed, glancing at the lofty ceiling that soared several meters above. He swiftly drew his pistol from his tactical gear, entering a state of alertness, regretting not heeding Simmons' advice to bring better equipment. Scattered across the ground were fragments of crystals, extending deep into the cavern. Stay sharp. Let us continue our exploration, Sika urged, leading the team slowly deeper into the abyss. As the light from the entrance faded away, the squad found themselves enveloped entirely by the oppressive darkness, with no end in sight. Yet, there was a semblance of courage about them, reminiscent of warriors. The Bumblebee, stealthily trailing behind, began to reassess his views on these humans. Concerned for their safety, he sought permission from Raine and followed them into the mine. Who on earth constructed this place? Sika muttered incessantly, and Simmons understood he was merely trying to bolster his own courage. The mine unsettled everyone. Nevertheless, no one doubted Sika's words. Whether it was the straight passages or the smoothly contoured walls, everything indicated that this was the handiwork of sentient beings or some other intelligent life form. Given the age and markings of the rock, the likelihood of it being man-made was negligible, Simmons mused as he walked. Captain, should we return to report? There could be dangers within. Simmons cautioned uneasily. Coward, you can return on your own. Sika retorted mercilessly. Thus, the team pressed onward. In a neglected corner, a stone, undisturbed for millennia, fell from above due to the vibrations of their footsteps. A highly tense team member instinctively fired at the falling debris. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the resounding gunfire echoed throughout the cave, lingering ominously. This is bad. The Bumblebee, hidden behind, felt a tightening in his chest. I'm sorry, Captain Sika. The startled shooter stammered. Just as Sika was about to respond, the silence of the cave was shattered by thunderous footsteps, reminiscent of a giant barreling towards them. First, two crimson eyes, seemingly from hell, appeared in the distance. Then, illuminated by their tactical flashlights, a towering figure of purple metal emerged. A humanoid robotic life form standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Intruders detected. Executing extermination protocol. The robot's voice rang coldly, though the group did not comprehend its Cybertronian language. Listen, alien. We are humans. This is Earth, our territory. Sika attempted to communicate. However, what awaited him was merely the barrel of a weapon. Energy coalesced, and a blue energy cannon was aimed directly at him. Damn it, this infernal creature cannot comprehend human speech. Run. With a swift roll to the side, Zika narrowly evaded the explosion's radius and promptly commanded a retreat. In truth, his words were unnecessary. The instant the mining robot opened fire, anyone with a semblance of sense had already begun to flee. Their meager handguns would barely suffice against mere criminals, let alone this metallic monstrosity. Yet, the narrow terrain posed a formidable challenge for escape. With a miss, the mining robot unleashed another strike, energy coalescing before launching forth. This time, Fortune was not on their side. The colossal shockwave, reflected off the rock walls, amplified its might, sending the gathered crowd crashing against the surface, leaving them dazed and barely breathing. Frank! Simmons' eyes widened in horror as he beheld his longtime comrade fall. In a fit of rage, Simmons aimed his weapon at the mining robot and fired furiously, but only a few inconsequential sparks erupted. Run, Simmons. Do you wish to perish here? Frank seized Simmons, urging him forward toward the cave's mouth. I'm sorry, Captain Cassie, but I fear we cannot escape, Simmons murmured, having spotted the mining robot's cannon aiming directly at him. The blue energy cannon erupted beside them, and Simmons felt himself lifted weightlessly, only to crash heavily onto the ground. He distinctly heard the sound of his bones fracturing, blood streaming into his eyes, obscuring his vision. Am I to die? This is so unfair. The light in Simmons' eyes gradually faded, and in the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, accompanied by the roar of engines, he seemed to glimpse a yellow sports car soaring through the air. In the midst of chaos, mechanical components clicked and rearranged midair, culminating in the descent of a towering robot. Chapter 34, Total Annihilation. Tuesday, please continue reading. In a haze, Simmons perceived a tremendous metallic crash and the incessant hum of peculiar sounds. Soon, silence enveloped him once more, though he could not ascertain how much time had passed. Then he felt himself being lifted, jostled toward an unknown destination. When Simmons regained consciousness and opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. The dim, confining cave had vanished, replaced by the warm sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the flowers within the room. Everything was so beautiful. Miraculously, I have returned to life. But what was that shadow? A grim smile tugged at Simmons' lips, and a gentle breeze brushed past his forehead, eliciting a slight itch. As he reached to push his hair aside, he suddenly realized the sleeves of his hospital gown were utterly empty. Confusion and panic swiftly engulfed Simmons' mind. Where are my hands? Where are my arms? The realization shattered his recently restored sanity, and he thrashed about in despair, writhing like a worm in a futile attempt to rise. Outside the door, Ryan was engaged in conversation with the doctor when he heard a commotion from within the ward. Turning, he pushed the door open. I apologize, Agent Simmons. It is my fault for underestimating the peril of this operation. Ryan reassured Simmons, who was struggling, as he had never anticipated such devastating casualties. His voice possessed an almost magical quality, gradually calming the distraught Simmons. Dr. Ryan, you have arrived, Simmons rasped. This is not your fault. It is our recklessness that led us here. We have earned this. As Simmons' emotions stabilized, reason returned to him. Just as Ryan was about to speak, the ward door swung open once more, and Casey abruptly entered. His pallid face and bloodshot eyes betrayed a long period of sleeplessness. Simmons, you have finally awakened, Casey exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Captain Casey. Simmons instinctively attempted to salute. I apologize, Captain, but I'm truly relieved that you are unharmed, Simmons replied with a wry smile. The one who should be apologizing is me. Casey's eyes twitched involuntarily as he struggled to maintain composure, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. It is not your fault. We did not voice our objections at the time. Did we? We were all too eager for progress. To be alive is already a stroke of luck. What about Frank? What are the others? How are they faring? Unable to bear the gravity of the situation, Simmons forcefully shifted the topic. They're all right, Casey replied evasively, his gaze drifting. Captain, if you still consider me your subordinate, speak to me honestly. I am not so weak as to avoid the truth. Simmons fixed Casey with a serious stare. Simmons. Casey met Simmons's gaze, but the words he had prepared faltered on his lips. Frank's internal organs were severely damaged by the time the rescue team found him. He had already passed away. Less than half of the surviving brothers remain, and most of them are in the same state as you. Casey trembled as he revealed the harsh realities of the operation. It should have been me. My arrogance and recklessness led everyone into that death trap. Casey's voice twisted, the weight of guilt rendering him unable to control his emotions. Despite his dictatorial and domineering nature, his feelings for his comrades had always been sincere, which was why, despite the flaws in his commands, Simmons and the others had followed him without question. How could this happen? Simmons cried out. The action team was small, and the bonds forged through years of life and death struggles surpassed all else. Why was it not me? Simmons lamented. Casey offered no response, merely repeating the phrase helplessly. Casey, no one will blame you. It is those aliens who are to blame. Even if we were fully armed, it would only make it more challenging for our allies to retrieve the bodies. Simmons's eyes were red with emotion. The action team could not function without a steadfast leader. Someone had to rise to the occasion. Indeed, I seek vengeance, Simmons. We shall exact retribution. Those accursed extraterrestrials must pay the price. Sika clenched his fists, his animosity ignited, plunging him into a state of extreme exhilaration. Dr. Raine, how do we return? Did the rescue team not encounter that robot? Simmons inquired, casting a glance at Sika. I am uncertain. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in the hospital, Sika replied, shaking his head. Since awakening, he had been rushing between his injured comrades, devoid of concern for anything else. Both men turned their gazes towards Raine, hoping he could furnish them with answers. When the rescue team arrived, they only found you. The scene bore traces of a struggle. It appears that two aliens engaged in combat, Raine explained. This was merely the preliminary investigation from Sector 7. He was reluctant to reveal Bumblebee's existence to humanity at this juncture. Further inquiries are ongoing. I suspect there is more than one extraterrestrial entity inside, Raine added. Damn those aliens. I swear, unless I perish within, I shall never relinquish my quest for vengeance. Sika's eyes bulged with fury, breathing heavily. Alas, I am but a shell of my former self, unable to assist you, Captain, Simmons lamented, fearing he might remain in this state for the rest of his life. At least you are alive, are you not? It is merely unfortunate that I cannot personally avenge our brothers, Simmons sighed softly. No, Simmons, there is still hope for you, Sika exclaimed as a thought sparked in his mind. Dr. Raine, your prosthetics project could be perfect for testing on Scott. Sika's eyes brimmed with desperation. Indeed, it is feasible. However, given that it is a new technology, Agent Simmons, are you willing? Raine inquired. I would certainly be willing. An unprecedented fervor ignited within Simmons's once dull gaze. It was only when Sika mentioned the prosthetic that he recalled watching the KSI group's live stream, where volunteers showcased prosthetics nearly indistinguishable from a natural limb, all crafted by the hands of Raine before him. Dr. Raine, is it truly possible? Absolutely, Agent Simmons. Your injuries are my responsibility, and I shall do everything within my power to assist you, Raine assured. However, I lack the funds, Simmons admitted, feeling a wave of shame. No need to dwell on that. Raine waved dismissively, viewing currency as inconsequential. Dr. Raine, Captain Sika, the President's conference call is about to commence. As Simmons expressed his gratitude with fervor, Scott knocked on the door. All right, Simmons, we can save the thanks for later. We must attend the meeting. The President should bestow upon us the honor we deserve. Perhaps this time, we shall discuss how to seek vengeance against that alien in the mine. Seeing Simmons embrace hope once more, Sika's spirits lifted significantly. After bidding farewell to Simmons, the two returned to Sector 7. What? The President. I fear I may have damaged my ears due to extraterrestrial interference. Could you please repeat that? In conference room number 1 of Sector 7, Sika gasped for breath, staring incredulously at Weiss. Chapter 35, Private Armament. Tuesday request for continued reading. I regret to inform you, Captain Cassie, that we have decided to disband the Operations Department. This decision, however, is not solely a consequence of your recent failure. In fact, the necessity of the Operations Department has been a topic of extensive discussion for a considerable period. In recent years, Sector 7 has increasingly relied less on the Operations Department, and we intend to integrate its functions into the newly established units. Weiss spoke with a stoic demeanor, his affectionate regard for Raine not indicative of his nature as a benevolent leader. In most instances, he was regarded as a tyrant. Mr. President, are you implying that our combat capabilities are inadequate? Just days ago, we lost half of our brethren in battle against those alien monstrosities. They sacrificed their lives for America. Cassie's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that, while he and his comrades endeavored to fulfill their mission and suffered significant losses, the President chose to seize this opportunity to further undermine them. This was emblematic of America. And now you propose to disband the entire department? Do you have no regard for the fallen brothers? I shall reiterate. This is the consensus reached in the cabinet discussions, Captain Cassie. I hope you can set aside personal emotions for the greater good. Weiss's voice rose, evidently displeased that Cassie, a man of violence, dared to oppose him. The greater good? Ridiculous. I shall not acquiesce, Cassie retorted defiantly. He was not an impetuous youth. He understood that when one spoke of the greater good, it often implied that he had no place in that vision. Your agreement is unnecessary. This is not a matter for consultation, but rather a command, Weiss stated coldly. The conference room fell into a profound silence, leaving only the two men locked in a tense gaze across the screen. After a lengthy pause, Cassie implored, "You cannot proceed in this manner. President Weiss, my brothers are still awaiting financial assistance from Sector 7. I beseech you, even if it is only to sustain them until their recovery." Cassie's tone softened. He could scarcely envision the dire fate that awaited the brothers in the operations department should they lose their financial support. At this juncture, many were still clinging to life in costly ICUs, and without Sector 7's backing, they would have been expelled from the hospitals days ago to fend for themselves. This, too, was an unspoken reason for their impending dissolution. Their treatment had become prohibitively expensive, following the cessation of funding from the Rashi Group. Although Joyce had taken over Rashi's position, the financial resources were no longer as ample as before. "I am sincerely sorry. I will personally donate $10,000 on your behalf," Weiss stated after careful consideration. 10,000? Mr. President, that is utterly insufficient. I implore you. My brothers cannot afford to lose this job. Gentlemen, I beseech you to speak with the President. We truly cannot be disbanded in this manner. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, Cassie knelt on one knee, beseeching all present. "Mr. President, I believe Captain Cassie's words hold merit," responded Raine, who had remained silent for a considerable time. The repugnant and grotesque manner of the federal government instilled a profound discomfort within him, a citizen of the 40K universe. Even in that decaying empire, the comrades of war would not endure such treatment. At least, that was the case for Raine's unit. He had not anticipated encountering such nauseating occurrences upon arriving in this so-called civilized nation of democracy. "Dr. Raine, this is not your responsibility." He felt Raine was overstepping, having already afforded him ample respect. It was inappropriate for Raine to oppose him on this matter. It had no bearing on him. "I will delegate a portion of the command of the newly established unit to you," Weiss continued, emphasizing that the significance of Raine and Cassie could not be equated. He added to Raine, "No, I believe the members of the Action Department are exceptionally capable. Only they can collaborate with Sector 7 to accomplish the tasks at hand. They have just made unimaginable sacrifices for Sector 7, and we cannot cast them aside like burdens." Raine disregarded the President's concession and retorted defiantly, "Dr. Raine, you have no authority to dictate the structural adjustments of Sector 7. The dissolution of the Action Department is an inevitable outcome." On the other end of the screen, the President's secretary stood, unceremoniously addressing Raine. "Enough. Sit down." After the secretary spoke, Weiss, appearing furious, commanded his secretary to take a seat. Yet, it was evident to all that the secretary's remarks were merely Weiss's own sentiments, which he could have expressed himself long ago. "Dr. Raine, your task is to continue the militarization research of prosthetics. My term will soon conclude, and I hope to witness your results before then." Weiss shifted the topic. "Mr. President, you will see. We are planning to conduct trials of combat prosthetics on the members of the Action Department who have suffered casualties." Raine spoke softly. "What? Are the ordinary prosthetics still in the experimental stage? Has Dr. Raine truly reached this level of progress?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference room erupted in murmurs, with incredulous gazes directed at Raine, especially Weiss, whose mouth agape displayed an uncharacteristic loss of composure. "Dr. Raine, is what you said true?" "I have stated before, I do not jest with science," Raine affirmed resolutely. "Then I extend my congratulations to you, Dr. Raine." Weiss regained his composure, returning to his cheerful demeanor. "However, even so, I cannot rescind this order. It is the collective opinion of the cabinet." Weiss's tone shifted. Having just glimpsed hope, Cassie, whose eyes had sparkled with renewed light, seemed to have the very backbone of her being pulled away as she collapsed to the ground. Unless you provide the funding, the action team will be entirely under your personal command. They may continue their missions in Sector 7, but the government will cease all interference and halt any resource supplies to the team, if you deem their existence necessary." Weiss pondered for a moment and said, while Cassie's expectant gaze shifted towards Raine, "Am I supposed to bear the financial burden for the government?" Ignoring Cassie, Raine turned to Weiss and asked, "Dr. Raine, I have made the utmost concession. If you find it unsuitable, you may refuse." Weiss's expression darkened. The government must fulfill its responsibilities. I am not obligated to assist you without compensation. Raine paid no heed to Weiss's demeanor. With only a few months left in his term, most of his energy was devoted to the transition. Very well, Dr. Raine, we will cover their medical expenses. Do you have any further objections? This time, Weiss's stance softened. In the foreseeable future, Raine would undoubtedly become the uncontested leader in academia, and he had to consider the days ahead. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. President. Chapter 36. Flesh and weakness amidst the tumult. Having just faced life and death, Cassie succumbed once more and fainted. In the chaos, the meeting concluded, and the action department was entirely transformed into Raine's personal legitimate force. Comprising approximately 40 individuals, although many were missing limbs, it mattered little. Flesh was frail, yet machinery could ascend. Joyce, how is the mass-produced prosthetic line progressing? Raine dialed Joyce's number. Though elevated in rank, he remained in his original office. Sage, the first batch of mass-produced prosthetics has rolled off the line, yet most people still adopt a wait-and-see attitude. It is truly infuriating. How can these mortals comprehend your magnificent vision? Joyce exclaimed from the other end of the line. There's no need for haste. Eventually, people will accept it, Raine replied. He then relayed the particulars of the action department to Joyce. This will be our inaugural armed force. They require more powerful prosthetics, and we must consider compatibility with the one Malawian Quacha armor. Your focus should now shift here. Having undergone the baptism of omnithesis, Joyce and Scott had achieved a transcendence. These matters could be entrusted to them. Additionally, I will enlist Scott's assistance. He will carry my vision with him. This pertains to the secret weapon specifically designed for genetically modified humans. No longer merely prosthetics for daily living. The materials employed are more resilient, the designs more extravagant, the power greater, and they facilitate the mounting of various weapons. More whack. Of course, they are also significantly heavier, making them difficult for an average person to wield, let alone operate. Thus, they are initially designed for the superhuman. Indeed, Sage, but recently the KSI funding chain has been somewhat strained. The production of these items necessitates the establishment of new production lines, which, in turn, requires substantial financial investment. Following the founding of KSI, the acquisition of equipment from the former Raytheon Technologies and the procurement of new office premises have seen Joyce invest considerable sums, yet the anticipated returns remain elusive. Overwhelmed with shame, Joyce expressed his feelings, for in his heart, Raine represented a divine figure, far removed from the trivialities of mundane concerns. Fear not. The government shall cover the costs, Raine reassured him, tapping into Viss's resources, fully aware of this reality. Even if Viss were to decline, he would still accept these individuals. However, it was inconceivable for him to aid the federal government in covering up their shortcomings without compensation. Moreover, a training facility must be established to assess our new recruits. And it must be sufficiently discreet, Raine added. It is imperative that the federal government remains unaware. Otherwise, given America's typical approach, they would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. This situation is quite vexing. On one hand, the Decepticons have arrived prematurely, leaving insufficient time for proper arrangements, while on the other, their presence feels belated, constraining Raine's ability to act. Fortunately, the delay will not last much longer. Raine shook his head, a hint of resignation evident in his demeanor. Your will shall be done. Within the hospital, all members of the action team who had regained consciousness were gathered by Cassie. Captain, is there good news? Has our compensation finally come through? Simmons inquired, eager for updates as the others assembled. Damn that heartless hospital. My mortgage is on the verge of default, and at last, it seems the funds are forthcoming. You're fortunate your wife hasn't left you. Look at poor Eric, his girlfriend doesn't even visit him anymore. The speaker was a soldier, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, his body marred by energy burns. Damn, mummy, it's thanks to your incessant chatter that no one ever comes to see you. Eric retorted, seated in a wheelchair, his sharp tongue undiminished despite his grievous injuries. In the mines, he had suffered severe spinal damage, and his lower limbs had necrose due to vascular blockage. The doctors had suggested amputation, yet he would rather perish than live as a half-man. Clearly, his paralysis did not stifle his wit. They had initially experienced despair, but as seasoned veterans, they had long prepared themselves for the possibility of dying on the battlefield. Now, these unfortunate souls, missing limbs, exchanged jests. oblivious to Cassie's increasingly grim countenance. "Captain, what on earth is happening?" Simmons's heart sank as he sensed something amiss. The once lively ward fell silent, all eyes turning toward Cassie. "Brothers, I regret to inform you that we have just received orders. We are to be discharged," Cassie pronounced solemnly. "What? Whose orders are these?" Simmons's eyes widened in disbelief. Their entire family had devoted themselves to the 7th District, and he could hardly fathom that the government would make such a disgraceful decision at this juncture. "This is murder. More of our brothers are still in the ICU, and if the government abandons them, they are left with only a path to death. I must appeal to the president," Simmons exclaimed in disbelief. The others who were able to move turned their gazes towards Casey, their breaths growing increasingly labored. "This is the president's order, Agent Simmons. Just moments ago, in a video conference, those shameless politicians, including Weiss, explicitly announced this decree." Casey looked at Simmons, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes. "Why would they do this? How dare they?" Simmons's eyes were bloodshot. After years in Sector 7, he had considered it his home, only to be met with this brazen betrayal. How could this happen? Is there truly no room for negotiation? Even if it were just to help us through the medical period. Eric gripped the wheelchair's armrest, veins bulging in his hands. "Eric, those politicians care nothing for our lives. Even if I were to kneel and plead for their mercy, it would not stir a shred of compassion in those brutes." Casey gently shook his head, extinguishing the last flicker of hope among them. "So these shameless politicians have discarded us like trash? Beasts! How could they act in such a manner?" Following Casey's affirming response, the entire ward erupted in chaos. In a fit of anger, Eric even stood up, only to be brought down again by excruciating pain. "No, Captain, I can get up on my own." Eric pushed away Casey's outstretched arm, slowly using his hands to crawl back into the wheelchair. After the fury, only boundless despair remained. Their salaries were substantial, yet in the face of medical expenses, they amounted to mere drops in the ocean. The federal government's callousness undoubtedly severed their lifeline. "Don't despair, brothers, there is still hope." Casey rallied, speaking loudly. "Captain Casey, spare us the consolation. The federal government neglects us. What other options do we have? Who would assist us, the worthless? Even if we were to cling to life, it would be without value. We should have perished in that mine." Eric slumped in the wheelchair, voicing his helplessness. "Although we do not understand why Dr. Ryan is willing to help us. He is the only one who has stood up for us, forcing the president to concede, preserving our status, and taking us in." For a moment, it felt as though a ray of light pierced the darkness, hope descending upon this group of despairing souls. Chapter 37, Mechanical Ascension. "Dr. Ryan, why does he want to help us?" Eric could hardly believe it. What deep connection could they possibly share? The treatment costs for one person are at least several $100,000. Why would Ryan wish to spend such resources on us, the worthless? Even if we were to survive, it would merely be a struggle for existence. I do not know. Perhaps he feels guilty for sending us on this mission, believing it to be his fault. Simmons recalled the words spoken to him by Raine upon waking, pondering thus. Yet, he merely guided us to the mine. Our own ambition led us astray. Eric muttered to himself. There could be no gifts without a price. What then is the cost? The mummy was the first to regain his composure, quietly inquiring. This is the question that weighs on everyone. Perhaps it is everything we possess. Cassie murmured, casting his gaze upon the group. They all understood that Raine possessed the miraculous ability to perform extraordinary prosthetic surgeries. Having lost everything, the only way to repay this act of resurrection seemed to be with their remaining lives, trapped in a hell without escape. Some were willing to extend their hands like angels to these unfortunate soldiers who had no alternative. They were loath to perish meaninglessly, even if it was for vengeance. They were determined to survive. We have never owed anyone anything, Eric stated, turning to Cassie, and in their shared gaze, they recognized the same sentiment. I must clarify that if anyone is unwilling, you may withdraw from the task force as soon as your wounds heal. The choice is yours. Cassie declared coldly, his tone serious and grave. No one doubted the veracity of his words. Such a withdrawal would likely mean a lifetime of separation, never to be brothers again. I hope we remain brothers forever. Eric responded first. I second that. Serving Dr. Raine is certainly preferable to serving the federal government. Simmons, weak upon his sickbed, remarked. I owe him a life. If it comes to my demise, I shall not shy away. The mummy was somewhat agitated. Should the financial support cease, he would be the first to perish, suffering a grotesque and agonizing fate. Well then, brothers, I am delighted that we can continue to fight side by side. No one wished to withdraw. Cassie smiled with satisfaction. He was not surprised. He understood his brothers well. Thus, when Raine entered the ward, he was met with a group of self-resolute individuals, all casting solemn gazes his way. Dr. Raine, the entire action team pledges allegiance to you. Cassie stood at attention, saluting. Excellent, Captain Cassie. Your future tasks will be quite arduous. Raine extended his hand, and Cassie grasped it firmly. However, let us first assess the injuries. Raine did not place much importance on loyalty. It was not of paramount significance. He had already resolved to perform genetic modifications on these individuals, and when the skulls were opened, there would be no secrets to unveil. I shall implant advanced prosthetics for all of you. These enhancements are beyond the capacity of mere mortals to endure, necessitating an upgrade. This entails genetic modification. You will grow taller and become stronger. Should anyone be unwilling, they may withdraw. Raine surveyed the group, speaking with undeniable authority. He was never here for charity. Should anyone express dissent, he would not expend an ounce of energy. If you wish for us to perish, we would not hesitate in the slightest. Cassie flushed crimson, seemingly feeling humiliated. Very well, I shall make arrangements post-haste, said Ryan with satisfaction. Days later, Ryan selected the most suitable genetic modification plan from numerous proposals, enhancing the functionality of existing organs without increasing their number. Soon, under Joyce's guidance, personalized prosthetics began to be crafted based on the foundational templates for each injured individual. After all, each person's leg length and arm span vary. Even a single inch could not be disregarded for precision. When the reconstructed prosthetics rolled off the production line, it was time for their rebirth. Eric was the first to undergo surgery. His lower limbs had long been destined for amputation, as necrotic tissue began to affect his entire body. Eric's physique could not withstand the simultaneous procedures of amputation and genetic modification. Thus, the operation was divided into two phases. During the first surgery, Eric adamantly insisted on foregoing anesthesia, despite the fact that his lower limbs had long lost sensation. Captain Eric, are you certain? Not everyone can endure witnessing their own leg being sawed off, Ryan inquired. This was the inaugural formal surgery, and he needed to provide the KSI medical staff with a learning opportunity. These individuals had been meticulously vetted by Joyce, and although the methods he employed remained unknown, he assuredly guaranteed their trustworthiness. Dr. Ryan, I wish to remember this moment. It is a masterpiece of the federal government and the commencement of your generous gift of rebirth, Eric declared resolutely. Well, you are a warrior of steel, Ryan remarked, somewhat taken aback, silently noting Eric's name. Thus, Eric bore witness as his leg was severed at the root, with the prosthetic interface being anchored to his pelvis. Throughout the ordeal, he uttered not a sound. Only his bloodshot eyes and labored breaths testified to the tumult within. Once it was over, Eric, drenched in sweat and pale, gazed at Ryan with newfound reverence. Next came Simmons, the main event of the day. A single injection of muscle relaxants and nerve blockers rendered Simmons devoid of bodily control. Under the methodical execution of the medical staff, an array of colorful potions, varying in potency, was injected throughout his body. Even his abdomen was open for direct infusion into the organs within. Simmons' entire being turned a vivid crimson, as white mist emanated from every pore. The rhythm of his heart intensified, even eclipsing the beeping of the life signs monitor, while his breath resembled that of a powerful fan. I could only feel a surge of heat coursing through my body, the bones creaking and the loose hospital gown constricting uncomfortably. Simmons stood before Cassie, articulating with confidence. Once nearly of equal height, he now towered over Cassie, resembling a formidable black bear. His arms, now encased in a deep black mechanical prosthetic, reflected no light under the sun. During their recent training, this arm had effortlessly wielded an M2 machine gun, disregarding recoil as it unleashed a torrent of thousands of rounds until the barrel became overheated and forced to pause. Damn, I should have severed an arm too, Cassie mused, regretting his earlier generosity, as he had emerged from their ordeal with only minor injuries and had been the last to undergo genetic modification. And then? Cassie pressed. And then? Simmons continued, lost in recollection. Chapter 38. The Gravewind Unit Raine had meticulously prepared an elongated surgical table, perfectly accommodating the now larger Simmons. As the serum took effect, Raine sutured the abdominal cavity. In the incredulous gaze of the medical staff, the sutured wound began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. Spurred by the cellular growth serum, his shoulder had been opened, metal fused with bone as necrotic nerves were reactivated by circuitry, embedding loyalty to Raine during the installation of the brain-machine interface. The dark prosthetic bore no embellishments, its peculiar form exuding an air of coldness and lethality, its sharp edges emanating an inherent danger. At the moment Raine activated the prosthetic, Simmons distinctly felt his arms return, now even more powerful, enigmatic, and perilous. Instinctively, as if wielding his most familiar weapon, Simmons gently lifted his left arm. A hum resonated, the sound of energy charging, while electricity crackled between his fingers, the surrounding air becoming scorching. Amidst the panicked expressions of the other medical personnel, the tendril disguised as a watch sensed danger and instantly transformed into a liquid state, poised to morph into a tentacle. Raine, with a mere thought, halted its transformation. Despite Joyce's assurances that these individuals were trustworthy, he was reluctant to reveal this trump card before them, deliberately refraining from utilizing the mechanical limb during the procedure. He pressed down on Simmons's prosthetic left arm, causing it to droop slowly, as if drained of all energy. Simmons, you are not yet prepared to wield it. I have temporarily disabled the combat system. It will unlock automatically once you have fully mastered it. In the meantime, you may move normally, but be mindful. This is not your original arm. It is quite dangerous. The surgery had been a resounding success, Raine advised Simmons. Now you may attempt to move it. Yes, Simmons exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy as he regarded his prosthetic, once more endeavoring to control it with his mind. It lacked the mechanical feel he had anticipated. Instead, it felt as if it were an extension of his own body, brimming with limitless strength. Is this truly a prosthetic? Eric marveled, caressing the limb, greedily absorbing its warmth and the sensation of touch. Only those who had experienced the joy of regaining what was lost could truly comprehend this profound happiness. One might say that this creation surpasses your previous organic form. The only drawback being the necessity for periodic energy replenishment. Dr. Raine gazed contentedly at his creation, though he lamented that the energy density of the batteries remained insufficient. It was imperative to hasten the research on Cybertronian energy crystals, as this extraterrestrial energy source could evidently sustain the mechanized life forms known as transformers, proving far more potent. Eric lay upon the bed, akin to a newly born infant discovering the capabilities of his own body, curiously experimenting with a variety of movements. Despite their preparations, the medical personnel were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They watched in astonishment as Simmons, after receiving injections of those enigmatic substances, expanded like bread in an oven, transforming from a somewhat frail individual into a robust grizzly bear. They beheld this once disabled man, now effortlessly and comfortably controlling his new physique, a sight so extraordinary that it felt almost surreal, despite having witnessed it live. "You are changing the world, Dr. Raine," exclaimed a physician studying nearby. If he had previously harbored any resentment towards Joyce for exerting control over his family through coercion, now felt only a profound sense of pride and a hint of understanding. "If I were Joyce, I would likely do the same," he mused. "Not I, but we, dear doctor, together we are transforming the world," Raine replied with a calm demeanor. Simmons was still unable to rise from the bed, not for any particular reason, but simply because the effects of the muscle relaxants had yet to wear off. "Dr. Raine, I..." Simmons' gaze flickered towards Raine, though the words he wished to express eluded him. He had done nothing to deserve such a monumental gift, and beyond life itself, he felt he had nothing to offer in return. The implanted steel mark within Raine's mind would guide them to make the right choices in critical moments without interfering in their daily lives. "Rest well," Raine nodded slightly. "Is that all? You can't even articulate a complete sentence?" Cassie interjected, a hint of urgency in his tone. "I apologize, Captain. I truly could not find the words." Simmons admitted, slightly abashed. "Never mind. Loyalty is not merely spoken. Soon it will be my turn, and I shall ensure that the federal government pays for this." Cassie's fury blazed fiercely. Meanwhile, the Pentagon convened a high-level secret meeting, with Vice President Weiss demanding the attendance of all senior Defense Department officials. and even the incoming president was exceptionally invited. Ladies and gentlemen, America has led the world for decades, yet her dignity is now being challenged. Before we proceed, I must unveil a classified project known only to past presidents. Research Facility 7. Weiss declared from the podium, his hands resting upon the table, amplifying his weary and aged voice to the bewildered audience. Mr. President Weiss, since this is a secret known only to presidents, you ought to disclose it solely to me, retorted an irate elderly figure in attendance, none other than the incoming president, Luxie. Do you believe I am unfit for the presidency? No, Luxie. This matter transcends the capabilities of Sector 7, Weiss replied, shaking his head. This department, established by President Hoover in the 1930s, has been dedicated to the study of extraterrestrial technology. What I am about to disclose is that they have uncovered a hidden location of alien life forms, resulting in the loss of dozens of lives. With merely 1 month remaining in my term, it is imperative that we resolve this issue within that time frame. The chatter is incessant. Before this information leaks, we must seize control of that site. Furthermore, we must demonstrate our superiority to those extraterrestrial beings. We are the rightful masters of this planet. With a resounding thud, Weiss's fist struck the table. Mr. President, do you mean to summon the might of the Department of Defense? If so, that is rather straightforward. Our missiles stand ready at all times, declared the Secretary of Defense, exuding an unfounded confidence in America's firepower. I fear that heavy artillery may prove ineffective this time. Those aliens are entrenched within unfathomable mine shafts. We require a nimble and formidable elite force. This was the topic of discussion for the meeting. How to prepare this unit. I have a name in mind. Let's call it the Tomb Wind Squad. In the training grounds, the action department huddled together, deliberating their designation. They were loath to operate under the action department's name, as merely being associated with the federal government left a foul taste in their mouths. After some contemplation, Simmons spoke first. We are all souls buried in graves. It is Dr. Raine who has granted us rebirth. We shall become the tempest that clears the path for him. Excellent. Tomb Wind Squad shall be our name henceforth. We are the returning dead. We are indeed the tempest. For Dr. Raine, a chorus of fervent voices erupted. Chapter 39, Deadly Struggle. Indeed, we shall call ourselves the Tomb Wind Squad. We will select the finest 100 young men from the entire military, outfitted with the most advanced equipment and subjected to the most rigorous training. They shall be the sharp blade we wield against the aliens. Within the Pentagon, the meeting concluded, and under the president's secret directive, a selection process commenced across the military. Hey, buddy, I'm from SEAL Team 6. Which unit are you with? The 24th Special Tactical Unit. Wow, quite the pedigree. I'm from Delta. In a clandestine training facility nestled deep within the mountains, 100 elite soldiers, summoned under mysterious circumstances, gathered. Bewildered, the crowd was unaware of the reason for their presence, knowing only that they were either in training, on leave, or in the midst of a mission when they were abruptly called away by a group of enigmatic figures. Before this assembly, their commanding officers had no room for negotiation. A Black Hawk helicopter descended from the horizon and landed on a nearby helipad. A sharply dressed elderly gentleman emerged, greeting them with a smile. Who is that? He looks somewhat familiar. A soldier, his face smeared with paint and his body coated in dust, quietly inquired, "What is the matter?" Silence. "This is the Minister of Defense. Don't you keep abreast of the news?" Another soldier retorted, "Ah, it's the minister? Who pays attention to the news, anyway? One just speaks without thinking." The man scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "All right, everyone, quiet down. You are all absolute elites in the military. I have exerted considerable effort to extract you from your original units, which has certainly ruffled a few feathers," the Minister of Defense remarked in a humorous tone. Laughter erupted among the ranks, as they dutifully complied with their leader's jest. Nonetheless, it alleviated some of the tension in the air. What I am about to disclose is of the utmost secrecy. I trust that each of you, having executed countless covert missions, is well versed in the protocols of confidentiality. However, I must reiterate, absolutely, unequivocally, do not disclose this. The minister's expression hardened as he spoke. "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded in unison, stamping their feet in a show of solidarity. The minister nodded in satisfaction, elaborating on the purpose and objective of their formation. Despite the incredibility of the situation, seasoned veterans quickly acclimated to the gravity of their new roles. You must now grasp the nature of the missions you will undertake. By presidential decree, you shall henceforth be known as the Tomb Wind Brigade. He declared, I ought to grant you a moment of respite, but time is of the essence. Those damned aliens are on our soil, poised to harm our citizens. You shall depart shortly. With that, the minister departed aboard a Black Hawk helicopter. Within the base, the soldiers commenced an abbreviated training regimen, while the most advanced weaponry from across the globe was transported to the facility, much of it stemming from top-secret research in various laboratories. Without question, this would represent the most formidable combat force humanity could muster at present. Regrettably, Earth is not solely inhabited by humans. There exists a sage from 40 millennia hence. Meanwhile, the secret force belonging to Raine converged with the Tomb Wind Brigade, poised to embark on their inaugural mission. Under the blazing sun, 40 individuals stood as statues in the square, sweat trickling into their eyes, yet none dared to blink. As Raine approached, their postures sharpened and the weapons in their grasp tightened. Dr. Raine, all members of the Tomb Wind Brigade report for duty. Cassie saluted. As the member with the highest enhancements, Cassie retained his position as team leader. Transformed, he now towered over Raine, resembling a steel tower, a stark contrast to his former self. Yet, at this moment, he appeared as obedient as a child awaiting praise from a teacher. Excellent, everyone. My time is limited. I require 10 brave souls to test my latest Thunder Warrior armor. Let us commence, Raine announced. The moment draws near, although he cannot recall the precise time. The warnings in his mind grow increasingly urgent. Decepticons are surely approaching. The current genetic modifications are far too rudimentary. The acquisition of Kilimanjaro's genetic seeds is imperative. As this thought took root, Raine made an instant decision. Thus, a few days prior, Raine issued his first command to select 10 individuals from the 40 available for deeper modifications. The selection process was straightforward, devoid of any formal rules. The only criterion was to demonstrate strength before Raine's discerning gaze. Brothers, this is Dr. Raine's trial for us. Are we afraid? We are the resurrected. We are the Tempest. And so, amidst fervent war cries, a grand melee commenced. Under Raine's remarkable resuscitative skills, the Tomb Wind Brigade unleashed their full potential without a hint of doubt. Captain, be careful, Simmons exclaimed, his arms outfitted with M2 heavy machine guns, transforming him into a veritable human turret as he unleashed a torrent of fire. Is this all you've got? Cassie, with the formidable bulk of a grizzly bear, exhibited an agility unexpected for his size, tracking the trajectory of bullets with keen eyes. In a dazzling display of agility, he maneuvered through the hail of gunfire to find a momentary refuge. But that was merely the beginning. A sinister smile crept across Simmons's face. Having trained extensively during this period, he was well aware that a single machine gun posed no threat to Cassie. Thus, the other arm's gun joined the fray, and under the barrage of crossfire, no angle remained unguarded before him. The ground erupted under the impact of bullets, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Cassie's expression turned grave, even with his monstrous regenerative abilities. Enduring direct fire from a high-caliber machine gun would render him incapable of combat. And now, with Raine's selection of the 10 warriors underway, how could he, as captain, allow himself to be absent? With resolve, he drew forth the colossal sword specially crafted for him by Joyce. Upon learning of this weapon, he had secretly trained with it. The sword cleaved through the hail of fire as his leg muscles erupted with unparalleled strength. Like a cannonball, Cassie lunged toward Simmons. Captain, you've been hiding this trump card. Simmons, unfazed, merely smiled. Cassie had carried that massive sword on his back every day, and though he had yet to wield it, everyone knew its day of reckoning would come. In an instant, Simmons's 2 heavy machine guns disassembled like building blocks, floating in the air within the force field emitted by his mechanical arms. The 2 mechanical arms then extended, seamlessly integrating each component into a cohesive whole. At that moment, Simmons achieved true unity with his weapon. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Just as Cassie's colossal sword swung toward Simmons, he crossed his arms to intercept the strike. Sparks flew. Under the tremendous force, Simmons found himself half-kneeling, sliding several meters back, raising a cloud of dust into the air. A true man ought to wield a great sword. As Cassie laughed maniacally, poised to deliver a decisive blow to conclude the duel, he suddenly sensed a perilous threat, instinctively raising his massive sword to shield his face. Clang! A lethal bullet aimed at his eye ricocheted away, deflected by the blade. But the encounter was far from over. Captain, welcome to the barrage of bullets. Chapter 40. The terrifying power of the dominating Bell Simmons entered an unprecedented state of concentration. As if the bullets had become extensions of his own body. Within his range, no target could evade him. In the realm of dynamic vision, Cassie's vulnerabilities were laid bare. In an instant, both guns fired simultaneously, a torrential downpour of bullets converging towards the unsuspecting Simmons. Do not underestimate me. Cassie's pupils constricted, realizing that Simmons, too, possessed a secret weapon. This lad had concealed his true self. In a fleeting moment, Cassie retreated, recalling Raine's words from when the brain-machine interface was implanted. Though you lack cybernetic enhancements, I have bestowed upon you a gift. Make good use of it. Before he could ponder the nature of Raine's gift, bullets surged towards him. Even though he perceived the incoming projectiles, he could not react in time. Yet, Cassie refused to surrender, summoning every ounce of strength to wield the colossal sword in a desperate attempt to block the barrage. A futile endeavor. Simmons smirked, convinced that no one could deflect his bullets at such close range. Is that so? Cassie's voice echoed, in the throes of life and death. He suddenly felt the implanted chip in his mind begin to warm, and before his eyes, time itself seemed to slow, the bullets moving at a crawl. Simmons appeared frozen in place, the ripples of the bullets slicing through the air becoming vividly apparent. Bullet time! In that moment, realization dawned upon Cassie. At this altered speed, evading the bullets became trivial, and he could even attempt this. To Simmons's astonishment, the seemingly helpless Cassie suddenly sprang into action, his giant sword moving in a seamless, impenetrable arc, blocking the entire onslaught of bullets like an ethereal barrier. Only then did Cassie's voice resonate through the chaos. In Simmons's incredulous gaze, Cassie's sword swung toward him with unyielding momentum, crashing down with immense force. Simmons had no time to react. Even with enhanced neural reflexes, he could not respond to the impending strike. As the blade descended, Cassie transitioned from slash to a crushing blow, sending Simmons hurtling aside, his body resembling a rag doll as he was cast away. He tumbled across the training ground, rolling several times before losing consciousness. Cassie, now bathed in crimson, breathed heavily like an old bellows, mist rising from his body. In mere moments, he had exhausted every ounce of his energy. His colossal sword the only thing keeping him upright. Impressive, he has tapped into the chip's capabilities so swiftly. Raine observed with surprise. These individuals were his first cadre, and he would certainly not equip them with mere trinkets. All prosthetics had received his blessing, including the Omnissiah Dominus Bell acquired during Bumblebee's mission. Remarkably, he had nearly forgotten about this item, yet its utility was undeniable. Such a powerful blessing had not drained his mental energy. Under the auspices of this extraordinary blessing, these lifeless constructs, born from the production line, were endowed with various incredible powers, abilities even unknown to Raine. For instance, Simmons's mechanical arms, of which he had no recollection of their transformative capabilities. Not to mention Cassie's remarkable bullet time, akin to psychic prowess. Scott, bring those two forward. They are worthy of becoming Thunder Warriors. Raine instructed Scott, who was observing the battle alongside him. Yes, responded Scott, his power armor emitting a deep sound. He was the first human to undergo augmentation. Soon, the number of individuals standing in the training ground dwindled. To Raine's surprise, aside from Cassie and Simmons, Eric had not awakened any peculiar skills. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Just them. Raine pointed to the few standing individuals, and Scott complied, leading them away as Joyce escorted them out. The Thunder Warrior initiative was set in motion. The remaining personnel were dispatched to a specialized medical facility. Although many were severely injured, the doctors remained unfazed, as Raine's miraculous cell growth acceleration serum rendered any injury treatable with just a single injection. Teacher, what if a single injection isn't enough? If Dr. Raine can't save you, what do you expect me to do? The 7th District was bustling today. High-ranking officials from the military had arrived at this secret base for a pre-operation meeting regarding the eradication of the Decepticon mine. Naturally, Raine was invited to this gathering. The large screen displayed surveillance footage surrounding the mine, alongside interrogation videos of the original mission members. It was evident that while the cave's width could accommodate a tank, it would compromise its maneuverability, turning it into a sitting duck. Therefore, Only small teams would venture deep into the operation. However, we have prepared a contingency plan. Should the operation fail, the peripheral combat forces will take over this battlefield. They will defend the dignity of America at all costs with the utmost firepower. The view on the screen shifted to an aerial perspective, where an entire army lay in ambush at the cave's mouth, bullets chambered, tanks revved, and all personnel were on combat alert. Based on our reconnaissance, the aliens' unknown weaponry could inflict significant damage on tank armor. The footage on the screen transitioned to the impact craters caused by energy cannons. The hard basalt ground bore a deep pit, surrounded by the telltale signs of molten rock solidifying. Truly formidable. If only it could be harnessed for our use. A glimmer of avarice flashed in the defense minister's eyes. Is our squad ready? Vis inquired. Absolutely. They're the finest young men, the defense minister proclaimed with pride. We have equipped them with numerous advanced weapons still in the experimental phase, such as the mythical Gauss electromagnetic rifle. This weapon, driven by electromagnetic force, possesses a formidable lethality capable of penetrating tank armor directly. The confidentiality of this technology is classified as top secret. What aliens can achieve, we can too. A young officer adjusted his glasses and confidently proclaimed. Furthermore, we have integrated Dr. Raine's brain-machine interface into an advanced tactical helmet, where the visor will replace the traditional aiming system, transforming each soldier into an impeccable marksman. We shall make those extraterrestrials aware of our prowess. A middle-aged man, clad in a white lab coat, with a scruffy beard and deep-set eyes, fervently asserted. Clearly, the federal government harbors more than just one secret organization beyond Sector 7. The video commenced, showcasing an elite squad mobilizing in front of the station. They were fully armed, some equipped not only with peculiar rifles, but also carrying an unusually long-barreled weapon on their backs. This must be the electromagnetic weapon, as electromagnetic acceleration necessitates sufficiently long rails. Raine inquired. Indeed, it seems Earth still possesses some strength. The Gauss rifle is the standard weapon of the Terran faction from the game StarCraft, and to see such sci-fi-inspired equipment being utilized is remarkable. Chapter 41. Constraints. Yes, Dr. Raine, you truly possess remarkable insight, the young officer smirked, seemingly unperturbed by Raine's perceptiveness. What is their standard weapon? Raine inquired, pointing to the peculiar arms each soldier bore. Dr. Raine, this gun is inconsequential. What truly matters is the ammunition it can fire. We have harnessed the latest technology to ensure that upon striking a target, it can unleash temperatures sufficient to melt iron. The middle-aged man promptly replied, evidently pleased with Raine's inquiry. Excellent. It appears those aliens are in for a misfortune. Vis exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. These secret weapons undoubtedly uplifted morale, instilling confidence in all present. The Gravewind Brigade is fully prepared and requests to commence combat operations. The young officer announced. Very well. Commence the operation. Raine responded. You call yourselves the Gravewind Brigade? Raine momentarily found this absurd. Before the mine, the government's Gravewind Brigade began to advance cautiously. The front half of the mine had been confirmed safe, yet further reconnaissance would result in a loss of signal. Thus, the latter half of the mine remained uncharted territory. Flares illuminated the pitch-black cavern. The deeper they ventured, the more blue energy crystals emerged. Dr. Raine, you were the first to discover this energy. Can it be utilized? Asked the middle-aged man in the operational conference room. Not yet. This energy differs from all known forms. I am currently examining its unique properties. Raine shook his head, acknowledging that his recent focus had indeed been on gene modification technology, somewhat neglecting this aspect. What a pity. Had Mr. President permitted me to research it, the outcome might have been markedly different. The middle-aged man spoke, his gaze drifting towards Weiss. Dr. Raine, what do you think? Weiss remained non-committal, deferring to Raine. In that moment, Raine found himself in a bind. To disagree would imply an accusation of monopolizing the situation without contribution, while to agree would undoubtedly complicate his research endeavors. In truth, Weiss's foremost desire before retirement was to redistribute some of Raine's power, for such a dictatorial secret organization was intolerable in America. Frustration welled within him, a desire to upend the table. Had he been too patient with these mere mortals? Raine squinted, a flicker of a dangerous thought crossing his mind. Report. We are about to enter a signal disruption zone. A sudden transmission shattered the stalemate. Proceed. Vice Commandant. unwilling to place Raine under undue pressure at such a pivotal moment in history. The first direct confrontation between humanity and extraterrestrials. The large screen flickered with static before losing its image. Let us pray for these brave souls to achieve victory. Weiss made the sign of the cross, touching his forehead and both shoulders. Amen. The others echoed, mirroring his gesture. The screen flickered back to life, now displaying the troops poised at the entrance of the mine. Rest assured, Mr. President, the squad has only ventured halfway inside. Even in the event of an unforeseen incident, we still possess half of our operational strength. There will be no mishaps. The defense minister was the first to break the silence. Let's hope so. This is all so sudden. Are we truly prepared for battle against the aliens? Weiss sighed deeply. Red Spider Commander, we have reached Earth's orbit. Soundwave stood before the bridge's viewport, the magnificent blue planet before him. Excellent. Do we have any signals from the Allspark? Red Spider inquired. No, we have not detected anything, nor have we located Megatron's signal. Soundwave tapped a few buttons on the screen before turning to speak. It appears our esteemed leader Megatron and the Allspark have been concealed by these humans on Earth. Red Spider's crimson eyes glinted. Summon Shockwave. How are our soldiers' upgrades progressing? The bridge doors swung open, and in strode the one-eyed robot, Shockwave. Red Spider. We have yet to locate Lord Megatron's body. His death cannot be confirmed. Shockwave's deep voice resonated throughout the bridge. Is that so? So you have disobeyed my orders, Shockwave? Red Spider queried, his tone laced with malice. No, Lord Megatron has appointed you as the acting commander. I have upgraded our soldiers' armor and firepower per your directives. However, we must prioritize locating Lord Megatron. Shockwave retorted defiantly. Lord Megatron, Lord Megatron. Do you only concern yourself with him? I am the current commander, and the Decepticons must heed my command. Red Spider seethed with rage. Suit yourself. I shall take my troops to Earth in search of Lord Megatron. Ignoring the irate and embarrassed Red Spider, Shockwave stepped boldly out of the bridge as the door swung open once more. It infuriated him that Shockwave was utterly oblivious to what the Decepticons were, his mind consumed solely by Megatron. This left Red Spider alone, hopping in frustration. Bravery without strategy. Soundwave remarked from the side. Decades ago, Megatron inscribed the signal of the Allspark onto a human's glasses. We must locate that eye. Soundwave's thoughts raced, swiftly arriving at the optimal plan. No, seeking Megatron is not of paramount importance. What good would finding his remains do? As for the Allspark, though it holds significance, it suffices to find it before the Autobots do. I do not apprehend your meaning, Soundwave replied, somewhat puzzled. Once Earth becomes our colony, everything we desire will be willingly offered by them. This is the grand design of the Decepticons. We need no cunning schemes. Has Optimus Prime's ship been located? Red Spider inquired. We departed Cybertron almost simultaneously. However, we advanced at full speed without regard for energy consumption, arriving half a Earth year ahead of them. Soundwave responded after a brief calculation by his processor. That is ample time. By the time Optimus Prime arrives, he will behold nothing but a paradise of Decepticons. Commander Red Spider, I have intelligence to report, an ordinary Decepticon trooper announced as he entered the bridge. What intelligence? We have analyzed the satellites launched by humans and discovered numerous Decepticon technologies within them. The trooper reported. It appears that our Lord Megatron has become a pitiable test subject for humans, Red Spider said with glee. Have you determined which nation is responsible? Soundwave asked. According to our decryption, it seems to be a country in the southern hemisphere of Earth, called America, the trooper replied. America? Excellent. Relay this news to Shockwave. Perhaps he can establish a foothold for us. Is he not the most loyal to his Lord Megatron? Red Spider's eyes glinted with cunning. After all, aside from Megatron, it had been tens of millions of years since Cybertronians last visited Earth, rendering them blind to the planet's advancements. Particularly now, having absorbed some of Decepticon technology, they might possess dangerous weapons that could pose a threat. Understood. The trooper acknowledged, exiting the bridge. Damn humans. How dare they defile the great Lord Megatron? Decepticons engage. Shockwave's furious voice echoed through the stars. Chapter 42. The initial battle in the operations conference room. Champagne was being poured liberally as a message from the communications officer arrived. The squad had successfully eliminated the first mining robot. Moreover, they had done so without incurring any costs. According to their report, they had discovered a sleeping robot, with multiple Gauss rifles simultaneously targeting its head and chest, intent on a single fatal strike. After mere seconds of charging, the lethal projectile attained a terrifying acceleration within the barrel, propelled by its deadly kinetic energy straight towards the mining robot. In the pitch-black depths of the mine, sensing imminent danger, the mining robot could only raise its hand in a futile attempt at defense. In an instant, several bullets pierced through its palm and head, extinguishing the flickering light of its electronic eye. It was decisive and merciless, offering no shred of compassion to the alien machinery. Were those extraterrestrials truly so feeble? Upon viewing the combat footage transmitted by the communications officer, Weiss released a sigh of relief. For him, as long as the adversary dared to reveal their health status, and as long as his side could breach their defenses, everything became straightforward. It seemed we ought to contemplate how to reward these young men. The Minister of Defense proclaimed with pride. Our duty. The young officer slightly bowed, graciously accepting their accolades. He had witnessed the might of these secret weapons firsthand, believing it was only fitting. Even aliens should adhere to the principles of science. The mining robot, nearly obliterated, fell before this squad without even completing a single round. And you, Barnes, your new weapon is exceptionally impressive, Weiss remarked to the middle-aged man in the lab coat. This is merely a preliminary product, Mr. President. Due to limited power, each rifle typically has only 2 shots. Barnes raised 2 fingers and continued. I merely hope to collaborate with Dr. Raine in researching alien energy. Should we achieve a breakthrough, the electromagnetic rifle could undoubtedly supplant traditional firearms. No, not merely a possibility, but an absolute certainty, Barnes asserted with conviction. Weiss, initially reluctant to pressure Raine too intensely at this juncture, found himself wavering. Having witnessed the power of Barnes' new weapon, he pondered internally. In terms of technological sophistication, there was no doubt that Raine's brain-machine interface was superior. However, the Gauss rifles and thermite round appeared more immediate, more violent, and significantly enhanced the military strength. This inclination tilted Weiss towards Barnes. After deliberation, he finally expressed his stance. Thus, in order to mitigate the risk of alien energy leakage, Barnes, you shall join Dr. Raine's research project as deputy leader. Weiss ultimately favored the recently celebrated Barnes. Dr. Raine, what say you? Weiss inquired routinely, for his words carried the weight of decree. Do I possess the right to oppose? Raine remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Weiss. Just jesting. May our collaboration be fruitful, Professor Barnes. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, extending a hand to Barnes. Barnes promptly rose, mindful not to overstep, bowing slightly as he extended his hands in response to Raine. Raine maintained his customary, approachable smile. Yet a profound intent lay concealed beneath. Weiss, having shed all pretense, resolved to dismantle Sector 7 before relinquishing his authority. The first step was to disband the Action Department. The second was to introduce subterfuge among his subordinates. Raine maliciously contemplated whether the Rashi group had secured his tacit approval when they forcibly integrated Scott and his team into their ranks. From the very outset, Weiss had never felt at ease. The 7th District had always been a veritable prison. At that moment, the intelligence officer re-entered the room. Report, we are receiving communications from the front lines. We are currently engaged in direct combat with extraterrestrial mechanized entities. This confrontation has persisted for 5 minutes. The intelligence officer closed the operational manual, casting his gaze upon the assembly, awaiting further instructions. The Gauss rifle has a lengthy charging time, rendering it impractical for encounters. Barnes was the first to address the group. So, we must rely on the thermobaric rounds, then? Inquired the Minister of Defense. I fear that may indeed be the case. Sir, trust in Dr. Barnes' research. The thermobaric rounds will not disappoint, responded the young officer. Rest assured, gentlemen, while the thermobaric rounds may lack the sci-fi allure of the Gauss rifle, they're specifically designed for metal penetration. In terms of reliability, destructive capability, and versatility against metallic targets, they far surpass the Gauss rifle. Let us await the promising results. Since obtaining extraterrestrial energy research, Barnes had become somewhat fervent. The Gauss rifle represented the culmination of his life's work. He had devoted nearly a decade to enhancing its barrel and optimizing the aerodynamics of its projectiles, employing various strategies to elevate the once single-shot Gauss rifle to a dual-shot capacity. However, he understood that the crux of the matter lay in energy limitations. All his efforts were merely a gradual extraction of potential. Without a breakthrough in energy, the Gauss rifle would remain relegated to obscurity, devoid of any prospects for widespread adoption. Nevertheless, his assertions did little to assuage the anxieties of the dignitaries present. The command room remained fraught with tension. Prepare the troops outside for engagement, and ensure the missile units are also ready. Should any unforeseen events arise, we cannot allow those extraterrestrial beings to escape from the designated site. Yes, the intelligence officer noted Weiss's directives and relayed them to the command staff. The orders were disseminated to the front lines within minutes. The firing parameters for tanks and artillery were reconfirmed, and the entry point had been locked down by a multitude of shells. In the expanse of space, the Starlink satellites grouped in threes made slight adjustments to their angles, simultaneously locking onto the coordinates sent from the ground command center. Within the 7th Fleet, the missile silos had been opened, and the malicious series of supersonic missiles stood poised for launch. From the front lines to the operational conference room, an air of imminent danger loomed. Regardless of the circumstances, these extraterrestrials exhibited a level of scientific advancement far beyond that of humanity, and caution was paramount. Apart from Raine, he was the sole individual privy to the intricate details of the annihilation of the action team. The Bumblebee had effortlessly dispatched the instigator before undertaking a thorough exploration in place of Cassie and her team. In the depths of the mine, energy sources were abundant. However, for reasons unknown, the rigid mining robots had been commanded by their Decepticon masters to refrain from utilizing these energy crystals, even amidst their power depletion. This directive seemed reasonable upon reflection. After all, these mining robots had lingered on Earth for millions of years. Absent such an order, they would likely have consumed the reserves long ago. Most of the mining robots had succumbed to a deep slumber. Bumblebee reported to Raine that they had encountered the only relatively functional robot. After my intervention, there were scarcely any active entities left in the mine. Only the frail and the feeble remained. These dying mining robots could hardly pose a challenge to the team. Mr. President, the outer forces are fully prepared for combat, reported the intelligence officer. Let us await the good news from the lads. Weiss nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen. Chapter 43. The Decepticons have arrived. As Raine had anticipated, the mining robots in the cavern were inadequately armed. Half an hour later, the communications officer relayed that the battle was over and the team was currently securing the area. The specific battle report was still being compiled, but preliminary reconnaissance indicated that the mining robots had lost all combat capability. Splendid. I must reward these brave souls handsomely, Weiss exclaimed, embracing the bald head of the Secretary of Defense and planting a fervent kiss upon it. God bless America. The Secretary responded, making a sign of the cross. Secure the area and try to capture any alive. Weiss chuckled lightly. He wondered if he had been overly cautious, perhaps with America's might. They had nothing to fear from extraterrestrial threats. Feeling somewhat euphoric, Weiss found it exhilarating to have neutralized an alien presence that had lingered for an indeterminate duration without incurring any casualties. Soon, trailers and heavy trucks began to enter the mine. Following reconnaissance by the Grave Wind Unit, it was confirmed that no threats remained within the cavern. Subsequently, the severed limbs and intact, yet eternally dormant, robots were extracted one by one. Under the astonished gaze of the on-site personnel, these were transported to a nearby secret base. While the details of the operation remained classified, the President bestowed the utmost honors upon the entire squad among all participating forces. From promotions to positions, material rewards to commendations. Even the President and high-ranking military officials, including the Secretary of Defense, personally flew to the battlefield to bestow medals upon the team. Even Barn was invited as a distinguished guest to the ceremony. The only one overlooked was Raine. You know, Dr. Raine is my idol. He ought to be present at this ceremony. Moreover, as I will be serving under Raine in the future, it might not reflect well if he learns of this oversight. I hope Dr. Raine won't be displeased. Barn mused just moments before the ceremony commenced. Dr. Raine is not a man easily swayed by trivialities. His breadth of vision is beyond the comprehension of individuals like you. Smith, with his connections to the Roche Group and his ongoing entanglements with the military, also attended this ceremony. Ever since Dr. Raine unveiled the brain-computer interface, every project that could possibly benefit has sought to bask in its glow, and naturally, Smith was no exception. The more one delves into his character, the more profound one's admiration for Dr. Raine becomes. Only a visionary ahead of his time, could possess such foresight? Well then, there are no treacherous ministers here, only loyal subjects. Weiss hastily quelled the impending uproar. He was to hand over the presidential office the next day, and certainly did not wish to be troubled by such matters at this moment. Dr. Raine himself remained unfazed, as Joyce had sent a confidential message indicating that the Thunder Warrior armor was ready and could be activated at any moment. Such trivial affairs pale in comparison to this. Cassie and the others, having undergone treatment, had fully recovered. "Captain, how did you execute that move?" Simmons inquired curiously. "Fortunately, you showed restraint, otherwise Dr. Raine would have been unable to save the fragmented version of me, right? Would have been easier to rescue me if I had been reduced to a mere pulp." Cassie still harbored some resentment. Simmons' barrage had been merciless. "Heh, you might find it hard to believe, but I can control the power of the bullets," Simmons said, scratching his head, feeling a bit bashful. "I can either amplify the bullet's impact or ensure you only suffer superficial wounds. This is something I discovered in battle." "Is it truly that astonishing?" Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why can I do that?" "Captain, what exactly is this technique Simmons is talking about?" Eric's curiosity was piqued. "I possess no extraordinary abilities. It's merely that my dynamic vision and reaction times have improved," Cassie said, feigning nonchalance. "You call your bullet time unremarkable?" Simmons quickly chimed in. "Is there really such a thing as bullet time akin to the Matrix?" Eric fretted, questioning how he could possibly lag behind his teammates. "Scott the Priest, what about us?" "Will we?" Eric asked Scott, who was diligently applying holy oil to the joints of the Thunder Warrior armor. In the background, hymns played in a loop, while Zorn fervently bowed his head, maintaining a rhythmic cadence. "The great sage treats you all equally. It is merely a matter of time, and indeed, it correlates with your faith." Scott's enigmatic voice resonated. "Faith?" Eric pondered deeply, wondering if he had not exerted enough effort in training, why others were awakening while he remained stagnant. Was his loyalty to Dr. Raine insufficient? As this thought emerged, Eric promptly shook his head vigorously to dispel it. "Impossible. It must be that I haven't pushed myself hard enough in training. I will prove myself in the next battle." Raine arrived, protected by Bumblebee, at the secret base. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, Bumblebee transformed into his humanoid form. "It's you," Simmons exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. The sound and figure perfectly matched the hallucination he had experienced before losing consciousness. "Greetings." "Human," Bumblebee waved. "Dr. Raine, is it you who saved us?" Simmons stammered, his words tumbling out in a rush. The intersection of illusion and reality left his enhanced mind momentarily bewildered. Raine remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "This is a Cybertronian, whom you may also refer to as a Transformer. His name is Bumblebee." Scott provided a brief introduction. Under Joyce's guidance, the boarding and blessing ceremonies commenced, once again overseen personally by the venerable Sage Raine, albeit with Joyce assisting him. After all, even with the support of the Dominion Bell, soothing so many mechanized souls was an extraordinarily taxing endeavor. At this juncture, Viss officially stepped down, transferring authority to Luxie. "Mr. Viss, do you have any final words for me?" Luxie inquired, turning his back to the world media after their last handshake, noticing Viss's hesitation to speak. "Perhaps I shouldn't interfere with your policy decisions, but I believe it is crucial to convey one last matter," Viss replied, his tone laden with gravity. "Beware of Raine and the confines of Sector 7. I have an unsettling premonition that his intentions do not align with those of America." Viss had harbored distrust toward Raine from the outset. Despite a brief period of camaraderie, it had been born out of necessity. He was willing to wager his presidential tenure on it. Raine was undoubtedly complex. His motivations for entering Sector 7 were unclear, yet they seemed unrelated to American interests. "Well, I shall consider your counsel. Thank you for your wisdom," Luxie responded thoughtfully. The ceremony proceeded as planned, with dignitaries from various sectors witnessing the transfer of America as highest authority, all offering their blessings. Regardless of their sincerity, they presented a flawless facade before the media. The military's tribute manifested as an aerial display of fighter jets showering colorful streamers across the sky. As fireworks erupted, the ceremony reached its zenith. Strange. Wasn't the flight formation supposed to consist of 5 aircraft? Why is there an additional one? The command center observed the 6 jets in a conical formation on the radar. Puzzled. Chapter 44. Greetings from the Shattered Wing. Lord Shockwave, it appears today, marks some form of human celebration. Reported a Decepticon that had successfully infiltrated the flight formation by transforming into an F-22. Perfect, as a minor retribution for their sacrilege against Lord Megatron. Let us deliver a taste of Cybertronian shock. With that, the Decepticon began to break away from the formation. Inside the cabin, holographic images mechanically performed their operations, while the cockpit continuously received identity confirmation messages from the ground command center. Please identify yourself. Otherwise, we will resort to force. The air command center was in disarray, with no one aware of the origin of this F-22. Initially, they presumed it was merely a careless pilot who had mistakenly entered the formation, a nuisance perhaps, but not a significant concern. However, as the silence from the aircraft persisted, the atmosphere began to shift uneasily. It was only when the Air Command issued a threat of force that the aircraft broke formation and began to ascend to the right. Today, we gather here to celebrate the emergence of a new leader for the United States. Beneath the towering Statue of Liberty, in front of the world's media, the spokesperson from the news department was enhancing the celebratory atmosphere. Commander, the F-22 still hasn't responded, is climbing. The observers anxiously monitored the radar displays. Cease the performance. Force it down. Under no circumstances are you to fire. The commander fixated on the screen, his brow furrowed. Such a high-level incident must not encounter any complications, let alone the prospect of an aerial combat, which would eclipse last year's scandal involving Raytheon Technologies. At least that incident was not officially sanctioned and had uncontrollable technology as a shield, which the public could somewhat comprehend. This, however, was merely an aerial display. But where on earth did this F-22 come from? The radio channels of the other 5 F-22s in the formation buzzed with activity, as this uninvited guest sent everyone's nerves into a frenzy. After yet another ineffective warning, they received orders from the Air Command, and thus, the 5 aircraft sequentially slowed down, closing in on the intruder. Sensing the threat behind it, the uninvited guest began to accelerate, with its pursuers matching its speed. Above the venue, the intruder led the charge, while the remaining 5 aircraft formed a V-shaped formation in hot pursuit, creating an encirclement. Unbeknownst to all, the thrust had reached its maximum, with the aircraft approaching its limit speed. Suddenly, the intruder's aircraft abruptly tilted upwards, its body becoming perpendicular to the ground. The intense friction with the air rendered the condensed airflow visible, and the immense resistance prompted the entire aircraft to execute a rapid stop mid-air. The 5 pursuers were violently flung forward. Wow! The Cobra maneuver at such extreme speeds. Is the American presidential inauguration this thrilling? This scene was broadcast by global media outlets. My God, what am I witnessing? Unlike the casual spectators, the command center and flight team were left in utter astonishment. Had the Cobra maneuver really lasted for at least 10 seconds? The aircraft remained intact, without stalling. Moreover, the pilot must have endured at least 30 gs of acceleration and survived, without granting the flight team and Air Command further reaction time. The intruder's aircraft adjusted its angle and dove behind them. The roles of attack and defense had now reversed. The game has concluded, children, and Hai extends his greetings. The fire control radar simultaneously locked onto the squad, encircling ahead. However, Hai scorned the idea of using missiles against humans, deeming it an affront to his dignity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the autocannon unleashed its fiery breath, mercilessly shredding the Allied aircraft in front. The pilot had no chance to parachute to safety. Subsequently, Hai pivoted his aircraft and commenced his hunting spree. With a series of incredible maneuvers that transcended human limitations, Hai showcased the might of Cybertron in the skies. The most advanced fighter jets on this planet stood no chance against his assault, seemingly toyed with instead. The beleaguered audience below began to scatter in panic as the battle commenced. After releasing his 5th firework, Hai effortlessly concluded a 1 versus 5 engagement and reluctantly stowed away his cannon. Director, deploy missiles against him. On the radar, only a single point of light remained, and after several calls, there was still no response. Commander! Oh yes, use them. He was momentarily stunned by Hai's prowess, annihilating 5 opponents with ease. This was not World War II. Each 5th-generation fighter is a national treasure. How could such catastrophic losses be sustained? He hadn't even utilized missiles, relying solely on cannon fire. At a missile base, several air defense missiles, still under wraps, were launched, tilting mid-air and executing a graceful turn towards their designated target. You have been locked onto by missiles. Please evade promptly. An urgent alarm blared within Hai-E's cockpit. Interesting, human missiles. Let us compare speeds. Hai, still unsatisfied, found his appetite whetted by a few F-22s before they were swiftly obliterated, leaving him in a state of discomfort. We have failed to provide you with the thrill you sought, Your Excellency. The Dark Eagle missiles surged through the sky at Mach 5, locking onto Hai from all directions. At this moment, there was no escape. It was a dead end. Even for an F-22. Of course, this did not apply to Hai. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Hai transformed in a humanoid form, executing a roll as the powerful inertia was countered by the thrusters on his back. Simultaneously, he drew the battle blade from his back, slightly anticipating the missile's trajectory, and deftly dodged them. With a swift motion, he cleaved the missiles and their thrusters in two, causing the now directionless Dark Eagles to trace erratic arcs in the air before plunging into the sea. With a sinister grin, Hai disassembled the missiles one by one in the sky, leaving only the last one. Let's see who is faster. Hai reverted to his aircraft form, soaring alongside the missile. 3, 2, 1, commence. The exhaust flames of Hai's thrusters suddenly turned white, an overwhelming surge of energy erupting forth. On the radar within the command center, flickering points of light began to vanish, and soon, only the F-22 and the missile remained, with the 2 points converging. Do we hit? Have we succeeded? As the personnel in the command center felt their hearts leap into their throats, the overlapping light points on the screen began to separate. The F-22, which many believed had reached its maximum velocity, accelerated further, vanishing gradually from the radar display. How could this be possible? The radar's detection radius was nearly 5,000 kilometers. That F-22 had surely attained a speed of at least 10 Mach. The observers gasped in astonishment, and the temperature in the control room plummeted several degrees. The classified Shadow missile swiftly lost its target, spiraling aimlessly before crashing into the sea. Disappointment washed over the observers as they shook their heads, and the F-22 transformed back into its fighter form, re-entering the radar detection range. It had returned. We are doomed. The ground audience and the control room echoed the same lament. Moments later, the F-22 executed a swift maneuver, pivoting in place and diving toward the gathering below. The already panicked crowd erupted into chaos, with many trampled to death in the frenzy. The F-22 increased its thrust, deftly navigating through the dense air at low altitude, weaving effortlessly through the steel jungle. The immense airflow shattered countless windows along its path. Enough of this play. It's time to announce the arrival of the Decepticons. The Shockwave's signal resonated within the cockpit. Well then, Shockwave, I find you somewhat intriguing. Yet, the pilot remained focused on the mission. The aircraft once again dove toward the crowd, targeting the fleeing spectators. To the onlookers, the F-22 resembled a spear, hurtling directly toward them. Its flying altitude was astonishingly low, as if one could reach out and touch it. At this moment, the pilot leveled the aircraft, and the holographic projection in the cockpit revealed a cruel smile to the audience below. In an instant, the pilot abruptly tilted the nose upward, pushing the engine to its maximum power, forming a cloud behind the aircraft that shaped itself like a canopy. A deafening sonic boom resonated overhead, shattering countless eardrums. Blood oozing from the ears of many. The cries of agony and screams erupted within the crowd, though they could hear nothing. This was an unabashed display of military might. A blatant threat. Before the spectators could even begin to comprehend their wounds, the F-22 returned. Another rapid dive from above targeted the ground below. This time, however, there was no tilting upward. As the aircraft neared the ground, amidst a cacophony of mechanical whirring, its structure began to disassemble and reconfigure mid-air, transforming into a humanoid form. Knees bent to absorb the impact, it crashed onto the ground, and amidst the dust, a colossal robot slowly rose to its feet. Tiny insects surrender to Lord Megatron's form, yield the Allspark, and submit to the greatness of the Decepticons. The formidable figure of Skywing, adorned in a resplendent blue livery, with the iconic crimson electronic eye of the Decepticons and the intricate designs on its shoulders, has officially heralded the arrival of Cybertron to the world. Simultaneously, military bases and clandestine outposts across the United States found themselves under siege. Reports flooded in, We are under an unidentified attack. Help! Oh my God! What manner of creature is this? We cannot penetrate their armor. The emergency lines of the Department of Defense were inundated with a DDoS-like bombardment, as cries for assistance overwhelmed the communication channels. To demonstrate its might, Skywing unleashed a barrage that obliterated the Statue of Liberty, while the newly inaugurated President Lucy vanished without a trace, leaving Vice President Weiss to struggle to maintain order. It was later rumored that amidst the wreckage, fragments of Lucy's custom-tailored suit were discovered among the debris. At the San Diego Naval Base, the freshly launched USS Reagan aircraft carrier was struck by shockwaves, sinking under the relentless assault as dozens of fighter jets engaged in a frenzied dogfight. It was only when the last aircraft was shot down that the pilot realized the grim truth. The enemy could assume the guise of any ally at will. In an Iraqi outpost, a dizzying transformation turned into a helicopter, causing chaos anew. Tragedies unfolded across the globe, as America's once proud military presence devolved into a catastrophe. The entire nation once again plunged into panic. The erstwhile world's police force suffered devastating blows in mere hours. Chapter 45, Global Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States, nay, the Earth, is confronted with an unprecedented threat. We must cast aside all enmity, abandon our divisions, and unite against this external menace to secure our freedom. Vice Visibly Hakgat delivered his televised address, yearning for escape yet feeling trapped. Why was it so difficult to retire in peace? The truth could no longer be concealed. Numerous battles had erupted on foreign soil, swiftly leading to a summit of world leaders. We knew of the existence of extraterrestrials, yet you selfishly kept it hidden. The furious Putin of Russia interrogated Weiss. Now that calamity has struck, you wish to make this a global concern? Given the circumstances, we shall disclose all research findings. However, we must now put aside past grievances. The capabilities of these extraterrestrials far exceed our imagination, Weiss lamented, resigned to the dire situation. Despite the unjust suffering endured by other nations, the question of accountability had become trivial. The Decepticons' brazen actions constituted a declaration of war against the entire Earth. Perhaps surrender was an option. If even the United States lacked the strength to fight, what could we possibly do? Following tradition, the President of France proposed capitulation. We agree. Since the aliens have bested us, they shall colonize us, propelling us towards rapid development, remarked the unconventional leader of India, drawing skeptical glances from fellow dignitaries. That is one way forward. The Japanese Prime Minister nodded in agreement. Such a cowardly notion. We shall never be subjugated. Even if it comes to the last man standing, we will fight. The Eastern University was the first to voice dissent. The war has commenced. We have no choice. The Gander followed suit in opposition. We must seek retribution. Weiss made his stance clear. Surrender? That thought never crossed my mind. Given the massacre in the mines and the atrocities committed against Megatron, the Decepticons would not let them escape unscathed. Of course, my intention is merely to propose a singular path. It does not imply that we are bound to choose it. Seeing those who concur with my plan as a peculiar bunch, France swiftly altered its position. The sentiments of a few major powers reflect the attitude of the Earth as a whole. The remaining nations hold little significance. As the meeting concluded, under the auspices of the permanent members, the United Nations was restructured into the Earth Alliance, necessitating a unified government for dialogue with extraterrestrial beings. The rapid unification of the world's populace took many by surprise, and soon thereafter, various nations' official media began broadcasting news of the alien invasion. Particularly notable was the footage of the Harbinger's transformation, which obliterated the Statue of Liberty, declaring that Earth must submit to them. A video widely circulated by countries around the globe. Citizens were urged to trust the government. Only through unity could we weather this storm. They were reassured that supplies were ample. A stern crackdown on unlawful activities during these extraordinary circumstances was promised. Upon the news release, society predictably plunged into chaos. The situation was particularly dire in the United States, where, following recent turmoil, an already fragile social structure collapsed entirely, with many states spiraling into complete disorder. Gentlemen, this is a grave crisis for America. We must bolster public confidence. At the federal government meeting, the Secretary of Defense was the first to speak, then turned to Weiss. The United States had declared a state of emergency, and Weiss was legally reinstated, albeit he bore no resemblance to an appropriate leader. Indeed, the Gravewind troops had proven their mettle. We possess the capability to confront the extraterrestrials. Vice responded, however, it is different. The aliens we battled last time resembled the frail and vulnerable among humanity, hardly a suitable reference for our experiences. Smith vehemently opposed this notion. Having witnessed the handover ceremony and possessing a clear understanding of the Harbinger's capabilities, his life's work, the internationally lauded F-22, appeared laughably inadequate compared to those aliens. Akin to children's toys. Professor Smith, this is a critical moment. You must be mindful of your tone and stance. Do you believe we should kneel and capitulate to the aliens? The Secretary of Defense's piercing words reddened Smith's face. Very well, Mr. Secretary. In the face of such a formidable enemy, we should unleash our fury upon them, rather than turning it against our own. Weiss tapped the table. This matter was settled. At times, collective emotions far outweigh rationality. Additionally, another means of instilling confidence in citizens lies in the public revelation of Sector 7. We must convey to our people that we are not entirely ignorant of the aliens. We have long been conducting research on them. Furthermore, we possess a trump card. This declared at the conclusion of the meeting. Soon, the official news announced the commencement of filming for the documentary on Zone 7. The secrets concealed beneath the dam were unveiled to the public. These extraterrestrials are rather unimpressive. This time, they merely caught us off guard. It stands to reason, for they could not have been imprisoned by us decades ago otherwise. Under the deliberate guidance of the federal government, the stance of civilian radicals began to shift. Following this, the documentary featuring the Gravewind squad ignited the confidence of the masses, showcasing the mining robots being ruthlessly eliminated. A band of towering fools dared to humiliate us in such a manner. We must retaliate. We must show our strength. With a series of strategic maneuvers from the government, the public opinion landscape underwent a significant transformation, with enraged citizens demanding an immediate counteroffensive. In recent days, humanity faced an unprecedented threat, and America was the first to heed the people's call, deciding to negotiate with the aliens. If necessary, we would not shy away from employing force. In the news, the Secretary of Defense solemnly announced the forthcoming battle plan. On some obscure island in the Pacific, the shockwave forces temporarily took refuge. The sound waves shared intercepted information with the shockwave, thunderquake, and skywing. These humans clearly disregarded our warnings. As loyal allies of the fearsome leader, Shockwave, Thunderquake, and Skywing formed this loose coalition. They still dared to confront us with their laughable might. Let us shatter their illusions once and for all. Thunderquake's rugged voice seethed with fury. Skywing, we shall act in unison this time. Indeed, brother, replied Skywing, slightly bowing his head. Cybertronians, America shall not yield. We shall await you in your energy mines. If you lack the courage to come, then swiftly vacate the earth. This is not a realm for your tyranny. Although the public's anger was rather irrational, the upper echelons remained composed, aware that their previous victory was largely due to advantageous positioning. In an open arena, Skywing could easily demolish this small team with a few dives. However, the situation would differ in the mines. Those aliens could hardly fly in such confined spaces. As for whether they would agree to this challenge, their refusal would be even better. The government would directly propagate their cowardice, achieving a psychological victory beforehand. Yet, it was evident that Thunderquake and Skywing were not the easily provoked Cybertronians. Infuriatingly, they dared to underestimate us. Did they think we would only engage in aerial combat? Especially Thunderquake, who was exceedingly incensed by these insects' provocations. This message was broadcasted in an unencrypted format across various channels, deliberately facilitating the Decepticons' awareness. Outside the mines, in addition to the Gravewind squad, countless troops lay in ambush. This would be humanity's first battle following the aliens' official appearance, and it would be broadcasted live for all to witness. Victory was the only acceptable outcome, as brothers, Tianjun and Hai Yi share strikingly similar temperaments, particularly in their aversion to leading and their preference for solitary endeavors. They declined the well-meaning offer from Shockwave to escort a pair of Decepticon soldiers, instead transforming into their aircraft forms and soaring towards the Rocky Mountains. Dr. Raine, we feel the exhilarating surge of the powered armor's machine spirit. It is ablaze, consuming us as well. I believe we are in dire need of a battle, exclaimed Zika, her eyes aglow with fervor. as she suppressed her intense desire for combat while addressing Raine. These powered armors had languished idly for a year, their machine spirits restless and agitated. Born for the purpose of destruction, they had been confined within the confines of a storage facility, yearning for pilots. Now, with the arrival of Cassie and the others, the machine spirits were eager to seize control of their pilots and charge into the fray. Patience, my friends, there will be plenty of battles ahead. Raine reassured both the pilots and the machine spirits. After all, he had never officially engaged in combat with the Transformers and was uncertain whether either side possessed the strength for a confrontation. Since the Decepticons' arrival, the entire powered armor hangar had been rife with agitation. Even the ever-calm Bumblebee exhibited signs of restlessness. Could something have happened to Optimus and the others? That shouldn't be the case. I sent Optimus the coordinates to Earth first. Why have the Decepticons arrived before him? Bumblebee felt a twinge of anxiety. His devotion to the mechanical faith notwithstanding, as his affection for Optimus and his comrades remained undiminished. Fear not, Bumblebee. The Omniversal Messiah assures me that Optimus and the others are safe, albeit delayed for reasons unknown, Raine comforted. The premature arrival of the Decepticons, slightly ahead of his recollection, caught him off guard as well. To avoid disrupting the narrative, he had deliberately refrained from seeking out Sam, the pivotal character from the first installment, to acquire the coordinates inscribed in his grandfather's glasses. However, this was of little consequence. Regardless of who activated Megatron, the outcome would remain unchanged, and the tide of battle would not shift due to a single individual. His foundational strength lay with Bumblebee and this Semi-Astartes Legion. The term semi was used because the gene seeds had yet to be implanted and the genetic modifications were not thorough. Even the powered armor was a stripped-down version. Fortunately, after some time, Raine recognized this deficiency, and production of the complete powered armor had commenced. Let us establish the Bumblebee Guardian Corps, Raine declared, opening the system panel. He assigned the idle Cassie, Simmons, and 10 others beneath Bumblebee's name. By your holy command, great sage. Cassie and the others momentarily paused before saluting in unison. Just as Joyce had done before, the teachings of the mechanical faith were instilled within them, and they instantly comprehended Raine's intent and their mission. Objective: establish the Mechanical Faith Guardian Corps, Corps Commander 11, Corps Members 1010, completed. Mission reward: Gene Seed of the Gene Pre-March Gilliman. Mission issued, current objective, Transformers. Humanity, regardless of who they are, the battalion requires a decisive battle. Victory is imperative. I demand to see rivers of blood. Task reward: Tears of the Dragon. Are you still anxious about the slow development of the church? Are you troubled by the selection of members? The Tears of the Dragon can alleviate your concerns. The Tears of the Dragon indeed provide a timely solution. Raine pondered the reward for the next task presented by the system. The Tears of the Dragon is an artificially created neural virus. Those infected will have their thoughts corrected by pre-implanted programs, plunging them into a frenzied illusion where they endure severe trials. Those who survive will conquer human frailty, emerging as fervent devotees of the machine god sect. It is undeniably useful. Although the elimination rate is visibly high, it is evidently not an issue. Additionally, the genetic seed of Kilimanjaro and the transformation surgery of the Astartes can soon be prioritized. What is the true dominion of the ultimate warriors in this era? Raine remained silent for a long while until Scott reminded him that Bumblebee had arrived. He had been dispatched by Raine to undertake a brief secret mission. All right, everyone. I know you are eager and restless, yearning for combat. Fortunately, I now require data collection, and as an appetizer, you will engage in a practical drill with Bumblebee. Raine announced. Yes, both Bumblebee and Sika responded in unison. Bumblebee, the battalion leader, acknowledged the situation. The group of 10, led by Sika, although they had learned during training that Bumblebee was their commander and were willing to accept his leadership, lacked any emotional bond with him, despite the fact that he had saved their lives. After all, only Simmons remained conscious during their revival. How could they have formed any significant feelings? Humans, I have admired your courage, and I am willing to obey the commands of the esteemed Sage Raine. However, this does not imply that you possess the qualifications to fight alongside me, Bumblebee stated coldly. Who had he previously fought beside? Great warriors such as Optimus Prime and Ultramagnus. And who were Cassie and the others? They had not spent as much time in battle as Bumblebee had been alive. Could they truly be considered as comrades? Lacking the requisite strength, do you understand? Even if they donned this peculiar armor, which merely seemed to make them slightly shorter than himself, Bumblebee remained internally unconvinced of their capabilities. Bumblebee, battalion leader, please retract your words. The machine's spirit began to stir, expressing intense anger at Bumblebee's recent remarks. Cassie and Simmons, too, felt the surge of fury at this moment. The synchronization rate between the machine spirit and its operators reached 100%. Then prove to me your strength to make me retract that statement, rather than relying on my pity. Bumblebee's blue eyes revealed a barely perceptible glimmer of appreciation. A true warrior would never accept such an insult. At least in terms of fighting spirit, these seemingly feeble humans are quite competent, Bumblebee declared, as his battle mask automatically deployed, and a blade of light emerged from the back of his hand, warping the surrounding air with a blue energy wave. As a warrior of Cybertron, he never approached any battle with complacency. Brothers, let us demonstrate our strength to the squad leader, Cassie exclaimed, drawing his massive sword, sealing his mask, and assuming a combat stance. Chapter 46. What to do if the iron is not quite pure? It must be refined. Cassie's formidable strike was effortlessly parried by Bumblebee, leaving deep scorch marks on the specially crafted greatsword. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the squad leader, Cassie marveled. Although he had not conducted a specific assessment, the greatsword weighed 300 pounds, and the power augmentation from his exosuit approached a ton, each strike accompanied by the shriek of air being cleaved. With such force, even heavy armor would struggle to withstand the assault. Quite impressive. Bumblebee noted with a hint of surprise, realizing that these ordinary humans, once clad in their peculiar armor, could engage him with melee weapons. My apologies, squad leader. Brothers, let us join forces. Recognizing his lack of chance in a solo battle, Cassie decisively initiated a group attack. Haha, be careful. Simmons cackled as he unleashed a barrage of fire. Unlike before, Simmons's dual pistols had undergone an upgrade, though not quite an upgrade, since the custom weaponry was still in development. Thus, he wielded an F-22 style M16 Vulcan cannon, with a caliber of 20 millimeters and a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute. It wielded devastating power. Had it not been for its cumbersome nature, Simmons initially intended to opt for a closed defense cannon. Bullets, no shells, rained down, deftly avoiding the allies engaged in the assault on Bumblebee. Bumblebee found himself increasingly beleaguered, struggling to cope with Simmons's fire support. The impact of the 20 millimeters cannon was painfully evident. Had he been any weaker, he might have succumbed to minor injuries. Revealing his trump card now would be utterly foolish. He had to eliminate the bothersome Simmons first. With a blast from his grenade launcher, Bumblebee scattered Simmons's team, then leaped, awkwardly seeking refuge behind a nearby cover. Simmons's bullets pursued him relentlessly, leaving a flurry of impact marks on the concrete barrier, which was rapidly nearing its breaking point. 3, 2, 1, nearly there. Although the Vulcan cannon's 6 barrels fired in succession, alleviating the overheating issue, it could not completely avoid it. Bumblebee had noted this critical weakness from the outset. The moment the cannon's roar diminished, he sprang from behind cover, transforming mid-air into his Camaro form and charging thunderously toward Simmons. Squad leader, do not ignore us. Eric remained troubled by his lack of awakening abilities, feeling envious as Simmons shone brightly while he was relegated to a mere foot soldier. After being thrown aside by Bumblebee, he keenly observed the Autobots' next move. Indeed, opportunities favor the prepared. The moment Bumblebee leaped from cover, Eric lunged forward, braving the roar of the engine as he engaged the Autobot head-on. His legs dug into the ground, leaving 2 distinct marks, yet it was insufficient. Bumblebee's speed only slightly waned. What a formidable commander! Eric was astounded. Even before donning armor, he could match a regular car in strength. Yet now, empowered by his battle suit, he found himself utterly overmatched by Bumblebee. How vexing these mortals are! As his advance was thwarted, Bumblebee, in a fit of irritation, noted that although Eric had not completely impeded him, his pace had nonetheless slowed. Soon, those bothersome sicca would be upon him, and after Simmons finished changing his barrel, a fierce battle would ensue. What? It's my own subordinate? Then there is no cause for alarm. With this thought, Bumblebee couldn't help but smile wryly, regretting his earlier bravado. This battle suit was truly troublesome. Once donned, it felt like an indestructible cockroach, capable of withstanding a blast from a grenade launcher and still retaining combat efficacy. Bumblebee infused the engine with Cybertronian energy, unleashing an even greater power. The immense force caused sparks to erupt from Eric's legs. The lower limb power system, added later, was not perfectly compatible with the original design. Warning, warning. Lower limb power compromised. The suit began emitting alerts accompanied by the screeching of metal grinding and deforming. Eric could almost sense the anguished roar of the machine's spirit within. The pressure on his legs intensified, sending force from his prosthetics to his abdomen, elevating both intra-abdominal and blood pressure. If the battle suit could barely endure, what could his artificial limbs withstand? Do you wish to perish? Get out of the way. Bumblebee barked. Even if I were to meet my end at the hands of the commander today, I would not retreat an inch. Eric's eyes blazed crimson, blood pooling in his upper body, rendering him akin to a boiled lobster. Why is everyone so stubborn? Bumblebee felt a headache coming on, realizing these individuals would one day serve under him, exacerbating his discomfort. I need a political officer. I must ensure the sage compensates. Regardless, this was merely an exercise. Bumblebee would not allow Eric to truly perish beneath his wheels. At that moment, Eric surged forward, the nuclear-powered backpack flooding his prosthetics with energy through the severed circuits. For the first time, he withstood Bumblebee's onslaught. We did it, charge. The machine's spirit and Eric roared in unison. When I activate my abilities, does this not count as a burden? The momentum of Bumblebee faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned. To elaborate, everything transpired within mere seconds. The other members had already surrounded him, and the blade winds from Cassie were swiftly approaching. In the distance, Simmons was also readying his weapon. You have indeed underestimated these individuals, Bumblebee. Scott surveyed the battlefield from above, simultaneously relaying data to Raine. Ah, Eric has awakened as well, seemingly enhancing the power of his legs. What about Leo? Raine mused, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Bumblebee, how shall you respond? Will you still refuse to utilize it? In a heartbeat, Simmons raised the Vulcan cannon once more. A deadly hail of bullets was now directed towards the ensnared Bumblebee. Fire at will. Rather than disgrace, Bumblebee feared pain more. As the 20mm armor-piercing rounds loomed close, he let out a battle cry. A surge of blue energy erupted from his feet, and the overwhelming shockwave scattered the incoming projectiles in every direction. Not to mention Cassie and the others, who were thrown off balance, their minds muddled by the energy wave, seeing stars. The dissipating energy coalesced around Bumblebee, forming a translucent energy shield enveloping him. When the bullets met this barrier, they bowed their heads in defeat, akin to a middle-aged man succumbing to weariness. The bullets lay heaped at Bumblebee's feet. You are formidable. I retract my previous assessment. Bumblebee buzzed, clearly aware that maintaining this energy shield was taxing. To compel me to resort to this technique, you possess considerable strength. Yet, there remains room for improvement. Chapter 47. No problem. Our Grave Wind Unit. Unleashing his Berserker mode, Bumblebee disregarded all of Simmons's assaults and effortlessly dispatched him, the only one still standing. All 10 Thunder Warriors were taken down, concluding the exercise. How does it feel? Is the new Cybertron Energy Force Field Generator effective? Raine inquired, jotting notes as he spoke. It is nothing short of miraculous. Great Sage, your creation merged with my spark fields, as though it were inherent to me. Bumblebee exclaimed with excitement. I witnessed it. The results exceeded my expectations. The force field materialized almost instantaneously, proving highly functional. Raine nodded, documenting the observations. While his mind was capable of retaining this information, he feared experiencing a phenomenon akin to memory loss during time travel. All right, Bumblebee, how do you assess their combat prowess? Having comprehended the data regarding their standings, Raine turned to the team members for their insights. To be candid, had it not been for your armor upgrades and the modifications to the energy force field, in a real battle, I would likely have been the one to perish. They are all exceptional and powerful warriors, Bumblebee reflected earnestly as he gazed at the fallen comrades. What about facing off against the Decepticons? Raine inquired again, noting the assessment in his notebook. If the unyielding Hades insists on engaging in a fierce battle on land, his demise is inevitable. However, I believe that Hades would not be so stubborn as to reach that point. Bumblebee shrugged. The Decepticons predominantly consist of aircraft, while the Autobots are mostly automobiles. When asked why, Bumblebee could only attribute it to some form of tradition. Indeed, if Hades desired to flee, he would be unstoppable. But that is sufficient. Ultimately, the Gravewind forces should be reduced to but a single survivor, Raine remarked coolly. In the Rocky Mountains, the federal government's Gravewind forces have already taken their positions, with the mines hastily transformed into an armory. Concealed beneath the canopy are the military's elite ground forces. Cramped among the sparse trees, a disservice to so many personnel and equipment. The sky is filled with an aerial formation of the Air Force, comprising hundreds of various aircraft types in a mixed fleet. The Air Force commander ordered that facing them alone would be futile. They would overwhelm those extraterrestrials with sheer numbers. Brother, these humans are remarkably primitive in their concealment. They seem incapable of imagining our thermal vision, one remarked. How laughable are these humans, believing that sheer numbers can vanquish the Decepticons. With their mere sticks of fire, Hades and Thunderquake transformed into F-35s, nearly brushing the treetops as they soared towards the mine. The gusts stirred up by their passage rendered the concealed armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavy weaponry utterly exposed. Hades, this is all you're doing. If you had instilled fear in those humans by wreaking havoc in their city centers, they would not have provoked us today, Thunderquake disdainfully remarked, observing the human forces below. Brother, I have no desire to strike at defenseless civilians, Hades replied candidly, for they were brethren, and there was nothing that could not be directly expressed. You are too merciful, Thunderquake retorted angrily. Yet, despite the years, he had failed to alter Hades' perspective. Very well, since you refuse to act against ordinary people, I shall leave these jesters in the mine to you, Thunderquake said, gazing towards the mine ahead. Yes, brother. The two transformers transformed into their humanoid forms. One blue and one green, crashing to the ground. Humans, I represent the Cybertronians, and I grant you one final opportunity to surrender to us, to the Decepticons. Hades issued another warning to those around him, fully aware that many were observing. However, he did not anticipate the sheer number of radical youths broadcasting this operation to the entire world. The streets were deserted, the spectacle far surpassing the broadcasts of Thor Technologies and KSI by several magnitudes. Curse those extraterrestrials. Do they know what they are saying? They want us to surrender? The Gravewind forces were urged to teach them a lesson. Those despicable aliens, who only resort to cowardly ambushes, do they dare to engage us in a fair fight? The public outcry intensified, and Vis lamented as the brainwashed fools below placed themselves in peril. If one could privately feign cowardice and delay, it is now too late for such pretenses. The repercussions of one's actions have become painfully evident. Merely uttering words of concession might render one a target of public scorn, necessitating a stance of unwavering resolve. Cybertronians, should you refuse to engage in dialogue on equal terms, then let us resort to the language of force. Vis's voice resonated through the strategically placed loudspeakers. You speak of equality? Tianjin raised his arm, effortlessly turning an exposed tank into a fireball with a single shot. We are stronger than you, thus we are entitled to trample upon you. That is what equality entails. Is this not your customary approach? Tianjin mocked, completely dismissing the furious glares of the troops surrounding him. Do they only know how to ambush? Despicable. This scene ignited a blaze of fury among those watching the live broadcast. Cybertronians, your actions are nothing short of disgraceful ambushes. Our warriors await you in the mines. Yet you choose to undermine our agreement on the battlefield. Vis declared angrily, swiftly instructing the command posts to calm the restless forces. If battle is to ensue, it must occur within the mines, striving to minimize the Decepticons' mobility. The agreement was inherently ludicrous, demanding we relinquish our mobility and initiative to fight on your prepared ground. Nevertheless, we have graciously afforded you this opportunity. We shall demonstrate to you how laughable your so-called strategies are in the face of absolute strength. IQ, this task is entrusted to you. Tianjin stood at the cave's entrance, passing this opportunity for glory to Haikyuu. Haikyuu nodded, unsheathing his battle blade, fearlessly stepping into the glaring trap. The entire Gravewind unit mobilized, nearly half equipped with Gauss rifles, ready to aim at him the moment he entered. Yet, adhering to the prearranged plan, none fired. They needed to ensure that Haikyuu had no chance of escape. Regrettably, these two extraterrestrials did not fully enter. A young officer, concealed behind the rocks during the first battle in the mines, pondered silently. Haikyuu traversed the cave with his blade in hand, His thermal vision illuminated everything in his path. Pathetic disguises. I've already ventured deep within. You may commence. Haikyuu thrust his blade into the ground and laughed loudly. Fire! At the young officer's command. The dark muzzles hidden behind the rocks unleashed a torrent of fire. These shells were an upgraded version of the previous thermite rounds, and the ample ammunition rendered the heat even more lethal. The hum of Gauss rifles, albeit delayed in charging, preceded the volley of fire. The clang of metal rang out first, followed by a cacophony of cannon fire. Had the squad not implemented soundproofing and shock absorption measures, the noise alone could have been fatal. Although obscured by smoke and dust, visibility was lost. Yet, the messages echoed. But our Grave Wind unit. No problem for the Grave Wind unit. No one can touch the Grave Wind unit. Our Gauss rifles continue to fire. The six-pick of this is eternally these sci-fi weapons. The molten bullets have arrived. The molten cannonballs are here. The three brothers, united as one. Protect the trio. Can the aliens withstand the damage inflicted by these weapons? The atmosphere before the live broadcast was filled with laughter and joy, as they had previously witnessed the scene of a mining robot being taken down with a single shot in the documentary. They fancied themselves as formidable as Transformers, especially now that they were about to face 100-fold firepower. Chapter 48. Where is the Savior? Ah, he has not perished. We must be wary of his retaliation. As the smoke cleared, the terrifying winged figure remained steadfast. The viewers watching the live stream were engulfed in panic. In a moment imperceptible to the eye, the battle blade intercepted most of the electromagnetic warheads, while the remainder inflicted only negligible damage. Our warriors have been discovered. Furthermore, they have been pierced through the heart and are on the verge of being eliminated. All our warriors have been exposed. Moreover, they find themselves trapped within the mine, unable to escape. Could a warrior detonate a bomb before succumbing? Alas, it cannot be done. The aliens' technology is utterly lethal. A cacophony of gunfire and cries ceased, plunging the human society into a peculiar silence akin to that within the mine. A mechanical hand appeared on the camera, wiping away the blood smeared across the lens in streaks. Humans, is this your trump card? A large face emerged before the camera, framed by severed limbs and bloodshot eyes, together painting a picture of hellish horror. Defeated. We have been vanquished. The news of humanity's devastating loss spread unfiltered across the globe. No matter how reluctant one may be to admit it, America stands as the leader of Earth, its military might representing the pinnacle of power. If there was any room for defiance before, claiming the Decepticons acted dishonorably by ambushing this 200-year-old man, this scene was beyond explanation. The absolute disparity in strength cannot be masked by mere political maneuvering. The upheaval jolted the indoctrinated radicals back to reality. Humanity cannot prevail against the aliens. This thought struck their minds like an indelible brand. The troops outside the mine gazed in despair at the harrowing scene before them, witnessing their comrades fall, yet feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Regardless of how cobbled together their forces might be, or how pressing the time constraints, Vis had already prepared Plan B. Should the Gravewind troops effortlessly annihilate the terrifying winged figure, it would indicate that the aliens posed no significant threat, allowing the peripheral forces to disregard any notions of morality and directly eliminate the external threat. Conversely, if the battle proved arduous with significant casualties, they would refrain from intervening. Yet at least it would demonstrate that the strengths of both sides were closely matched, enabling resolution through dialogue. In light of the current circumstances, what is the point of further conflict? 100 elite soldiers is selected from the entire army, equipped with the most advanced technology America has to offer. Yet what has been the outcome? Within the operations room, Weiss doused the military's fervor with a bucket of cold water. Following the failure of their mission, they desperately sought to overturn their previous plans, ordering peripheral forces to launch suicidal assaults. What shall we do? Our million-strong troops have yet to engage in battle. Are we to surrender without a fight? The Secretary of Defense exclaimed in frustration. Do you not yet comprehend? Although this war began on American soil, it is directed against the globe. We must unite all nations of this world. America may bleed for the cause, but it cannot be the sole nation to suffer. We have endured tremendous losses. It is time to catch our breath. After uttering these words, Weiss appeared to age several years. The presidential seat had become a hot potato that no one desired. Everyone is struggling, and so must he. Let's first negotiate with the extraterrestrials. We must buy ourselves time. In the oppressive silence, Weiss spoke once more. I fail to understand why everyone is fixated on the Mayflower's entrapment in New England, as if the Rocky Mountains herald our doom. A voice with a German accent interjected. It was none other than Smith. Professor Smith, the current discussion is not related to technology or equipment. You need not contribute further. Weiss thought, utterly drained and unwilling to converse with anyone else. No, Mr. President, have you forgotten someone? Smith continued unabated. Who? Can he truly change the course of fate and lead us from this abyss? If such a person exists, let him assume the presidency. Weiss felt his composure fraying. Why must everyone burden this old man amidst such overwhelming chaos and unprecedented upheaval? Do these individuals not possess even a modicum of empathy? Have you forgotten Dr. Raine? He once mentioned that advancements have been made in the militarization of prosthetics. Do you recall the technology of Thor? That uncontrollable, formidable armor, Smith asserted, a year prior. Weiss had been haunted by nightmares of armed, killing machines emerging from the recesses of his memory. Suddenly, Weiss's eyes gleamed with hope. Quickly, summoned Dr. Raine from Sector 7. Like a drowning man seizing a lifeline, Raine transformed into the beacon of hope for all, so fragile and vulnerable. Aboard the vengeful spacecraft, the widow watched humanity's performance with disappointment. Although he did not wish for humanity to be overly formidable, it was disheartening that not even a single soldier of Shockwave had been harmed despite their full efforts. He had instructed Shockwave to take the initiative, hoping to deplete the opposition's strength. We must act swiftly, otherwise the momentum will be entirely overshadowed by Shockwave. All Decepticons mobilize, seize this planet, with the opposition vanquished. The orders of the widow were executed with unwavering resolve. The battleship's hatch swung open, unleashing a torrent of Decepticons upon this tranquil and ancient planet, which had remained undisturbed for millions of years. This marked humanity's final hour, often referred to as Judgment Day. On this fateful day, countless souls witnessed the legendary extraterrestrials for the first and last time. Fiery infernos engulfed the remnants of human civilization as shattered structures littered the cities. People ran in desperation, clinging to the hope of survival. The valiant forces formed the Earth Defense Army, their flesh and blood standing as a bulwark against the steel might of the Decepticons. Yet, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged. The Eastern Front reported the first victory of this war, as a squad of Decepticon foot soldiers was annihilated under the fearless assault of our brave troops. Although the toll in lives and weaponry was unknown, this small triumph invigorated humanity, proving that the Cybertronians were not invincible, despite the overall dire situation and the relentless retreat of the front lines. Sporadic good news began to trickle in. The Red Spider wreaked havoc and slaughter. Should we not intervene? The Harbinger was incensed, believing the Decepticons to be above such brutality. Not mere butchers. What concern is it of yours? If you do not wish to engage with ordinary humans, then find a way to eliminate their armies, he retorted. Sensing his brother's unwarranted compassion, the Earth Defense Army, having learned from their previous defeats, was no longer the fragile force it once was. Though he disapproved of the Red Spider's methods, he was even less inclined to advocate for humanity. It is necessary to rein in the Red Spider. We seek this planet, not its ruins. His actions had united humanity against a common foe, severely undermining their mission, and Lord Megatron had no intention of yielding. The silver lining was the discovery of the whereabouts of our human servant, as Shockwave's singular eye gleamed with a sinister smile. Chapter 50. Mission Impossible. Shockwave harbored disdain for traitors and an even greater contempt for the spineless. Were it not for Jack's residual utility, he would have deemed him unworthy of his hands. Enough, dear friend. Where, pray tell, are Megatron and the Allspark? Shockwave interrupted Jack's daydreams. Right beneath us, beneath 4 football fields worth of reinforced concrete. Jack replied in a flurry. Ah, that explains our inability to detect their signals. It is indeed logical, Shockwave mused, his glowing red light fixating upon the majestic Hoover Dam. The challenge of demolishing such a gravity dam was akin to leveling a mountain. This structure bore no evident weaknesses, and relentless bombardment would yield little efficiency while risking harm to Megatron and the Allspark. Access requires an elevator, and given your stature, I fear. Shall I assist you by opening a passage from within? Jack inquired tentatively. Do not fret. My little pet shall resolve this inconvenience, Shockwave assured with an air of confidence. The drill demon, shatter this layer of concrete. The shockwave beckoned. The ground began to tremble slightly, and then the vibrations intensified. The earth beneath Jack's feet swayed violently. Is it an earthquake? Jack's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, panic-stricken. No one responded to him. Amidst the violent upheaval, the earth abruptly cracked open, and a colossal mechanical worm emerged from the ground beside the shockwave. Its massive body remained largely buried beneath the surface, revealing only its head. Standing at 4 to 5 meters tall, the shockwave could only gaze up at the creature's eye, if it possessed one. All Jack could discern was the enormous head, with a sharp drill rotating ominously, surrounded by glinting blades that emanated a chilling light. Every part of this monster's form was a terrifying instrument of destruction. The deafening mechanical roar nearly caused Jack to faint. His legs, paralyzed, urged him to flee. Come on, run, Jack lamented, tears welling in his eyes as his incapacitated limbs refused to obey. Umph, what a fool, the Decepticon, Skywing, sneered as he observed Jack crumpled on the ground. Let begin, Drill Demon. The shockwave affectionately patted the fearsome creature. Jack was of little consequence now. Had it not been for the shockwave's high moral standards, he would have been crushed already. The Drill Demon emitted a pleased hum, its colossal drill piercing through the hardened concrete as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Not only concrete, but the Drill Demon also traversed this metallic planet of Cybertron with ease. Shockwave, those humanoids seem unwilling to concede. The sky echoed with the faint sound of helicopter blades slicing through the air. Shockwave keenly observed the silhouettes of several helicopters appearing on the horizon. Still not giving up? They are more warrior-like than this worm. The beam of Shockwave's spotlight swept over Jack and then scanned the distance. Skywing, grant them a swift end. Let them die like warriors. Understood. Skywing bent his legs and soared into the air, swiftly transforming into jet mode mid-flight. The engines roared, like an arrow released from a bow, piercing the sky. The Decepticons hold great respect for those who dare face death. Allow me to grant you a swift end. The fighter jet's assault on helicopters was akin to a father chastising a son, especially when this jet was the grandfather of that father. Skywing's engines roared as he charged toward the seemingly harmless flock. He resolved to let these warriors perish beneath his blade, for that was their honor. Cassie, Skywing is a warrior with immense pride. This is both his strength and his weakness. The opportunity is fleeting. Cassie stood near the hatch, the fierce winds howling around him. Yet he did not blink. He reflected on Bumblebee's advice before departure. The power armor he donned glimmered in yellow, though conspicuous. He saw it as a chance to strengthen his bond with Bumblebee, despite Bumblebee's indifference. The power armor was deliberately designed with a sheath for a great sword at its back. The colossal sword forged from Cybertronian alloy rested upon his back. In a mere instant, the distance of several kilometers would be traversed by the formidable Skywing. Has Dr. Raine not yet arrived? Vis inquired once more, pacing anxiously within DR. Raine's office in Sector 7. He had arrived before Raine, yet he had grown accustomed to waiting for him, now daring not to voice a single complaint. DR. Raine had become humanity's last beacon of hope. Any personal reservations he held had long since dissipated. He had even pledged to grant Raine access to the core of the Spark Source Laboratory in Sector 7, solely to alleviate Raine's inner turmoil. Yet, it seemed that Raine was already aware of this, displaying an indifference that was unsettling. He appeared unconcerned about his own demeanor, his private thoughts, or even the fate of humanity. Vis lamented silently. I can only hope that Dr. Raine remembers he is human and extends a helping hand to us. Not yet, Mr. President, the secretary reiterated, interrupting Vis's thoughts. Amidst the mounting tension, armed reconnaissance soldiers of the Defense Department abruptly burst into the room. Fortunately, this was not Korea. Otherwise, such brash behavior might have signaled a coup. The young soldier, breathless, reported amidst Vis's mix of surprise and anticipation. Mr. President, Jack has left Sector 7 without authorization. Is that all? Let him be. I have no time to deal with him now. Any punishment or dismissal is up to Percy. Vis replied irritably, waving his hand dismissively. Did they truly believe he had nothing better to do? However, shortly after he left, we detected traces of Cybertronians. The soldier asserted, standing tall. I instructed Percy to. Wait, did you say you discovered whose traces? Vis's anxious expression froze, his mind momentarily blank. It is the Cybertronians. It appears to be Shockwave, Thunder, Skywing, and an entire battalion of Decepticons. They arrived near Sector 7 shortly after Jack departed. The soldier dutifully reported. What? How could these Decepticons know of Sector 7? We have successfully severed their signals. Vis responded incredulously. Is it Jack? It can't be mere coincidence. It must be that wretched little man, that despicable traitor. Without waiting for the soldier's reply, Vis quickly pieced together the reasoning behind it. In a fit of rage, he reached for the specialized communicator nearby, intending to hurl it to the ground. Yet, as he grasped it, the device began to vibrate unexpectedly. Cough, cough, Mr. President, please activate the external surveillance. My soldiers have arrived. Raine's voice emerged, accompanied by the thunderous roar of engines. Dr. Raine, flee. The aliens are coming. A female researcher screamed, her voice piercing the air. She was a member of the Neural Connection Research Department, one of the first elders to enter alongside Scott, long before the invasion of the Decepticons led by Raine. A faction among them received divine inspiration from the god of machines. Under Scott's guidance, they clandestinely joined the cult of the mechanical deity. Among them was the goddess Pubith, which was also the reason Raine felt at ease leaving Sector 7 for an extended period. She was left behind by Scott as an undercover agent, unaware of Raine's grand design. Silence, soldier. Kindly escort this lady out. Vis's secretary reprimanded sharply. Chapter 51. Your time is invaluable enough. It is already too late. This is the will of God. Dr. Raine stated. You have just heard it. Jack has betrayed us, and the Decepticons have surrounded this place. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Vis halted the soldier who was about to drag the goddess away, resignedly uttering those words. The thick concrete did not afford him any semblance of security. A collapse was merely a matter of time. Mr. President, if I were you, I would not miss this spectacular scene. The mechanical voice of Bumblebee echoed. Was Dr. Raine actually making a jest? Vis was taken aback. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. No, that is the voice of a Cybertronian metallic life form. To the control room, quickly, he staggered through the crowd of onlookers, making his way to the central command. Had Dr. Raine surrendered to the extraterrestrial beings or perhaps forged some form of alliance? Countless speculations raced through Vis's mind, yet one thought remained etched in his consciousness. In mere moments, the formidable figure of Starscream, having traversed several kilometers, materialized in humanoid form amidst the cacophony of metal reshaping. The powerful inertia propelled Starscream onward, allowing him to wield his weapon with precision, misaligning man and machine, severing the helicopter's cabin from its rotor blades. The sound of the severance was scarcely audible, as the rotor blades were suddenly lifted, their edges glistening like polished mirrors. With the power source lost, the cabin began its inevitable descent. One down, Starscream proclaimed, disregarding the falling helicopter. Throughout the conflict, he had dispatched countless human aircraft in this manner, swift, decisive, and efficient. Now was the moment. Inside the spiraling cabin, Cassie clung tightly to the door, constantly gauging her distance from Starscream. Just as Starscream prepared to pivot toward another helicopter, the opportunity arose. His unguarded back fell within Cassie's striking range, a gaping opening. Cassie secured her helmet, propelled herself with a sudden thrust of her legs, and raised her great sword high, soaring into the air. She resembled a full moon, delivering a powerful strike upon Starscream. The unprepared Starscream, caught in the midst of transformation, received the blow directly. Sparks flew, and oil splattered forth. A devastating strike. Nearby, the entity known as the Fire Seed trembled violently. Sensing that Starscream was effortlessly handling the outdated aircraft, his focus seemingly elsewhere. Instead, he appeared intrigued as he watched the drilled demon excavate the concrete. It was not until this moment that he beheld a grotesque armored figure plunging a massive sword into his brother's back. The two were plummeting from the sky like kites severed from their strings. Terror. The heavens trembled, threatening to shatter. Remain calm. The heavens trembled. Humanity should not possess such technological prowess. It defies logic. Shockwave witnessed the unfolding scene and obstructed the advancing thunderquake, exclaiming, "Silence, Shockwave. Hades is not your brother." Thunderquake, unable to heed any counsel, resonated with the essence of Hades, feeling every sensation coursing through him. He forcefully shoved Shockwave aside and surged through the air toward Hades. In truth, Hades' condition was not as dire as it appeared. Although the wound was gruesome and oil was seeping profusely, the circumstances were somewhat mitigated. On one hand, Cassie was unable to exert full power in the swaying cockpit. On the other, the ambush occurred mid-air, and Hades had not fully absorbed the blow. According to the law of conservation of energy, much of the energy had transformed into downward kinetic energy. Boom! Both figures crashed to the ground and nearly simultaneously regained their footing. You are human? Hades regarded Cassie with suspicion. Surprised, are you? Hades, came Cassie's muffled voice from within the canister. Do you know me? You possess considerable strength. Why not reveal it sooner? Hades, intrigued, engaged in conversation with Cassie. Hades, have you always been this verbose? You're almost rivaling our battle commander, Bumblebee, Cassie continued, reflecting on his previous failure and deciding against further solitary combat. Hades was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling Bumblebee, albeit the pre-transformation version of the esteemed sage, Raine. Cassie was acutely aware of his own predicament. The recent fall had nearly disassembled him. With adrenaline and recovery agents freshly injected into his system, working fervently. At present, he could barely contend with the Decepticon grunts. Since Hades was willing to converse, Cassie decided to indulge him for a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted that other members of his team were observing from the helicopter, eager to leap into action. Don't you dare jump, Cassie implored through the communicator, finally interrupting their reckless thoughts. Bumblebee's subordinates? No, you're not Autobots. Yet you are formidable enough to wound me. However, that is all. Hades' triangular eyes shifted, becoming menacing. What do you mean? Cassie's heart raced. Surely his allies would arrive first, and the helicopter had descended to a sufficiently safe altitude. Some had already leapt from it, stirring clouds of dust, and were rapidly advancing toward him. Suddenly, a piercing beeping sound emanated from behind. The noise was eerily familiar. Cassie whipped around, yet found nothing amiss, though the sound persisted. It's a time bomb. Cassie finally recalled why that sound seemed so familiar. It was the countdown of a timed bomb, a noise he often encountered during his military days. When had this happened? There was no time to ponder, as the alert tone intensified and became piercing. If he was not mistaken, this was the sound indicating only 2 seconds remained until detonation. Exhaling deeply, Cassie felt the frantic alarm start to slow and elongate. In his line of sight, everything, including Hai, began to move in slow motion. The entire world seemed to hover on the brink of stillness. He had not anticipated employing this skill so soon after their first meeting. A wave of frustration washed over him. Despite his extensive training, he had adeptly mastered the timing of entering bullet time. However, each exit from the state left him in a state of exhaustion, necessitating several days of recuperation before he could return to normalcy. While his neural pathways had entered bullet time, allowing him to stretch a single second into 30, his physical form had not adapted to such frenetic activity. His body could endure a maximum of 5 times the strain, equating 1 second to 5. Surpassing this threshold could lead to overwhelming cardiac strain and the risk of sudden failure. The first time he had utilized this ability, he recklessly attempted a blade-deflecting maneuver, with severe consequences. The cellular growth accelerant proved ineffective. Had it not been for Raine recognizing Cassie's potential and taking pity on him, personally administering emergency surgery. That might have been the end of his journey. Upon awakening, he was met with Simmons, who conveyed Raine's medical advice, granting him a preliminary understanding of his abilities. This implied that 2 seconds would barely suffice for him to disarm the bomb. Chapter 52. The first appearance despite Hai being right before him. Cassie found himself unable to eliminate the threat. Hardware limitations impeded software performance. Even though his physique had undergone genetic modification, rendering him superhuman in the eyes of ordinary folk, he still felt woefully inadequate. Just a moment ago, Hai had been reveling in his triumph as he adeptly affixed the bomb to Cassie's back during his descent. Then, in the next instant, the bomb inexplicably materialized before his very eyes. His triumphant smile had no time to transform into fear before the bomb detonated. Bong! The ground shook as one hand stretched to its limit before Hai, shielding him from the brunt of the explosion. The anticipated demise did not come. However, the volatile explosives from Cybertron severed the hand of Titan, scattering debris that toppled Hai's battle mask. This unveiled his bewildered and pained expression as a metallic life form. The fragmentation of his hand left no possibility for repair. Subsequently, Hayes electronic I lost connection, plunging him into darkness. Cassie, too close to the blast, was not spared. The tremendous force hurled him several meters away, leaving him unable to regain his footing, tumbling to the ground. What had just transpired? Horrified, Hai found himself momentarily stunned, as if several frames of his life had been abruptly erased. His own brother had exchanged his life for his own. Fortune smiled upon him, for Cassie had completely lost his combat capability. It was a testament to his indomitable spirit that he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. Hi, are you all right? The human had just invoked some form of sorcery. Tianjun, despite having lived long enough to witness countless wonders, had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. He had just replayed the footage recorded by his optical glasses in slow motion. The human within that peculiar power suit seemed to move with an uncanny ferocity, bending down to retrieve explosives and hurling them toward Hai within the span of half a second. He then evaded the deadly shockwave with a swift turn. The three actions flowed seamlessly, and amidst them, he had uttered something, but his words were too rapid for Hai to grasp. With the processing capacity of a Cybertronian, such reflexes were unattainable. How could a mere insect-like human achieve this? Captain, Eric rushed over to assist the fallen Cassie. Tianjun, your opponent is me. After confirming that Cassie was temporarily out of danger, Eric shielded him with his own body. Drawing forth his great sword, he declared war upon the towering Tianjun. It seems this sorcery of yours has its limits. If not, you shall all meet your demise. Enraged, Tianjun unleashed a powerful punch toward Eric. Like the typical pillar of strength, he relied on his iron fists in close combat. Well, now it was just one iron fist. The collision of fist and blade forced a bitter taste into Eric's throat, causing his blood to surge. This was the result of the power suit's dampening effect, multiplied several times over. Is this all you can muster, human? Unleash your peculiar abilities. Tianjun continued to rain down blows upon Eric, leaving him with no option but to defend himself. After millions of years without seeing his brother, Hai had barely reunited when he almost witnessed these humans send him back to the source of life, right before his eyes. Once the dread subsided, only fury remained within Tianjun, along with a flicker of confusion. The more he fought, the more familiar the sensation became, as if he had experienced it in some distant time and space. What could it be? Where's the support? Eric silently lamented. If he unleashed his abilities, he could certainly hold his own against the battered Tianjun. However, he was currently overwhelmed by a barrage of iron fists, unable to draw his weapon. Moreover, like Cassie, he too would experience weakness after utilizing his powers for a time. If both of them lay incapacitated, it would spell disaster. Eric struggled to hold on. Had his armor not been upgraded with Cybertronian alloys, it would have surely shattered under Tianjun's relentless assault. As Eric desperately contended with Tianjun, his peripheral vision swept the surroundings. The Decepticon army had arrived, and his comrades were already embroiled in fierce battles. Each one had found their own opponent and could not spare a hand to assist him. Wait, there's one more. Unlike others who aspire to be paratroopers yet lack parachutes, the mummy patiently awaited the helicopter to stabilize before gracefully emerging. His power armor was coated in a striking crimson hue, polished to a shine. Under the sunlight, it appeared almost blinding. Oh, Eric, why do you look so pathetic? A shrill voice echoed from a short distance away. Mummy, I can't hold on any longer. Eric replied with great difficulty, his armor marred by numerous dents. Warning, warning. The armor began to emit alarms. Hey, big guy, do you see whom I have in my sights? The mummy refrained from further taunts, recognizing that Eric was truly nearing his limit. The helicopter's cannon was violently detached, its muzzle aimed at the immobile Shattered Wing. Under normal circumstances, it would pose no threat to Shattered Wing. However, with his armor recently damaged and unable to evade, he could only kneel and endure the onslaught. The Cybertronians are not invincible. In the previous great battle, many Decepticons had perished. Human, lay down your ridiculous weapons. Do you really believe they can harm a Decepticon? Thunderclap sneered. You might want to ask your brother. The mummy smirked, wasting no time as he squeezed the trigger. Several large-caliber bullets struck the downed Shattered Wing, who let out muffled groans as he lost his protection. Though not fatal, the pain was excruciating. Now, relinquish your fists, Thunderclap. You wouldn't want to lose your brother, would you? The mummy chuckled ominously. Stop. Thunderclap released Eric, drawing the Gatling gun strapped to his back with fury. aiming it at the mummy. The sound of gunfire rang out. The mummy tilted his body, several bullet marks appearing on his armor. His skin had been ravaged. Raine had nearly replaced his entire epidermis with newly cultivated flesh. Having regained what was lost, he developed an obsessive fixation on his appearance, extending even to his power armor. "Damn it, you've scraped off my paint. I just polished it." The mummy was infuriated. With a swift motion, he drew his explosive gun and lunged forward. This was standard equipment for every Thunder Warrior. When skill fell short, caliber made up for it. The 25mm caliber muzzle exceeded that of common airborne cannons. With projectiles nearly filled with high-energy explosives, their gossamer shells mixed with a certain proportion of Cybertron alloy. This was a lethal weapon specifically designed to target Transformers. Initially only equipped for the first 10 individuals. The ammunition was scarce, with each person allowed only a few rounds, the remainder being basic projectiles. The mummy lightly disengaged the safety, setting the explosive gun to a 3-round burst mode. He unleashed a barrage at the enraged Thunderclap. 3 consecutive projectiles detonated upon impact with Thunderclap, deadly shards of Cybertron alloy embedding themselves throughout his body. The explosive gun made its debut, showcasing its capability to threaten even the Transformers. Chapter 53. What does it mean to release fighting spirit? Coughing, Thunderquake expelled a few drops of oil. When the shrapnel pierced his body, he finally understood the familiar sensation he had felt earlier. "Cybertron alloy. Where did you steal this from?" Thunderquake inquired, clutching the wound on his chest. Perhaps the great sage, Raine, could elucidate your doubts. Eric, having caught his breath, drew his explosive gun, aiming it at the fallen Skywing. "Decepticons. You were captured." Thunderquake was taken aback. He had experienced the devastating power of that grotesque explosive gun, and he knew that the current Skywing could not withstand it. "Where's Shockwave? Come to our aid." Of course, Shockwave was unable to assist, as this was not a formal battle. Many weapons and troops had not been deployed. This is illogical. If humanity possesses such combat prowess, why did they not employ it sooner? Shockwave watched as his 2 formidable generals, Thunderquake and Skywing, along with a contingent of Decepticon troops, found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against a handful of these armored humans. Skywing had lost his fighting capability from the very beginning. He felt his processor nearing overload. Just as he was about to join the fray, a pair of lights flashed in the distance, and a dazzling yellow lightning bolt surged forth. Bumblebee had arrived, carrying Raine, even though Bumblebee had his engine at full throttle. The ground-bound vehicles could not match the speed of those soaring through the air. After releasing Raine, Bumblebee transformed into his humanoid form and stood respectfully to the side. The bulb atop Shockwave's head flickered intensely. "Bumblebee, have your Autobots arrived? Are these humans armed by you? Was there not supposed to be a 6-month window? It has only been a few months." "Shockwave, shall we have a conversation?" Raine stood before the towering Shockwave with a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "What do you wish to say, human?" Shockwave regarded Raine, despite his core reasoning suggesting that the Autobots were aiding these humans. An inner voice seemed to whisper that this human was the true source of everything. The entirety of Sector 7 trembled continuously, with dust cascading down like rain. The Digger Demon was still excavating the dam and would soon breach into Sector 7. With enemies ahead and pursuers behind, the hearts of all within Sector 7 sank. Vis repeatedly rubbed his eyes in the control center. Were it not for the presence of others confirming his observations, he might have doubted his own vision. Could these individuals be the results of Dr. Raine's research? The invincible Decepticon army was being held back, even gaining the upper hand against these mere dozens. "That is Skywing. This demon has been single-handedly contained," a soldier exclaimed. Such a declaration was undoubtedly impolite before the president, yet no one cared about decorum at that moment. He spoke what others were thinking. 5 F-22s had been effortlessly neutralized, and the missiles launched had vanished without a trace. On the battlefield, he was an unstoppable force, wielding his blade with such prowess that countless heavy tanks lay defeated at his feet. Yet astonishingly, a mere individual leapt from a helicopter and felled him with a single strike. Although the ambush granted an initial advantage, the elegance of Cassie's blow was truly dazzling. What a magnificent warrior! Might I request his autograph? Vis's eyes sparkled with adoration for this valiant figure clad in powered armor. It was remarkable that Dr. Raine had reached such heights unbeknownst to them. Truly, he seemed almost otherworldly. Could he genuinely be of Earth? Parsi reflected with a mixture of admiration and relief, grateful for the respect he had extended to Ryan upon his arrival. A medley of emotions stirred within everyone present. They were not ignorant of Ryan's genius. Yet the current display transcended their wildest imaginations. Consider that the two extraterrestrials, the Harbinger and the Skyquake, had once annihilated an entire tank battalion on the battlefield with effortless finesse, rendering their foes utterly bewildered. Who knew how many more beings of such caliber existed among these aliens? While the Earth Defense Forces continued to resist, most understood it to be a mere struggle against inevitable demise. Yet, this scene ignited a flicker of hope in their despondent hearts. Perhaps humanity still had a chance. We might be saved. In the control room, many low-ranking staff members shed tears, not out of indifference to the fate of humanity, but because, when confronted with life-threatening peril, not everyone could maintain their composure. You say you'll help me find Megatron, and then the Allspark is yours? Huh. Do you really believe you possess the leverage to negotiate with me? On the dam, Shockwave laughed bitterly, his lights flashing an ominous red. Did this individual truly comprehend the situation? Surely, he did not underestimate Bumblebee as a worthy adversary. Very well, Shockwave. We are both scientists, bound by respect for facts. Let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. Frankly, I abhor violence, yet it seems unavoidable. Ryan shook his head in resignation. He anticipated the futility of verbal sparring. Bumblebee, show Shockwave the might of the god of machines. Ryan retreated, entrusting the battlefield to the two Transformers. Yes, Sage. Bumblebee activated his combat visor and summoned his laser blade, crouching in readiness for battle. Huh. Bumblebee, I never imagined your kind would become mere lapdogs for humanity. Shockwave taunted vehemently. He had fought on Cybertron long before Bumblebee's existence, dismissing him entirely. As Ryan withdrew to safety, Bumblebee seized the initiative. His agility renowned among Autobot warriors now enhanced. He darted across the battlefield with swiftness, his keen optical sensors detecting a slight vulnerability in Shockwave. The latter was maneuvering a formidable energy cannon, preparing to target Bumblebee for a lethal strike. You shall not succeed, Bumblebee shouted and accelerated toward Shockwave. The ion blade on his arm blazed more intensely. Then he maneuvered behind Shockwave and aimed a strike at his waist. How childish. Did Optimus Prime not teach you the art of combat? A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Shockwave's mouth. Just a slight opening. And this rookie charged in like a headless fly. Have you ever witnessed a Cybertronian cannon? Shockwave's arm had transformed into a formidable cannon. Lethal energy was already coalescing. In Bumblebee's path of advance, a massive red cannon fired forth. Do you truly believe me to be a child? A surge of immense energy erupted beneath Bumblebee's feet, propelling him into the air just in time to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Immediately, Bumblebee twisted midair, unleashing that same energy once more, soaring toward Shockwave like a projectile. Cybertronian energy? How can such life force be manifested externally? Shockwave recognized what had just transpired in an instant. As a renowned Cybertronian scientist, he was all too familiar with this type of energy. Unfortunately, time was no longer on his side, as the ion blade was already perilously close, its intense heat radiating towards his face. Shockwave dodged to the side, seizing Bumblebee and hurling him away, while his cannon began to accumulate energy once again. Chapter 54. The conflicted Shockwave and anticipated strike was once again evaded by Bumblebee's unorthodox maneuvering. Some tactics, rookie. Shockwave quickly contemplated, transforming the cannon back into a mechanical arm. There was no need to continue the battle. A resolution was not imminent. You are correct, human. Violence is not the sole means of resolving issues, which is quite logical. Shockwave disarmed himself, refocusing on Bumblebee and the enigmatic human nearby. Ah, is this how it concludes? I haven't even exerted myself yet. Bumblebee tilted his head, puzzled. Since when have the Decepticons been so accommodating? You resemble a monkey, Shockwave retorted brusquely. Human, let us converse. I assumed you would continue fighting. You are far more astute than Thundercracker and Skywarp. If they possessed even half your wisdom, they would not find themselves in their current predicament. Eric just reported that Thundercracker and Skywarp have been disarmed. Raine approached Shockwave with measured strides. What is this technology? Did you modify Bumblebee? Shockwave inquired, clearly astonished by Bumblebee's display of energy. If it were a human, it would be akin to fat being externalized. Is that not terrifying? You guessed correctly, alien scientist. I must say, the Cybertronian energy crystal is utterly mysterious, yet your understanding of it is remarkably superficial. Truly, you are unearthing treasures without even realizing it. Raine remarked with an expression of profound disappointment. You are indeed correct. The civil war on Cybertron has severely regressed our technological advancements. The Decepticons exist to thwart this chaos. Join us, humanity. Shockwave does not shy away from this dilemma. The number of scientists on Cybertron is perilously low. The war has engulfed the entire world, forcing everyone to align with a faction, either actively or passively becoming a warrior. He is astonished to encounter a human scientist who has delved into Cybertronian technology to this extent, igniting a sense of admiration within him. I shall bestow upon you a position of great respect. I am confident that Lord Megatron will also honor you. Raine nearly faltered. Megatron is currently drained of energy, and once he regains consciousness, he will either submit or end his own life. There is no other outcome. Is it not your Decepticons who instigated this civil war? However, I have no interest in debating this. My sole focus now lies on the Allspark. Upon reflection, is the Allspark truly of paramount importance to you? It has not birthed a new spark in quite some time, has it? After all these years, do you possess a viable solution? Perhaps you should entrust it to me. Allow me to attempt a resolution. Raine persistently probed, seizing the initiative from the outset. Shockwave, being an exceedingly rational transformer and a rare scientist on Cybertron, would inevitably fall under his command. Thus, he patiently engaged him in conversation. Whether he could genuinely cure the ailment of the Allspark was still uncertain for Raine. Yet, as a great sage, his thirst for exploration was insatiable. Moreover, should all else fail, he could always resort to invoking divine intervention. Having exerted so much effort for Omnissiah, he rightfully deserved assistance. Successfully mastering the Allspark equates to controlling the next generation of Transformers. The reason he did not acquire it sooner was primarily due to his nascent influence. Forcefully seizing it would have left him defenseless. Shockwave found himself ensnared in a logical conflict. Logic dictated that Raine was correct. Cybertron had not given birth to new life in an exceedingly long time. For a species, this is a veritable nightmare. Were it not for the extended lifespans of the Transformers, they might have faced extinction long ago. Thus, he harbored no true desire to harm Bumblebee, who represents the last generation of Sparks, though that was over 1,000,000 years ago. Furthermore, Shockwave felt an inexplicable concern regarding the quality of this batch of Sparks. Bumblebee, after all these years, remains as juvenile as ever. Countless Cybertronians have sought to resolve this issue, only to lament in despair. Yet this human possesses undeniable talent. He has proven capable of manipulating Cybertronian life energy in astonishing ways. Perhaps this individual truly can. However, another voice cautioned him that the sacred relic of Cybertron must never fall into the hands of other beings. If you remain apprehensive, you may join me in this research. I genuinely require your assistance, Shockwave. It seems that Soundwave has discerned the entanglement of the Shockwave, prompting Raine to intensify his efforts. The balance of the Shockwave tilted precariously, nearly swaying towards acquiescence. Resolving the existential crisis of Cybertron presents an irresistible temptation for all Transformers. You assert it is logical, yet I must deliberate carefully. Soundwave forcibly stifled the impulse to defect on the spot. I welcome your presence at any time, scientist. However, I am not seeking your consent. Today, I must take the Allspark. Raine's tone abruptly turned rigid. No, I mentioned that I need to contemplate. I have no time. You may join us at any moment, but the Allspark is non-negotiable. I understand your predicament, so let me rephrase. You can choose only one between Megatron and the Allspark. Raine's watch projected a beam of light, revealing a holographic image of the core laboratory. Megatron appeared devoid of any signs of life, entombed in eternal stasis. Yet he remained alive. However, a Cybertronian bomb pulsated with red light at the location of the Allspark upon his chest. This device was crafted through reverse engineering of your technology. I believe its destructive power should suffice to obliterate your leader. Now, cease that worm's excavation. Raine commanded sharply. Very well, human. I concede your perspective. Devastator, halt your digging. Soundwave had no doubt regarding the bomb's potency displayed by Raine, nor did he question Raine's resolve. This individual was perilous yet remarkably innovative. Soundwave quietly categorized Raine. His primary objective on Earth was to locate Megatron, The Allspark was secondary. Under no circumstances could he allow Megatron to perish before his eyes. A prudent choice. Raine retracted the holographic projection, reverting to his previously approachable demeanor. Perhaps if we engaged in earnest dialogue earlier, such substantial casualties could have been avoided. The distant battlefield bore no resemblance to this tranquility. Both sides were on the brink of madness. Although Thundercracker and Skywarp had been captured, the Decepticon forces brought by Soundwave would not capitulate. Many Thunder Warriors had exhausted their explosive firearms, rendering the scenario reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. Both sides clashed with blades drawn, fists flying, amidst a cacophony of battle cries. And then there were Skywarp and Thundercracker. Particularly for Thundercracker, it seemed he would bid farewell to that hand for the remainder of his prolonged existence. With his burdens lifted, Soundwave became more loquacious. Soundwave, and he currently belonged to opposing factions, and even if they were allied, effective healing seemed improbable. However, the truth was otherwise. Raine stated, "I am eager to hear more." Soundwave's eyes gleamed. Could this enigmatic individual possess his own understanding of Cybertronian medical practices? Chapter 55. No ignorant transactions. Raine did not divulge much to Soundwave. Why would he reveal the ability to modify and upgrade Transformers to someone he had only just met? If Shockwave cannot resist the temptation and insists on pulling himself back, then all this conversation would have been in vain. As for genuine medical aid, that is certainly not without cost. With the cessation of the actions by the diamond-clad demon, the turbulence in Zone 7 also came to a halt. In the control room, Weiss observed the screen where Raine was directing Bumblebee and Shockwave in combat. After exchanging some words with Shockwave, the battle unexpectedly ceased. He was left with nothing but silence. Everything exceeding his wildest imagination. Unbeknownst to him, Raine had matured to such an extent. The ability to converse with these extraterrestrials in an equal, even transcendent manner, attested to the fact that he had slipped beyond Weiss's control. Or perhaps he had never been under his control at all, while Weiss was utilizing him. He too was exploiting Weiss's own resources to access Zone 7 and interact with these aliens. Alas, it was fortunate that he was human. Weisheit abruptly. Just then, his communicator buzzed. "President Weiss, we are old acquaintances. Let us meet. Perhaps this war will come to an end." It was indeed Raine's voice. Indeed, he had been negotiating with Shockwave for quite some time and could rightly be considered an old acquaintance, even if the subject of their discussions revolved around his surrender. Wasn't he that exposing his vulnerabilities face to face? Surrender was not a decision made by him alone. A tempest of emotions swept across Weiss's face. Yet, circumstances dictated his actions, and he had no other choice but to ascend from the depths. "Dr. Raine, Commander Shockwave, it is I, Weiss. We have communicated before," Weiss said somewhat awkwardly. Despite his thick skin honed through years of political maneuvering, facing a former subordinate who had now taken the upper hand, and the enemy commander who had forced him to the brink of surrender, was undeniably uncomfortable. Shockwave merely nodded coldly. He felt no need to extend any courtesy to a defeated foe. "Ah, you truly are a man of few words. Dr. Raine, is it true that you mentioned the war would cease?" Weiss chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before directing his inquiry to Raine. He understood that Shockwave's willingness to engage with him was solely due to Raine's presence. Otherwise, that colossal mechanical worm could easily obliterate Zone 7. "You must know what he desires, the alien in the core laboratory entrusted to him," Raine stated directly. Yes, of course, Weiss wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. After enduring this conflict, he had long abandoned any fantasies of conditional surrender. All he sought was for these extraterrestrials to cease their military actions. And everything else could be negotiated. "And the spark source you have hidden, hand it over to me," Raine insisted once more. "You truly are aware of it." Weiss felt a surge of embarrassment. But shouldn't this be handed over to Commander Shockwave? As he spoke, he glanced at the towering metallic being beside him. Even without knowing the true nature of that object, its enigmatic allure and technological sophistication are unmistakable from mere observation, suggesting it is indeed something extraordinary. Moreover, it was discovered in the grasp of the frozen Megatron. What mundane artifact could provoke a Decepticon of such high rank to personally seize it? The fact that these extraterrestrial beings would entrust such a treasure to Raine, a mere human, is astonishing. Following Raine's directives, Shockwave remained unwilling to converse with Winston, perceiving the planet's most powerful individual as no more significant than an insect. Winston, naturally dared not voice any dissent. After all, it was far better for such an object to fall into human hands than into those of aliens. Thus, under Shockwave's command, the drill demon resumed excavation. Before long, Megatron was unearthed once again, hoisted into the sky by the cables of several minions. Once the Decepticons departed, only Raine and a few others remained at Hoover Dam, along with the distant Thunder Warriors recuperating. This had been their inaugural battle. No casualties had occurred, although many were severely injured, yet all clung to life. Recovery merely a matter of time. It was also due to the fact that they had been contending with mere minions. The credit belonged to Cassie, who had single-handedly held off both Sky Shadow and Thundercracker. It was only at this moment that Jack caught the attention of the others. "Jack, you despicable traitor. You have brought shame upon Martin." Winston seethed, his ire ignited. Had Jack not revealed their position, Shockwave would not have discovered this location so swiftly. Despicable? And you? Are you not also contemplating surrender? Must it only be you who seeks glory? Jack retorted, no longer subservient to Shockwave, his words sharp yet trembling. You. Winston was at a loss for words. Jack spoke the truth, leaving him no ground for defense. Why waste time on such a fool? Raine cast a glance, unwilling to squander even a second on Jack. The enormous metallic cube was also excavated by the drill demon. Bumblebee gently tapped it, causing the Allspark to undergo a remarkable transformation. Much like the transformation process of the Transformers, the cube continuously disassembled and reassembled, reducing to the size of a standard cube. Extraordinary Cybertronian spatial compression technology. Raine marveled. He then held the cube in his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. He no longer had anything to conceal. Deep within his soul, something resonated in unison with the object. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the laboratory. "Dr. Raine, may we broadcast this video to the public? We need to bolster confidence." Winston inquired. "Leave such matters to Scott." Raine waved his hand dismissively. With the objective achieved, they sounded the retreat, Bumblebee racing off, leaving behind Raine's final words. Scott has been quite busy lately. Raine had entrusted him with all external affairs. The mechanical cult was poised to enter the public eye, and numerous preparations lay ahead. Although the clash between the Thunder Warriors and the Transformers has yet to be officially disclosed, numerous eyewitnesses abound, and Raine shows no inclination to conceal the matter. It has already circulated among the higher echelons. Countless individuals have sought to establish connections with him through various means. During this period, Scott's office has been bustling with activity, resembling a high command more than the Pentagon or the White House. Next, Beth called out at the door after bidding farewell to a bowing dignitary. Upon emerging from Sector 7, she was assigned to assist Scott. "Greetings. I am a representative of Lockheed," announced a young man with golden locks as he entered. It was his first time waiting in line, yet he felt no embarrassment, surrounded as he was by individuals of considerable stature. "And you are?" Scott inquired, finding the young man somewhat familiar, yet unable to place him. "I am Derol Martin, the son of Lockheed Martin and the brother of Jack Martin," the golden-haired youth explained promptly. "Ah, so you dare to show your face here." Chapter 56. Scott recognized him as the brother of Jack, hence the familiarity. "I sincerely apologize for the previous events. My father is willing to personally extend his apologies, even at the cost of relinquishing the entire Lockheed group," Derol humbly stated, aware that failing to prostrate himself would lead to dire consequences once Raine stepped into the public eye. Although Raine had refrained from seeking retribution thus far, the Martins were not individuals to rely on mere luck for survival. This matter was one that should have been addressed personally by him, yet he was willing to afford his son an opportunity. Furthermore, as Derol was his own flesh and blood and a prominent figure within the group, he bore sufficient weight in this negotiation. "I have come to discuss the transfer of Lockheed Group," Derol continued. "The Martin family holds a 51 absolute stake in Lockheed, and my uncle is prepared to offer it all in hopes of earning Dr. Raine's forgiveness." Derol maintained a lowly posture, speaking with a slight bow. Compared to Jack, he exhibited more prudence and a deeper understanding of the Martin sentiments. Before this incident, both Martin and Jack shared a similar outlook. They both believed that humanity was destined to fail and had already begun seeking an exit strategy, albeit Martin perhaps in a more discreet manner. It is possible that he was aware of Jack's actions, but with the emergence of the Thunder Warriors, such matters became eternally sealed secrets. "Your situation is indeed precarious. Erasure was initially the plan. However, it is of no consequence. You may now return to Lockheed Group." We welcome future collaborations, but merging is out of the question, Scott stated nonchalantly from his expansive leather chair. Why take this stance? D-Roll queried, somewhat taken aback. Martin had relayed the gravity of the prior events, which could certainly be deemed profoundly disrespectful. Yet, Martin's sincerity was evident, as he offered the absolute controlling interest of Lockheed Group. Although humanity suffered a monumental defeat in the war against the Transformers, and inflation reached unprecedented heights, there are always those who profit, such as arms companies. Giants like KSI and the Roche Group reaped unimaginable profits from the conflict, their market valuations swelling to staggering proportions. While these developments seemed devoid of meaning at the time, the war is now visibly approaching a pivotal moment, drawing the attention of many towards this immense wealth. Martin, who initially brimmed with confidence regarding the negotiations, suddenly found himself engulfed in doubt. This is our policy, he stated. Scott remained unperturbed. Perhaps that wealth held an irresistible allure for others. But the clergy of the mechanical god sect were certainly not among them. Joyce, also the president of an arms company, seemed to enjoy a different fate. Why should he be exempt? Delore pressed, his eyes wide with inquiry. Does Raine truly wish for their entire family to perish? He has made arrangements with us, and he is a loyal servant of Dr. Raine, Scott replied. I too can negotiate. I too can serve Dr. Raine. What is your position at the Roche Group? Wasn't he previously the decision-maker at Thor Technology? Does that mean I can do anything as long as I hold that position? You may decide your own course. Scott remained seated, legs crossed upon the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Delore, no longer exuding the elegance he had upon entering, was already beaded with cold sweat despite the weather not yet having turned warm. I will convey your message to my uncle. Farewell, Mr. Scott. Scott paid no further attention to Delore, who awkwardly exited the office. Tell Martin that Dr. Raine may forget him, but I shall not. Delore trembled at these words as he closed the door. Without delay, he boarded a private jet bound for the Roche Group headquarters in San Francisco. Perhaps I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Martin no longer bore the air of confidence he once had. During this period, the physique he had proudly maintained had begun to falter, with flab and fatigue overtaking the body of this nearly 60-year-old man. The fact that Dr. Raine did not seek our utter destruction simply indicated that we were not of concern to him. Our previous speculations were rendered meaningless. Martin seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps addressing Delore. As for Jack, his disgraceful role as a traitor had become common knowledge among the upper echelons, turning him into an object of universal disdain. He was now under house arrest. Despite the so-called elite being unaware of how many were secretly dispatched to engage with Shockwave, as long as they remained undetected, they could still consider themselves untainted. Thus, we cannot hope for Dr. Raine's indifference. Perhaps he views us as mere insects, but what of the soldiers under his command? Would they also choose to disregard us? Even with a mere command from Scott, the entire Loki group could plunge into irretrievable ruin, Deroll asserted. Indeed, this is precisely the reason I need you to negotiate with Scott. Speaking of Scott, he was the impertinent individual whom Jack foolishly arranged to be placed in the Raine Research Laboratory. Who could have anticipated that now? Even a mere meeting with him has become a distant luxury? He holds the power to dictate our very existence. Martin's voice was laden with exhaustion. To maintain the scale of the Loki group and prevent a lifetime of hard work from going to waste. He could not fathom how much effort he expended during the war, which barely allowed the Loki group to endure to this day. Doubt it not. One need only glance at the procurement list of the Ministry of Defense, where only KSI and the Loki group remain of the four major arms dealers. But who could have foreseen that as dawn approached, we would instead find ourselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis? What, then, does Scott's statement imply? Deroll inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. I asked him whether my ascension to the presidency would allow for continued discussions, yet he provided no clear response. What further clarity is required? Martin retorted, as Dr. Raine's right-hand man, he simply does not wish to act without explicit orders from Raine. His message was unequivocal. The Loki group may survive, but I must perish. Martin sighed deeply. No, father, there must still be hope. Deroll, being an astute individual, understood the subtext of Scott's words. Yet he forced himself to divert his thoughts from that direction. Unlike Jack, Martin was his biological father, and he was Martin's only son. Absent the melodramatic tropes of the affluent, his affection for Martin ran deep. We can consult Dr. Raine. Scott's thoughts do not necessarily reflect his own. As you said, It is very likely that this merely represents Scott's personal stance. Look at Zorn. Is he not thriving? Dr. Raine may well be more magnanimous than we imagine. Durol's voice trembled with emotion. My son, at all times, do not allow your emotions to govern you. Zorn is indeed alive, but tell me, apart from his appearance, is he truly Zorn? Chapter 57. The hope of memory restoration. I am uncertain of what Raine has done to Zorn, yet I possess an unsettling intuition. To become like Zorn would be worse than death. After imparting his counsel to his son, Martin felt as though he had shed his shackles. The gloom lifted. He had relished in a splendor beyond imagination, harboring no regrets. Durol, after my demise, you must ensure that Jack does not infiltrate the company. However, if my life can procure Dr. Raine's forgiveness, then let it spare him. As Martin spoke, his gaze turned toward the sky beyond the window, his thoughts drifting to the past. Loki cough. Jack, I entrust it to you. Before him appeared the brother, gravely wounded and succumbing to his injuries, who had sacrificed himself to protect him on the battlefield of the Middle East. Now, everyone refers to him as Big Martin. Yet only a few remember that this nickname once belonged to another person over 2 decades ago. We owe him a debt. Martin's voice seemed to convey a sense of finality. Father, is there truly no way out? What if we abandoned the Rocky group, living in anonymity, and escaped to another place? A glimmer of moisture flickered into Durol's eyes as he implored his resolute father. Where else could we possibly go? It is already quite a feat for us to maintain a foothold here. Son, the Rocky group is not merely ours. It was established by your grandfather, and your uncle sacrificed his life for it to reach us at this juncture. I can perish, Jack can perish, and, if necessary, you too may face death. The Martin family has enjoyed the privileges of the Rocky group, and must possess the resolve to die for it. However, the Rocky group must endure, Martin replied. Even if he bears the surname Lay? Even if he bears the surname Lay. The father and son exchanged glances, and Martin's eyes reflected neither confusion nor fear, but only unwavering determination. Achoo! In the laboratory, the great sage Raine sneezed. Who is whispering my name? Has the mighty Megatron returned? It seems the time is indeed near. Not seeing Megatron's name on the panel indicated that the previous deception had yet to take effect. Nonetheless, he no longer cared. The integration of Cybertronians was not a pressing necessity. What mattered was the task at hand. Current objective: create an ultimate warrior. Mission reward: brain enhancement. During the enhancement process, we uncovered fragments of your lost memories, and the content is exceedingly cool. Cassie's performance was exceptional, prompting Raine to initiate a comprehensive upgrade for him as the ultimate warrior. The system timely issued the next task. Prior to this, Cassie had already passed the trial of the dragon's tear. Emerging from the illusion, Cassie remained silent, and no one knew what he had endured. Yet, during moments when others succumbed to slumber, occasional whispers of his remorse could be heard. I am sorry, Mina. Subsequently, he was implanted with the genetic seed of 13, awaiting maturation. When the time was ripe, Raine would carry out the surgical procedure to transplant and modify the organs. Cassie was the first to receive such an honor, thus considered the inaugural test subject. Although theoretically, there should be no adverse effects, no one could predict how these subspace-integrated genetic seeds would manifest in this world. Under the influence of the genetic seed, Cassie's height began to escalate daily, nearly to the point of outgrowing a piece of training attire within days. Initially, after undergoing basic modifications, he had approached nearly 2 meters. Now, he seemed destined to reach 3 meters. In the realm of 40K, such stature would be deemed extraordinary. His daily necessities also began to require frequent replacements, causing him considerable distress. Who would have anticipated that he could tear through the blankets upon rising in the morning? As for the power armor, it has long since become inaccessible, not only due to height, but also because of the exaggerated muscular expansion throughout the body. Currently, daily training consists of direct confrontations with other armored warriors. For a moment's negligence could lead to tragic consequences. This stark contrast between the Astartes and ordinary humans transcends rational explanation. Remarkably, no organ modifications or transplant surgeries have yet been performed. Be careful, Captain. In the cafeteria, Cassie was passionately devouring his meal. Before him lay a multitude of empty plates, nearly equivalent to a day's workload for an ordinary dishwasher. The lunch prepared by the cafeteria had already been consumed entirely. Such is the reality of our current resource scarcity. Somehow, he had unearthed hard, potentially lethal black bread, which he shoveled into his stomach with alarming fervor. Mealtime had become akin to a battlefield, and he was indeed waging war against his own hunger. Having been enhanced by genetic seeds, his stomach acids easily digest everything. Even the most satisfying meal would be completely processed within mere minutes, transformed into the fundamental energy required for his continued growth. This results in Cassie being perpetually engulfed in an insatiable hunger. Just moments ago, he nearly bit through a plate in his fervor, prompting Simmons to intervene hastily. "Thank you for the reminder," Cassie said, reluctantly setting down the plate and turning to Simmons. "Where's the chef? The steak should not be cooked beyond rare. Even raw would suffice." Simmons fled towards the kitchen, having sensed the predatory glint in Cassie's eyes, as if he were merely a dish on a menu. Now, the chefs must endure his demands, while Raine and Joyce are preoccupied with developing food of greater energy density. Joyce is currently focused on a groundbreaking upgrade for the Thunder Warrior's power armor. The explosive rifle has proven itself remarkably effective, warranting further development. Meanwhile, Raine is preparing to equip the first Astartes with a power sword, an undeniably formidable melee weapon. The blade is crafted from a dense, monomolecular material, rendering the notion of cutting through iron an insult to its capabilities. Most impressively, the sword is outfitted with a disintegration field device. Once activated, the blade becomes enveloped in a highly destructive field that can disintegrate matter at the molecular level. It is currently deemed invincible, capable of rendering all human defenses as mere parchment. Even Cybertronian metal, according to present research, could be effortlessly penetrated. The Cybertronians seemingly lack corresponding protective armor, though surely such defenses exist, perhaps forgotten or sealed away. In a moment of dire crisis, they will undoubtedly rummage through their caches to unearth whatever they require. Raine contemplated the complexities of the disintegration field's formula while committing them to memory. Due to incomplete memories, many formulas have been forgotten. If one were to start calculations from scratch, it could take decades to yield any results. However, the current circumstances differ significantly. Where there is a will, there is a way, and the impending task reward has precisely scratched the itch for Raine. His brain's original capacity is approaching its limits, filled to the brim with a vast array of genetic modification technology data. Consequently, Raine is compelled to jot down any other emerging inspirations elsewhere, lest the new ideas overshadow the old information at any moment. He must find ways to restrain the birth of new concepts, and of late, he has seldom left the laboratory, refraining from engaging with the source of ignition in his hands. Fearful of overshadowing the memories related to the genetic modification technology of the Ultimate Warrior, he is akin to a C drive that has reached 99 capacity, unable to increase even a fraction more, save for a brain upgrade. Yet, entrusting his brain to others for such an upgrade feels perilous, even with Joyce and Scott. The technology related to the power sword is nearly complete, merely a thin veil away from fruition. Once his brain is fortified, he ought to first restore this segment of memory. Indeed, Raine is essentially preparing for the future, awaiting the day when Cassie officially becomes the Ultimate Warrior, which will coincide with the advent of the power sword. Megatron lies upon an enormous metallic platform, with a myriad of tubes inserted into various parts of his body. His vital signs are exceedingly weak, almost fittingly described as hanging by a thread. Were he an ordinary Decepticon, he would have been sentenced to death and recycled long ago. Yet, this is Megatron, and it is the loyal Soundwave who first discovered him. Countless loyal energies have been infused into Soundwave's being. However, it seems that due to prolonged depletion, despite a gradual recovery of vital signs, Megatron remains in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Soundwave is at a loss. After sending a distress signal to Starscream, he wonders why the Doctor, Soundwave, has not responded. However, one cannot solely focus on Soundwave. Thundercracker and Skywarp also require medical attention. Soundwave, will my vision ever be restored? Skywarp inquires. His injuries appear severe, but they are mostly external, with the initially blackened optic sensor being the most critical. After cleaning, it became evident that it has completely lost all functionality. I am powerless, Soundwave states candidly. What about Soundwave? We have rescued Lord Megatron. Will he not come? Thundercracker questions, confirming that his arm cannot be reattached, now reduced to a one-armed warrior. For reasons unknown, Starscream has not replied. Moreover, even if Soundwave were to arrive, he would likely be of no assistance. They are all aware of the severity of their injuries. Soundwave speaks plainly, lacking the charm that allows Starscream to be so favored. The last remnants of hope for Thundercracker and Skywarp have been shattered. They had long been prepared for the possibility of death in battle. Yet that did not equate to accepting the reality of their disability and the loss of their combat prowess. A profound silence enveloped them. Perhaps the human possessed a solution. That great Bumblebee had undergone some form of transformation. Shockwave uttered another remark, yet it elicited no response. The primordial celestial master must also have a way. The challenge lay in locating him. Why would that human assist them? After all, they were the invaders, longing for an identity swap. The humans who had invaded Cybertron were injured and sought healing, yet they could not consume their adversaries. Thundercracker and Skywarp shared similar sentiments. Their Allspark was still in his possession. He had invited me to collaborate on the Allspark study. I could propose a request for you to receive treatment while we jointly monitor that human, preventing any sacrilegious acts towards the Allspark. After a moment of contemplation, Shockwave spoke again. Would he agree? The Allspark was already in his hands. Skywarp inquired, harboring little hope. It remained uncertain whether that individual possessed the necessary technology, let alone his willingness to treat his comrades. This matter was still in its infancy. Surely he would need my expertise. Shockwave replied with a hint of uncertainty. Chapter 58, The War Never Ends. It would be prudent to consult Soundwave. He was more reliable than the humans. Thundercracker shook his head, insisting. On board the Nemesis, Black Arachnia harshly dismissed Shockwave's communication request. Discovering Megatron's corpse was trivial compared to the grand scheme of the Decepticons conquering Earth. Our time is limited. Those wretched Autobots are on their way. Black Arachnia glanced at Soundwave and the others, feeling flustered as she explained. During this period, she had relished her newfound authority and did not wish for Shockwave to return with a corpse to undermine her dominance. What? Do you harbor objections towards me? Noticing the lingering skepticism in their gazes, Black Arachnia remarked with malice. None, Commander Black Arachnia. The hierarchy within the Decepticons is notably rigid, especially given Black Arachnia's recent commendable performance. After all, she had yet to encounter the Thunder Warriors. Dealing with ordinary humans was akin to slicing through melons. As long as there are no objections, what were we discussing? Yes, there are still 3 nations not fully under our control. Black Arachnia glared fiercely at Soundwave, who had downed 2 others, and then inquired. Indeed, the Earth Defense Forces have largely retreated to those 3 locations. Soundwave indicated the map on the screen, which was entirely marked in red, representing territories conquered by the Decepticons. The only areas yet to be painted red were the eastern powers of America and Russia. There is no time for hesitation. Concentrate all our forces and commence with them. Shattering these humans decisively, Black Arachnia pointed directly at America. Thus, the army of Decepticons began to converge upon the southern hemisphere, abandoning all trivial battlefields and territories. The previously relaxed Viz found himself tense once more. Dr. Raine, I have no time. If there is something, contact Scott. The call to Raine was abruptly terminated upon ringing. Cassie's secondary growth had largely concluded, though she fell short of 3 meters. She had reached a formidable height of 2 meters 80. Her weight approached half a ton, rendering ordinary beds inadequate to bear her. In every aspect of life, Cassie had irrevocably departed from the existence of a normal human. This also indicated that organ transplant surgery could commence, and Raine was diligently preparing for it. Until then, nothing could disturb him. What? Wasn't the war supposed to be over? Viz cursed at the phone that had been disconnected. After venting his frustrations, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Even if Raine had deceived him, what could he do? Theoretically, he had no military authority left. The Earth Defense Force now operated with a high degree of autonomy, effectively becoming a second Earth. Even if he did possess authority, what would it matter? No one should retreat before the battle had begun. Release the recent documentary on the Thunder Warriors to boost morale. Humanity still possesses the strength to fight. Vice commanded. This film had received Scott's approval, even benefiting from his guidance. Should we consult Dr. Raine or Scott about this? A staff member inquired. Did you see Raine answer my call? Don't mention that. Viz, having suffered at Raine's hands, vented his ire upon the unfortunate staff member. After a tirade, Viz felt considerably lighter in spirit. It was not only this. The entire world was gripped by anxiety, understanding the principle that if the lips perish, the teeth will be cold. Although the Red Spider had gathered forces toward North America, granting them a brief respite, the Earth Defense Force, having caught wind of their movements, was prepared to face death. Those who remained were warriors who had come to terms with reality, yet still possessed courage. Washington, D.C., had been utterly transformed. The once bustling and tranquil home was once again shrouded in the shadows of war. Initially, Washington, as the capital, had received particular attention. Now, it had devolved into a harrowing battlefield, filled with smoke and debris. Massive metallic forms traversed the devastated city, their laser cannons occasionally piercing the gloomy sky with blinding light. The war raging between humanity and the Transformers advanced with a sense of despair. Amidst this brutal conflict stood Mark, an unremarkable, ordinary human soldier. His unit had received orders to guard the periphery of what had once been a bustling metropolis. At present, this area was a mere ruin, the towering edifices of the past cruelly severed in twain. Fragments of shattered concrete and twisted rebar lay scattered in disarray. The advance of war unfolds with alarming swiftness, leaving countless corpses that scarcely have the time to decay. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the nauseating stench of charred remains, a despairing amalgamation of death and destruction. Attention! The enemy approaches. The lookout's voice, hoarse and strained, issues a frantic warning. In an instant, the earth trembles violently, as a distant horde of Transformers surges forth like an unstoppable tide of steel. They assume various forms. Some resemble ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, each thunderous step causing the ground to fracture. Others soar like majestic eagles, circling the skies with a piercing shriek, poised to strike like lightning, ready to deliver fatal blows to humanity. Their cold, unyielding metallic exteriors glimmer with a bone-chilling sheen under the faint light. Each pair of optical sensors burns like crimson hellfire, relentlessly locking onto humanity's fragile defenses. Mark instinctively tightens his grip on the rifle, his palms drenched in perspiration, his heart pounding in his chest like a frantic war drum. His comrades beside him were expressions of taut determination, their eyes betraying a blend of resolve and concealed terror. Fire! The commander bellows, and in an instant, humanity's defenses erupt with a torrential barrage of gunfire. Shells and high-velocity bullets rain down upon the enemy. However, these assaults merely kiss the Transformers' impervious Cybertronian alloy, eliciting only a series of feeble sparks without inflicting any significant harm. The Transformers retaliate with swift and lethal precision. Deadly projectiles and beams of light scream forth from their arms and torsos. Wherever they strike, the fragile bodies of human soldiers are obliterated, a gruesome sight to behold. This is a fundamentally unequal war, verging on a one-sided massacre, with the slaughtered party refusing to succumb easily to death, resorting instead to desperate struggles for survival. Mark's eyes widen in horror as he witnesses his comrades fall one after another, some vaporized by the searing heat before they can even utter a cry. Soon, humanity's defenses collapse like a breached dam, and soldiers scatter in a panic. But where can they flee beneath the crushing weight of the Transformers' colossal steel feet? Mark and a few surviving comrades are driven back into a long-abandoned building. The corridor is dark and damp, permeated with a foul odor. They gasp for breath, their eyes filled with helplessness and despair. What are we to do? These monsters cannot be killed. A young, inexperienced soldier cries out, his voice trembling. Mark grits his teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. We must continue to fight. As long as we draw breath, we shall not surrender. Perhaps reinforcements with new weaponry are already on their way from headquarters. Yet, deep down, he was acutely aware that this flicker of hope was exceedingly tenuous, bordering on non-existent. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, and through the shattered remnants of the window, he beheld an enormous Transformer slowly advancing toward the building. Towering at several dozen meters, it resembled a majestic mountain. Unlike any extraterrestrial he had previously encountered, this being was distinctly assembled from Transformers of various hues. The mighty Devastator had been deployed. It gradually lifted its colossal foot, descending upon the building with the weight of a mountain. In an instant, the entire structure began to tremble violently, debris cascading from the ceiling. Mark and his comrades frantically squeezed their triggers, Yet their efforts were futile against this metallic behemoth. Their attacks were but a futile struggle against the giant. With a cataclysmic crash, the building collapsed. In the final moment, Mark was violently hurled by the surging shockwave, plunging into an abyss of darkness. When he once again awoke with great difficulty, he was greeted by a hauntingly silent scene, marred by the scars of war. Not a single comrade remained alive by his side, and he was merely clinging to the remnants of life. In this lopsided conflict, how much longer could humanity endure? Gazing at the crimson sun setting on the horizon, despair welled within him. What of it? Hadn't he known all along? Dragging his battered and bloodied body, Mark struggled to rise from the ruins. Even entrenched in this chasm of despair, a flicker of indomitable flame continued to burn fiercely beneath the enveloping darkness. As long as life persisted, the fight must continue, even if the light of hope was nearly imperceptible. Report: Washington, D.C. has fallen again. A giant transformer has been sighted. The 13th Combined Army has been annihilated. The enemy is advancing into our territory. Messages flooded into the Joint Command of the Earth Defense Forces, each bearing the stark truth of their plight. Any basic receiving device could capture these transmissions, serving as a testament to the world that humanity still resisted. They had now assembled, and the opportunities for our previous strikes would likely not present themselves again. In the operations meeting room, an officer from East University spoke up, recalling how his forces had achieved the first kill against the Decepticons. Is this the final battle? Someone murmured softly. Perhaps so. Report: a group of fanatical cultists calling themselves the Robot Church has gathered, preparing to incite a rebellion. A soldier burst in, panic-stricken. The room fell silent. Faces exchanged bewildered glances. When did this Robot Church emerge? Quickly suppress them. The commander from the Eastern University was the first to react, promptly issuing orders. Eliminate them decisively. Leave no one behind. Their very names suggest collusion with extraterrestrials. How can we not eradicate these beasts? The collective response from the crowd was astonishingly unanimous. Total annihilation was imperative. At the onset of the war, a solitary Decepticon had been detected. Ultimately, after incurring tremendous sacrifices, the Earth Defense Force succeeded in capturing a live transformer. This operation was imbued with the hopes of all humanity, for knowledge of these enigmatic foes was woefully scant. Consequently, elite scientists from various nations banded together, preparing to usher in a new era. Just as this Decepticon was being transported to a clandestine research facility for further examination, an unsuspecting researcher, swayed by cult, inadvertently disabled the control measures during a routine experiment. Thus, the research center was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Not only were all studies on the Decepticon obliterated, but scientific advancement also came to a complete standstill. The awakened humanity launched an unprecedented purge, driven by a philosophy of better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one go free, resulting in untold suffering for countless innocents. Who could have anticipated that? Under such intense pressure, these individuals would find a way to rise again. In a clearing nestled within a valley, a dense cluster of shanties and tents crowded the area. The only terrain capable of offering a semblance of cover from the Decepticons' aerial surveillance. This was humanity's last refuge, struggling to breathe amidst desolation. 10-year-old you lived in this somber place. Her petite frame and disheveled hair framed a pair of eyes that reflected a resilience beyond her years. Before the first light of dawn could pierce the gloom, she was roused by the cacophony from the neighboring tents. This life is unbearable. Food supplies are dwindling. Weren't you supposed to protect us? We are on the brink of starvation. A coarse male voice bellowed. You understood that yet another dispute had erupted over the scant resources. She quietly rose and glanced at her father, who was still lost in slumber. He had injured his leg during their flight and could only lie bedridden. Yet, in this instance, it was a blessing, for it spared him from conscription. Here, at least, survival was possible. To go to the front lines meant certain death. Just like her unfortunate brother, who had not sent a letter in ages. Rumors circulated that he had perished on the battlefield, yet no official word had reached their home. She stubbornly clung to the belief that he was still alive. However, this month, the subsidies that were due had ceased, with no explanation provided by the military office. The burden of the household now rested entirely on her mother's frail shoulders, and from that day forth, the perceptive youth took it upon herself to shoulder this responsibility. She tiptoed to her father's bedside, pouring him a glass of water, while the liquid was far from pristine. In this place, having anything to drink was a small blessing. The mother's bedding had long turned cold, and she seemed unaware of when she had left. "Dad, I shall also venture out," I declared. My father responded with a vague murmur, his weary face etched with resignation. Stepping outside, I was enveloped by a stifling atmosphere within the gathering. Makeshift tents stood askew, and the people wore vacant expressions, lining up at the central distribution point, all emaciated and pallid. In the distance, I noticed a middle-aged woman at the end of the queue pleading with the staff. "My child is still small. I implore you, please give us more." The manager waved her off impatiently. "We are all in need. Do not cause a scene." I sighed, realizing that it was not yet her turn, and turned towards the market. Though it was called a market, it consisted merely of tattered cloths spread upon the ground, displaying salvaged items from the ruins. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. I rushed over to see the market administrator attempting to maintain order. "Do you understand the rules? You have not paid the management fee and dare to set up stall here?" A group of individuals spoke as they pushed an elderly woman, her white hair cascading down to the ground. A few handcrafted goods scattered from her tattered cloth, kicked aside with disdain. The surrounding crowd, though seething with anger, dared not voice their discontent. I clenched my fists, my heart brimming with indignation, yet I understood my powerlessness. The Earth Defense Forces had devoted nearly all their strength to the front lines, leaving the ecological niches to be claimed by these opportunists. Such was the law of nature. As I passed by an alley, a group of shadowy figures cloaked in black approached me, saying, "Join us. Pray to the unknown deity. It shall save us and end this suffering." A few hollow-eyed individuals seemed entranced, following along in a chant. "Can your God fill my stomach?" I spat, hastening my pace away. Why were these people proliferating? I refused to believe such nonsense. In my heart, I knew that only through the toil of myself and my family could we survive. "You shall regret this," a man's voice called after me in exasperation. By noon, I returned home, my stomach growling. The rations I received had dwindled further, barely amounting to more than half of what I had previously received over 3 days. My mother had yet to return, so I took it upon myself to care for my father and help him wash up. He looked at my pallid face, sorrow overtaking him as he gently stroked my head. You have suffered," he lamented. "If only your brother were here." I forced a smile. "Dad, I am not suffering. When Mom returns, we will have food." Yet it was not until evening that my mother finally stumbled through the door, her exhausted form weary, her gaze evasive, and her hair disheveled. She handed me a hard, stale flatbread, whispering, "Hurry and eat with your father. Today's yield was scant." As I accepted the bread, I noticed the bruises on her wrist, and my heart sank. I understood the sacrifices she had made for our meager sustenance. My father turned away, silent, and I cannot discern whether he blamed himself or my mother. That night, the howling winds persisted. I lay in bed, listening to my father's snoring and my mother's suppressed sobs, unable to find sleep. I gazed at the dark canopy above, my thoughts drifting far away, recalling the halcyon days of yore, when the sky was a pristine azure and the park resonated with joyous laughter, as a family gathered to partake in a sumptuous evening repast. Yet now, suddenly, the shrill wail of alarms cleaved through the night, a jarring cacophony. "These cultists have gone mad," someone cried in terror. The gathering erupted into chaos, lights flickering, as people, in a state of panic, fled aimlessly. Not far off, flames soared skyward, for the makeshift shelters and tents possessed no semblance of fire resistance, and soon the inferno engulfed the entire residential area. In a flurry, Xiaoyu rose, assisting her father in their hasty escape, while her mother trailed closely behind. Amidst the blazing conflagration stood a group clad in bizarre attire, brandishing sharp blades, their voices reverberating with cries of the angels descend, heralding judgment. They set fires indiscriminately and unleashed a massacre upon those who had previously rebuffed them. Their frenzied gazes scoured the fleeing crowd. Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and she quickly averted her eyes from their sight. She recognized them as the very same individuals she had encountered earlier in the day. The enforcers retaliated sporadically, yet their efforts appeared futile. Xiaoyu's family struggled through the tumultuous throng, evading collapsing structures and assaults. "Little sister, I warned you that you would come to regret this." At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from behind Xiaoyu. Chapter 60, returning to the public eye. "They have discovered us." A sense of dread washed over her. Run, mother. I will lead them away. Xiao Yu, trembling yet resolute, positioned herself protectively in front of her parents, her frail form shivering but her teeth clenched in determination. Huh! You cannot escape. Heretics who refuse to worship the great machina. The cultist laughed cruelly, the glint of a dagger catching the light. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a cadre of green figures emerged from the flames. It was the valiant soldiers of the Earth Defense Force come to rescue them. Uncle, please save us. Xiao Yu cried out, as if she had spotted her savior. These individuals seemed to be related to Mark. A gunshot rang out, striking the madman. Quick, follow us. To the military camp, a scarred-faced soldier bellowed. With no time to ponder, they, along with other refugees, were escorted into the camp, surrounded by a chorus of cries and prayers. Thank you for saving our lives. Xiao Yu's mother, regaining her composure, grasped Xiao Yu's hand and bowed repeatedly to the soldier who had just rescued them. No need for thanks. I once served alongside Mark in the same unit. The soldier helped the distressed woman to her feet. That's wonderful. Do you know how Mark is faring? Is he still alive? The weary mother's eyes sparkled with hope as she implored. I'm afraid we were scattered. I heard he later joined the 19th Army. The soldier shook his head gently. News of the complete annihilation of the 19th Army had already spread throughout the camp. The light in the woman's eyes visibly dimmed. My condolences. This place is temporarily safe. I must attend to my duties now. Take care. The scarred soldier exchanged a few brief words before taking his leave, leaving a family in a state of despair. Mother, I will carry on my brother's legacy. Xiao Yu reassured her parents, gently wiping away her mother's tears. The meager provisions they had were not brought along. What would they do tomorrow? Xiao Yu's large eyes sparkled with worry as she pondered. The gathering gradually fell silent. These cultists were no match for the fully armed defenders, and soon the turmoil was quelled. The sun rose as usual, yet countless souls perished overnight. News of the Thunder Warriors spread like wildfire. Have you heard? We have our own Transformers. Transformers? No, that is our power armor. It's incredibly cool. The once despairing crowd suddenly buzzed with excitement, rousing Xiao Yu from her slumber. Mother, what are they talking about? She inquired. I'm not certain, but it seems they are discussing some new equipment of ours. I heard we triumphed against those aliens on the front lines, the woman replied, somewhat bewildered by the subject matter. Is it true? Can we really defeat them? Xiao Yu, now alert, expressed her disbelief. It's probably just another rumor. Ever since the war began, such tales have circulated daily, likely to boost morale, her father interjected, having faced disappointment too many times. What if it's not? Xiao Yu murmured. Just then, a soldier resembling an officer entered, his face alight with excitement. You must have heard, Dr. Raine has developed a new type of equipment, and in its very first battle, it achieved tremendous success. Dr. Raine? That name sounds familiar, someone remarked. Of course, he's the one who introduced the brain-machine interface. Oh, it's him. I hadn't heard from him in ages. Turns out he was secretly working on this project. The crowd erupted in conversation, buzzing with intrigue. I understand you may be skeptical, but this news is absolutely credible. The president has sent us live footage from the battlefield. I will show it to you now. A soldier behind the officer unfurled a white screen, and soon a documentary featuring this began to play. In a helicopter on the verge of crashing, Cassie leapt into action clad in battle armor, and then the invincible Decepticon fell. On this day, his name echoed throughout the world. On this day, Raine re-entered the public eye. On this day, Shockwave arrived at KSI's research facility. Human, I have come as summoned, Shockwave addressed Raine, who was deeply engrossed in his work. The laboratory was impressively spacious. Even the Transformers did not seem confined within its bounds. One could not help but remark on the intriguing nature of this human research facility, filled with peculiar devices that even caught Shockwave's attention, such as the strange reconnaissance tools composed of floating machinery and human skulls. Upon closer examination, it became evident that a singular wire connected to the mechanical structure above. For instance, the mechanical tendrils fervently inscribing upon the form of Raine. Additionally, an array of unprecedented formulas continuously flickered across the screen, all of which left Shockwave in a state of profound intrigue. Well, lies the Allspark. I shall not tolerate any acts of desecration. Shockwave forcibly redirected his focus towards Raine, demanding in a stern voice, enough with the trivialities, assist me in verifying this formula. Without lifting his gaze, Raine merely gestured for Shockwave to come closer. Human, respond to my inquiry. Shockwave asserted, his legs involuntarily advancing towards Raine. Is it this formula? Shockwave inquired, pointing his robust finger toward the complex equation. Evidently, there's an error here. You have overlooked the distinct trajectories of electrons within the force field, thus necessitating the addition of this parameter. Raine posited, hastily jotting down a lengthy sequence of numbers. Indeed, you are quite astute. Wait, you are deconstructing the force field formula. Shockwave abruptly regained his composure, astonishment illuminating the crimson bulb above. Is that peculiar? Have you truly deciphered the deconstruction of the force field? Raine queried, raising his gaze. Is it not strange? You have uncovered the secrets of force field deconstruction, an ancient technique shrouded in confidentiality on Cybertron. Shockwave momentarily lost his composure. Not yet, hence my inquiry. This is merely the initial step. The subsequent challenge lies in how to stably affix the force field to the weapon without compromising it. Moreover, there are several crucial formulas that elude my memory. Truly vexing, Raine muttered, scratching his head in frustration. His insatiable curiosity surged once more, despite knowing that he could effortlessly resolve it after his cerebral enhancement in due time. Yet, he could hardly bear to wait a single day, diving into the research of the power sword once the organ transplant modification was prepared. By the way, you mentioned the Allspark? I haven't had the opportunity to explore that yet. However, your timing is impeccable. My ultimate warrior shall soon emerge, perfectly poised to test its combat prowess against you. Raine surveyed Shockwave with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Hold on, human. I am not your subordinate. Shockwave protested. He was a scientist, not a training instructor for Raine. Besides, they were currently adversaries. I shall equip him with a power sword infused with the deconstruction force field. Are you certain you do not wish to witness this, scientist? Chapter 61. Ultimate Warrior Cassie on the training grounds. Shockwave was mercilessly pummeling these Thunder Warriors. Without activating any skills, these youthful Thunder Warriors faced off against the Decepticon commander, utterly lacking in resistance. Even the barrage from the explosive guns, unleashed in their dire moments, was effortlessly evaded. Yet, the Thunder Warriors could not escape the wrath of his Cybertronian cannon. Transforming into tank mode, Shockwave shattered their formation with a few cannon blasts, leading to a relentless slaughter. You have not exerted your full potential. This battle is utterly devoid of significance. When Raine inquired about Shockwave's assessment of combat capabilities, Shockwave replied, merely an appetizer. Are you interested in performing surgery on humans? Raine asked, would you be interested in auto repair? Shockwave retorted curtly. Finding a free assistant is indeed a challenge, Raine silently lamented. Undertaking surgery on an Astartes is no trivial task. It requires meticulous precision down to the micron and is an undeniably strenuous endeavor. The servo skull dangled from the surgical room ceiling, constantly monitoring Cassie's bodily condition. Even though he lay unconscious on the operating table, his imposing presence evoked a profound fear in these ordinary individuals. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, radiating tremendous vitality, even Raine felt an intangible pressure. Ordinary surgical instruments could not breach his skin. Only the mechanical tendrils retained their sharpness. This operation transcended what mere mortals could participate in. Lucas extended his mechanical tendrils, transforming hydraulic clamps into delicate surgical instruments and tweezers, energy conduits at the joints faintly glowing, supplying stable power. He initiated a precise incision above Cassie's thoracic cavity, the mist of blood instantaneously absorbed and purified by the energy field. The floating servo skull presented a gene enhancement serum. The eerie green liquid infused into Cassie's body, beginning to rewrite his cellular blueprint, reinforcing muscle and bone density to withstand subsequent modifications. As the surgery progressed, Raine carefully opened Cassie's skull, meticulously implanting neural connection nodes, filaments as fine as hair winding deep into the brain, establishing a direct interaction pathway with the power armor, ensuring the warrior could manipulate the armor with his will, as if extending his own fingers. Cassie's face occasionally contorted with agonizing spasms, the implantation of artificial nerves seemingly triggering the brain's pain perception system. He softly recited an ancient soothing prayer, both a comfort to the warrior's soul and a stabilizing mantra for his mechanical heart, which trembled with tension. Next came the implantation of the heart and lungs. A synthetic heart pulsating with the vigor of a star was slowly embedded within the thoracic cavity, serving as a backup to the originally frail organs. The once spacious cavity became crowded. As the neural circuits connected, the heart began to beat. Thud, thud, like the resounding drum of war. Blood accelerated through the body, red blood cells swiftly delivering oxygen to every corner. The three lungs rhythmically contracted, pumping more oxygen into the system. Cassie's breath seemed capable of conjuring a tempest. With each synchronization came precise calibration. Beads of sweat formed on Raine's brow. For this was a surgery that could not fail. Both the genetic seeds and the artificial heart and lungs were irreplaceable in the short term. Then came the implantation of the gene glands, which would periodically generate new genetic seeds, serving as a vital means for the continuation of the battle group. And in many ways, the only means. After all, this world lacked the genetic primordials to provide a continuous supply of genetic seeds. According to the information available, these genetic seeds carry the combat experience of their original bearers. As the last piece of powered armor was fitted to the spinal implant, Raine let out a sigh of relief. The crucial procedures were essentially complete. Now all that remained was to await Cassie's awakening. The gaping wound did not require meticulous stitching. It could simply be crudely fused together, allowing for natural healing to swiftly mend it. Such is the essence of an ultimate warrior. As for the original enhancement, it was not that Raine was unwilling, but rather that the current genetic seed could only support these organs. To pursue further augmentation, one would need an upgraded genetic seed, and possessing the blood of the ancients would be even more advantageous. It is time to awaken. The mind of an ultimate warrior should be quite functional indeed. Raine gazed at Cassie, whose eyes remained tightly shut, filled with uncertainty. As if sensing Raine's thoughts, Cassie suddenly opened his eyes, ablaze with fervent light, a fusion of newfound power and indomitable will. In his dreams, he seemed to glimpse a towering figure clad in blue armor, whose presence dwarfed him, despite his own height of 3 meters, rendering him akin to a mere child. Having lost his father at a young age, he found himself inexplicably yearning to call this figure father. Yet suddenly, he seemed to hear Raine's call, and with a jolt, he returned to the operating room. Raine stepped back, his white coat billowing in the breeze, as he proclaimed in a voice that was both gravelly and solemn. "You have been reborn, ultimate warrior Cassie, with a body of steel and a heart of valor, to defend the god of all machines." Though his wounds had yet to heal and the implanted organs had not fully integrated into his body, Cassie already sensed the indomitable power residing within him. With a casual fist clench, he could cause the air to crackle. With but a gesture, he could bend the steel framework binding his body. For the father of genes, for the god of all machines, for the sage Raine, Cassie declared with solemnity. Who is the father of genes? He pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. For the title felt innate to his soul, yet he held no memory of this individual. The visions of his dreams faded into obscurity. The subsequent utterances, or perhaps the final words, were those he genuinely wished to express. Though he now regarded Raine, who appeared somewhat frail in comparison, as a divine being, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. "It is the original master of the genetic seed implanted within you, Robert Killamon. Perhaps fate will allow you to meet him one day." Raine explained succinctly before inquiring, "How do you feel?" "Never better, sage Raine. I feel as though I could shatter Simmons' bullets with a single punch," Cassie replied, rotating his fist with abundant confidence. "Robert Killamon's strength? The name alone suggests a formidable warrior. With muscles of such magnitude, will he not require a whole cow for a single meal? Can Dr. Raine even afford to sustain him?" Cassie mused whimsically as his thoughts tumbled forth. This is the illusion following physical enhancement. Those bullets, if amplified, would still inflict harm upon your vulnerabilities. Raine is acutely aware that as muscle strength increases, the brain, lacking a clear comparison, tends to magnify this sensation exponentially. Although the extremist warriors possess formidable physical prowess, they are not invincible, particularly when confronted with someone like Simmons, who possesses peculiar abilities. The nature of these abilities remains a mystery to Raine. Chapter 62. Unobservable, unrecordable, undefinable. "I shall heed your teachings, great sage Raine," Cassie respectfully stated. "Strange, how does Dr. Raine know this?" Referring to him as sage feels rather cumbersome. "May I still call him doctor? Will Dr. Raine hold it against me? What shall we have for lunch?" I'm feeling quite famished. Cassie, for the moment, could not manage multi-threaded thought. Elsewhere, her mind was racing in a myriad of directions. It is merely experience. Once your wounds have healed, do try your new powered armor. Raine encouraged. Current objective. Create an extremist warrior. Completed. Mission reward. Brain enhancement. Do you accept the enhancement? A prompt echoed in Raine's mind. I apologize. I must take my leave. Raine, who had initially intended to document Cassie's bodily data, swiftly altered his decision. The laboratory activated the final high wall protocol. Anyone approaching, apart from Raine, would be ruthlessly torn apart. Countless forbidden technologies were initiated in that moment. Inside the laboratory, Raine was enveloped in an extraordinary energy. His entire being floated in a large character formation, and the system's modifications continued without inflicting any pain. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing steady, as though he were in a deep slumber. At first, Raine merely sensed a gentle warmth in his head, akin to a soothing current gradually flowing within, delicately stimulating every neuron. Yet, in an instant, the heat surged dramatically, and an intense stabbing sensation pierced through him, compelling him to grit his teeth and instinctively clench his fists. However, compared to the modifications of the mechanical deity, this felt gentle, almost like a warm bath. Subsequently, wondrous changes ensued. His field of vision expanded first, where he could previously see only the monotonous white ceiling of the laboratory. He now felt as though he could penetrate the walls themselves. He clearly perceived the operational data of the instruments in the adjoining room, with numbers and symbols automatically materializing in his mind, arranging and combining, a significant leap in his brain's capacity for information absorption. Soon after, the velocity of his thoughts began to soar. Complex theoretical formulas that once required hours of deduction now crystallized instantaneously within his mind. Each logical reasoning flowing like a high-speed train, precise and unwavering. He could simultaneously contemplate numerous scientific challenges as if countless versions of himself were seated at different desks, each focused yet collaboratively engaged. For instance, on one hand, we dissect the molecular structure of novel energy sources, exploring the optimal pathways for energy conversion. On the other, we design the core algorithms of artificial intelligence, endowing it with cognitive patterns that closely resemble human thought. These strands of reasoning run concurrently and harmoniously, operating with remarkable efficiency. This resembles the multi-threaded cognitive abilities akin to the essence of genes. It is worth noting that artificial intelligence represents a pivotal direction for Raine's contemplations. After all, prior to the emergence of the abhorrence towards intelligence, the Iron Man remained humanity's most indispensable ally. With the support of formidable computational power, the entire theoretical framework of the dynamic sword was organized within mere seconds. This is merely the inception. Forgotten memories begin to resurface within the mind, more akin to an infusion than a mere return. A sharp pang coursed through Raine's brain as countless lost technologies flooded into his recollection, too overwhelming to organize, as a strange yet familiar memory materialized. It was the 42nd millennium of the Warhammer world, the very moment the Dark King emerged into the ether. As Raine's soul was ensnared by the ether, a peculiar string of code enveloped him. The agony of dissipating consciousness could not overshadow Raine's awe at the beauty of this code. Elegant, succinct, and seemingly encompassing the essence of the universe. Is the God of all machines here to guide us? Hein pondered abruptly. Throughout his extensive life, he sought the God of all machines and the Omnissiah, even delving deep into the recesses of Mars, yet he never encountered the Void Dragon. Is the Void Dragon truly the embodiment of the God of all machines, or merely a vessel for its teachings? This lingering question in Raine's mind seemed to find resolution at this moment. However, the memory abruptly ceased. Raine awoke from his reverie. The upgrade of his mind was complete. As he slowly opened his eyes, everything in a laboratory appeared so primitive and rudimentary to him. Fortunately, I had long anticipated this upgrade space, Raine murmured, his acute hearing even picking up the echo of his own voice within the lab. Wherever his gaze fell, both tangible and intangible objects seemed to possess their own attribute panels, inundated with a multitude of information at every moment. Yet now, processing this influx of information was effortless for his brain. That string of code, was it the God of all machines? Raine attempted to recollect its contents, but found only emptiness. unobservable, unrecordable, indefinable. Current objective, revive Terra. Mission reward, STC Sublight Engine. Achieve this, and the great sage shall not tolerate humanity's subjugation by these alien forces. Excellent. The time has come. Raine narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing through the technical challenges of the ether engine. To be honest, it is not particularly difficult. However, establishing a production line for a sublight engine from scratch would mean he would be free from any tasks for several years. By that time, the result might only serve the Cybertronians. Are you well, Great Sage Raine? The information from Scott appeared on the display screen, and the first thing Raine noticed was a dense cluster of pixels. After adjusting his focus, he finally discerned the content. Has a day already passed? He glanced at the time, feeling as though only a few minutes had elapsed. Cassie should have recovered. It was time to assess his combat capabilities. Moreover, the source of embers had captivated him for quite some time. Revitalized, Raine stepped out of the laboratory. The upgraded Mark I combat armor had been completed. Compared to the Emperor's version, it featured lower limb power assist devices and a combat helmet, inching closer to subsequent upgrades. This was Raine's limit from a day ago. Now, it seemed there were numerous enhancements. For instance, how about integrating ceramic steel armor with living metal? Raine rested his chin on one hand, quietly observing the power armor before him. Dr. Raine, I have arrived. With heavy footsteps, the giant Cassie labored through the corridor, finally reaching the automatic armor donning device. This is your new power armor. Are you satisfied? As Cassie's gaze first fell upon the elite warrior's armor, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. It was not just a suit of armor. It embodied the future and courage. A crystallization of technology and glory, standing silently, yet exuding an indescribable awe. The thick armor was coated in a blue finish, with the mechanical cult's iconic metal skull emblazoned on its arms. In that moment, buried memories surged forth. Father, Cassie exclaimed involuntarily, recalling that the figure in his dreams seemed to wear this very armor. Regrettably, Cassie, this power armor is not the armor of destiny. Their only commonality is the color blue, Raine remarked. Put on, warrior, treat it well. Yes, with a series of ear-grating metallic sounds. The mechanical arms disassembled the power armor, awaiting its Master-S entry. Chapter 63. The blue canister Cassie took a deep breath and stepped into the mech chamber, suffused with a chilling blue glow. Inside, the indicator lights on the metallic walls flickered incessantly, eagerly whispering and seemingly roaring in silence, urging him to merge with the steel behemoth. He raised his hand slightly, his fingers brushing against the cold chest of the power armor. In an instant, the sensing device activated. The armor, like a responsive living being, began to open from the chest, a ghostly blue light spilling forth, illuminating his resolute face. He advanced steadily, stepping inside, his feet precisely fitting into the boot sockets, with a snug sensation coursing through his legs, waist, and chest in succession. The mechanical arms, like loyal guardians, embraced him gently yet firmly as the linking conduits automatically sought their positions. With a series of hissing sounds, they precisely inserted into the interfaces beneath his combat suit, instantly activating life, monitoring data, and neural synchronization. The scarlet lens flickered rapidly, accompanied by the sound of the airlock releasing. The power armor was fully activated. With a few decisive strides, I knelt before Raine. Courage and glory. A suppressed war cry emanated from the blue canister. If he were to unleash his full voice, he feared it might shatter Raine's eardrums. At that moment, Raine perceived the blue canister as akin to equipment from a game, the instruction manual laid out beside it. From head to toe, various parameters were laid bare. After decades, the familiar figure of the extreme warrior reappeared before him. In the training grounds, Shockwave grew increasingly impatient. He himself could not fathom why he would obediently squander an entire day awaiting Raine's summons. He had idly watched the monotonous training of the soldiers all day long, realizing he would have been better off observing human surgeries. When a stray bullet struck him, igniting a shower of sparks, Shockwave could bear it no longer. Humans, how dare you neglect a Cybertronian scientist? Shockwave roared. The powerful sound waves reverberated throughout the secret research facility, reaching Raine's ears as he meticulously crafted his power sword. Why are you shouting so loudly? Is this your primitive method of communication? Suddenly, Raine's voice echoed in Shockwave's mind, appearing without warning. This was a new ability Raine had recently discovered. He seemed capable of direct, mental communication with machines. The sensation was strikingly reminiscent of how the old man had once deceived the mechanical cult on Mars. Within a certain range, conveying thoughts to others was astonishingly simple. Who? Raine? How can you be in my head? Shockwave looked around, realizing no one was present, only to discover the voice originated from within his own mind. It was merely a mode of communication. Was it not something everyone could do? Raine, with a hint of mischievousness, inquired with the tone of someone observing a country dweller in the city. Of course, it is indeed quite fundamental. The light within Shockwave flickered. He refused to allow himself to be underestimated. To utter such illogical words was unbecoming. Shockwave, you must not falter. Before anything else, let's fulfill our agreement. The efficiency of the Grand Sage was remarkable, thanks in no small part to the meticulous preparations. The power sword had already materialized in Cassie's hands. The refracted blue light of the disassembly field breaking down the surrounding air into fundamental atoms. What agreement? Just as Shockwave was grappling with the voice emanating from his mind, a blue giant, approximately 5 meters tall, materialized before him. Of course, to an ordinary person, this giant would appear colossal. On Cybertron, it was merely average. Shockwave, we meet again. It was Cassie. Raine's voice once more filled his mind, warmly elucidating. Silence. The tremors of the shockwave stirred a slight disquiet within. As the incessant noise of humanity became increasingly irksome, it seemed peculiar that this individual, so bothersome, was not deterred by the freedom of the microphone, leaving one unable to shield themselves from such disturbances. How barbaric! This creature of alien origin. Cassie's crimson visor tilted slightly, feeling as though he was underestimated. This was the gravest insult to an extreme warrior. The energy sword, radiating a cerulean glow, tightened in his grip, humming as if attuned to its master's emotions. Yearning for battle. What? An energy sword? So swiftly. Just yesterday, it was merely a theoretical concept, only half-formed. Shocked, the tremor realized that his kinetic armor, in its literal interpretation, was designed solely to defend against kinetic weaponry and, under the circumstances, was no stronger than paper. Cassie? That name rang a bell. The tremor mused, struggling to reconcile his recollection of Cassie with the towering figure before him, now twice his size. Yet, a Decepticon warrior was not solely reliant on weaponry. The energy sword was formidable, but there was a prerequisite. One must first make contact with me, the tremor declared, straightening his posture, eyes filled with caution. Cassie advanced step by step, his gaze revealing determination and decisiveness, though his heart raced like thunder, a mere physiological response. The astonishment extended beyond just the tremor. The other members of the Tomb Wind squad were equally transfixed. Their armor appeared as mere frivolous toys in comparison to Cassie's formidable suit. Merely standing there, Cassie emanated an overwhelming and wild aura that left them breathless. It was essential to note that even before Cassie donned armor, and prior to undergoing organ transplant surgery, he could contend with them using only his physical prowess. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the battlefield, the tremor stood like a mountain, exuding a chilling energy wave. Weapons on his mechanical arm glinting ominously, as if ready to obliterate anything in their path. The battle was imminent. Cassie took a deep breath and struck first. This encounter was not merely training. It was a battle for honor. He moved like lightning, swiftly traversing several dozen meters, the energy sword enveloped in a fierce aura, aimed directly at the tremor's chest. Yet, the tremor remained unperturbed, effortlessly predicting the strike, sidestepping gracefully and delivering a powerful punch to Cassie's kinetic arm. The sound of metal colliding reverberated, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Cassie, missing his target, leveraged the momentum to leap back, stabilizing himself with the aid of his support system. The tremor swung his mechanical arm, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles that shot forth like meteors. Cassie, with equal precision, tracked the trajectory of the energy blasts, agilely dodging left and right, weaving effortlessly through the hail of fire, appearing anything but cumbersome. The tremor pressed his advantage, launching several missiles that howled from behind him, clawing towards Cassie. Strangely, the blue canister before him seemed devoid of any anxiety. The extreme warrior simultaneously calculated the paths of the missiles, and the results indicated that all avenues of escape had been sealed off, leaving no room to evade. Raine gazed at the missiles soaring through the sky, his expression grave. He discerned that this was not any form of explosive known on Earth. It was a proton bomb. Like the disintegration field, it was a devastating weapon acting on the fundamental particle level. Simultaneously, a perilous alarm echoed within the powered armor. The tension was alleviated by the surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Bullet time. Chapter 64. Reunion. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. The vibrations of the shockwave abruptly halted, and only Kai could traverse this nearly stagnant continuum of time and space. His current physique was fully capable of sustaining bullet time. He maneuvered behind the shockwave, swinging his sword towards its rear joint in an attempt to deliver a crippling blow. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with its target, an eerie ripple of energy surged across the surface of the shockwave's body. Time's up. Kai emerged from that peculiar state, his stamina still significantly depleted, yet not to the point of exhaustion. Huff! The sound of Kai's heavy breathing was audible even to the spectators at the sidelines. From their perspective, it appeared as though Kai had flickered into existence behind the shockwave, only to suddenly generate a wave of ripples. Did you think I would venture into the lion's den unprepared? Kai, it seems your peculiar abilities have evolved yet again. The shockwave whirled around abruptly, a crimson light flashing in its mechanical eye, unleashing a powerful beam of energy. Kai could not evade in time, the energy beam grazing his shoulder, instantly scorching his armor. He gritted his teeth to suppress the excruciating pain. You possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. The deep, resonant voice echoed, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Kai did not falter. He activated bullet time once more, this time with a heightened focus. Seizing the moment of stasis, he closed in on the shockwave. His power soared swirling in a maelstrom of light and shadow as he relentlessly struck at its vulnerable points. Yet, the shockwave was no ordinary adversary. Utilizing its processor at a frenzied overclock, it barely managed to keep pace with Kai's movements. Then, as time resumed, it delivered a crushing blow that sent Kai flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him. Within the powered armor, Kai's muscles trembled, a manifestation of the strain on his physical strength. The two instances of activating bullet time had exacted a tremendous toll on his body. The shockwave was not faring any better. The overclocking had inflicted significant damage on its processor, smoke now billowing from its head. Kai struggled to rise, wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and gazed at his damaged armor and the power sword still firmly gripped in his hand, a surge of indomitable spirit swelling within him. I shall not fall, Kai roared, disregarding the frantic warnings of his bodily condition monitoring system, and activated bullet time once again. This time, he chose to engage the shockwave in close combat. The battle between the two was now beyond the realm of the naked eye. All that could be perceived were two intertwining phantoms and the incessant clashing of steel and iron ringing in the air. Under relentless assaults, Shockwave's energy consumption became immense, and his movements gradually slowed. At last, after a fierce confrontation, both combatants retreated a few steps, breathless and fatigued. They had approached their limits. Shockwave's actions were no longer coherent, reminiscent of an antiquated computer, stuttering and faltering. Both were adorned with numerous wounds, their energy a flickering beacon of uncertainty. The strain of overclocking processors and sustaining energy shields had drained their reserves significantly. Cassie was particularly battered, blood dripping from his body, his muscles fracturing with each exertion, even breathing becoming a laborious task. His armor was severely damaged, yet the fervent desire to fight still shone in his eyes. Let this be enough for today. Raine's voice echoed in their minds. Continuing the battle risked mutual destruction, and such a senseless sacrifice could not be allowed. While extreme warriors could slowly recuperate, Transformers were not afforded the same luxury. Raine returned to the surgical bay, this time focusing on Shockwave. After powering him down, Raine extracted the processor from his head, which had turned a fiery red, scorching the circuits within. The consciousness of the Cybertronians stemmed from the Allspark, yet the operation of their bodies relied on processors. Once the processor cooled and the circuits were meticulously reconnected, Shockwave was reactivated. Soundwave, where is our unit? Asked Redwing, glancing at the map. Most humans have surrendered. We are preparing for the final showdown. Soundwave dutifully responded, monitoring nearly all satellites and possessing comprehensive knowledge of the situation. Final showdown? How absurd. Can humans truly warrant such a term? Let us swiftly eradicate them. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands, Redwing declared, eager to bask in glory as they prepared to reap the rewards of their conquest. Shockwave was likely in contact with Megatron, but what of it? With victory assured, could a mere gravedigger truly challenge their might? Amused by the thought, Redwing let out a derisive scoff. It seemed Shockwave's scientific endeavors had dulled his senses. Under his command, the Decepticon forces advancing into North America temporarily halted their march, preparing for a grand welcoming ceremony. The beleaguered remnants of humanity caught their breath. Mark, limping with a wounded leg, pressed forward with sheer determination along the path he had traversed. Along the way, he encountered scarcely a soul. In their struggle for survival, many had retreated to the mountains and rainforests, evading the Decepticon surveillance. Starving, he rummaged through decaying ruins for barely edible scraps. Parched, he collected the occasional acidic rain in tattered cloth, filtering it before swallowing. Countless times, he brushed against death, nearly torn apart by the claws of a brown bear. Relentlessly pursued by crazed stray dogs and North American gray wolves. Had he not possessed bullets in his gun, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Thoughts of death had crossed his mind, and a voice had been persistently tempting him. Return to the embrace of death, child. Yet, the struggle to survive is perpetually easier than succumbing to despair. In such moments, the images of his parents and sister unfailingly materialize in his mind, and an overwhelming desire to live reasserts itself. After enduring countless perils, when the distant beacon of a human base flickers into view, Mark's eyes well with tears. It is the direction of home, the sanctuary he would pursue with his very life. However, just as he was mere steps away from the base, calamity struck. A faint sound emanated from the nearby rubble, and Mark's senses heightened. He gripped his weapon, now devoid of ammunition, his body tense. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from the debris. It was a child. She was tattered and disheveled, her face smeared with dust, yet her large eyes sparkled with vitality and innocence. Upon seeing Mark, the little girl recoiled in evident fright, her gaze filled with terror. Observing her reaction, Mark quickly reassured her, "Fear not, child. I am a soldier of the Earth Defense Force." The girl blinked, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a moment, she cautiously spoke. "Are you truly a soldier of a defense force? You're hurt." Her eyes fell upon Mark's bloodied leg. He offered a wry smile. "Indeed, I narrowly escaped the battlefield." A flicker of sympathy crossed the girl's eyes as she slowly approached Mark, whispering, "My name is Xiaoyu. With the absence of gunfire these past few days, I ventured out to search for food." Chapter 65. The Return Home, Xiaoyu? What a lovely name. Wait, did you say your name is Xiaoyu? Mark's mind reverberated with disbelief as he stared intently at the girl before him, a wave of familiarity washing over him. I am Xiaoyu," she replied timidly, a hint of fear in her voice. "Xiaoyu, what is your surname?" Mark's voice trembled, apprehensive of an unexpected revelation. Gazing into her eyes, the sense of familiarity intensified. "My surname is Ma. Please don't eat me. I'm still small and have little meat. My father is ill, and I must bring food back home," she whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes, her little nose twitching. The notion of cannibalism was no longer merely a frightening tale for children. The horrors of humanity unfolded at any moment. "Is it truly you, Xiaoyu? I am Mark, your brother." He suppressed his emotions, speaking in a dialect he had not used in ages. Before the apocalypse, his father was a prosperous businessman in Dongda, frequently traveling between the two locations. His mother had unexpectedly given birth while accompanying his father on a trip, thus granting him American citizenship. More accurately, dual citizenship, as he had not yet reached the age of 18 to finalize his nationality. It was 2 years prior, during another family trip to America, that the Decepticons arrived. His parents and sister, being from Dongda, were unable to avail themselves of the protection offered by the American government. For the sake of his family, he enlisted in the military under the guise of American nationality, securing an opportunity for his family to seek asylum. "Brother?" Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, Xiaoyu, I am your brother," Mark replied, brushing aside his tousled hair to reveal a faint scar at the corner of his eye, a remnant from their childhood frolics. "Brother?" Xiaoyu gasped, her breath hitching as she recognized the scar without a doubt. With the force of a small cannonball, she dove into Mark's embrace. An overwhelming torrent of emotions erupted into unrestrained sobs, her tears and snot staining Mark's already tattered military uniform. "Oh, Why did you return only now? They said you were dead, she cried, her voice choked with anguish. Xiaoyu clutched Mark's clothing tightly, as if fearing he might vanish once more. All right, Xiaoyu. No more tears. Where are Mom and Dad? Why did you come alone? Mark held the little girl close, gently stroking her hair. Due to prolonged malnutrition and neglect, her hair had become dry and yellowed. Dad! Hic! Dad's leg is hurt. Xiaoyu's crying was so intense that she was hiccuping uncontrollably. Mark's smile faltered, the joy of reuniting with his family shattered by this grim revelation. However, he decided not to press the little girl any further. These burdens were not meant for her tender heart. Come on, Xiaoyu, let us go home. The outburst of tears had drained Xiaoyu of her energy, and Mark noticed her eyelids beginning to droop. Yes, Mom and Dad will be overjoyed. They didn't tease sleep a wink the night they heard you were dead. Imagining their parents' ecstatic expressions seemed to dispel Xiaoyu's fatigue. What about you? Mark, leaning heavily on his rifle, gazed at his sister with concern. This foolish girl. If she fell asleep, how would she know that their parents had spent the night awake? I was also heartbroken. I buried the little bear you gave me. Xiaoyu pouted. Oh dear, I forgot. There's no food at home. I came out to find something to eat. Just as she was about to lead Mark back home, a sudden realization struck her. Did the government not provide you with food? Mark inquired nonchalantly, wishing to shield his sister from the weight of harsh realities. At first, they did, but after they said you were dead, the rations dwindled until recently. There was nothing left, Xiaoyu explained, as she had been the one managing the collection of supplies and was most aware of the situation. I see. Xiaoyu, do you like rabbits? Mark asked unexpectedly. I do. Rabbits are the cutest. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, as if about to burst with pink hearts. Ahem. I meant to ask if you like to eat them, Mark said, slightly embarrassed, for he indeed had a rabbit in his backpack. A result of his hunting while on the road. Though it was only half a rabbit, the rabbit is so adorable. Surely, it must be quite delectable as well. Ma Yuyu fantasized, saliva nearly dripping from her lips. In the past 2 years of the apocalypse, she had scarcely tasted meat, and the mere thought of indulging in it transformed her fleeting pity for the rabbit into an overwhelming desire. Brother has some in his bag. Let us return home and share it with Mom and Dad. Yay, you're the best, brother, Ma Yuyu exclaimed, leaping up to embrace Mark's neck. Mark stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. However, the girl was so light that he ultimately steadied himself. Thus, guided by Ma Yuyu, the siblings engaged in playful banter as they ambled towards their living quarters. After a lengthy walk, a dilapidated shack came into view. The siblings continued until they reached a house, barely 2 meters high, constructed from tattered tarpaulin and metal scraps. Filthy water flowed in front of the door, and debris littered the area. In one corner, a small mound of earth bore a solitary white flower. Scrawled on the mound in a crooked manner were the characters for brother. Mark's eyes flickered, and his heart ached. He seemed to envision the little girl, digging with her hands, tears streaming as she called out for him. Brother, we're home. Dad, brother is back. He is not dead. Little Yu cheered joyfully, leading Mark into the dimly lit shack. The ceiling was so low that Mark had to bow his head to enter. Who? Yu, who has returned? A frail figure on the bed struggled to rise. Dad, it's me. Mark could no longer contain his emotions. He was merely a 17-year-old boy. Finally reunited with a pillar of his family, he no longer needed to feign strength. Tears streamed down his face, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiaoko, you're all right. How wonderful. The worn-out man's eyes brimmed with tears, surprise rendering him incredulous. Dad, what happened to your leg? And your hair? Why has it turned so gray? And where's Mom? Why isn't she here? Once Mark had regained his composure, he bombarded his father with questions. Through his father's words, he learned that after he enlisted, the family had not found stability. Instead, they had been ensnared in an unending cycle of wandering and fleeing. His father's leg, initially not serious, had deteriorated due to the complete lack of medical resources. They had traveled relentlessly, finally arriving at this place. The last news he received about his family was during the recent turmoil caused by a cult. A soldier who claimed to know him had spoken of it. However, Mark could not recall who he was, as the military was in a constant state of disbandment and reorganization. Many comrades were either lost or had perished, and he honestly could not remember who it might be. And what about my mother? Chapter 66. Dad, where's my mother? Mark, feeling a sense of unease as his father spoke for an extended period without mentioning their mother, could not help but voice his concern. Your mother has gone out to find some work, the father said somewhat awkwardly. When will she be back? I miss her dearly, Mark replied without much thought. It was only natural for his mother to take on the responsibility of providing for the family after his father had lost his ability to work. She should be back by evening, he added. By the way, are you hungry? Shall you? Is there anything left to eat at home? Make sure your brother gets something. The father shifted the conversation. There's nothing left, came the reply from Ma Yu, who was nearby. Then have a drink of water. Pour some for your brother, the man said, suddenly breaking into a fit of coughs. Dad, please rest well. I'm not hungry. I can get my own water, Mark quickly interjected, realizing his father's agitation upon his return and wishing to spare him undue worry. He began to hobble toward the water jug. The cramped shelter revealed its sparse furnishings without the need for further prompting. Wait, Mark, what happened to your leg? The father suddenly called out. It's nothing. Just a bruise from some cement. It'll heal with time, Mark reassured him. Let me see. The father's tone was insistent, his concern evident as he scrutinized the still bleeding wound. It's really nothing. I'll just go get a glass of water. No more excuses. You're not getting away with this. Show it to me. The man's eyes were fixed on the injury, and Mark knew he could not hide it any longer. He obediently sat on the bed, rolled up his pant leg, and loosened the bandages. The gruesome wound had begun to fester, turning black and oozing pus. Accompanied by an unbearable stench. Lacking antibiotics, the injury had succumbed to infection. The father's trembling hand reached toward his son's wound, his eyes clouded with emotion. Mark winced as the muscles around the wound spasmed. Does your unit not have any doctors? They all perished. They both fell into a heavy silence. With food now a pressing issue, where could they possibly find medicine? The price of antibiotics on the black market was akin to that of gold, far beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. All right, Dad. I'm fine. It will heal in a few days, Mark forced a smile. If worse comes to worst, I'll ask a comrade in the unit for some. He sought to console his father, fully aware that antibiotics were equally scarce in the military. Yes, you can still return to the unit. The man's tone brightened, as if he had suddenly found a glimmer of hope. You should go now. Don't worry. I'll manage on my own. Shall you accompany your brother to the camp? He instructed. Okay, Ma Yu responded cheerfully, recalling the last film she had watched at the camp. A rare moment of joy. Will we be able to watch a movie at the camp? She inquired. What movie? Mark, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, surprised that anyone would still wish to screen a film under such dire conditions. It was merely a military propaganda piece, claiming that Dr. Raine had developed some new invention purportedly capable of combating these extraterrestrial beings, though its authenticity remained questionable, the man explained. Who? Dr. Raine, of course. Everyone speaks of his prowess. He seems to have invented something like a brain-machine interface. Little Yu began to strain her memory for the film's dialogue. The brain-machine interface? Is he the one who invented that? Mark ventured cautiously. Yes, that's him. It appears your brother holds him in high esteem, replied Ma Yu, suddenly enlightened by Mark's words. If it is indeed him, then perhaps there is a genuine possibility. Mark murmured, lost in thought. Olma, hurry and check on your wife. It seems she has drawn the ire of the market authorities. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Moments later. A matronly woman burst in, panting heavily. What is this? Are there guests? The sight of Mark in military attire, exuding an air of authority, alongside his rifle, unnerved the woman. In this residential area, soldiers commanded utmost respect. Even the highest-ranking officials must bow before an ordinary soldier. This reverence stemmed not just from the weapon he bore, but from the collective awareness that these soldiers stood ready to sacrifice their lives for humanity at a moment's notice. Little Ke, this is Aunt Wong. We owe her a debt of gratitude for looking after our family, the man hurriedly introduced. Oh my, it's Mark. They all said you were dead. No. It's a relief to see you alive. Aunt Wong exclaimed. Mark nodded obediently. Such a good child. She beamed, her face blooming with joy. In this gathering of predominantly Caucasian individuals, the presence of a soldier provided a sense of security. Life would undoubtedly improve with such backing. Oh dear, your father interrupted us. Go check on your mother. Aunt Wong exclaimed, slapping her thigh in urgency. What is wrong with my mother? Mark asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Well, it's complicated. Just follow me. Aunt Wong replied, reaching for Mark's arm, only to notice the wound on his leg. Little Ke, what happened to you? I'm fine, Aunt Wong. Please just take me to my mother. Mark implored, his urgency palpable as he clutched his weapon. All right, let us go. The duo traversed the filthy, chaotic shantytown, finally arriving at a relatively tidy marketplace. Fake, you wretched harlot. Demanding money from me? I only slept with you out of pity for your lack of customers. A coarse voice erupted, accompanied by the sharp sound of slap. A frail Asian woman crumpled to the ground from the force of the blow, her hair disheveled and clothes askew, even lacking shoes. Please, I beg you. I only need a piece of black bread, just one, she implored, clutching the man's pant leg desperately. Get lost, he snarled, like a lifeless corpse. He did not utter a single word. He dampened the elder's spirits and yet desired bread. The man, with his coat flung open, bore numerous scratches across his body. He delivered a series of kicks toward the woman's feet. You want bread, do you? Here. The man extended a hand to his subordinate, who, understanding the cue, promptly produced a piece of bread and placed it in his palm. The man received the bread and carelessly tossed it onto the filthy water below, then stepped on it, twisting his foot with force. Here, take it away. Thank you, thank you. The woman repeatedly expressed her gratitude, crawling forward on her knees, reaching for the bread submerged in the murky water. Suddenly, the man stepped on her hand with his foot, applying pressure to her face. The woman cried out in pain. You want to eat, you wretched creature? What makes you any different from a dog? You're even inferior to my dog. Ha ha ha. How about you bark a few times? If I'm amused, maybe I'll give it to you. The man sneered. Woof, woof, woof. The woman, enduring excruciating pain, cast aside all dignity and imitated a dog as bark. When Mark arrived, he happened upon this scene. Chapter 67. The truth is always piercing. Is this the reason you kill in the streets, Private Mark? Mark remained silent, no matter the circumstances. He could never mistake his mother. He could not recall what had transpired, but when he regained consciousness, the trading area was littered with corpses. His mother sat vacantly, kneeling in a pool of blood. Before he could gather his thoughts, the security team took him away. Commander, he seems dazed, not uttering a word. The head of the security division remarked to a dark-haired, dark-eyed officer. You're Mark, are you not? The officer glanced at the documents in hand, gestured for the person reporting to him to leave, and then inquired in Chinese, as if stirred by a familiar dialect. Mark slowly raised his head to look at the man before him. That is my mother, she. Mark's lips trembled slightly, yet he could not articulate another word. It was cruel indeed to compel a son to speak of his mother in such a manner. I understand, but you have killed over a dozen people this time. We cannot protect you, the officer said softly. I'm not afraid, nor do I regret it. Mark replied, Indeed, it is a pity to waste your talents. Surviving a battlefield where death was certain, returning with a maimed leg, you are strong. The officer lamented. Too bad, you could not perish on the battlefield. Perhaps your family would still receive some compensation. Mark knew that he was classified as missing, which led the military to terminate the subsidies for his family. If not for that, perhaps. Mark's voice grew softer, trailing off in his silence. Do not be too disheartened. Compensation money eventually runs out. It is this wretched world. Those damned Decepticons. The officer offered consolation. Then what if you were given another chance? The officer inquired casually, as if engaging in idle conversation. I would mercilessly eliminate them. Mark's eyes twitched, his voice icy. The thought of killing those individuals did nothing to quell his fury. Not that. Would you still choose to enlist? Perhaps, he replied. But what significance does this hold? When you plan to execute me, I have but one request. I hope you will take care of my family, considering the years I've spent in perilous endeavors. Mark hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and spoke with a sense of resignation. This is important. The officer's gaze sharpened as he asked solemnly, Will you? Indeed, as you stated, our downfall has been orchestrated by those extraterrestrial beings. Mark's eyes revealed no hint of evasion. Very well, follow me. The officer nodded in satisfaction and released Mark from his shackles. Did you not claim that you could not guarantee my safety? Mark asked, surprised. Stay behind me. Do not inquire or speak, was all the officer said as he opened the door and stepped outside. In the night, a dark green Jeep entered a basin surrounded by mountains. This was the North American headquarters of the Earth Defense Forces. Do you believe we still have a chance? A middle-aged man in military attire asked within a fully enclosed interrogation room. He bore the insignia of a lieutenant general from Eastern University, a person of considerable influence over countless lives. The earlier officer stood respectfully to the side, cautiously attending to the general. Humanity will prevail. Mark raised a fist, speaking feebly. I want the truth. The truth, you say? I have fought against them, and my conclusion is that humanity is doomed. I might just meet my end a few days earlier. Mark's hands hung limply at his sides, despair etched across his face. You are correct. However, even in death, we must take a bite of flesh from them. Do you want me to be a Suicide Squad member? I have no objections, but you must understand. This endeavor is inherently meaningless. That is the very essence of meaning. The general regarded Mark with a gaze full of significance. You are one of the few soldiers who have survived the battles against them. I have a mission to entrust to you. As Mark stared in disbelief, the general continued. As far as we know, the Decepticons have discovered our base. They will arrive shortly. We will need to retreat again, but someone must hold the line. This is a life detector connected to our latest research. It is a bomb developed based on their weaponry, which will activate upon your death. The general handed Mark a peculiar device. We hope that before you perish, you can take out one of their commanders, making them aware of our resolve to fight until the very end. Of course, if the opportunity arises, you may trigger it yourself. Rest well for a day. Your mission begins tomorrow. After assigning the task, the general's tone softened slightly before he exited the interrogation room. General, must we really choose him? He is but a child. The young officer could not help but speak as he watched the departing general. He understood and even felt a modicum of respect for Mark. No man could bear to witness such humiliation inflicted upon his mother. It would be a matter of life and death for anyone, especially for Lord Dawn. He had just uttered a phrase that resonated profoundly. Do you know which one? The general paused briefly and countered with a question. The young officer fell silent. Indeed, he merely got there before us. Gazing at the retreating figure of the general, he murmured, "Good luck to you, soldiers." The following day, Mark had been assigned to a new squad, standing fully armed among a group of soldiers. Their skin tones varied, and many still displayed youthful innocence. The sole commonality among them was their attire, all donned in the uniform style of Dawn. The squad leader was delivering a final motivational speech. The main force had already withdrawn under the cover of night, leaving only a few hundred of them at the base. Their mission was to hold their ground until the last man, in essence, to serve as a rearguard. Countless resource-rich metropolises had been forsaken. What purpose did it serve to hold this position if it only meant sacrificing their lives? The soldiers understood this, yet they unhesitatingly chose to comply. Area 004, no anomalies. Mark stood by his motorcycle, reporting through the intercom to his superior. Oddly enough, given that the Decepticons were perpetually omnipresent in global surveillance, radio communication had been prohibited at the camp, yet that ban had suddenly been lifted. However, he was too preoccupied to ponder these matters. To die as a soldier would finally imbue his death with meaning. At the very least, his family would receive a substantial compensation. This was his rationale for accepting the task. Continue the patrol. Came the command from the intercom. Mark stood still, gazing into the distance. Among the ruins, wisps of smoke occasionally spiraled upward, remnants of people clinging desperately to the last vestiges of life. Mark sat quietly at the edge of the camp, his gaze fixed far away, lost in thought. He was uncertain of their exact location. After driving for nearly 3 hours the previous night, he had lost all sense of direction. He could only rely on instinct to look in the direction he imagined his family to be. Chapter 68. A decisive strike. The promised compensation should arrive, shouldn't it? Shall you, damn. The thought pierced Mark's heart anew. The mere idea of his gentle mother enduring such indignity for the sake of their family filled him with unbearable anguish. Suddenly, the shrill wail of an alarm shattered the fragile calm. A multitude of dark specks appeared in the distant sky. The human air force had long been decimated. The only force capable of such numbers could only be the Decepticons. Report. In Area 004, the Decepticon Air Force has been discovered. The numbers are overwhelming. Mark's pupils constricted sharply as he promptly reported the situation. The Decepticons had no intention of concealing their presence. They did not require his report at all. The radar screens within the base displayed the Decepticon forces descending like a dark storm, surging toward humanity's last stronghold. In an instant, chaos and determination intertwined within the camp, as cries, footsteps, and the sounds of weapons being readied merged into a cacophony. Taking a deep breath, Mark's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle. He mounted his motorcycle and charged toward his position without hesitation. As a wounded soldier, he was afforded special privileges, including the use of this motorcycle for transportation. With the roar of the engine, he sped toward the camp like an arrow released from a bow. Red Spider Commander, This is humanity's final base in the southern hemisphere. We have just detected their primitive radio signals. Huh, how foolish, for their choice to resist is an act of utter folly. Among the countless aircraft, one gray fighter jet stood out, positioned at the heart of the formation, yet soaring at the highest altitude. The surrounding Decepticon jets intentionally chose to fly at lower altitudes. To perish at the hands of the Decepticon commander would be the most glorious moment in their foolish lives. Decepticons, attack with all your might, cackled Red Spider. Moments later, the roar of engines and the whistling of bombs resonated throughout the base. The once solemn camp was turned upside down, and the 100-man squad, scrambling for cover, suffered devastating losses. Nearly half were injured or killed in mere moments. Though they had mentally prepared for this meaningless sacrifice, the anguished cries of injured comrades still shook the resolve of many. We have been abandoned. Run for your lives. A few individuals, driven by panic, dashed out of their cover, stumbling toward the camp's exit. No, come back, Mark shouted hoarsely. Yet these evidently green recruits could not heed any words, focused solely on charging toward what they believed to be their only escape. In truth, they were not novices. Most had enlisted at the onset of the war. They simply had yet to engage in combat with the Decepticons. The brutality of battle had left few veterans on the field. Those who survived the confrontation were often swiftly promoted to officer status. With swift precision, several rounds of combat ammunition shattered these soldiers, leaving behind only a cloud of blood. Damn it! Mark adjusted the angle of the anti-aircraft machine gun in the bunker, retaliating against the Decepticons in the sky. The sound of bullets rang out. The sheer number of Decepticons made it nearly impossible to miss, yet the bullets merely sparked futilely off their frames. Perhaps sensing Mark's counterattack, the panicked Suicide Squad gradually regained their composure, utilizing the skills they had learned to launch scattered, pointless offensives against the Decepticons. Is this the extent of their efforts? Or is there some trivial ambush awaiting us? They did not suppose I would send a few squads to deliver them mere fodder, do they? The Red Spider, hovering above the battlefield, scoffed. All Decepticons descend. I wish to witness what tricks those humans still possess. With a resounding roar, the Decepticons transformed from their aerial forms into human shapes, landing amidst the ruins of the camp. Humans, if you surrender now, the illustrious Lord Red Spider may yet grant you a chance at survival. Echoed the Red Spider's piercing voice, his body encased in gleaming black metal armor, his energy wings fluttering slightly behind him. Damn aliens! I shall never surrender, even in death. Feigned anger, he drove away from the ambush, maneuvering skillfully through the labyrinth of semi-permanent structures in ruins. Observing Mark's desperate flight, the Red Spider erupted into a triumphant, chilling laughter, sharp enough to pierce the soul. This foolish army private cannot escape his fate. Pursue him. Do not let him get away. At his command, the Decepticons surged forward like a pack of ravenous wolves, engines roaring with ferocity. Utilizing the cover of the shattered walls, Mark flickered in and out of sight, maintaining a delicate distance that kept his pursuers both relentless and frustrated. Although unaware of his identity as the Red Spider, Mark had deduced that the Decepticon who had just spoken must be a commanding figure. His flight was a strategic ploy to divert the guards surrounding him and draw closer to the Red Spider. Thus, Mark led the Decepticon forces in circles through the vast expanse of the city ruins. He would occasionally feign a rush toward a direction that appeared to harbor human presence, creating moments of chaos among his foes, then suddenly change course, using the terrain to evade their encirclement. This seemingly aimless flight was, in truth, a meticulously orchestrated psychological game, gradually depleting the enemy's patience while drawing himself nearer to the critical point. A golden opportunity. In Mark's view, a significant gap appeared in the Red Spider's defensive perimeter. His eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he surged forward at full speed toward the Red Spider. Hundreds of meters, 100 meters, mere dozens of meters. The patterns on the Red Spider's body became distinctly visible. Die, you trench-dwelling alien, Mark bellowed, twisting the throttle with all his might, launching himself into a desperate charge toward the Red Spider. Not far away, the Red Spider seemed entirely unguarded, watching Mark's approach with intrigued interest. As the Red Spider loomed ever closer, Mark's heart raced, echoing like a drumbeat of urgency within his chest. Before him lay a dormant bomb device, its cold metallic shell concealing the power to alter the course of battle and shake the very heavens. Behind him, relentless pursuers, frantic yet unwavering in their chase. As he charged forward, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A stray bullet, akin to a lethal bolt of lightning, whistled in from the side, striking the flank of the motorcycle with uncanny precision. The projectile successfully disrupted the fragile equilibrium of the speeding vehicle, causing Mark to be violently thrown to the ground, where he rolled several times before crashing against a partially buried road sign. This sign, removed during the transformation of the defense headquarters, bore a faint three-leaf symbol against a yellow background, a representation of nuclear peril, the radiation emblem. How crude. Perhaps this human intends to surrender to us? The Red Spider remarked with dissatisfaction to the Decepticon who had just fired. Poor human, let me hear your ludicrous plan. What of your meticulously laid ambush? The Red Spider advanced slowly towards the incapacitated Mark. Just then, a different roar of aircraft echoed from the horizon. Chapter 69. In my heart, there exists only one sun. The Red Spider and Mark almost simultaneously lifted their gazes to the heavens. Several hundred meters above, a colossal, ethereal halo materialized before all. The space around it twisted into a dark purple, devouring the surrounding light as if it were a black hole. Is this the space bridge? Has Cybertron been restored? The Red Spider exclaimed in astonishment. Is this not the long-lost technology of the space bridge? Has the Cybertron Council truly been re-established? Hith, it's me. A blue giant emerged from the portal. Shockwave, you managed to open this portal on land. The high-altitude Cassie bellowed. He gazed down at the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness, having previously believed he was not afflicted by acrophobia. Apologies, but this is the best precision I could achieve. Considering none of your satellites are functional, came Shockwave's voice. Useless things. Cassie gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and leaped. This marked the debut of the ultimate warrior. Losing an arm, a leg, or even one's life was inconsequential. One must never lose face. Boom! Cassie's cloak billowed dramatically before crashing heavily to the ground, barely stabilizing his form. The force of the impact dislocated some of his internal organs, which began to realign under his extraordinary regenerative abilities. The Red Spider seemed momentarily stunned, expecting to encounter a conventional transformer, yet instead was met by an odd blue canister. Had there been new varieties of transformers since his departure from Cybertron? I shall not concern myself with that. Seizing the opportunity, Mark gradually crawled beneath the Red Spider's feet and resolutely pressed the button on his chest. Prepare for demise. Yet, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, a resounding alarm began to reverberate. The Red Spider, having heard Mark's voice, snapped back to reality, exchanging bewildered glances with him. What are you doing, human? Did you somehow activate this space bridge? The Red Spider inquired with utmost confusion. Could it be? This peculiar portal truly belongs to us? Is the device on me a locator? How could Mark comprehend the unfolding events? He had resolved to face death with generosity. Yet he somehow found himself alive. The terrestrial bridge lacked sufficient energy to activate the distant space bridge, barely managing to cover the Earth. Amidst the haze, Cassie's voice emerged, having regained his composure. Impossible. How could you possess our technology? The Red Spider's chin trembled slightly, his facial muscles taut. He had just confirmed that the entity before him was certainly not of Cybertronian origin, devoid of any essence of the Allspark. You might inquire about Shockwave regarding this matter. Cassie gradually stepped out of the smoke, his crimson visor flickering, as he connected to Shockwave's communication channel. Red Spider, lower your weapon. I have matters to discuss with you regarding the Allspark, concerning Cybertron. The voice of Shockwave resonated from Cassie's form. Shockwave, you treacherous Cybertronian traitor. The Red Spider stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, taking a moment to regain his senses before incredulously exclaiming. Although he and Shockwave had maintained a contentious relationship, even harboring deep-seated grievances, he would never have expected such a betrayal. Shockwave had defected to humanity. Such a vile occurrence had never transpired throughout Cybertron's extensive history. Listen, this is of utmost importance, concerning Cybertron, concerning the Allspark. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Shockwave's voice carried a hint of ire. Traitor, silence yourself. Cybertron does not permit the likes of you. The Red Spider raised his arm, unleashing a blast towards Cassie's direction. It seems your compatriot is rather unwilling to engage in conversation, Cassie remarked, severing the communication, effortlessly dodging the projectile. He then drew a large sword from behind, aiming it at the red spider. It appears that a skirmish is the only way to facilitate dialogue. Cassie bellowed, charging at the red spider with full force, knowing that capturing the leader was essential to appease the numerous Decepticons. Buzz. Decomposition field activated. Clang, clang, clang. Cassie transformed into a lethal specter, appearing in an instant. His energy soared slicing through the air with ease. The Decepticon foot soldiers blocking his path were swiftly dismembered, their severed limbs sparking with electrical discharges. What is this creature? The red spider gasped in horror as he witnessed his army falter against this enigmatic adversary. Cybertronian alloy is as fragile as tofu. What is wrong with these beings from this planet? Why didn't they unleash such power sooner? While Shockwave could discern the composition of the decomposition field, it did not imply that the red spider possessed the same insight. After all, in terms of lifespan, the red spider was but a child compared to Shockwave. The longer one lives, the more one experiences, especially with Shockwave being a rare scientist. Wait! The red spider shouted in alarm as Cassie's colossal form approached him, seemingly unchallenged. The sword's edge halted mere inches from Red Spider's face, as if the arachnid could perceive the furious roar of the colossal blade. It was the ominous hum of the disintegration field generator. Red Spider's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Can we converse now? Cassie inquired with a cold detachment. Sword raised. Of course. Did I refuse earlier? Red Spider raised his trembling hands, his voice quaking as his gaze remained fixed upon the massive sword. The surrounding Decepticons, who were engaged in rescue operations, froze in place. From the Earth Defense Force of East University? You're still alive? Soldier, you are impressive, Cassie remarked, noticing Mark at his feet. A brief scan through his visor revealed Mark's basic information. This young child, dragging a leg, had managed to endure amidst the Decepticons' assault and deserved commendation. Thank you. Did the General send you? Are you human? Mark gazed up at the towering figure with awe. General? I serve only the sage, the singular sun in my heart. I am his blade, Cassie proclaimed fervently. Could you lower the sword for a moment? Red Spider nervously swallowed a gulp of oil, eyeing the trembling blade. Here, captives have no right to make demands. Cassie replied mercilessly. Can someone tell me how to silence this alarm? It's exceedingly loud. Cassie expressed his irritation at the blaring sirens echoing throughout the base. And soldier, that sign beneath your feet looks oddly familiar. A gust of wind revealed the true nature of a radiation warning sign, covered in a thin layer of dust. Warning, warning, nuclear detonation in 60 seconds. Suddenly, a chilling female voice began the countdown. 59, 58, 57. 5 seconds remaining. The ground trembled slightly before fissures began to form. A nuclear missile ascended from the unseen depths below. The countdown seemed to have commenced a minute earlier, but appeared to have stalled due to lack of system maintenance. Or perhaps it was intentionally set that way. Mark instantaneously grasped the unfolding situation. Chapter 70, a race, yet the opponent is a nuclear bomb. This base was originally a nuclear arsenal, covertly situated and commandeered by the Defense Force following the outbreak of war, repurposed into a command center. There was no Cybertronian bomb. The true objective was to detonate the nuclear weapon within the base, ensuring mutual destruction alongside the Decepticons. The reason humanity had refrained from deploying this weapon was ultimately due to the loss of air superiority and satellite control, leaving them with no choice but to resort to this method of detonation. The plan had undeniably succeeded, although there were still innocent civilians unable to evacuate. This was the utmost limit of what humanity could achieve. However, an unexpected variable has emerged. A blue giant, claiming to be the ultimate warrior, has intervened in this incident. It's a nuclear bomb. Run, Mark shouted to Cassie. The realization struck Red Spider as his eyes narrowed. There were multiple nuclear bombs within 100 meters, and even he could not escape the epicenter of the explosion in 5 seconds. We will die. We will die. The alarms in Red Spider's mind blared incessantly. So this was humanity's plan? In that instant, as the warning tone resonated, Cassie understood the gravity of the situation. Even with the continuous activation of bullet time, he required several seconds to cool down. Otherwise, the boiling blood coursing through his veins would pose a lethal threat. And there were only a few seconds remaining, right? 3, 2, 1. The cold countdown reached its final second. "Listen, child, if you survive this, come find me at KSI. Cassie swiftly seized Mark, grasping Red Spider with one hand, and once more entered bullet time. In an instant, a radiance emerged behind them, a brilliance countless times more dazzling than the sun, as if millions of suns were simultaneously unleashing their light, illuminating the sky and transforming the day into an unbearable blaze. Following this, a colossal fireball rapidly formed and expanded, surging outward with incredible speed, like a furious inferno ravaging the heavens. The roaring flames swiftly engulfed the entire base. Not even Cybertron alloy could withstand the temperatures emanating from a star. The earth trembled, and destruction descended. Countless Decepticons who could not evacuate were incinerated, reduced to ashes by the shockwave. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. If one were to replay it at a slow pace, they would witness a blue figure grappling with the ever-expanding fireball. Cassie's muscle fibers were on the verge of tearing. His entire body within the power armor turned crimson, steam continuously billowing from him, only to be expelled by the air conditioning system. Bearing the weight of Red Spider, a several-ton hunk of metal placed unprecedented pressure upon him. The two hearts, initially designed as backups, now beat in overload. 3 lungs functioned like powerful fans, voraciously consuming the oxygen within the armor. They even surpassed the filtration system's capacity, triggering alarms for insufficient oxygen levels. Cassie discarded his helmet. The searing air scorched his face. Mark had long succumbed to the immense acceleration, his body nearly liquefied, cerebral fluid oozing from his orifices. He appeared somewhat lifeless. Yet, Cassie did not abandon him. He could still sense the faint breath of the child in his arms. Red Spider had not perished, but his iron frame had become loose and rickety, clanging with every movement, the tremendous acceleration causing various components to loosen. It sounded as though Cassie was sprinting with a dilapidated toolbox in tow. As the fireball expanded, an unimaginably powerful shockwave surged outward in a torrent, far surpassing the speed of the expanding flame. Wherever it traveled, any remnants that had not yet vaporized and were desperately fleeing were obliterated into fragments by the sheer force of the wave. Cassie was propelled skyward by this invisible hammer, losing all momentum, and as the fireball loomed before him, a wave of despair welled up within. It was a daunting task to carry the Red Spider. Even though he understood that choosing to abandon it in such dire circumstances would not invoke the sage's ire, he still wished to avoid disappointing the sage. In the moment the fireball engulfed him, the fabric of space twisted, revealing a profound radiance before him. The light flickered and vanished, and Cassie's figure disappeared from the base. In the valley, the devastating shockwave plowed through the terrain repeatedly, causing the ground to sink several meters. While the epicenter of the nuclear explosion formed a pit 100 meters deep, surrounded by molten, recrystallized rock. Linyu lay in wait in a nearby bunker, which, although not a nuclear base, was well equipped with protective measures. He was the young officer who had brought Mark here. "General, allow me to stay as well," Linyu said on the eve of evacuation. "Lin, what purpose would your presence serve? Mark and the others remain here to draw the attention of the Decepticons, making them believe this is still our headquarters. What difference would it make to have you here?" The general replied, somewhat taken aback. "We also require an observer. Should Mark fail, I will seize the opportunity." Linyu hesitated before continuing. "I was the one who brought that child here. You need not blame yourself. The plan was devised collectively." "Very well. I shall not chide your obstinacy further. Do your utmost to survive. We need those who can carry on our legacy." The general patted his shoulder and departed in haste. He had deliberately chosen a nearby nuclear shelter, which was equipped with a concealed surveillance camera, perfectly positioned to avoid the nuclear blast's epicenter. However, the camera's angle could not be adjusted, allowing for only a fixed view of the ground. On the display screen, the mushroom cloud had yet to fully dissipate, with thick smoke mingling with the acrid scent of radiation permeating the air, and the searing heat distorted the surrounding landscape. Inside the bunker, the Geiger counter clicked ominously, indicating radiation levels above safety, though not excessively severe. Linyu stood transfixed before the screen, not solely due to the close-up observation of the cataclysmic nuclear explosion, but because he appeared to witness an astonishing scene at the heart of the blast. In that space, ravaged by energy potent enough to reduce everything to ash, a figure flickered across the screen. initially suspecting a hallucination induced by radiation. Lin Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously and began to replay the recent footage. Yet the blue figure grew increasingly distinct. It seemed to be cradling someone, with a transforming robot trailing behind. What an aberration. Is he a new member of the Decepticons? How come I never noticed him before? Yet, he appears so incongruous with the Decepticon image I am familiar with. Could he be human? As this thought crossed Lin Yu's mind, his heart raced wildly. An exhilaration surged through his veins. Unfortunately, the camera could not adjust its angle. If it weren't for his rationality holding him back, Lin Yu would have dashed out of the bunker to behold this azure figure with his own eyes. Chapter 71. The Rescue of Soldier Mark. How accurate is this operation? Cassie stumbled and fell to the ground, his family in tow, as he watched Mark nearly crushed beneath the weight. In a daring mid-air maneuver, he turned himself into a cushion. Shockwave, standing nearby, scoffed. "You almost met your end." "Thank you," Cassie replied, breathless, as he wiped the blood from his face only to discover that his power arm had been twisted out of shape. At high speeds, even soft water can cleave stone. Similarly, the most resilient metal can be rendered to liquid. The arm dragging the red spider was burdened excessively, elongated to a frail state, verging on total failure. How reckless! If Shockwave hadn't intercepted a satellite and traced your whereabouts, you'd be nothing but ashes by now. Raine also breathed a sigh of relief. Had he not decrypted a military satellite controlled by sound waves moments ago, he would have remained oblivious to the great peril. "I underestimated humanity," he muttered in frustration. As the first extreme warrior, his significance was not merely in strength, but as a symbol, a banner. Yet, to perish on such a straightforward mission, was it worth the time invested? Moreover, the invaluable genetic seed still resided within him, and the gene gland had yet to develop the next one. "I am sorry, Sage. It was my fault," Cassie said, bowing his head in shame. "Never mind. As long as you're alive, stay close to me." Raine promptly appointed Cassie as his personal guard, recognizing that this individual was too easily overwhelmed and would be safer by his side. "Sage, there's one more thing. I saved a child who seems to come from the same place as you." Mark appeared lifeless, motionless. "Quickly, get him to the operating room." Only then did Raine notice the pitiful state of Mark. As the scalpel sliced through Mark's flesh, Raine momentarily considered giving up. The child's insides were even more disordered than they appeared. His organs were unrecognizable, and not a single bone remained intact. Only the brain seemed somewhat functional. Oh dear, is there any point in saving him? In the Warhammer world, he'd be tossed into a dread coffin to await death, Raine lamented. "Mark, do you have any last wishes?" Raine resolved to abandon the effort, feeling utterly powerless. If it were merely for this stranger, it was not worth employing his final trump card. The probe delved into Mark's brain, and Raine directly accessed his thoughts. Emergency mission. Rescue Soldier Mark. Task reward. The genetic seed of the blood angel, Saint Gilius. Great leader Raine. Surely you cannot be at a loss against a mere mortal. Your final wish, of course, is to be fulfilled by yourself. The servo skull's eyes gleamed as it retrieved a sleep pod from the secret repository. This was no ordinary sleep pod. It was a stasis chamber. Even the dying Gilliman could extend his life for a millennium, let alone an insignificant human. While merely saving a single life might seem inconsequential, obtaining the genetic seed of the blood angel would be a different matter entirely. Once his memories began to resurface, Raine promptly constructed this life-saving facility, originally intended as a contingency for himself, now proving to be of immediate use. Upon learning of Mark's physical condition, Raine had conceived a solution. The body was rendered useless, save for the brain. To survive, the only option left was to become a brain in a vat. After placing Mark in the stasis chamber, Raine commenced the creation of a new body for him. One could only hope that he would be pleased, though in truth, it mattered little. Survival was paramount. "I am truly glad you are still alive, Chief Lin. The new base remains unfinished, and the command center is merely a tent, with the general currently strategizing the defensive lines." A new advisor stood beside him, astonished as he spoke to Lin Yu. 48 hours post-nuclear explosion, Lin Yu donned his radiation suit and emerged from the bunker, having edited the footage of Mark's spectral presence. The Geiger counter blared incessantly. It was still not the right moment to be out, as even the protective suit could not entirely shield him from the lingering radiation. Yet Lin Yu could no longer wait. Regardless of whether that blue giant was friend or foe, he must report this information, allowing the local defense forces to prepare accordingly. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of any evidence, he harbored a compelling premonition that the blue giant was undoubtedly on the side of humanity. How infuriating! Hadn't the food in the bunker been prepared for 7 days? Why would you emerge now, risking your life? After concluding his tasks, the general glared at Lin Yu, seething with anger. He had initially felt elated, having sacrificed merely a small team to achieve such monumental results. This operation had surpassed all expectations. The nuclear explosion in the valley had amplified its power, while the Red Spider foolishly concentrated the bulk of its forces, only to be annihilated in a single stroke. Over the past few days, the Earth Defense Forces had noticed a gradual alleviation of pressure. The Decepticons, who had relentlessly pursued them since the onset of war, seemed to have vanished. From the Antarctic to the Arctic, from Paris to New Zealand, it appeared that only small remnants of the Decepticons were left, struggling to survive. What of the other Decepticons that had occupied Earth? Could this truly be the entirety of their forces? A mere few hundred? We have one. Gazing at the battle reports, an incredulous thought repeatedly surfaced in the General's mind, only to be suppressed. Until the final confirmation, one must always prepare for the worst. General, I have significant information to report. Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he inserted a storage card into the general's computer. This action could be deemed quite indiscreet, yet he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. This better be truly significant. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to penalize you. With a click from the general's cursor, the video of Cassie racing against a nuclear bomb was unveiled. The footage played repeatedly, dozens of times, leaving the entire command center in silence. Was it still possible to discover a new breed of Decepticon at this moment? After a prolonged pause, the general broke the silence. His countenance remained calm, but internally, a tempest raged. However, his appearance starkly contrasted with the other Decepticons. If these beings hailed from the same planet, despite any racial distinctions, such a disparity should not exist, right? The new aide interjected, "Is it possible that he is a human weapon of war or something else?" Lin Yu cast a look of admiration towards the aide. How could that be? The remaining humans who refused to surrender have been driven into the depths of the mountains. If such a being existed, I would undoubtedly be aware of it. The general shook his head emphatically, dismissing that notion. Are there any other videos? Or is this the only one? He inquired. The camera angles are limited. The others depict scenes of nuclear devastation. While they are indeed striking, I doubt they would pique your interest, Lin Yu replied. General, look at this blue giant. There seems to be a peculiar shadow on his chest. Chapter 72. Everyone. I cannot discern. The aide scrutinized the paused image, furrowing his brow as he pointed at the mark Cassie was cradling. Lin Yu and the general turned their gazes towards the screen in unison. It appears so. He seems to be holding someone. He is saving someone. He is one of us. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling with excitement. The evidence was irrefutable. If he were an alien, he would not be contemplating saving a human during such a critical moment. General, although we do not know his identity, it is imperative that all our soldiers are informed of this news, Lin Yu asserted. Indeed, you make a valid point. Regardless of whether he is friend or foe, our soldiers must be prepared. I hope he is not an enemy. Such speed is terrifying. The general nodded in agreement with Lin Yu's proposal. So, how do we classify him? As an enemy or an ally? How should we disseminate this information? The aide picked up the copied video, preparing to exit, when he suddenly recalled this matter. The tone of the announcement is crucial. The current soldiers cannot endure further blows to their morale. They are already barely holding on, and should they learn that this being is an enemy, their spirits may plummet. Enemy, ally. The general and Lin Yu simultaneously voiced differing opinions. General, is this not sufficient evidence to prove he is one of us? If he discovers how we perceive him, how will we interact in the future? Lin Yu questioned angrily, pointing at the shadow cradled by Cassie. Advisor Lin, regardless of the circumstances, we must always prepare for the worst. If we merely judge this indistinct shadow, which remains uncertain in its humanity, to be an ally, how shall we respond should we encounter it on the battlefield in the future? The general's eyes widened in fury, resembling a disappointed elder confronting a wayward descendant. General, I suspect the horrors of war have instilled fear within you. The multitude of signs undeniably points towards one direction. That blue giant, even if not one of our own, certainly cannot be a Decepticon. How can you be so obstinate? Lin Yu stood resolutely at the table, unwaveringly meeting the general's gaze. Lin Yu, remember you are addressing a general. The general thundered, pounding the table in anger. Father, you once said that one must respect titles during work. You. The general's expression darkened, his breath heavy and labored. You cannot unilaterally decide this matter. I demand a discussion at the military council. Lin Yu continued, steadfast in his stance. As you wish, Advisor Lin. The general articulated the final 3 words with considerable emphasis. Within the hastily erected headquarters of the Human Resistance Alliance, the atmosphere was stifling. Commanders from various divisions gathered around a massive conference table, with holographic screens illuminating the grim scenes of battlefields and the steadily rising casualty figures. Our ammunition is nearly exhausted, and our defenses are on the brink of collapse. If this continues, we may not endure for much longer, lamented the former Minister of Defense, now a general in the American Defense Force. As he struck the table with his fist, weariness and despair etched across his face. Ivanov from Goose Command appeared grave. We have deployed all our forces and weaponry. Yet as you can all see, our chances of victory are bleak. There is a silver lining, however. It seems there has been a lull in hostilities these past few days, granting our warriors a rare respite. Recently, a massive explosion occurred in Valley 030, which is General Lin Zhonghu's base, correct? Does anyone know what transpired? I do not know. By the way, why did he summon us here and not come himself? The conference room buzzed with chatter, nearly all the leaders from the Americas present. They were fortunate to have the time to attend in person, thanks to the few nuclear bombs. Just as the discussions intensified, the conference room doors swung open. Shortly after, Lin Zhonghu and Lin Yu entered in succession. Lin Zhonghu gestured towards the screen and nodded at Lin Yu to play the video before taking his seat at the table. Ahem, I appreciate everyone's presence today. I have several matters to discuss with you. Lin Zhonghu cleared his throat, speaking with gravity. First, regarding the explosion at Valley 030, it was part of our strategy. Lin Zhonghu surveyed the room, detailing how they discovered the Decepticon forces, how they lured them to the nuclear base, and how they detonated the bomb. What? You annihilated hundreds of Decepticons with a nuclear weapon. The jaws of the assembled dignitaries nearly dropped to the table in disbelief. Since the loss of air superiority and satellites, nuclear weapons have been rendered obsolete, fundamentally losing their strategic significance from the outset. Furthermore, while nuclear warheads are undeniably powerful, this potency is primarily a threat to carbon-based life forms. It is difficult to conceive how these steel constructs could be harmed by nuclear radiation. Relying solely on the intense heat at the explosion's epicenter pales in comparison to simply launching additional artillery shells. It is no wonder that there has been a lull in hostilities these past few days. They have been melted by nuclear blasts. Truly, the general from the University of Tokyo has executed a masterstroke. Is this not akin to inviting the emperor into a trap? These battle-hardened commanders swiftly connected the recent developments with this occurrence, dispelling any lingering doubts regarding the assertions made by Lin Zhonghu. Soon, a wave of exhilaration washed over them, as these esteemed figures, known for their stoic demeanor, displayed an unprecedented loss of emotional control. General Lin, you have accomplished something remarkable. Remarkable is an understatement. You are nothing short of humanity's savior. Flattering words, offered without cost, flew into Lin Zhonghu's ears. Indeed, this was an exhilarating piece of news. However, my aide uncovered something extraordinary amidst the explosion. Aide Lin, please play it, commanded Lin Zhonghu. The screen revealed a mysterious figure clad in blue power armor, gliding by like a specter. Slow it down to 1/100th of the speed. The footage transformed into a series of still frames, flickering one by one. Who is this person? Is he racing against the nuclear explosion? Another general from the University of Tokyo, Li Ming, expressed disbelief and confusion. How terrifying. Is this a new breed of Decepticon? Ivanov posed a question similar to Lin Zhonghu's. Yet the aesthetics appeared utterly dissimilar. It bore a resemblance to the traditional knightly garb of France. This resembles our French knights, mused Pierre, stroking his chin. Nonsense. It clearly resembles our British knights. Arthur, hailing from England, was the first to object. Ladies and gentlemen, take note. There appears to be a dark silhouette on his chest, resembling a human. As the two adversaries were on the brink of another quarrel, Lin Yu hastily interjected. Indeed, based on our preliminary assessment, this blue giant seems to have taken a human with him while fleeing the nuclear blast zone. This complicates our ability to discern whether he is friend or foe. Hence, I have gathered you all to seek your opinions, Lin Zhonghu stated. His technology is unlike anything currently known on Earth. Could be a secret weapon from a hidden research institution? Arthur speculated. What secret research facility possesses such technology? I suspect your brain has been muddled by fish and chips. Pierre retorted sarcastically. Today's annual meeting is postponed. I will make up for it later. Chapter 74. The second persona of Megatron? Damn those French. You can't even have your fish and chips now. Arthur's temples throbbed as he brandished his pen, poised to hurl it at Pierre. Everyone, please remain calm. Upon careful reflection, have we not forgotten the original origins of this conflict? As the venue threatened to transform into a battlefield, Lin Yu swiftly redirected the conversation. What origins? Arthur's attention was deftly diverted. Was Lin's implication the 7th District? A peculiar expression flickered across the defense minister's countenance. If anyone present possessed an understanding of these matters, it was undoubtedly he. Indeed, it is widely known that the United States embarked upon its exploration of Transformers decades ago. This is no longer a secret. Lin Yu nodded, pressed a button, and the display screen commenced with the presentation of meticulously prepared information. Within the Research Institute of the 7th District lies a hidden Decepticon and an enigmatic device. Reports indicate that the Decepticon initially sought these two entities. Subsequently, the imprisoned Decepticon was rescued, yet the device mysteriously vanished. According to reliable sources, it fell into human hands. And that individual is none other than Raine. Lin Yu expounded upon all these conjectures in one breath, with images transitioning rapidly, ultimately pausing on a work photograph of Raine. Raine, arms crossed, gazed with great interest at the frozen Megatron. One might wonder, why has our leader not yet awakened? In a shockwave laboratory, his assistant prodded the still slumbering Megatron's face. Before departing, Shockwave had entrusted the task of energizing Megatron to the assistant left behind in the laboratory. Following his directives, energy flowed continuously into Megatron's form through the conduits, yet it appeared to vanish without a trace, eliciting no response whatsoever. The energy input was sufficient to return us to Cybertron. Could Shockwave's judgment be in error? The assistants engaged in discussion before Megatron. Since Shockwave's departure, they had monotonously recorded Megatron's vital signs, yet the results were as repetitive as a mere copy and paste, devoid of any change day after day. The energy was being squandered. The mining robots must exert greater effort. A Decepticon of seemingly higher rank expressed dissatisfaction. The energy mines we control are already supplying energy crystals at full capacity, yet the consumption of Lord Megatron is exceedingly alarming. Just a few Earth days prior, we had begun depleting our reserves. The Decepticon responsible for energy provision replied, "You fool, why did you not report this sooner? The energy in the reserve can only be accessed in emergencies. How could such matters proceed without my knowledge?" The earlier Decepticon fumed. Shockwave's command was for us to provide energy incessantly. Do you imply that you will defy orders? This is a laboratory, not your brutish military. The reprimanded Decepticon could no longer contain his frustration. They mostly hailed from the military, naturally ranking themselves according to previous hierarchies. Yet now, they were all assistants to Shockwave, and the distinctions in status had long since lost their significance. Well, actually, it seems that there are still some energy crystals in the warehouse that are somewhat impure. Perhaps. A mere lackey tasked with transporting energy timidly remarked, "You should have mentioned that earlier. Just use that." The affronted Decepticon felt a profound loss of dignity. Unable to vent his frustrations on his equal colleagues, he redirected his ire toward the worker. "Those energy crystals do not appear quite right. Perhaps we should consult Lord Shockwave?" But there was no time for such deliberations. The energy reserves absolutely could not be disturbed. These would suffice. With him setting the tone, the matter was settled, and no other assistants dared to broach the ominous subject again. As for Megatron's thoughts on the situation, apologies, but they only acknowledged Shockwave. After all, the majestic Megatron had never considered them as equals, especially now, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. After a series of operations, the blue energy liquid flowing through Megatron's energy conduit was gradually replaced by a dark purple hue. The various indices on the life signs monitor spiked alarmingly. An ominous aura beginning to envelop Megatron. Is everything truly all right? It seems these energy crystals may be more than just impure. The assistant recording the events swallowed a gulp of oil. Yes, a normal phenomenon, he reassured, though the instigator continued to feign resilience. Is this my body? I have returned. Megatron awakened, the purple-black energy coursing through him, his crimson optics periodically tainted by the energy's hue. I am the universe. No, I am Megatron. Megatron has awakened. Quickly, find a way to inform Lord Shockwave, exclaimed the assistant who was documenting the events. Lord Shockwave? When did the Decepticons acquire a second lord? As Megatron rose, he yanked the conduits from his body and seized the assistant by the head, crushing it effortlessly with his grip. Where's this place? Megatron wiped the oil from his hands and turned to the trembling Decepticon, the mastermind behind this affair. Welcome back, Lord Megatron. This is Lord Shockwave's lab. No, it is Shockwave's laboratory. You have been in slumber for quite some time. I have been supplying you with energy during this period, he stammered, hastily pledging his loyalty. And Shockwave? Megatron disregarded the lackey's feigned loyalty and continued his inquiry. It seems he took Thundercracker and Skywarp to locate a human named Raiden. Thundercracker and Skywarp sustained injuries during the war. It is said that this human possesses the means to repair them. The trembling Decepticon hastily replied, fearful that any misstep might result in his untimely demise at Megatron's hands. Raiden? Data surged through Megatron's mind, swiftly retrieving relevant information. I remember now. He is the envoy of the primordial celestial. Yuan-Shi, Tianzuan, you shall undoubtedly perish at my hands. At the mention of Yuan-Shi, Tianzuan, Megatron's demeanor abruptly shifted, his tone becoming cold and merciless. Who is intruding in my mind? Megatron's voice trembled with dread. It is I. A deep and cruel voice reverberated once more, as Megatron's eyes began to shift to a dark purple hue. Who are you? Get out of my body, he bellowed, his gaze reverting to a fierce red. Do not resist. Succumb to my embrace. You seem to hold great respect for the Primal One, so you ought to extend the same reverence to me. Megatron mused aloud. His assistant, witnessing the fractured psyche of Megatron conversing with himself, stood dumbfounded. And Megatron, are you all right? I am splendid, unprecedentedly so, he replied, with only the faintest trace of red remaining in his eyes. Clenching his fist, he expressed his satisfaction. Who are you truly? Straining with all his might, Megatron managed to utter his final words. I am the Cosmic Emperor. As the last vestige of red faded, Megatron lifted his head, his eyes now entirely transformed into a blackish purple. Chapter 75. The anomaly caused by the seed of fire rain? Fascinating. A mere human possessing such profound knowledge of Cybertronian secrets. The body is insufficiently robust to be worthy of my blood. The Megatron, now under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor, observed the flowing blackish-purple liquid on his arm. Speaking to himself, the energy crystals deemed impure were, in fact, tainted by the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. Upon the infusion of these corrupted energies into Megatron's being, the moment they contacted the seed of fire, the sealed Cosmic Emperor awakened. He then projected a fragment of his will through this conduit, and the already weakened Megatron succumbed with almost no resistance. Tell me what has transpired during this time, particularly regarding that human, Raine. The Cosmic Emperor gestured for his assistant to continue. Hein? The scientist who invented the neural interface? Arthur inquired within the conference hall, having been preoccupied with military affairs and largely indifferent to external matters. Indeed, it stands as humanity's greatest invention. Had this war not erupted, we might have witnessed a monumental transformation among humankind. The Minister of Defense added, echoing Arthur's sentiment. It seems this individual vanished shortly after the war commenced. Could it be that he has? Arthur's words trailed off. No, there was an instance of his reemergence. Do you all recall the Battle of Hoover Dam? The Minister of Defense ignited a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he posed the question. Is that the infamous video of the robots battling the Decepticons? It appears so fabricated. I wonder who orchestrated it. Have any of you encountered those peculiar robots or powered suits since then? Did. Indeed, we have not seen them again, but the incident is authentic, witnessed firsthand by Vis. The Minister of Defense asserted firmly. Moreover, have you not noticed? This peculiar blue giant bears an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist in that video. The minister remarked pensively. Upon reflection, it does seem remarkably similar. No. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Was that video truly genuine? Why did it occur only that once? These powerful figures, though hanging on by a thread, were taken aback. We must find a way to contact Raine and clarify everything. It appears that a hidden secret lies behind this enigmatic reign. A secret that may prove pivotal for humanity's struggle for survival in the face of impending doom. Clearly, the great sage Raine remains unaware of all that has transpired. He is preoccupied with the creation of Mark's new form. Shockwave, tighten that screw. The mechanical skull inexplicably floated in midair as Raine, welding electronic eyes with his mechanical arm, directed Shockwave, who was engaged in metalworking nearby. Yes, Master Raine. As the clanging continued, Shockwave placed down a piece of armor, casually tightened a few screws, and secured it firmly. He then set aside the wrench and resumed his metalwork. You are far too careless. The essence of the machine will not be pleased, Raine remarked, his dissatisfaction evident. The oil pressure within Shockwave surged. Enough, human, Shockwave exclaimed, angrily discarding the hammer he held. It was an affront to have a great Decepticon scientist reduced to such menial tasks. Could this not be entrusted to anyone else? You have already demonstrated your ability to repair the Allspark. Your efforts should be focused there. Moreover, you have reaped considerable benefits from your work on the Allspark. Have you not? Like levitating this immense mass of steel. Shockwave pointed furiously at the metallic skull hovering before Raine. If you consider this a benefit, you have yet to witness its true horror. Raine exhaled, and the metallic skull plummeted as if it had lost all power. Not long ago, unable to suppress his curiosity, he had delved into the Allspark alongside Shockwave. Under Shockwave's scrutiny, Raine's probe penetrated the Allspark's depths, yet there was no response. Unintentionally, he employed a sliver of psychic energy. The probe then relayed a familiar sensation, the nauseating essence of the subspace. Despite extracting the probe with utmost haste, Raine had already undergone a transformation. The ability that once merely conjured illusions could now influence reality. For instance, effortlessly moving several tons of steel. This defiance of scientific laws nearly overwhelmed Shockwave's mind. However, Raine, having acquired this ability, was not as elated as Shockwave had imagined. Rather, his brow furrowed with deep concern. This was certainly no good omen. An amplification of psychic energy signified an enhancement of subspace power. This Allspark, for reasons unknown, had become entwined with the subspace. If you wish to abandon this endeavor, you may take your Allspark and leave at any time. The farther away, the better, preferably back to your Cybertron, Raine declared disdainfully to Shockwave, lamenting his own folly in bringing back such an ominous artifact. Consider this. In the Warhammer universe, where do human souls go after death? They return to the Golden Throne, which is none other than the warp, is it not? What is it that the Cybertronians often say? It is the return to the Allspark. Is this not essentially the same concept? The Allspark serves as the anchor for Cybertronians to connect to the warp. As Raine pondered this, he couldn't help but feel regret, wishing he could slap himself. Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Raine. Shockwave's tone shifted immediately to one of humility. In his perspective, the moment Raine began to probe the Allspark, he felt an unusual stirring within his own spark. It was as though a profound sense of belonging washed over him, reminiscent of returning home. This was the call of the Allspark. Floating in the void, he suddenly felt a sense of connection. This peculiar human had effortlessly awakened the Allspark. He was indeed the savior of Cybertron. Shockwave held this conviction without a shadow of a doubt. Command me as you wish. I am willing to do anything. If only you would direct your attention towards the Allspark for a moment. Shockwave's previously casual tapping transformed into earnest knocks, fearful of even the slightest displeasure from Raine. The metallic clang of the sheet metal echoed once more. Next time you tighten those screws, have the same resolve you do now, Raine remarked with satisfaction. Although the warp had shown signs of revival, any excess emotion would only serve to foster its growth, rather than contribute positively. What he could do now was to seize every moment to enhance his own abilities, so that when the warp fully revived, he would be equipped to confront it, this battered warship, along with those fragile Cybertronians. Megatron returned to Shockwave's shuttle, expressing his disappointment. Along the way, Shockwave's assistant had already recounted the events of the war with great clarity. Now, let's return to the vengeance and commence our plan. Yes, my lord. The unfortunate assistant, with a shattered chest and dark violet glow emanating from his eyes, had become a mere puppet of the Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 76. The New Government. Hey, be careful. You reckless brat. My apologies, Sergeant. I was too impulsive just now. When dealing with such matters, patience is essential. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Yes, Sergeant. I will prepare diligently from now on. Success. Sergeant, it wasn't burned this time. Private, congratulations on grasping the ultimate essence of enjoying hot pot. On the front line of the Earth Defense Force, the soldiers had grown weary and were indulging in hot pot at their positions. You lot are taking it too far. This is a battlefield, the white-helmeted officer exclaimed furiously. Hey, it's all good. We're just finishing up. Come on, each of you hand me 2 cigarettes. Aren't you also playing cards? Came the retort from beside the hot pot. Another 6 months had passed, not only on this battlefield, but across the globe. There had been no news of the Decepticons. It seemed as if those nuclear bombs had melted away all the Decepticons. Initially, humanity did not entertain such naive notions, believing instead that this was a cunning ploy orchestrated by the Decepticons. The entire Earth Defense Force remained on high alert, ever vigilant, fearing a sudden assault from their adversaries. Every individual was on edge, guarding their sectors, 1 week, 1 month, half a year. The morale of the army, originally formed for survival, began to wane. Perhaps it was time to concede. After all, it had been 6 months without a single stir from those extraterrestrials. Surely they had been obliterated by our nuclear strikes? The war ought to have concluded long ago. I long to return home and ascertain the state of my household. Let us extend our gratitude to General Lin. Had he not skillfully orchestrated the elimination of hundreds of Decepticons in that decisive battle, we might have met our demise long ago. A soldier, having just finished his hot pot meal, leaned against the trench, idly chewing on a straw. The decay of military discipline foretells the ruin of our nation, lamented the white-helmeted inspector, tearing off the paper notes plastered across his face. Enough of this. We VE played cards so much that we're on the verge of exhaustion. Who could argue otherwise? I've heard that in many regions, humanity has already commenced infrastructure projects. Otherwise, how could our supplies be so abundant? Allowing you to enjoy hot pot at the front lines? Sighed the white helmet inspector. It is rumored that the United Human Government is set to undergo a reorganization, with candidates emerging from the ranks of various Defense Force generals. Undoubtedly, General Lin Zhonghu will take precedence. Who knows, perhaps our own general will rise to prominence. And we shall not be deprived of the luxuries that accompany it. The inspector mused with hope. Spare me. I have no interest in such matters. I need to inherit my family business and return home to fish. Scoffed the soldier. What a lack of ambition. Do you not understand what this reorganization signifies? It represents a reshuffling of fortunes, an opportunity for vast endeavors. Who do you suppose, aside from Marshal Lin Zhonghu, should be in second place? The inspector derisively chastised the soldier for his lack of aspirations before inquiring further. I have heard that Dr. Raine possesses a mysterious troop. The authenticity of that video remains uncertain. I do not know, nor do I care, replied the soldier, reclining nonchalantly. What a tiresome fellow you are. And you, lad. Hey, I'm talking to you, rookie. The inspector crumpled the papers on his face and tossed them at the newcomer, who had just been enjoying his hot pot and was now lost in thought. My apologies, sir. The rookie snapped back to attention, nervously saluting. Relax a bit, rookie. Tell me, aside from General Lin Zhonghu, who do you think is second? The rookie's anxious demeanor elicited a chuckle from the inspector. I do not know, sir. Very well. Return to your post. The rookie's lackluster response prompted the inspector to shake his head in disappointment. Yes, sir. The rookie returned to his position, anxiously gazing ahead. Is this absurd war truly destined to conclude so simply? He pondered to himself. Esteemed colleagues, we have sustained our current military forces for half a year. The exorbitant expenditures are on the verge of collapsing our already fragile human society. I believe our victory in the war has concluded. On an island in the Pacific, leaders of defense forces from around the globe have gathered. Due to transportation and communication challenges, although they ostensibly belong to the Earth Defense Force, in reality, they have become increasingly independent. In other words, they have transformed into various warlords. What does this imply? Are we to be cast aside after our service? Our soldiers have risked their lives to protect humanity, and now that the war has ended, they are expected to relinquish their arms unconditionally? The one-eyed general from the African theater voiced his outrage. Not at all. Are we not here to discuss how to resolve this matter appropriately? The host, drenched in sweat, explained. This meeting has lasted an entire week with little to no progress. In the aftermath of the war, nations have become mere shadows of their former selves, and the establishment of a unified government is pressing. However, forming a coalition government entails the distribution of interests, and under the looming threat of the Decepticons, humanity is still able to unite closely. Yet, when it comes to the allocation of resources, human nature reveals itself, particularly among those who have survived this war. Where can one find benevolence? What do you mean? Is that not precisely your intention? To kick us to the curb? In my opinion, this meeting is utterly futile. If you wish to play house, do so among yourselves while I return to my territory. The other warlords, accustomed to their dominions, echoed in agreement. Especially after the Decepticons' disappearance over the past 6 months. They have thrived in their respective realms and would not relinquish power for anything. Now, to expect them to surrender their authority is more challenging than taking their lives. The meeting appeared poised to conclude without resolution. Ahem, permit me to speak. At the head of the conference table, Lin Zhonghu cleared his throat. Though his voice was not loud, an immediate hush fell over the room. After much cacophony, there has been no conclusion. I urge everyone to contemplate this. Following the war, nearly the entirety of the human race has perished. We must unite. With much to rebuild, we require more workers, farmers, and teachers. We do not lack for soldiers. Since no one is willing to relinquish their military power, I shall lead by example. I have decided to reduce our forces by 2/3. Lin Zhonghu's modest voice resonated throughout the hall, stirring deep emotions among the listeners. Respect, skepticism, and animosity mingled in their gazes directed toward Lin Zhonghu. General Lin, you truly are selfless. The one-eyed general gritted his teeth, articulating each word with deliberation. If the esteemed Lin Zhonghu has made such a declaration, how could the others refuse to comply while clinging to their armies? Not only would they risk hostility from the surrounding defense forces, but the internal discontent within their own ranks would also be inevitable. The nuclear warheads have elevated the status of Lin Zhonghu to an almost divine height, particularly among the beleaguered lower-tier soldiers who regard him as a deity for rescuing them from the depths of despair. What say you? Lin Zhonghu glanced sidelong at the African warlord and inquired nonchalantly. Chapter 77. The Arrival of the Pillar of Heaven. No, General Lin, I too concur with your opinion. A 2/3 reduction in troops. The one-eyed warlord gritted his teeth, his heart aching at the proclamation. Since there are no objections, let it be settled thus. Now, regarding the matter of Dr. Raine, how shall we engage with him? Lin Zhonghu succinctly addressed the most challenging issue before shifting his focus to the next. Advisor Lin, please report on the findings of the investigation. He gestured towards Lin Yu, who was attending the meeting. Half a year ago, we managed to establish contact with Scott, a subordinate of Dr. Raine. The video we witnessed is indeed authentic, even featuring that blue giant known as the Ultimate Warrior. Under the leadership of Dr. Raine, they appear to have formed an organization called the Mechanized God Cult, which places honor and loyalty above life itself. Lin Yu recounted as he presented the gathered materials. The information was rather obscure, and many warlords were hearing of this for the first time, due to communication constraints. Many had not even viewed the publicly available videos of Weiss. Haven't those damned cultists been eradicated yet? Upon hearing the term Mechanized God Cult, the previously bewildered assembly erupted in righteous fury, painful memories flooding back. Their visceral hatred for those willing to act as traitorous pawns was palpable. It was undeniably politically correct. Silence. Let Advisor Lin continue. Lin Zhonghu raised his voice, attempting to quell the restless crowd. Though he held significant esteem, his prestige had limits. The act of reducing territories had drained much of his accumulated respect. It is crucial to note that this is not a cult. At least there is no evidence to suggest they have committed any wrongdoing. As for the soldiers under his command, some of you may not be familiar. I urge you to view this video. Lin Yu continued, as the large screen began to display previously recorded documentaries and clips of the nuclear explosion involving Cassie. As the video played, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Those seasoned in battle should recognize the formidable prowess of these few warriors. Once the video concluded, Lin Yu nodded towards his father and stepped aside. This meeting was not his to address. Everyone voiced their thoughts freely. What position should Dr. Raine occupy in the new government? Lin Zhonghu continued from where his son left off. Are these technologies truly within the grasp of humanity? It is impossible. Dr. Raine must have allied himself with extraterrestrial beings, as his techniques are evidently derived from them. It is terrifying. That blue warrior alone could easily annihilate my entire force. The silence was shattered as these prominent figures could no longer contain themselves, engaging in a fervent exchange of words. General Lin, you mentioned that you have had contact with Ryan. What exactly did he imply? One individual inquired. They merely stated that they would not interfere with us and seemed indifferent to the formation of a human government. Lin Zhonghu replied. Is it truly wise to allow such military power to exist beyond our control? The man expressed with evident concern. The essence of power is violence. The reason these individuals can audaciously convene and deliberate over the fate of humanity is precisely due to the armies at their disposal. Is it not? Now, a formidable force emerges, claiming disinterest in power. How can we, the rulers, feel at ease? What if we negotiate with him using the position of the deputy prime minister in the new government? Someone persisted. He scoffed at the notion of the chief executive position. Lin Zhonghu shook his head. He's impervious to persuasion. The assembly fell into a state of exasperation, feeling utterly helpless against Ryan's arrangements. We cannot permit the existence of a nation within a nation, especially one whose leader wields the military might capable of threatening Earth security. A piercing voice interjected. All eyes turned to the speaker, a man with a shadowy visage and a horrific scar across his face, who set down his military canteen and wiped the moisture from his lips. Perhaps we should not underestimate ourselves, he continued. The data indicates that this Dr. Ryan does not possess the invincible aerial power of the Decepticons. The man gazed skyward as a colossal meteor streaked through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail of fire, resembling a blazing comet. Its surface glowed a fiery red as it endured the violent friction with the atmosphere, appearing as a divine fireball emanating a chilling luminescence. Boom! The meteor plummeted to the ground like a massive bomb, instantly raising clouds of dust and debris. The tremendous impact caused the earth to tremble violently, akin to a fierce earthquake. As the smoke began to clear, a red and blue transformer emerged from the crater with heavy footsteps. Bumblebee, responding to your call. Optimus Prime has arrived. The newly arrived Optimus Prime, still acclimating to the unfamiliar environment of this planet, emitted unstable energy signals amidst the chaos. Fantastic, boss. You finally made it. Bumblebee exclaimed joyfully, bounding towards Optimus Prime, eager to deliver a hearty embrace to his old friend. Just as Optimus Prime was about to greet Bumblebee with a smile, his optical sensors detected a shockwave behind him. The infamous Decepticon was present. How could Bumblebee be with him? Simultaneously, he recalled that Bumblebee's vocalizer had been damaged long ago. How had he just spoken? Unless this Bumblebee is nothing but a counterfeit. This is a conspiracy against oneself. Megatron, your methods remain as crude as ever. The composed leader swiftly conducted the most rational analysis of the situation. The seasoned warrior, having weathered numerous battles, activated his combat mode, delivering a powerful blow to the unsuspecting Bumblebee. The unfortunate Bumblebee was sent flying by a single punch. At this moment, Optimus Prime gazed at the fallen Bumblebee, his eyes filled with sternness and questioning. Bumblebee, I require an explanation from you. Optimus Prime's voice resonated powerfully through the ruins. Bumblebee rose, gazing at Optimus Prime in confusion, unable to comprehend why his leader would adopt such a brutal demeanor towards him. Before he could voice his inquiries, Optimus Prime continued, Your disguise is quite successful, yet it cannot deceive my eyes. Speak, where have you concealed the real Bumblebee? Bumblebee hastily shook his head, fervently defending himself. Optimus Prime, you must be mistaken. I am Bumblebee. But at this moment, suspicion clouded Optimus Prime's heart, making it improbable for him to readily accept Bumblebee's words. Still unwilling to confess? Do you think that with you, a mere imposter and Soundwave, you can bring about my demise? As Optimus Prime spoke, his hands clenched into fists, the mechanical components of his body emitting a faint tension. Chapter 78. The 13th day, imposter, perish. Optimus Prime roared, lunging towards Bumblebee with his imposing figure. His iron fists wielding tremendous force aimed at the latter. Bumblebee instinctively sensed danger, his body reacting swiftly as he sidestepped to evade the fierce strike. Optimus Prime, please believe me, I truly am the genuine Bumblebee. Still defiant, how do you explain your vocalizer and sound wave? After missing his strike, Optimus Prime turned to launch a relentless attack on Bumblebee. Allow me to explain. Bumblebee bent backwards, dodging Optimus Prime's determined blow. Please calm down. Bumblebee leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding Optimus Prime's low kick. I will grant you the opportunity to explain before your demise. With each failed attack, Optimus Prime's conviction solidified further. Although it may seem impolite, the Bumblebee from his memories certainly did not possess such a combat instinct. Data surged within Optimus Prime's azure eyes as environmental information was collected by his processor, the discomfort of his arrival on Earth beginning to dissipate. Each punch grew more powerful, each strike swifter. The air warped continuously, the sound of explosions echoing incessantly. My apologies, leader, but you ought to remain composed. Bumblebee, persistently defending himself, had already endured several heavy blows. Optimus Prime grew more relentless in battle, and if this continued, it might truly lead to dire consequences. Combat mode activated. The battle mask deployed from his helmet, and the ion blade flickered to life. Before the greatest warrior of the Autobots, only by giving his all could one hope to survive. Optimus Prime advanced with imposing presence, delivering a swift hook that Bumblebee narrowly evaded. Before Bumblebee could even savor his fortune, he was suddenly met with the chilling intent reflected in Optimus's gaze. It dawned on Bumblebee that he had unwittingly been cornered. With no means of evasion from the impending assault, in resignation, Bumblebee prepared to defend himself, his agile form seeking vulnerabilities amidst the tempest of Optimus's relentless strikes. Occasionally, he would deflect Optimus's punches with his arms, the metallic clashes producing piercing sounds and igniting fleeting sparks. "Enough, Optimus!" Bumblebee exclaimed, his voice laced with confusion and grievance. A deep azure force field erupted from within him, enveloping the vicinity in an instant. Compared to 2 years prior, both the hue and the scope of this force field had remarkably improved. Enveloped by the field, Optimus felt as though he had plunged into a viscous glue, making even the simplest movements an arduous endeavor. "Optimus, what has become of you? Why are you so irritable?" Bumblebee struggled to rise from the rubble. The components in his chest slightly loosened, his speech trembling. He gazed at Optimus, confusion etched in his eyes. Despite the numerous uncertainties on his side, how could Optimus, of all beings, deny him even the opportunity for explanation? What is wrong with me? The enraged Optimus suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar glimmer in Bumblebee's eyes, his original resolve and loyalty. Rationality returned to him. This planet seems to have a problem. It has awakened my negative emotions. Optimus finally comprehended that since his arrival on this planet, he had grown irritable and unrecognizable. "I'm sorry, my brother." A wave of anguish washed over Optimus's expression. "You have finally returned, Optimus." Bumblebee exclaimed joyously, snapping his fingers as the force field binding Optimus retracted into his being. The sluggishness dissipating. Optimus's fist, which had been poised to strike, halted mid-air and transformed into an open hand, reaching out to Bumblebee. Bumblebee reciprocated, firmly grasping Optimus's hand and pulling him up. "Ouch! Oh no! My leader, you throw me a new bumper," Bumblebee exclaimed, brushing off the dust from his chest, grinning through his teeth. "Not a problem, Bumblebee, but before that, I require your explanation," Optimus replied with a smile, casting a wary glance toward Soundwave, who had been observing from the sidelines, and the dark-haired human beside him. For reasons unknown, he felt an odd sensation. It seemed Soundwave maintained a peculiar respect in the presence of that human. Was this still the arrogant Decepticon? What exactly was that carbon-based life form? Optimus pondered swiftly. Bumblebee organized his thoughts and began to explain to Optimus. "Upon my arrival on Earth, I was rescued by a human scientist named Raine. His knowledge surpasses imagination, having aided me in healing numerous injuries and even enhancing some of my functions." Bumblebee decided to commence with the more comprehensible aspects, aiming to alleviate Optimus Prime's suspicions. Introducing the dream of the primordial celestial master right away, could easily lead to being perceived as a madman. A flicker of doubt crossed Optimus Prime's eyes. According to his preliminary observations, the life forms on this planet indeed possessed some technology, yet was far from commendable enough to earn Bumblebee's reverence. "Is it him?" Optimus Prime inquired, gesturing toward a distant young man in a white lab coat with black hair. "Welcome, Autobot leader Optimus Prime. I have long heard your esteemed reputation," said Raine, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity towards the Autobot leader. Optimus Prime nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over the peculiar devices in Shockwave. He queried, "Dr. Raine, first and foremost, I express my gratitude for your assistance to Bumblebee. However, I am curious about how you have acquired such advanced technology." Turning his gaze to Shockwave, he continued, "This is a mad Decepticon scientist. He is quite dangerous." Optimus Prime's hostility was unmistakable, though he did not state it outright. The implication was clear. This individual must have acquired his knowledge from Shockwave. The reason behind Shockwave's willingness to share his knowledge with humanity remained a mystery. Narrow-mindedness, Optimus Prime. The knowledge that Dr. Raine possesses does not stem from our Cybertronian technology, Shockwave interjected. "The universe is far larger than you can fathom, Autobot leader. A visitor from afar. Please allow me to escort you to my base for some rest. I apologize for the lack of hospitality, considering this planet has recently suffered from Decepticon devastation," Raine stated with an air of composure. Despite Optimus Prime's multitude of questions, such as the current state of the Decepticons, how Bumblebee had been healed, the mystery surrounding Shockwave, and his own peculiar condition, his strong moral compass compelled him to heed Raine's words and proceed towards the base. Along the way, Bumblebee chattered incessantly about how Raine had treated him and discovered his condition. Meanwhile, Raine remained silent, pondering how to approach this legendary Cybertronian warrior. Yet he was at a loss. In this vast universe, apart from the elusive Primus, only he knew that Optimus Prime, this Autobot leader, was in fact the legendary 13th Prime. Chapter 79, The Ambitions of the Cosmic Emperor Shockwave. What scheme do you harbor? Optimus Prime could not restrain himself from questioning. He found it hard to believe that this ancient Cybertronian, who had been loyal to Megatron for eons, would follow a human without reason. Narrow-minded factionalism, Optimus Prime. You have shown no growth, Shockwave retorted bluntly. We have fought for millions of years, yet we have cast aside the very foundation of Cybertron. Now, I have advanced further than you all. The Allspark has the potential for restoration. The Decepticon Shockwave paused, eagerly anticipating Optimus Prime's reaction. Although he believed himself psychologically prepared, he had not considered the direction of the Allspark. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had misheard, his processor momentarily ceasing its function. Observing Shockwave's reaction, a long-forgotten sense of pride flickered within him. It was time to conclude this tiresome conflict. Shockwave turned and followed the footsteps of Megatron. Suspended in Earth's orbit, the Nemesis welcomed its supreme master. Megatron had returned. Lord Megatron, the remaining Decepticon forces lined up to greet him. Though we were unaware of your presence, we are elated to see you return. Starscream reported, I dispatched the other units, but have since lost contact. I have examined global surveillance satellites and discovered a massive nuclear explosion in South America. Their disappearance is likely connected to this event. I am investigating, though progress is slow, as Starscream has commandeered all the shuttlecrafts. Soundwave regarded Megatron, the sense of dissonance ever present, yet he dutifully reported. Irrelevant, Soundwave. I have a secret weapon that I need you to focus on, Megatron, now embodying the Cosmic Emperor, declared. Yes, Lord Megatron. Soundwave acknowledged, though the feeling of dissonance intensified within him. Despite Megatron's historically ruthless nature, he had never seemed so indifferent. His current demeanor was that of an outsider. Perhaps the prolonged stasis had altered him. Soundwave could only speculate as he followed Megatron to the laboratory. Lord Megatron, this secret weapon is truly terrifying, Soundwave exclaimed, his mind reeling at the weapon schematics before him. The planetary traction device. This instrument will disrupt the orbit of the planet, drawing it toward its mother star. Forgive my ignorance, but when did we acquire the technology for such a weapon? Soundwave inquired. Is this what Cybertron has dwindled to? Such a rudimentary technology astonishes you? The Cosmic Emperor replied mockingly. What your primes? Do they not guide you? Lord Megatron, how can you speak so disrespectfully of the esteemed primes? Soundwave retorted, more flustered than when he first saw the device. The Decepticons and Autobots were merely two factions of Cybertron, not deranged lunatics. Their reverence for Primus and the 13 Primes was no less than that of the Autobots. Reverence? Poor insect, your Primes should perhaps address me as Uncle, the Cosmic Emperor scoffed, extending a hand towards Soundwave's neck with sudden ferocity. Megatron, no, you are the Cosmic Emperor. Soundwave's cognitive waves began to falter, dark purple energy invading his spark. Correct, and as a reward, I shall make you my servant, the Cosmic Emperor cruelly declared, until Soundwave succumbed to unconsciousness. Forgive my impertinence, master. The waveforms of thought reverberate once more. Let us commence, my servant. Observing his own blood easily tainted by the sound waves, the Cosmic Sovereign remarked with satisfaction. 13 primordial celestials? A flicker of trepidation crossed the Cosmic Sovereign's eyes. These 13 primordial golden guardians, created by the primordial celestial to counter his might, had once defeated him in a distant past, sealing him within the earth. For an extensive period, despite being ensconced in a near-eternal slumber, he could sense that one among them was perpetually watching over him. Confronted with such adversaries, he found it difficult to maintain the nonchalance he had just exhibited. He and the primordial celestial were two sides of the same coin. His awakening would undoubtedly alert the primordial celestial. His minions were likely already en route. This frail vessel cannot bear my will. The Cosmic Sovereign gazed at the reflection of his formidable self upon the glass and mused aloud. Are you implying that you have received a divine revelation from the primordial celestial, following this human to face the impending calamity? Optimus Prime, in a moment of uncharacteristic agitation, inquired loudly within the KSI base. Although the Cybertronians held no doubt regarding the existence of the primordial celestial, the passage of time had rendered even the 13 celestials, whom he had created, silent. Now, someone boldly proclaimed to have received his decree, leading Optimus Prime to suspect that Bumblebee had lost his sanity. Bumblebee, I believe it may be necessary for you to undergo a cognitive evaluation, Optimus Prime stated, somewhat exasperated. I anticipated this, Bumblebee shrugged helplessly. He had refrained from speaking initially, foreseeing such an occurrence. Yet, he was astonished that, even after Optimus Prime had witnessed the miraculous modification techniques of Raine, this notion persisted. Just moments ago, Raine had effortlessly repaired Bumblebee's body and replenished the energy he had just expended. Then, with utmost seriousness, he fabricated a tale for Optimus Prime. While researching ancient energy reactions, I discovered a frequency of energy that possesses a subtle connection to your Cybertronian technology. Through deep exploration of this frequency, I hypothesized that it may be possible to stabilize and repair the damaged energy matrix of the Allspark, but this is merely a theoretical possibility, fraught with practical difficulties. The preceding was entirely fabricated by Raine. In truth, he perceived the Allspark as a window between the subspace and the material universe, a truth that could not be divulged to many. The presence of the enigmatic 13 Celestial made him wary. Who could predict what calamity might arise should this knowledge reach him? Optimus Prime, not being a scientist, found Raine's words akin to reading an ancient tome. Each word was comprehensible, yet their assembly rendered them incomprehensible and began to assault his processors. A glimmer of confusion flashed in Optimus Prime's eyes as he shook his head and said, "Doctor, forgive me for my inability to grasp these advanced concepts, but the fate of Cybertron hinges upon this, and I cannot permit you to proceed with repairs lightly." His concerns mirrored those of Shockwave. However, Raine did not intend to engage with the source of this calamity, the Allspark, in the near future. Thus, for the time being, Optimus Prime found it hard to believe in Raine's capability to restore the Allspark. Optimus, I can assure you that Dr. Raine is the Allspark's own chosen one. If there is anyone capable of repairing it, it must be him, Shockwave declared, brimming with fury. What else can these Autobots do besides engage in such needless formalities? Chapter 80. The dream of the sage in the inky blackness of outer space, surrounding the sun of the home planet. The azure sphere once known as Earth had vanished from sight. On what used to be Earth's orbit, only dense fragments remained. The fragile gravitational equilibrium had been disrupted, first impacting Mars, the planet closest to Earth, whose millennia-old trajectory exhibited unprecedented fluctuations. Like unruly children after school, it collided with the similarly disordered Venus. Subsequently, the two celestial bodies cried out, rushing towards their maternal figure, the sun. Once a benevolent mother, the sun now became tumultuous, with the successive demise of Mars and Venus. Subtle yet violent transformations began to unfold within the sun. The vast quantities of matter brought by the two planets triggered an energy surge in the sun's core. Solar flares erupted like the furious fists of an enraged giant, violently expelling streams of high-energy particles into the distant interstellar void. Sunspot activity surged, with colossal black vortices wreaking havoc upon the solar surface, as if the sun was responding with anguish to this sudden influx of offerings. Deep within the sun, hydrogen atoms underwent accelerated fusion into helium under extreme temperatures and pressures, releasing energy that caused the outer atmosphere to expand rapidly. Its brilliance intensified and became more tempestuous, illuminating the once-hidden asteroid belt and comets lurking in darkness. The other planets within the solar system, sensing this abrupt transformation of the sun, fell into profound panic. The rocks on Mercury began to melt under the intense heat, forming flowing rivers of magma. Jupiter's great red spot, stirred by millennia of storms, was scattered by solar winds, capturing vast amounts of material under the bombardment of countless high-energy rays. Such occurrences ignited unwarranted notions within it, as this gas giant began to stir restlessly. It commenced its metamorphosis into a star. The foreseeable future hinted at a binary system that would consume all matter within this galaxy. Perhaps billions of years hence, the sun would still hang in the center of the solar system, radiating warm and stable light. Surrounding it, new planets and satellites would be born, embarking on a fresh, evolutionary journey under the sun's benevolent protection. This was a cosmic marvel, yet an omen of humanity's doom. Raine's eyes were tightly shut, brows furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ding! The servo skull detected its master's accelerated heartbeat, emitting a piercing alert. Raine suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Is it another dream? He murmured to himself. Since his last encounter with the fire source and subsequent immersion in the subspace, he had frequently found himself traversing the realm of dreams. In these visions, he returned multiple times to the world of Warhammer, witnessing various forms of humanity's demise across distinct timelines. However, this time felt different. He was unequivocally aware that the obliterated planet in his dream was not Terra, but rather the Earth on which he currently resided. Raine gazed out the window, where the silvery moonlight gently bathed the land, creating a scene of serenity and beauty. Yet, he found no inclination to appreciate the picturesque view. As a psychic, he understood that dreams were not mere whims of the mind. This dream must foretell something significant. It could not possibly be a natural occurrence. Raine swiftly dismissed that notion. Even humanity's capabilities were sufficient to detect astronomical phenomena capable of annihilating the Earth, let alone the Cybertronians. Optimus Prime had only just arrived on Earth. If such a catastrophe were imminent, he would surely have spoken of it. Who could it be? It certainly wasn't T. Optimus. The integrity of the Autobot leader was beyond reproach. Megatron? Shockwave? Starscream? No, that simply didn't add up. Raine was engaged in a solitary brainstorming session. The potential instigators of such a disaster were few, and the list of eliminated possibilities continued to grow. Could it be that Unicron had awakened? No, the timing was not right, and his target was the sun, whereas the dream depicted the destruction of Earth. It made no sense. It was illogical. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Raine felt a slight heat rising in his brain as memories of the Transformers flooded back. He could sense he was nearing the truth. Who else could it be? Why would Earth warrant such drastic measures? Earth annihilation. Wait, in the dream, it seemed as though fragments of Earth were missing. The image of Earth's debris orbiting the sun crystallized in his mind. Something had emerged from within the Earth, and it could only be Unicron. Raine's pupils constricted, devoid of any elation at the revelation. Only a chilling sensation enveloped him. There was no mistaking it. Unicron had indeed awakened, shattering the confines of Earth. No longer could he feel the pull of slumber. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. When had this occurred? Why had Unicron chosen this moment to awaken? Raine was left adrift, with no temporal indicators in his dream, though the world had transformed beyond recognition. These events were evidently insufficient to capture Unicron's attention. The crisis of annihilation was upon them, yet he was powerless to act. He must uncover the cause. Suddenly, the laboratory blazed with light in the dead of night, gathering 4 Cybertronians in the base under Raine's command. When it came to understanding Unicron, it was best to consult the locals. Dr. Raine, I must admit, I do not quite grasp the nature of human dreams. If I understand correctly, dreaming should not warrant serious consideration, right? Optimus Prime remarked with a tone of resignation, having just engaged in another skirmish with Shockwave, not for any particular reason, but merely to reprimand his incessant chatter. Though he did not require sleep at night, he still needed time for his body to recuperate, yet he was interrupted by Raine. It is different. You merely need to believe that everything will inevitably occur, he asserted. I understand that this may be difficult for you to comprehend, but here, we do not speak falsehoods. Raine gestured toward his own head. The absurdity of his words somehow rendered them credible. If this is indeed true, it could spell trouble. When it comes to the Cosmic Emperor, the only fitting description is one of terror. Optimus Prime stated gravely. Given his nature, he would not merely annihilate a singular planet. Did you not witness anything else in your dreams? Optimus inquired. No, the destruction was solely of Earth. The other planets succumbed to calamities caused by gravitational imbalance. How peculiar. The Cosmic Emperor should still be sealed away, he pondered. Could it be that Earth is the location of his seal? Under Raine's guidance, Optimus suddenly became aware of this possibility. This is dire. His primary objective is the annihilation of all existence in the universe, gathering energy by devouring planets. He is the antithesis of the primordial celestial, the protagonist of Cybertronian mythology. Optimus found himself lost in memories, momentarily unable to discern whether the figure before him was Optimus or the 13th. It is quite a coincidence. Both Optimus and Grimlock are the 13th in rank. With somewhat similar character traits, Raine suddenly mused. Bumblebee, listening intently, was filled with excitement. These revelations were thrilling to him as a child. If this is the case, then my odd experiences upon arriving on Earth may also be comprehensible, Optimus murmured, the enigma that had plagued him beginning to unravel. Yet he felt no joy. The awakening of the Cosmic Emperor signified catastrophe for the entire universe. He embodied destruction and finality. How was he sealed away on Earth? Was this not your doing, Cybertronians? Raine interjected, rapping the table with his knuckles. The great Primus slowly withdrew from history after sealing the Cosmic Emperor. We have only glimpsed fragments of the myth, Optimus replied, shaking his head. Currently, the 13th Celestial is he, yet he is not the 13th Celestial. My focus has never been on this. To be honest, much of what you just spoke of is new to me, he continued. These myths are indeed real. This defies logic. Shockwave added, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a scientist, it was only natural for him not to understand history, right? I'm merely a prisoner of war. What does this have to do with me? Red Alert's transformation gears had been removed, leaving the immobile F-22 to comment. The engine had been firmly welded shut, rendering him unable to move. I apologize. I do not know either. Seeing Raine's metallic appendage raised again, Red Alert quickly conceded. Ever since he had been captured, his only apparent purpose seemed to be that of an exhibit and a test subject, a truly humiliating predicament. Is the commander of the Decepticons only meant for such a singular purpose? Cursed traitor Shockwave, conspiring with the Autobots. Do not let me out. The Red Spider secretly seethed. With no one to explain the situation to him, he perceived Shockwave as a figure who emerged alongside Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, naturally concluding that these individuals had long conspired together. As for Raine, he was completely disregarded. This is indeed dire news. However, rest assured, you have aided us, and we shall reciprocate. Should that day ever come, we will undoubtedly engage in a bloody battle against the Galactic Emperor. Optimus Prime gently patted Raine's shoulder in reassurance. The Galactic Emperor is the arch-nemesis of all Cybertronians, and Optimus Prime, overwhelmed with a sense of responsibility, took it upon himself. Speaking of the Cybertronians most familiar with Earth, has anyone forgotten a certain individual? After listening to the stories, Bumblebee's eyes brightened as he suddenly exclaimed, Megatron, he has spent the longest time on Earth. Indeed, where is Megatron? I observed the flagship of the Decepticons in orbit, yet it seems I did not see any Decepticons. Where have they gone? Optimus Prime inquired, overwhelmed by the density of incoming information, causing him to momentarily forget the primary purpose of their arrival on Earth. It is like this. Raine finally had time to explain the sequence of events to Optimus Prime in detail. In fact, although Megatron arrived early, he has been in a constant state of energy depletion, leaving him with little time to engage with the outside world. I highly doubt he is aware of these matters. After speaking, Raine addressed Bumblebee's question. Indeed, my assistants have been supplying him with energy, yet he remains unresponsive. Shockwave concurred. It seems I have not been in contact with him for quite some time. Let me inquire. Shockwave activated the communicator, but received no response. Well, that presents a dilemma. Where have Shockwave and my troops gone? The process of elimination has finally reached its last option. Earth has been redivided, flourishing after a war-torn state. There are currently no distinctions between nations. It has been categorized into various administrative regions based on geographical circumstances, all belonging to the Earth Federation. Following that conference, the federal government assumed control of the planet in accordance with directives from the highest assembly. Weapons were stored away, and swords were turned into plows. The veteran soldier Zhang Yuan, who once enjoyed hot pot on the battlefield, happily returned to his hometown, where he found his ancestral fishing net amidst the ruins of his family home. Father, you once wished for me to inherit your legacy, but I was reluctant, always yearning to accomplish great deeds. Now, I wish to return home, yet you're no longer here. Zhang Yuan buried the few relics he found, erecting a tomb for his father, speaking to the grave. Little Yuan has set sail. A rugged voice echoed from afar. This small fishing village was fortunate to have avoided complete annihilation, as the youth navigated the fishing boat, carrying on the work passed down through generations. Struggling against the sea and coexisting with it is a legacy woven into their very genes. On the night of the full moon, the grouper fish emerge. Shadows dance and flicker upon the water's surface as Zhang Yuan gazes upward at the luminous orb, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that the moon appears larger than ever before. How could this be? Years of battling the waves must have muddled his mind. He cast aside this peculiar thought and focused intently on the arrival of the tides. The coastline had already been prepared with fishing nets, awaiting the bounty that the ocean would willingly offer. The tides serve as the fisherman's sharpest weapon. They are intimately familiar with every nuance of the sea's temperament. The ebb and flow of the tides resemble the clock of life, rhythmic and reassuring. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the stillness. It's here. Beneath the brilliant moonlight, a white line appeared on the horizon. Something felt amiss. Had the tides ever been this formidable? Even before their arrival, the sea had become tumultuous. The waves, akin to frenzied beasts, surged repeatedly toward Zhang Yuan and his companion's small boat, nearly capsizing it. This isn't right. We need to head back, Zhang Yuan shouted. The seasoned fisherman, having navigated the sea for a lifetime, sensed the abnormality and paddled furiously toward the shore. The situation proved to be graver than they had anticipated. The fishing village stood at the highest elevation in the vicinity, yet the ferocious waters still inundated the area, obliterating the homes that had only just been rebuilt. They fled, relentlessly pursued by the waves, until the water finally halted at a massive stone. This shouldn't be happening. The previous tides had been manageable. Why was this surge so fierce? Old Zhang, the village's eldest and most experienced fisherman, lay atop the stone, incredulously staring at the submerged village. How could he have miscalculated the tidal timings? He pondered the absence of wind, rain, or any seismic activity that could account for such a tremendous tide. Zhang Yuan remained silent, observing the despair on his companions' faces, and instinctively looked up at the moon. Uncle Zhang, was it ever this bright on nights like these? He inquired. How could it be? In the past, nights illuminated by lamps were still shrouded in darkness. One couldn't see their own hand in front of them. It was terrifying, old Zhang replied without hesitation. Then, a realization struck him, how peculiar it was. Every child in the village had scrambled over that very stone. Logically, at this position and hour, the village should have been invisible. Yet just moments ago, he had seen it clearly, as if it were broad daylight. As the others came to this understanding, they all turned their gaze toward the singular source of illumination, the moon. Brothers, doesn't tonight's moon seem excessively large? Zhang Yuan remarked, his mind racing with a chilling thought. He had observed the moon through a telescope at school, but it paled in comparison to the clarity with which he beheld it now with the naked eye. Was the moon drawing closer to us? Chapter 82. What a dull existence. Ah, how tedious it is. Why has a battlefield inspector like myself been assigned to this place? Endlessly transcribing incomprehensible data from these inscrutable machines? Here I am, at the former NASA Space Telescope Observation Center, languidly leaning back in my chair, expressing my discontent with a lackluster demeanor. Though I initially graduated from the mathematics department, I have always harbored a disdain for numbers. Summoned to service at the onset of the war, I proudly became an artilleryman, calculating parabolic trajectories to the point of exasperation. Finally, transitioning to the role of an inspector. I eagerly awaited the end of the conflict, only to find myself deliberately dispatched to this wretched location. What choice do we have? Most of the original staff have perished, and we cannot allow this place to fall into ruin. We must also keep a vigilant watch over outer space to prevent any extraterrestrial incursions. A young man diligently monitoring the instruments responded, "Hey, rookie, relax. This is no battlefield. Besides, this place, charmingly dubbed the Celestial Monitoring Center, is essentially a desolate wilderness. It's tantamount to banishment." A clever combination of card games and hot pot was serendipitously arranged. "Yes, sir." The young man instinctively performed the salute taught to them by their instructors. Still so rigid, Chris. If only Zhang Yuan were still around. The inspector struggled to articulate Zhang Yuan's name. The three of them were meant to be here together, but he had adamantly requested to be demobilized. It is rather peculiar. Isn't it that one's hometown holds such significance? Does he not realize how challenging it is to remain here, both leisurely and with a steady income? Before long, the inspector had ignited a cigarette, speaking wistfully. "Sir, smoking is prohibited here," the rookie, Chris, interjected. "Moreover, it is now only the Eastern Administrative Region. There is no longer an East University." How dull. The inspector extinguished the cigarette he had just taken puff from. Silence enveloped the observation room once more, save for the incessant beeping of the instruments. "Sir, is there something amiss with this set of data?" The rookie, engaged in transcription, suddenly exclaimed. "You could discern an anomaly?" The inspector regarded the rookie with a quizzical expression, as if to convey, "Are you truly a middle school graduate?" "Why, yes, sir. I noticed that this dataset differs from what I transcribed a few days ago," Chris stammered, his face flushing red in embarrassment as he explained. "Very well, hand it over. Let me take a look." The inspector casually extended his hand, accepting the data freshly transcribed by Chris. "Isn't this the Earth-Moon distance? Do you not know that the Moon's orbit is, in fact, elliptical?" A slight discrepancy in data as the inspector began to speak absently, but suddenly froze as if struck by an unseen force. 300,000 kilometers? How is that possible? The inspector's voice became distorted. "The average distance from the Earth to the Moon is approximately 380,000 kilometers. Surely, this is common knowledge. Cosmic Sovereign. The celestial traction device is functioning normally. The vengeful goddess ship has been utterly transformed, its once formidable structure now distorted into a peculiar visage. A mysterious force field envelopes the vessel, concealing its presence. On board, all Cybertronian beings have been converted into puppets, willingly infusing their life energy into this instrument. Depleted Decepticons are unceremoniously cast aside, only to be replaced in a relentless cycle, their eyes devoid of any spark. With this continuous supply of energy, the gravitational beam is propelling the Moon from its orbit, drawing it inexorably closer to Earth. Well done, my loyal servant. Such haste in crafting this weapon speaks volumes of your talent. Let me ponder how I might reward you. I have it. You shall perish alongside this wretched vessel." The Cosmic Emperor gazes with satisfaction upon this creation, born from the ancient hands of Cybertronians, originally designed to transform planets into habitable realms. A cruel smile curls upon his lips as he seizes Soundwave, instantly transmuting him into energy. Ahem, he swiftly consigns him to the power chamber, to serve as a reserve energy source, transforming Cybertronian life energy into instrument power. What a profound form of alchemy. I can sense within my being the rage imprisoned for eons. Let the universe wail in despair. Your emperor shall return. The delicate gravitational balance of celestial bodies is shattered, and the tidal forces that once sustained humanity become the harbingers of destruction. Towering waves crash upon the vast Pacific Ocean, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, transforming the waters into a tumultuous battlefield. The pristine white crests stack upon one another, resembling moving snow-capped mountains, surging forth with unstoppable might. The sea churns wildly, swirling into countless massive whirlpools that mercilessly consume everything in their vicinity, plunging the surface into unending chaos and fury. Coastal cities are instantaneously engulfed, and numerous islands succumb to the depths of the ocean. Magma beneath the earth stirs restlessly, as dormant volcanoes reveal their fearsome fangs after millions of years. Thick plumes of smoke rise above the supervolcano in Yellowstone, as the molten rock gathers towards the crater under the influence of tidal forces. The fragile geological layers are on the brink of succumbing to the subterranean lava lake. As Chris observes the shifting distance between Earth and the Moon, remaining observation centers worldwide simultaneously sound the alarm to humanity. The nascent human society, at the dawn of its existence, now faces the specter of annihilation. If there is any stroke of fortune, it is that humanity, having endured the Cybertronian crisis, is no longer as naive as at the outset. The reformed Earth Defense Forces have been mobilized once again, guiding the remnants of humanity inland. Dr. Raine, I hold great admiration for your efforts toward the future of humanity. However, I regret to inform you that all may already be beyond redemption. A collision between the Earth and the Moon is now an unavoidable event. Our warship is poised in the vast expanse of outer space, and we are willing to embark on this journey with you. Dr. Raine, now drenched in sweat, has been frantically pondering the reasons and solutions since the alarming proximity of the Moon to Earth. Yet he remains utterly perplexed. Even in the realm of the Warhammer universe, weapons capable of obliterating planets in a physical sense are deemed advanced technology. Moreover, these relics are remnants from ancient times, possessing a functionality that is understood only to a limited extent, with their principles shrouded in mystery, rendering replication impossible. Even if his memories were intact, he would hesitate to claim he could wield such a weapon, especially now when substantial fragments of his recollection remain elusive. Dr. Raine, perhaps you should depart. There are numerous planets in the universe that could sustain carbon-based life. You could begin anew there, the Shockwave advised, not out of concern for Raine, but because he firmly believed that only Raine could restore the source of fire, a task he deemed paramount. No, there must be another way. Our satellite has returned to normal. Nuclear warheads capable of global deployment lie on the Moon. If detonated simultaneously on its surface, the thrust generated in an instant would be. Be quiet. Do you think this is a scene from the Wandering Earth? Our current era lacks such technology. In the high-level meeting, desperate humanity was preparing for a final struggle. Chapter 83. Struggle and Choice. It is a well-known fact that the Moon, as Earth's satellite, boasts an extraordinary diameter of 400 kilometers. In the vast cosmos, such a size in relation to its planet is exceedingly rare, as if a delicate and perilous balance has been intentionally orchestrated. The newly established conference room of the federal government was convened for the first time to deliberate on matters of humanity's survival. Another notable fact is that the asteroid that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago had a mere diameter of 10 kilometers. Observations indicate that the Moon is approaching Earth at an alarming rate of 10,000 kilometers per day, with the current distance between the two now less than 300,000 kilometers. Experts with frosted temples wore grave expressions as they meticulously addressed the anxiously attentive audience, delivering detailed reports on the latest observational data and analyses surrounding the cataclysmic crisis of a potential Earth-Moon collision. On the large screen, numbers fluctuated in real time, each fluctuation resonating like the tolling of a countdown clock in the hearts of all present. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions are all consequences of the increasingly close tidal forces. These calamities will only grow more frequent as apocalyptic disasters become commonplace, leading to the final reckoning in 30 days. The head of the expert panel, once a formidable authority in academia, guiding the direction of scientific inquiry, now appeared pallid, his voice trembling as he announced the grim fate awaiting Earth. In contrast to the robust military officers who charge in a battle, these technicians, engrossed in data and theoretical research, possess a clearer understanding of the dire implications of the present situation. Through meticulous observations with sophisticated instruments, complex model calculations, and profound expertise, they have discerned the irresistible force behind this impending catastrophe. In less than 30 days, within mere days, we shall perish before the oncoming disaster. A young expert muttered in despair, his eyes brimming with fear for the future and a deep reluctance to relinquish life. Why indeed? Why is humanity so beset by misfortune? A seasoned elder gazed skyward, his eyes filled with indignation and bitterness, his cries reverberating in the silent conference room. This voice seemed to signal a collective despair, as the anguished shouts of the crowd surged and filled the entire chamber. Among them were capable commanders who had once navigated the chaos of war with unwavering resolve. as well as warlords who had thrived in tumultuous times, accustomed to wielding power over life and death. Yet now, confronted by this apocalyptic threat, their faces bore only helplessness. Even before the formidable Decepticons, those powerful extraterrestrial machines, they would unhesitatingly offer their lives, proving their valor with blood. However, faced with such an astronomical calamity, they found themselves paralyzed. This was not an adversary that could be resisted by human might. There were no targets to aim at, no battlegrounds to strategize upon. Only the relentless laws of the universe and the encroaching shadow of death. The moon had orbited steadily for billions of years. Why then this sudden upheaval? After narrowly surviving a war with extraterrestrials, after humanity had begun to show signs of resurgence, all at once, the immense sacrifices made for survival turned to ashes. Why must it be so? Lin Zhonghu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wide with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he wished to unleash his boundless fury upon the void of the air. We cannot ascertain the cause. Perhaps it is an astronomical disaster triggered by natural phenomena. If it indeed stems from human actions, then we possess no qualifications to contend with a civilization capable of such effects. The leader of the expert group replied with a vacant expression. Since the moment this phenomenon was observed, his heart had felt as cold as ash. Each analysis confirmed the sentence of a death warrant. This calamity could not be resisted by human strength. Those once proud technological achievements now seemed utterly insignificant and powerless in the face of such a monumental disaster. The notion of collective will and humanity's triumph over nature is mere self-deception. Shall we simply await our doom? Lin Yu abruptly stood, slamming his hands on the conference table, his body trembling slightly, his eyes shimmering with defiance. At the very least, we could launch all our nuclear missiles to the moon, detonating them at apogee. Perhaps there exists a slender chance to alter its trajectory. His voice, tinged with excitement, came out hoarse and rapid, as if he had grasped a lifeline. However fragile and tenuous it may be, the expert group assessed the success rate of this initiative. Lin Zhonghu urgently interjected, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Despite the possibility that this hope might be in vain, he was unwilling to relinquish this final struggle. Even if we detonated all existing nuclear warheads, the energy generated would be wholly insufficient to alter the moon's orbit. The head of the experts remarked with a bitter smile. These technologists had contemplated such measures far earlier than their military counterparts. Prior to the meeting, they had conducted numerous calculations and simulations, exploring various possibilities, only to ultimately conclude that it was a fruitless endeavor. The destructive weapons that humanity took pride in were, in comparison to the moon's mass, akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Rather than pursue such folly, it would be wiser to use these rockets to escape Earth. Though it would still lead to inevitable demise, it might afford them a few more days of survival. In those final moments, they could seek a glimmer of hope. However faint and illusory it may be, better than I anticipated. I thought the success rate would be less than 1 in 10,000, Lin Zhonghu said, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a grin. The expert slightly parted his lips, hesitating to speak. That was merely a rough estimate. In reality, the odds might not even reach 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. There is essentially no hope. It is a harsh reality that they were reluctant to confront, but had to accept. Even so, we cannot resign ourselves to fate. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must give it our all. Humanity has never awaited death in silence, Lin Zhonghu declared, resolved to launch a desperate battle against the moon, a celestial body that once embodied countless human aspirations. In ancient times, the moon was a romantic symbol in the verses of poets, a solace for wandering souls, and a representation of humanity's longing for the unknown. Yet now, it had transformed into a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head. Governor, we do not concur with this decision. The hope is too faint. An elder expert adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. It would be wiser to use the limited rockets to launch humanity's seeds into space. The existence of extraterrestrials has already been proven. It is better to use the limited rockets to send forth humanity's seeds, striving for a chance at survival. Chapter 84. In case you are unaware, let me inform you. Dr. Raine, we should evacuate at the earliest opportunity. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood, Scott urged anxiously at the new base in Australia. Due to the imminent crisis of the Yellowstone volcano's eruption, all personnel associated with Raine were urgently relocated to Australia. This ancient and unique continent resembled a sturdy ark, having settled through the passage of time. Its relatively stable geological structure made it a sought-after refuge amidst the impending apocalypse. Such a calamity, even in the present-day Cybertron, would render one utterly powerless. To think that you primitive humans dare to defy fate is nothing short of folly. The imprisoned tarantulas emitted a sharp, piercing mockery from the side. You would be better off releasing me. I swear by the esteemed title of Decepticon Commander that I could lead you aboard the Nemesis to escape this impending doom. You ought to first ascertain whether your Nemesis still lies intact. Raine raised his chin slightly, a glint of subtle cunning flashing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smirk laced with derision. What do you mean by that? Tarantula's voice suddenly turned shrill and strange, reminiscent of a wildcat whose tail has been stepped on. In his understanding, Soundwave was the most loyal of Decepticon subordinates, bound to never betray him. He would dutifully remain in low Earth orbit, awaiting his return. After all, Soundwave was no power-hungry Decepticon. Your nemesis has most likely been driven away, Raine replied languidly, each word striking Tarantula's heart like a heavy hammer. Optimus Prime and his allies conducted a thorough search in Earth's orbit, yet found not a trace of the nemesis. Considering your current predicament, I kindly inform you to spare yourself from these futile daydreams. Raine crossed his arms, the mockery etched more evidently on his face. Moreover, even if we were to evacuate, there would be no place for you, esteemed commander. Raine deliberately emphasized the word commander, the jest in his tone growing more pronounced, as if teasing a wild beast trapped in a cage, relishing its outrage and despair. Impossible. The Decepticons would never abandon me. Tarantulas roared frantically, his body trembling violently, the metallic joints clattering ominously. It seemed he sought to dispel the fear and unease within him with his furious cry. It was only natural that the Autobots could not locate the Nemesis. It was equipped with advanced optical cloaking technology. It must be concealed in low Earth orbit at this very moment, quietly awaiting the return of its leader. Tarantula's voice echoed within the confined space, causing discomfort to the ears. Yet, just after he uttered this statement, his voice abruptly ceased, as if a string had been suddenly severed. He appeared to realize that his prior words were somewhat ill-advised, a flicker of regret and caution crossing his face. Cunning human, you are deliberately enticing me to reveal classified information, aren't you? Tarantula's voice grew low and ominous, a dangerous glint shimmering in his optics as he fixed his gaze on Raine, as if wishing to pierce him with 1,000 daggers. However, the formidable Red Spider is not so easily outwitted. I have long discerned your vile schemes. Red Spider declared defiantly, attempting to mask his recent lapse and inner turmoil. Yet, the tremor in his voice betrayed his unease. I shall never reveal to you that the optical barrier, though seemingly robust, is profoundly fragile. A single shot from an ion cannon can effortlessly breach it. Red Spider exclaimed in exasperation, his emotions spiraling out of control. The once haughty and cold demeanor had dissipated, leaving behind a figure engulfed in anger and fear, a defeated soul. Oh, truly? I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed Commander Red Spider. Your words are indeed invaluable to us. A faint smile graced Raine's lips, suffused with the joy of victory and mockery towards Red Spider. He turned to Scott and said, "Let us proceed, Scott, to seek Optimus Prime and convey this intelligence. They have been long-standing adversaries of the Decepticons. Surely they will know how to navigate this predicament." Raine and Scott strode out of Red Spider's confinement, leaving behind the irate shouts of Red Spider. Despicable. Shameless. You wretched humans shall pay dearly for your actions today. The echoes of Red Spider's curses reverberated through the empty corridor, imbued with a sense of futility and desolation. Poor Decepticons. Let this be a small sacrifice for your beloved Commander Red Spider. Otherwise, I may very well perish alongside this backward planet. As Raine and Scott's figures faded into the distance, Red Spider gradually ceased his inept performance. The F-22 remained silently ensconced in its cage, returning to silence. Dr. Raine, is that extraterrestrial truly so foolish? Outside the cage, Scott could not help but inquire, as the recent events had unfolded like a farce. He must be a fool. He knows all too well that our survival is intertwined. If we perish, he shall follow us into oblivion. Raine replied with a calm demeanor, asserting that this farce was merely a tacit performance by two individuals. The existence of extraterrestrials has indeed been confirmed. Perhaps there are benevolent alien races willing to embrace us. In the conference room of the federal government, an expert continued from earlier, his gaze revealing a glimmer of helplessness and desperate fantasy. From a rational perspective, this choice is equally a dead end. To place humanity's hopes upon the ethereal existence of alien races is utterly absurd. The cosmos is vast, and the morality of extraterrestrial beings remains unknown. Even if such races exist, who can assure us they would extend a helping hand? Moreover, within the constraints of time and resources, the success of launching humanity's essence into the cosmos and its subsequent discovery by alien races remains an enormous uncertainty. However, in stark contrast to Lin Zhonghu's proposal, the expert's suggestion unexpectedly garnered the overwhelming support of the majority of officials. Indeed, as the chief executive, I stand in favor of the expert's opinion. One official echoed, a flicker of selfish survival instinct gleaming in his eyes. I too support this, declared another official, and soon a chorus of approval resonated throughout the conference room. Chapter 85, The Decision of Humanity. Lin Zhonghu's eyes twitched slightly. He understood the thoughts of these former comrades all too well. Despite the current limitations of the cargo rockets, which could hardly sustain their supplies for long, the cramped cabins might only accommodate the bare necessities for a handful of individuals. Furthermore, due to the casualties among technical personnel during the war, most rockets had fallen into disrepair from lack of maintenance. The metallic exteriors were corroded and rusted from the passage of time and neglect, while various internal components likely harbored hidden malfunctions. Yet, as long as there was a chance to survive another day, these individuals would clutch desperately at this lifeline. Even if the ultimate fate was to drift through the cosmos, succumbing to starvation or thirst, they preferred not to confront the inevitable end that awaited them. Should he nod in agreement, only those present in the room would escape. The ordinary populace would be ruthlessly abandoned on this soon-to-be-destroyed planet, awaiting their demise. No, in the name of the Supreme Executive, hereby veto this proposal. Should anyone dare to mention this matter again, do not blame me for disregarding past loyalties. Lin Zhonghu slammed his pistol onto the table, glaring at the disheveled assembly like an enraged tiger. Perhaps taken aback by Lin Zhonghu's vehement reaction, the room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing and racing hearts. Lin Zhonghu, who do you think you were intimidating with that broken gun? Finally, a military-born official could no longer contain himself, rising to his feet, his face flushed with anger and indignation. We complied when you demanded we relinquish our military power. We accepted our roles as mere figureheads. Now you wish to close off our last avenue of survival. If you choose to wait for death here, why must you drag us down with you? His sharp and shrill voice echoed throughout the conference room. A brave soul emerged from the crowd, and chaos ensued. I believe it was you who used a nuclear bomb to annihilate those extraterrestrials, provoking their wrath. You are the true architect of humanity's destruction. Hearing such unreasonable accusations, Lin Zhonghu's fury ignited to its peak. His eyes instantly reddened, fixated on the audacious speaker, as he seized the pistol from the table with a fierce grip. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air, accompanied by a flash of fire from muzzle. The individual who had accused him stared in disbelief, clutching his chest, and slowly collapsed, blood pooling on the floor. The sudden gunfire plunged the conference room into an eerie stillness, as all eyes turned towards Lin Zhonghu, who stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Lin Zhonghu's hand trembled slightly, the barrel of his pistol still emanating wisps of smoke. If decisive action was not taken, these crazed individuals, overwhelmed by terror, might resort to unspeakable acts. Gritting his teeth, Lin Zhonghu proclaimed, from this moment forward, should anyone dare disrupt the order solely concerned with their own escape, this shall be their fate. As if summoned by the sound of the gunfire, the door to the conference room burst open, and soldiers from the guard unit rushed in, weapons at the ready. They formed a disciplined perimeter around the room, their steely gazes locking onto the assembly, effectively asserting control over the situation. These men were Lin Zhonghu's elite guards, each one a paragon of unwavering loyalty. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Zhonghu bellowed, "Listen closely, This is not the time for blame shifting or self-preservation. We are the leaders of humanity, bearing the weight of our collective fate. In this dire moment, we must devise a means to save as many lives as possible, rather than behaving like a pack of frightened strays focused solely on our own survival. Turning to the visibly shaken experts, he continued, "You are all esteemed professionals, and we urgently require your expertise to formulate a detailed plan. Time is of the essence. The geological activity has already devastated numerous precious launch sites. We cannot afford further delay." The head of the expert group nodded slightly, responding, "Although the chances of success are exceedingly slim, we must attempt it nonetheless. However, time is pressing, and if possible, we would appreciate additional technical support from you, Commissioner." Lin Zhonghu's expression soured at this request. While they were willing to risk their lives in battle, the intricacies of technical planning were a different matter entirely. This expert group had been painstakingly assembled, and though there might be talented individuals in the civilian sector, the urgency of the situation left no time for a search. The scars left by the Decepticons on humanity were far too deep. Not to mention, Lin Zhonghu awkwardly conceded, even artillery observers could commandeer the observation stations left behind by NASA. We need to conduct as thorough an assessment of the current rocket conditions as possible, and more launch facilities must be repaired. All of this requires a considerable number of technical personnel. With just our limited resources, time is woefully insufficient, and any forced progress will only lead to failure. The experts shook their heads in resignation. At this juncture, every matter was open for negotiation except this one. "Very well. I will do my utmost to rally the scattered technical staff," Lin Zhonghu replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Though filled with reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the nascent federal government has yet to establish a firm footing, exhibiting a complete lack of organizational prowess, especially amidst such dire circumstances. The newly formed federal government is utterly devoid of this organizational strength, particularly in the face of such dire conditions. "Father, perhaps we could seek the assistance of Dr. Raine," Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the thought. Although the Earth has undergone a reconfiguration of its territories, all governors tacitly avoid the region where Raine resides. Following several rejected communications, Raine's influence was quietly excluded from the governmental landscape. Initially, the overly anxious federal government regarded this territory with trepidation. Despite the absence of direct conflict, a significant stalemate ensued. However, Raine did not engage in any of the nefarious activities they feared. He remained steadfastly within his domain, indifferent to the world outside. Over time, they relaxed their control, even deliberately forgetting about this area. "Dr. Raine? Is he still alive?" one member of the expert group asked in astonishment. Since the outbreak of war, Raine had seldom made an appearance, and the federal government, for various reasons, had refrained from disseminating any news regarding him. Many assumed that this extraordinary genius had likely perished amidst the chaos of war, prompting countless lamentations from admirers. "Indeed, we are in North America. Gorn, did you hear that? Dr. Raine is still alive." Lin Yu began, but before he could finish, he nudged an elderly man who had been dozing off, exclaiming loudly, "Dr. Zan." The old man, still bleary-eyed, looked towards the one who had roused him, mumbling indistinctly, clearly not fully awake. From his aged visage, it was evident that he was the fervent admirer of Raine from the brain-machine interface hearing. "What a muddle-headed old fool I am, but this is splendid. If we have Dr. Raine's assistance, then this shall be no trouble at all." The expert who had awakened Gorn could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, Lin Zhonghu's face betrayed a hint of shame. Although he had not orchestrated the past events, he was aware of the underlying circumstances, and despite his reluctance to admit it, he indeed harbored apprehensions regarding this force that existed outside the federal government. "It will not be a problem. This is a calamity shared by all humanity, and Dr. Raine will surely recognize the gravity of the situation," an aged voice interjected, that of Gorn. "I've had brief contact with Dr. Raine. He is not that kind of person." "Wonderful. Then could you represent us in seeking aid from Dr. Raine?" Lin Zhonghu inquired. "Of course, it would be my honor." The now awakened Gorn prepared to lead the delegation, headed by Lin Yu, towards North America. Meanwhile, Raine found himself once more ensnared in the realm of dreams. During this period, his forays into the dreamscape became increasingly frequent. Each dream felt more vivid, and the duration of his dreams extended significantly. He even began to drift into dreams unexpectedly during his waking hours, several times finding himself in perilous situations. As in the previous occasion, he nearly plummeted into the furnace. Had it not been for Joyce's quick reflexes, who extended a mechanical arm to grasp him, the consequences would have been dire. In that dream, Raine found himself in the eye of fear, Cardia, where he became a valiant warrior of the Cardia Legion. During the skirmish against the Chaos Warband, his entire squad was encircled. Ultimately, after exhausting the last of their explosive ordnance, they entered the much-anticipated phase of close-quarters combat. Despite the valiant efforts of these courageous warriors, who fought until the final moment, they were unable to escape the grim fate of slaughter. The energy of the power sword's disintegration stance depleted. The powered armor lay in tatters, and the vitality of their bodies was drained. Raine stood isolated on the battlefield, launching a final charge against the Chaos Traitors. Boom! An explosive round detonated against his chest, and Raine collapsed to the ground. In the fleeting moment before his eyes closed, a Chaos warrior pierced his chest with a sword. The Chaos explosive detonated once more, sending Raine crashing to the ground. As he felt his eyes closing, the Chaos warriors plunged their swords into their own chests. With a start, Raine abruptly awoke from the dream, his body aching, devoid of the refreshing sensation one expects upon rising. He was ensnared once again in a dream. What was it trying to reveal to him? Raine, shaken by the experience, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and instinctively reached for his chest, where the power sword had pierced him in the dream. A sticky, warm sensation greeted his touch, and a foreboding feeling surged within him. Looking down, he saw his hand smeared in crimson. The wound was shallow, merely a scrape, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the lethal power sword from his dream. The dream had begun to influence reality. Raine thought in alarm. This unnerved Joyce, who had been highly vigilant lately, never straying far from Raine, fearful of his potential misfortune. His caution proved justified when the awakened Raine nearly fell victim to the machinery on the aerospace battleship production line. Joyce swiftly pulled Raine away from the conveyor, his voice tinged with tremor and urgency. "Doctor, you cannot continue like this. Your condition is too abnormal and poses a severe threat to your safety." Raine's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes reflecting deep confusion as he muttered, "This is no coincidence. These dreams must be warning me of something." But what could it be? He gazed down at the shallow bloodstain on his chest, resembling the mark of the power sword, his brow furrowed in thought. Just then, the rumble of aircraft outside the base shattered the heavy atmosphere within the room. Joyce instinctively glanced out the window, spotting several aircraft adorned with the emblem of the federal government descending slowly. "Doctor, it appears the representatives of the federal government have arrived." Prior to their arrival, Lin Zhonghu had formally announced their visit to Raine with grand diplomatic decorum. Soon after, Gorn entered the room in haste, accompanied by Lin Yu and others. Gorn was the first to speak, his tone urgent and sincere. "Dr. Raine, it has been a long time since we last met. Humanity stands on the brink of peril. We find ourselves at an impasse and can only beseech your assistance." Lin Yu stepped forward, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Dr. Ryan, you are our last hope. My father has decided to use a nuclear bomb to displace the approaching moon from its orbit. However, our rocket's capacity is insufficient. The launch site is severely damaged, and skilled technicians are scarce. Only your extraordinary intellect can help us turn the tide." Ryan silently observed them, fully aware of the situation. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. "It is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Gorn. You should know that the odds of success are no better than a star destroyer emerging from the screen and annihilating the moon in one shot." Upon hearing this, Gorn and the others displayed expressions of shame. "We have no better alternatives," Lin Yu said solemnly. "Very well. I need to know the detailed technical parameters of all the rockets, the profiles of the available technicians, and precise monitoring data on geological activity. The more comprehensive, the better. I have more pressing matters. Joyce and Scott will assist you," Ryan suddenly added. "Yes, Sage." Joyce nodded in acknowledgement. It was only then that Gorn and his companions noticed Joyce's uniqueness. A mechanical limb protruded from his back in a manner contrary to human physiological structure. The metallic exterior gleamed with a cold hardness in the dim light, adorned with intricate and complex circuitry and pipelines. Occasionally, a blue energy glow coursed along the lines, reminiscent of flowing electronic blood. What is this? Gorn asked, astonished. Just a mechanical arm. There's no need for such surprise, Joyce said dismissively, the arm deftly maneuvering in the air as if it were an extension of his own hand. Do you have a data? Joyce inquired impatiently. Raine had enlisted him to assist these individuals with this tedious task, and while he would not refuse, it did not imply he would treat them kindly, especially considering their previous interactions had been far from amicable. Linyu snapped out of his shock and quickly nodded. Rest assured, we have brought everything you need. With that, he signaled to those behind him to present a thick stack of documents. Joyce accepted the materials and immediately immersed himself in them, meticulously flipping through the pages, leaving the room enveloped in the soft rustle of paper. As he delved deeper into the documents, Joyce's brow furrowed increasingly tight. The problems were far more intricate than anticipated. The existing rocket engine technology was outdated, with a painfully low energy conversion rate, which was the crux of the capacity issue. Moreover, the geological instability of the launch site posed numerous challenges, complicating repairs immensely. Doctor, in your opinion, where should we focus our efforts? Gorn asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Joyce lifted his head. First, we must upgrade and modify the rocket engines. We already have methods to utilize the energy left behind by the aliens. Chapter 87. Lieutenant Raine. Dr. Raine has fainted again. With a gasp, the cosmic warrior Raine collapsed once more. Lieutenant Raine, were you lost in thought about? Did you truly heed my words just now? In the vast, unfathomable depths of space, a Dominator-class heavy cruiser, the Pure Flame, hung silently, bearing the scars of battle. It resembled a steel giant, weary and wounded, resting amidst the cosmos. The bow of the vessel was shrouded in formidable armor, shaped like a colossal blade cleaving through the air, glimmering with a chilling radiance under the cold light of the universe. Adorning this blade were exquisite carvings of angels, fearsome sea beasts, and agile eagles, each rendered with breathtaking detail. Surrounding them was a scene of utter carnage. Severed limbs and broken bodies lay scattered like shattered remnants of stars. Fragments of destroyed ships drifted aimlessly, akin to metallic petals falling in the cosmic void. It was evident that this place had recently witnessed a harrowing and blood-soaked interstellar battle. Within the bridge, a tall captain with flowing golden hair glared at his dark-haired lieutenant, his face a mask of fury, his tone laden with reproach. I apologize, Captain Abridar. I don't know how I became distracted, Lieutenant Raine replied hastily, his words betraying his anxiety and unease. He was troubled by his inability to concentrate, having completely missed the captain's critical orders, as if he had slipped into slumber. This was a moment of dire consequence for the Gothic sector. Damn the chaotic, dark gods. It seems the subspace storm has indeed affected you. Abridar gritted his teeth. It's all right, Lieutenant Raine. Perhaps you were simply fatigued. Once we have repelled that scoundrel Abaddon, I shall treat you to a fine drink. At this, the captain's tone softened slightly, infused with a sense of camaraderie and concern. I have exquisite wine brought from the sacred Terra, he added reassuringly. Now, General Ravensborg has ordered us to return at full speed to Tarantus. The Mandeville Point, there is currently the most stable subspace corridor. The captain's expression turned grave once more as he spoke rapidly. That fiend Abaddon has unleashed his blasphemous fleet upon Tarantus with reckless abandon. Our reinforcements have only just arrived, barely finding their footing before being ambushed by those shameless rogues. We must quickly assess our casualties. There is no time to regroup. We are about to plunge into another fierce battle. Captain Abridar reiterated his orders, each word resonating with the weight of 1,000 burdens upon Lieutenant Raine's heart. The war had reached a critical juncture, and the Imperial Navy stationed in the Gothic sector had already suffered grievously. The subspace storm had finally subsided enough to allow for external support. It could not be permitted to be thwarted by Abaddon. Aye, Captain. The aide-de-camp, Raine, stood upright and acknowledged with a nod, then swiftly exited the bridge. Within the dimly lit corridor, only a few flickering electric candles emitted a feeble glow, resembling candles struggling against the wind. Their light, under the encroaching darkness, appeared precarious, and a heavy sense of oppression enveloped him, as if it sought to imprison his very soul. Yet wherever his gaze fell, the effigies of the Emperor and sacred icons were omnipresent. They stood solemnly in every corner, silently exhibiting the unwavering loyalty and devout reverence of the crew towards the Emperor. For reasons unknown, These familiar sights stirred within Raine an unexpected ripple of emotion, akin to pebbles cast into the still waters of his heart. What is happening to me? Am I succumbing to corruption? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Raine, and with the keen intuition of a soldier, he sensed his own anomaly. Without hesitation, he turned towards the quarters of the ship's ecclesiastic advisor. Deep within the vessel, the towering statue of the Emperor seemed to uphold the very heavens. Surrounded by brilliant lights as if daylight had descended, countless burning holy candles flickered, creating a sacred sea of light that accentuated the statue's divine majesty. Beneath its gaze, a fervent priest was passionately chanting hymns, his voice seemingly imbued with the power to pierce the soul. The faithful gathered below were moved to tears, yearning to lay down their lives at the Emperor's feet, seeking the unparalleled glory of returning to the throne and eternal peace. Raine's lips parted as if to speak, yet he ultimately refrained from disclosing his troubling state. These zealous priests might purify him, but the chances of such purification were nearly non-existent. Should any hint of corruption arise, these priests would undoubtedly burn him without a second thought. Let me die with honor on the battlefield, O Emperor, Raine silently resolved as he quietly exited the chapel. Perhaps the machine god could provide answers to my questions. He was not yet ready to embrace death, at least not in this critical moment when his life hung in the balance. Summoning his resolve, Raine set about assessing the damage as ordered by the captain. He traversed the various compartments of the ship, each scene more chaotic than the last. In the power chamber, several vital energy engines belched thick black smoke, with parts strewn across the floor as repair crews scrambled to make emergency fixes. Faced with such severe damage, their faces reflected helplessness and anxiety. Upon reaching the soldiers' rest area, the devastation was even more harrowing. Beds overturned, walls stained with blood. Raine spotted several severely wounded men lying in a corner, their breath shallow. Medics worked frantically with limited resources, striving to save lives, yet the sheer number of casualties far exceeded the scant supplies available. The situation in the weapons bay was equally grim. The barrels of laser cannons were twisted and deformed, and ammunition reserves were alarmingly low. Clearly a result of the fierce assault they had just endured. A weight settled in Raine's heart, given the current state of losses. How could they possibly face the ensuing battles? In another section of the warship, Raine encountered the industrious technomancer, a priest of the mechanical cult. Clad in a rust-red robe adorned with intricate mechanical patterns, most of the priest's visage was obscured by an oddly shaped respirator. It was difficult to fathom whether the flesh behind it was human or mechanical, for these fervent devotees of the mechanical god willingly replaced their own parts with steel. A peculiar sense of familiarity and nostalgia washed over him. Behind the priest, agile mechanical tendrils deftly operated various tools, diligently repairing a heavily damaged fighter drone. The injured drones emitted futile groans, their eyes rolled back, heads twitching erratically, presenting a grotesque sight. Chapter 88. The Destruction of the Sun Technomancer. The situation aboard the warship is dire. How is the repair progress on your end? Raine, suppressing his revulsion despite having served on this vessel for decades, approached with urgency in his tone. The Technomancer did not immediately raise his head, but mechanically responded, Lieutenant Raine, the core processors of these drones have sustained severe damage, with numerous short circuits complicating repairs. The essence of mechanized repair lies in replacement. These drones hold no significance in restoration. Once broken, their fate is destruction. Yet, we swear by the name of the Omnissiah, we shall exert every effort to restore its functionality. Observing the bustling technicians around him, Raine inquired further, what are the other critical systems? Power, weaponry, these are matters of life and death. How much assurance do we have to effect repairs before the impending battle? The Technomancer paused his work, lifting his gaze. A muffled voice emanated from the respirator. The power system can currently only be restored to 70% output, which is its utmost limit, as the replacement of key components requires time we severely lack. As for the weapon systems, the repair rate of the main cannon stands at approximately 50%, with insufficient ammunition, leaving us to rely on battlefield acquisitions. Upon hearing this, Raine furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting their plight. 70% power and 50% weaponry against the vast and blasphemous fleet of Abaddon would undoubtedly render their struggle exceedingly arduous. Thank you for your efforts, Technomancer. Please expedite the process, Raine concluded, turning to depart and report the dismal state of losses to his superiors. Suddenly, he halted. Priest, you misordered the replacement of the drones. If you begin repairs with a sensor array, it will expedite the process. After uttering this seemingly nonsensical advice, Raine left the control center in a haze. Am I instructing a technomancer on his duties? He pondered, bewildered by his own words. The technomancer, taken aback, soon recognized the truth in Raine's assertion. The machine array had been in dealings with him for several years, yet was still less knowledgeable than an ordinary human. A fleeting surprise flickered through his wisdom core. Captain Abredal, the situation is as follows. Within the command bridge, Lieutenant Raine concluded his report and closed his notebook. Understood. Set sail at full speed. Destination, Talantis. Abredal nodded and issued the command. Despite the warship's battered state, the Purity of Flame bore its pain and slowly commenced its journey towards Talantis at full throttle. Along the way, Lieutenant Raine tirelessly moved between various stations, orchestrating the final preparations for battle. Upon the warship's arrival at the battlefield, a scene of utter chaos unfolded before their eyes. Abaddon's desecration fleet loomed like a dark cloud, casting a shadow across the cosmos. The warships resembled grotesque beasts that had crawled from the abyss of subspace, their twisted hulls adorned with eerie patterns reminiscent of blood vessels. They writhed incessantly, emitting a nauseating glow as if they possessed life. The outer shell of these vessels was not of traditional metallic texture, but bore a dark crimson hue akin to rotting flesh, seeping foul-smelling slime that seemed to proclaim their blasphemous nature to the universe. Various menacing weapons protruded from this grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal, their barrels primed and ready to unleash munitions capable of destruction and corruption. In stark contrast, the Imperial fleet not only faced a numerical disadvantage, but most of their warships bore the scars of fierce battles. Yet they stood resolutely like weary warriors. Admiral Ravensborg's flagship, situated at the heart of the fleet, radiated an air of authority, continuously issuing commands to direct the fleet's formations. The Purity of Flame swiftly found its designated position. Integrating into the defensive array, the battle erupted instantaneously, illuminating the cosmos with the brilliance of cannon fire as beams of laser light danced through the void like lethal arrows. The Purity of Flame, through sheer willpower and the crew's remarkable skills, narrowly evaded enemy assaults while seizing opportunities to counterattack. However, due to deficiencies in its power and weapon systems, each counterstrike felt somewhat inadequate. Within the command bridge, Captain Abredal fixated on the targeting instruments, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he bellowed commands. Port-side gunners, concentrate fire on the enemy Cruiser 3. Helmsman, be mindful of evasion. Do not allow them to lock onto us. Lieutenant Raine assisted alongside him, his gaze darting between various dials and displays, relaying battlefield information to the captain. Captain, a squadron of enemy destroyers has been detected flanking us on the starboard. Our shields are beginning to weaken under their sustained assault. Yet, as the battle raged on, the enemy's onslaught grew increasingly fierce, with Imperial warships succumbing one after another to the overwhelming firepower, transforming into debris scattered across the cosmos. The Purity of Fire was not spared. Numerous compartments were struck, igniting a fierce conflagration. The crew valiantly fought against the flames and smoke, with the casualty figures steadily rising. Nevertheless, no one harbored thoughts of retreat as they fervently shouted the name of the Emperor, steadfastly holding their positions. Yet, the reality was harsh. The Imperial fleet gradually found itself at a disadvantage, and the defensive line began to falter. In the wake of a fierce assault from the enemy, the main engine of the Purity of Fire suffered severe damage, resulting in a significant loss of power, causing the vessel to sway and nearly lose control. Captain, the Blackstone Bastion has breached our defenses. At that moment, Raine reported the dire situation to Aberdal. 3 ships, entirely cloaked in black, with a central structure resembling a black pyramid and wide wings extending outward, had successfully penetrated the line and were advancing towards the Star of Talantis. Captain Aberdal's complexion turned ashen. He understood the gravity of the situation, yet gritted his teeth and commanded, all crew, concentrate fire on the Blackstone Bastion. Even if it means fighting to the last man, we cannot allow the enemy to succeed easily. Yes, Raine responded, promptly issuing the combat orders. Load the artillery. Ready. Charge the light spears. Charged. Aim at the Blackstone Bastion and fire with all our might. Not only the purity of fire, but the remaining warships also made the same resolute choice. Countless torpedoes and particle beams surged forth towards the three vessels, each as large as asteroids. However, the formidable defenses of these ancient necromantic creations were astonishing. Humanity's firepower merely splashed harmlessly against their shields. The three Blackstone Bastions, enduring the Empire's onslaught, slowly advanced towards the core of the star system, hovering above the sun of Talantis. Simultaneously, the bastions unleashed powerful beams of light, converging upon one point before firing towards the sun. At that moment, the distant star began to exhibit unstable fluctuations under the assault of the Blackstone Bastions, its luminosity flickering erratically. With a blinding flash, the core of the star was ignited, and a colossal shockwave of energy swept outward like the harbinger of doom. The sun that had illuminated Talantis for eons began its irreversible collapse, transforming at an astonishing rate into a supernova. No, General Ravensbug cried out in despair. But it was too late to salvage the situation. The Imperial fleet, struck by this double blow, was utterly shattered. Warships were consumed by the energy wave, reduced to cosmic dust. The purity of fire struggled amidst the surging tide of energy, its armor beginning to melt under the extreme heat. And internal systems faltered one by one. All available energy aboard the Purity of Fire was devoted to sustaining the shield in a desperate attempt to withstand this calamity. The aide-de-camp of Raine gazed at his despairing comrades surrounding him. He closed his eyes and silently prayed, "O Emperor, if this is to be our fate, grant us the final glory, so that our souls may find solace beside your throne." As if responding to Raine's plea, the psychic energies within the warp began to surge. Chapter 89. The catastrophe continues, Mr. Scott. We will inform you promptly when Dr. Raine awakens. You have been awake for several days and need rest. In the realm of reality, Raine lay lifeless upon his hospital bed, his complexion as pale as frostbitten leaves. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his brow was furrowed, as if enduring immense torment even in his dreams. The surrounding medical apparatus emitted a rhythmic ticking sound, monitoring his faint vital signs, while the intravenous fluids slowly dripped into his body, sustaining his fragile existence. "No, I'm fine." Scott shook his head slightly. For him, a few sleepless days posed no burden. However, he found it peculiar that Dr. Raine harbored an odd resistance to physical enhancement. Unlike him and Joyce, who eagerly wished to transform their bodies into ironclad forms, akin to that fortunate landmark. "Sage, if you do not awaken soon, I shall take that body for myself." Scott gazed at Raine, whose eyes remained tightly shut, and spoke half-jokingly in a hushed tone. His voice betrayed a hint of longing. How he wished Raine would suddenly awaken and berate him as usual. Yet, after a brief silence, his anticipation ultimately went unfulfilled. "Scott, has the sage awakened?" The voice of Joyce suddenly echoed through the communicator. "You traitor! You were absent when the Grand Sage needed protection the most." Upon hearing this, Scott's anger flared, and he shouted into the communicator, "This is also the Grand Sage's will. Do you intend to defy his command?" Joyce's voice returned, calm yet assertive. "Moreover, with KC and the others present, unless the moon falls, is there anyone on Earth who could threaten the Sage's existence? Yet you waste your time here like a coward. Once the moon falls, you will have all the time you need." Joyce retorted, "I cannot argue with you, but even if I must perish, I shall do so in closest proximity to Dr. Raine." With that declaration, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed from Joyce's end. It was Scott, lacking resolve, who had severed the connection. At that moment, Joyce found himself amidst the bustling command center, a veritable hive of activity where each individual resembled a diligent worker bee, racing against time for the future of humanity. The technicians moved hurriedly, their figures darting between various instruments, clutching data pads in their hands, where a flurry of parameters danced across the screens. Various instruments emitted a sharp, piercing buzz, while a colossal screen displayed the harrowing image of the moon inexorably drawing nearer to Earth. Under the scrutiny of high-definition lenses, the moon's vast and ominous visage was laid bare, reminiscent of a monstrous beast poised to consume its prey, gradually advancing toward our planet. With merely 20 days remaining in the countdown, tectonic activities intensified, and the fragile lunar crust began to disintegrate. Enormous fragments, akin to a meteor shower, cascaded toward Earth with a deafening roar. Outside the window, a pervasive gloom enveloped the atmosphere. Ever since the cataclysmic eruption of the Yellowstone volcano, Earth seemed shrouded in a somber veil. Sunlight had become a rare luxury, seldom piercing through the dense haze. Even if this lunar crisis were ultimately averted, the Earth had already become inhospitable for humanity. Nonetheless, the immediate concern was to avert the impending catastrophe wrought by the moon. After all, no matter how much time elapsed, the volcanic ash would eventually settle. Wise Sage Raine, if it were you, would there be a solution? Joyce gazed at the despairing image on the screen, heaving a heavy sigh as he murmured softly, Mr. Joyce, thanks to your spatial bridge technology, all rockets and nuclear warheads have successfully arrived in Australia. Lin Yu reported gravely as he hurried over. The engine modification team is also prepared. May we commence operations immediately? These self-proclaimed mechanical deities, with their seemingly endless array of fantastical technologies akin to those from science fiction films, had utterly captivated everyone. The spatial bridge, alien energy engines, and those robed figures who appeared omnipotent filled Lin Yu's mind with vivid imagery. With the aid of these innovations, the nebulous nuclear strike plan became remarkably feasible, hinting at a potential success. He pondered, had these advancements manifested during more peaceful times, what wonders might Earth have experienced? If the lunar crisis had erupted then, it would likely have been resolved with ease. Very well, let us begin. How is the collection of nuclear warheads progressing? Now that transportation is no longer a concern, we must ensure that every possible warhead is sent up. Joyce snapped back to attention, responding with unwavering determination. Almost complete, however, with each additional warhead. The probability of resolving the crisis may increase slightly. We are exerting every effort to locate more, Lin Yu replied, standing tall. What is the current state of the populace? Joyce inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow. At this juncture, he need not involve himself in every-minute detail. He merely needed to maintain a firm grasp on the overarching strategy. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, seeking an update. We have done our utmost in the rescue efforts, Lin Yu replied, his eyes dimming at the weight of those words. He was acutely aware that this unprecedented crisis, even during the zenith of Earth's prosperity, would be exceedingly difficult to navigate, given the intricate and formidable challenges at hand. How much more daunting it was for the currently frail and beleaguered human federal government. Joyce was equally cognizant of this reality. Lin Zhonghu had made several visits, and from his demeanor, utterly exhausted and seemingly drained of vitality, it was evident that he had not closed his eyes in quite some time. May the Omnissiah bestow their blessings upon them, Joyce thought, gently closing his eyes and silently offering a prayer. In the Chilean mountain region, survivors from all corners were converging. Zhang Yuan had already assumed the role of the district's leader, striving with all his might to maintain order amidst the chaos and palpable anxiety that enveloped the atmosphere. Today, the food supply will again be reduced. I hope everyone can understand, he said, glancing forlornly at the dwindling, yet increasingly precious provisions. Brother Zhang, the government said they would push the moon away. Do you think we'll be saved? A little girl, exuberant and innocent, bounded up to Zhang Yuan, her face aglow with untainted joy. Shall you? Zhang Yuan responded, gazing at the girl, who was like a vibrant flower blooming amidst the murky mire. A rare smile graced his face. He knew she was Mark's sister. Lin Zhonghu had kept his promise and provided a substantial compensation for their family, even amid the still challenging circumstances of transportation. Military aircraft had been deployed to return them to their homeland. Zhang Yuan had been explicitly instructed to take good care of these heroes' families. Yes, Xiaoyu, we will soon be home, he said gently, patting her head and mustering a confident smile, his tone resolute. Chapter 90. The Return of the Sage. How wonderful it would be if my brother were here too. In an instant, the brightness in Xiao Yu's eyes dimmed with sorrow. Being so young, she did not grasp the weighty concept of sacrifice that adults spoke of. All she understood was that her brother had finally returned, only to vanish once more. Zhang Yuan, seeing her distress, merely stroked her head again, silently sighing. After all, it was a nuclear bomb. How could there be any hope for survival? He was unaware that Mark had, in fact, been rescued. Zhang Yuan patted Xiao Yu's head once more, grappling with the grim reality. Damn it, and we have so little food left? What is the government doing? The distribution point erupted with a chorus of complaints. What government? It's a miracle if anyone even cares. I've heard that people are starving to death in other places. A man exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation. Yes. How much longer can we survive? Another man gazed upward at the dim, seemingly endless expanse of the sky. The moon was shrouded beneath a thick veil of volcanic ash. Yet the encroaching menace loomed ever closer. The distinction between day and night had dissolved. The world appeared ensnared in an infinite chaos. O poor Earth, destined to be a sacrificial offering for the resurrection of the great cosmic emperor. Aboard the vengeful flagship, the possessed Megatron beheld the tragic scenes unfolding on Earth. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. The awe-inspiring spectacle of the Yellowstone volcano's eruption left him breathless as he realized that his revival was imminent. The Cosmic Emperor's madness intensified. My lord, the Autobots are in pursuit. They must be aware of our cloaking field, reported Soundwave, kneeling in deference. Let them search. Even if they destroy the celestial anchor, the moon's descent is now irreversible. Even if they annihilate this body, they cannot impede the arrival of my true form. The Cosmic Emperor erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. The Purifier vessel had narrowly survived amidst the solar energy's tumult. Lieutenant Raine, here is the control key for the Purifier. You shall command the warship henceforth. We are evacuating the Empire's citizens. The destruction of Talantis is now unavoidable. The chaotic warships brought by Abaddon continue to harass our rescue teams. They shall pay dearly for this. Upon uttering these words, Abaddon led his assault troops into a fierce engagement against the nearby chaotic vessels. Yes, Lieutenant Raine stood at attention, accepting the command. He watched as the landing craft, braving intense cannon fire, struck decisively against the enemy ships. Suddenly, Sage Raine awoke from his slumber, memories flooding back. It took him a while to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Talantis defense, the Gothic campaign, the 11th Black Expedition. Miraculously, he had not perished, but instead awakened. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. The Purifier vessel? That illustrious name stirred something profound within Raine. The undefeated warlord Abaddon would not cease his advance merely due to the destruction of Talantis. The might of the Blackstone Fortress had already been proven. He would replicate this strategy, continuing to obliterate the stars within the Syndagas system. Yet, akin to this war, despite the Coalition's overwhelming firepower, they had failed to inflict damage upon even a single Blackstone Fortress. 3 Blackstone Fortresses activated, converging their lasers into a singular point, directed towards the star. In that critical moment of life and death, Captain Aberdall shouted, "For the Emperor of mankind, for the Gothic fleet," as he steered the Purifier towards the nexus of the fortress's energy streams. Aberdall's valiant and noble act overloaded the Blackstone Fortress's systems, instantly turning the tide of battle and thwarting Abaddon's plans. In the Cardia, Gothic sector, the dreams have begun to manifest with increasing regularity. If my conjectures are correct, the next return should indeed be to the Syndagast star system battle. The previously chaotic dreams are now stabilizing, and through the elusive clues gleaned from prior visions, Raine has begun to secretly deduce the patterns concealed within. He boldly speculates, if my assumptions hold true, the next return should be to the Syndagast star system battle. Yet, what precisely are these dreams attempting to convey? Suddenly, Raine feels an unfamiliar object in the palm of his hand, prompting him to lower his gaze instinctively. In an instant, a card pulsating with mysterious blue light, adorned with a myriad of data runes, comes into view. The commander key of the Purity Fire. Deep within his heart, Raine had already sensed that this was no mere dream. However, the unexpected appearance of a tangible object in his hand leaves him profoundly shaken. The last encounter brought injury. This time, it directly presents a physical item from the Warhammer world before him. Wise one, you have awakened. A voice filled with surprise emerges from the doorway. Scott. Raine raises his eyes to see Scott, weary yet unable to conceal his joy, which stirs a warm feeling within Raine's heart. How long have I slept? Raine inquires softly. A full 15 days. During this time, we have been forced to relocate multiple times. There is scarcely a truly safe place left on this earth. We have decided to send you aboard the Autobot warship, Scott responds excitedly. Fortunately, it seems my time in the dream was similarly prolonged. Raine sighs lightly, his tone imbued with a sense of wonder regarding the intertwining of this extraordinary dream and reality. How was the nuclear bomb prepared? Raine swiftly transitions to the matter at hand, his gaze regaining the wisdom and decisiveness characteristic of a leader. I was just about to report to you. Everything is set for the nuclear launch. We are fully prepared. However, Joyce insists on halting the launch. The federal government has already pressed us countless times. Even coming here to demand accountability, Scott's face flashes with evident anger as he recounts the situation. In this critical moment for humanity's survival, Joyce's decision seems to him an egregious affront to the gravitas of their plight. Do not blame him. It was my directive. Raine gently shakes his head, uncharacteristically offering an explanation. So it was you, Scott replies, momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of surprise. Nonetheless, given that it was an order from Dr. Raine, he naturally harbors no objections and submits unconditionally. Optimus, we may have located it. A peculiar warship appears on the screen of the Autobot warship's radar. Is this what the Vengeance Goddess looks like? The inquisitive second-in-command, Tom Tion, asks. There cannot be any other warship. Fire. Optimus Prime's gaze was piercing as he calmly issued the command to commence battle. In an instant, the cannons of the warship converged their brilliant light, unleashing a formidable particle beam that shot forth like lightning into the boundless depths of the cosmos. As the beam traversed the void, it inexplicably invoked a disturbance in the fabric of space. Indeed, as Red Spider had foretold, the cloaking field was exceedingly fragile, akin to shattered glass, revealing a myriad of cracks in the emptiness. Suddenly, these fissures shattered silently, unveiling the menacing Decepticon warship. It was the celestial tethering device, the scientific madman among the Autobots. Sensor widened his eyes in disbelief. What device? He inquired, filled with confusion as the panel on one side eagerly prepared to launch a jump attack. A legendary apparatus used in ancient Cybertron to adjust planetary positions and transform celestial bodies. I have only encountered sporadic accounts of it. Sensor endeavored to steady his astonishment, explaining to the others, his voice betraying his shock. But this technology was thought to be long lost. How could the Decepticons possibly acquire it? Optimus Prime questioned in astonishment. Chapter 91. Let us use nuclear weapons against the moon for the sake of Earth. It appeared that the moon's demise was no mere coincidence. Megatron's current actions had grown increasingly deranged, reaching an appalling threshold. The celestial tethering device must be destroyed. Autobots, advance. With Optimus Prime's command, the warship approached the vengeful goddess, igniting a brutal clash. Optimus Prime? How amusing. When did you change your name? At that moment, Megatron was already tainted by the bizarre blood of the Cosmic Emperor, a strange purple light flickering across his form. He resembled a demon crawling from an endless abyss, exuding a chilling aura. D16, would you like to reminisce with me? If you wish, I shall accompany you to the end. Optimus Prime remained unyielding, his gaze unwavering. As the warships collided with a thunderous crash, his laser sword illuminated instantly, piercing towards Megatron with indomitable resolve. In this moment, he was certain that no matter how persuasive Megatron's words might be, he would not be deceived. The Autobots and Decepticons seemed to share an unspoken understanding, each side deftly avoiding the life-and-death confrontation between their leaders, engaging instead in their own fierce battles. The conflict rapidly escalated, transforming Cybertron's prolonged and brutal civil war into a spectacle high above Earth. The cacophony of metal clashing against metal and the thunderous booms of gunfire interwove, composing a tragic and stirring battle hymn. Within the Arnhem Space Center, the atmosphere was equally suffocating. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, weariness etched across his face, yet the urgency within him burned like an unquenchable fire. He earnestly addressed Joyce, Mr. Joyce, we are sincerely grateful for the assistance you have provided. It is no exaggeration to assert that without your contributions, we would not have achieved the remarkable results we celebrate today. However, the imminent threat of nuclear missile launch looms large, and our compatriots continue to struggle in dire circumstances. Desperately seeking survival, your obstinacy cannot persist. He was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend why, despite the apparent intimacy of their collaboration, they found themselves ensnared in such inexplicable discord at this critical juncture. We must refrain from deploying these nuclear weapons until Dr. Raine awakens. Joyce appeared as though he were a robot programmed to adhere to a fixed script. Regardless of Lin Yu's earnest entreaties and heartfelt pleas, he mechanically reiterated the same phrase. His expression devoid of any fluctuation, his tone cold and unyielding. We have already inquired with Mr. Scott, who is equally unaware of Dr. Raine issuing such orders. Lin Yu, in a state of escalating agitation, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as his voice involuntarily rose several decibels, his eyes reflecting urgency and helplessness. Until Dr. Raine awakens, we shall not deploy these nuclear weapons. Joyce remained impassive, his tone obstinate, echoing Lin Yu's maddening words like a broken record. What if Dr. Raine does not awaken? Lin Yu's emotions spiraled out of control, and as the words slipped from his lips, he immediately regretted them. He was acutely aware that these individuals' loyalty to Dr. Raine bordered on blind devotion, having previously caused numerous intense frictions between the parties over this very issue. I apologize for my impulsiveness. Lin Yu hastily reined in his emotions and offered a sincere apology. It is perfectly fine. I understand your feelings. Joyce's unexpectedly reasonable response left Lin Yu in bewilderment. How had these seemingly obstinate zealots suddenly become so accommodating? If Dr. Raine does not awaken, then let us quietly welcome the apocalypse. Joyce's eyes were hollow yet resolute, conveying a sense of finality. You must understand that this plan has had little chance of success from the outset. Lin Yu stood frozen, recognizing that those words were not directed at him, but were a chilling proclamation of a despairing death sentence to the world. A shiver of cold dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, compelling him to tremble involuntarily. I apologize, Mr. Joyce. I too hold Dr. Raine in sincere respect. However, at this critical moment, I cannot idly watch you squander this most opportune chance. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than the heavily armed Earth Defense Force surged into the command room, their dark gun barrels aimed squarely at Joyce. In an instant, the atmosphere in the command room became tense, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite. Mr. Joyce, we should not have arrived at this juncture. You ought to have been a hero, basking in the glory of public adulation and respect. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. For the sake of our planet, let us deploy nuclear weapons on the moon. Lin Yu exclaimed, his voice hoarse and his neck veins prominently bulging, clearly consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Just as Dr. Raine was about to respond, Joyce interjected, Dr. Raine has awoken. He has something to convey to you. Suddenly, the communicator emitted an unexpected sound, and Scott's voice pierced through, akin to a lifeline, interrupting Joyce mid-sentence. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the pitch-black darkness. He quickly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt their actions. He understood clearly that Joyce possessed an intimate knowledge of the rocket's parameters. Without his guidance, the lunar mission would likely end in failure. At this critical juncture, chaos was not an option, for the consequences would be dire. On the other end of the communicator, Dr. Raine's voice, though tinged with weakness, was resolute. Everyone, calm down. Now is not the time for infighting. Joyce, whose body had been taut as a drawn bowstring, instantly relaxed, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Lin Yu too breathed a silent sigh of relief, gesturing for the Earth Defense Forces to stand down. Wise one, you have finally awakened. Joyce could hardly conceal his elation, his voice trembling slightly. I apologize for causing you concern. Dr. Raine continued, I am now aware of the situation. Joyce, you have performed admirably, adhering to the orders. However, the situation is urgent, and I have decided to take charge of the launch plan myself. Joyce promptly replied, I will follow your lead, Doctor. As the space bridge opened, Raine stepped into the command room of the Annam Space Center. He seamlessly took control of the entire base. Even though he had never personally engaged with the advanced technologies that appeared arcane to others, to him, they were as simple as toys in a child's hands. Under his command, the entire facility swiftly resumed efficient operations, with directives being transmitted in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmic battlefield, the Autobots found themselves in a desperate struggle for survival. The Decepticons, infused with the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, surged forth like demons emerging from the depths of hell, their power having reached terrifying heights. Their armor was as solid as rock, laser blasts merely left shallow white marks, and energy cannons barely caused them to falter. Moreover, they disregarded their own injuries, charging at the Autobots with reckless abandon, each wave of assault imbued with a fierce determination to annihilate, as if embracing mutual destruction. Chapter 92, Dawn Breaks the Partition, was riddled with wounds, a piece of metallic armor torn asunder, revealing flickering circuitry within. Yet, he continued to wield his mechanical arm, shouting fervently, "Hold on, brothers!" In response, the Decepticons unleashed an even more ferocious barrage. The Bumblebee, swift as lightning, darted amidst the enemy ranks, wielding a weapon that shimmered with brilliance, yet struggled to break through the encirclement. Anxiety gnawed at him. Optimus Prime, these Decepticons seem to have gone mad. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy. Persisting, the communicator crackled with the muffled grunts of Optimus Prime, accompanied by fragmented and indistinct words. At that moment, he found himself wholly subdued by Megatron, his attacks proving futile against such overwhelming force, akin to an ant futilely shaking a tree. Conversely, he could hardly withstand the casual blows Megatron unleashed, relegated to a position of perpetual defense, his situation perilously precarious. "You are not Megatron." Optimus Prime gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws, his eyes ablaze with fury and confusion. "Have you finally realized?" Megatron replied, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Your strength is far weaker than I anticipated. It appears that after billions of years, you have not only stagnated but regressed. Are your brethren similarly inept? If the primal ancestor were to witness your current state, he would surely be utterly disheartened." Megatron spoke with a casual demeanor, all the while launching another assault on Optimus Prime. The clash of metal erupted in dazzling sparks as Optimus found himself repeatedly forced to retreat, left with only the means to defend himself. "Who are you truly?" Optimus Prime thundered in a fit of rage. Despite Megatron's current malevolence, a flicker of camaraderie from their past lingered in the depths of Optimus's heart. He found it nearly impossible to reconcile the figure before him, now a puppet of the cosmic tyrant, with a Megatron of his memories. "Optimus, can you hear me?" A crackling voice pierced through the static, revealing Raine's presence. "Raine, you've awakened? We have uncovered the source of this catastrophe. It is indeed instigated by Megatron." In that instant of distraction, Optimus was sent hurtling by a punch from Megatron. "Damn it. However, I regret to inform you that we can no longer prevent this calamity. There is still hope, Optimus. You must withdraw your warship at once." On Earth, Raine stood resolutely at the command console, his eyes sharp as a hawk, meticulously analyzing the data as his fingers danced across the control panel, fine-tuning the parameters for the nuclear strike. "Prepare the nuclear warheads. Lock onto the Decepticon battleship. This is the pivotal strike that could alter the tide of battle, and we must not fail." His voice remained steady, yet resonated with a resolute determination. "Now I understand." Joyce felt a long-standing confusion within him dissolve in an instant. From the very beginning, the sage had never regarded the moon as the true target. With keen insight, he had discerned that this seemingly natural disaster of astronomical proportions concealed undisclosed secrets. In that moment, admiration surged within him, amplifying his trust and reverence for the sage. Following Raine's directives, the technicians began to lock onto a new target. The rocket launch platform slowly rotates, its colossal nuclear warhead emitting a lethal, cold glow from its apex. The resounding roar of fuel loading sends tremors through the ground. Target locked. Final parameter calibration underway. Data flickers on the screen, each change tightening the hearts of the onlookers. "Optimus Prime, it seems that your adversary is no longer merely Megatron, but the Cosmic Emperor." Raine asserts to Optimus. "The Cosmic Emperor." Optimus exclaims in astonishment, the ominous name slipping from his lips. "Have you finally come to realize? Then brace yourself for annihilation." Megatron is enveloped in a surge of violet energy, dark energy swirling around him like a tangible storm. The already formidable power intensifies to a frenzy. With every punch he throws, with each pulse of energy, he wields the force to obliterate all. Optimus, battered and bruised, hears the urgent warning of insufficient energy blaring. His strength teeters on the brink of exhaustion. The Cosmic Emperor does not hide his identity, openly acknowledging it. In that moment, all mysteries unravel. The sudden surge in Megatron's strength, the inexplicable appearance of the celestial traction device, all becomes glaringly clear. Autobots retreat to the battleship. Optimus roars, summoning every ounce of his power to push Megatron back several steps with a single strike, granting his companions a fleeting opportunity to breathe. The Autobots seize the moment, retreating towards the battleship. The Cosmic Emperor, controlling Megatron's form, stands silently aboard the Revenge of the Valkyrie, his eyes suffused with violet light, coldly observing the retreating Autobots. Making no further moves. Flee with abandon, Transformers. Soon, the cosmos will offer you no sanctuary. On Earth, within the Anam Space Center, the atmosphere is charged with tension. Everyone's gaze is fixed on a large screen, displaying the rocket's flight trajectory and critical data in real time. Raine's hands dance swiftly over the control panel, making final adjustments. Power system parameters are normal. Navigation locked, stable, with no deviation. The technician's reports rise and fall in a chorus, weaving a prelude to a tense battle anthem. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. When the thunderous ignition command is given, the entire launch site seems to ignite in response. Flames erupt violently from the rocket's base, the scorching heat distorting the surrounding air, thick smoke billowing skyward, shaking the earth beneath. The nuclear warhead, perched atop the rocket, awakens like an ancient beast, bearing the hopes and resolve of Earth as it slowly ascends, piercing through the dense layer of volcanic ash in the atmosphere. Amidst the ash, dozens of bright points suddenly emerge, capturing the attention of Optimus Prime and the Cosmic Emperor. It is the nuclear weapon. Dr. Raine was well prepared. As the sensors repair their bodies, they remark, it is indeed unexpected that these minuscule insects pose a threat to their creator. The Cosmic Emperor spoke without a trace of fear. Soon, a nuclear bomb, akin to a blazing sun, surged through the darkness of the cosmos, trailing along. Radiant tail as it hurtled towards the vengeance goddess. As if guided by an unseen force, the battleship struck the vessel's critical nodes with unerring precision. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, more dazzling than a supernova, as boundless energy cascaded forth like a surging tsunami. The vengeance goddess was instantly torn asunder, its metallic remnants scattering like torrential rain, transforming into cosmic dust. A nuclear bomb detonated near the Cosmic Emperor, and the fireball swiftly engulfed him. The Decepticons, tainted by the Emperor's blood, were reduced to mere powder in the wake of the cataclysmic explosion, leaving behind only a few smoldering fragments, adrift in the vast void. A space telescope captured these images with clarity, transmitting them back to the launch base. The brilliant light pierced through the volcanic ash, bestowing a rare radiance upon Earth. Had dawn arrived? The numb populace gazed skyward. Chapter 93. A temporary fix, was it successful? A tense voice from an observer was taut, as if stretched to the brink of snapping. At the moment of the nuclear explosion, the cataclysmic energy unleashed a torrent of radiation akin to a surging black tide, instantly incapacitating the observation equipment. On the screen, the previously hopeful images vanished, replaced by chaotic flickers and disordered noise, reminiscent of a countdown to the apocalypse. Surely, it had succeeded. The bombs would undoubtedly be effective against these extraterrestrial beings. Another staff member replied, yet a barely concealed tremor in his voice betrayed an inner turmoil, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. All eyes remained glued to the screen, each individual holding their breath, hearts pounding violently within their chests as though striving to break free. In the suffocating silence, only the hurried, labored breaths of the group could be heard, like a throng of dying souls grappling at the precipice of despair. Humanity, the vengeance goddess has been reduced to wreckage. You have succeeded. In this suffocating stillness, the screen suddenly displayed the resolute visage of Optimus Prime, imbued with a metallic essence. The intense light illuminated the dim command room, rendering every expression unmistakable. This was the Autobot, the moderate faction of Cybertron, the sworn enemy of the Decepticons. Raine, speak quickly, he urged as Optimus Prime appeared, causing the soldiers' pupils to constrict instantly, hostility unmasked as they raised their weapons with haste. The sound of mechanical parts grinding was especially jarring in the stillness, the entire space filled with a palpable tension. Upon hearing Raine's explanation, the soldiers exchanged rapid glances, and moments later, they gradually lowered their weapons. Yet, their taut muscles and vigilant gazes indicated they remained on the verge of conflict. This meticulously orchestrated scheme unfolded like a trick that outsmarted fate, deceiving not only the formidable, almost divine Cosmic Emperor, but also ensnaring all present in a shroud of confusion. It was not until the very moment of the nuclear launch that the truth erupted like thunder. The plan had succeeded. In the eyes of the onlookers, the frail figure of Raine suddenly appeared grand, as if he had transcended mere humanity to become a supreme deity. I feel profound remorse for the calamity my compatriots have wrought upon you, and on their behalf, I extend my sincerest apologies. Optimus Prime bowed slightly, his voice imbued with sincerity and sorrow. He then raised his tone. Yet, I must also extend my warmest congratulations. You have successfully dismantled the celestial tethering apparatus. We have triumphed. Lin Yu's lips trembled, resembling a weary traveler who, upon spotting land after a prolonged journey, feared it might merely be a mirage, vanishing with the slightest reach. In an instant, the crowd erupted like a powder keg, unleashing a deafening cacophony of cheers. People embraced and wept, tears and sweat mingling, their joy surging like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the entire command center. I sincerely apologize, gentlemen, but the moon continues to approach Earth at its original speed, expected to reach the Roche limit in 48 hours. The voice from the observation room was as frigid as if it emanated from the abyss of hell, this statement piercing through the balloon of elation like a sharp dagger. The cold voice from the observation room doused the fervor with a deluge of cold water, prompting the crowd to regain their composure. How is this possible? Did we not eradicate the Decepticons? The shouts of the multitude intertwined, filled with anger, shock, and disbelief. Some shook their heads in denial, unwilling to accept this reality. Others stood frozen, their eyes vacant, while a few clenched their fists, knuckles whitening, seemingly contemplating their own futures. This brings me to the second matter I must convey. The space bridge has suffered irreparable, severe damage. Optimus Prime's tone was laden with helplessness. The moon's descent has become inevitable. A collision between the Earth and the moon is unavoidable. We Autobots will exert every effort to implement a rescue, but regrettably, the capacity of the Ark is exceedingly limited, accommodating only around 10,000 individuals. Despair engulfed the previously exuberant crowd once more, amidst the highs and lows. Countless souls succumbed to anxiety. This cry of hopelessness struck like lightning, cleaving through the chaotic clamor. The crowd seemed frozen in time, subsequently plunging into an even more frenzied turmoil. Clutching at the last vestige of hope, they endeavored to ingratiate themselves with Optimus Prime, striving to board this final arc. This is dire. Dr. Raine has fainted. Amidst the chaos, someone exclaimed. Abaddon was rampaging through the Syndigas system, his black fortress attempting to obliterate the sun once more. Yet this time, we shall not retreat. Even if it costs our last drop of blood, I will thwart this calamity. In a haze of confusion, Raine heard a familiar and impassioned speech. The webway of the Eldari has been opened to us. All crew members, set forth at once. The crew chorused in unison, their voices resonating throughout the bridge, as if to convey their courage and resolve to every corner of the cosmos. The purity of fire slowly powered up, bearing its scars, and surged forth at full speed towards the Syndigas star system. Lieutenant Raine, your mental state appears to be deteriorating. You must take a moment to rest. The voice of Captain Abreeder echoed in his ear, carrying an undeniable tone of command. Yes, Captain, Raine instinctively replied. Strange, what is wrong with me? It feels as though I have forgotten something, he murmured in bewilderment. Dragging his leaden legs, Raine returned to his quarters. The moment he touched the bed, fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, and he swiftly sank into a chaotic slumber. In the depths of that dream, bizarre images flickered like a lantern's glow. He saw himself clad in robes akin to those of the mechanized priests, weaving through vast, intricate structures pulsating with an ethereal light. His hands deftly manipulated various precision instruments, and he uttered cryptic incantations, the words a perplexing dialect of the machine god. The surrounding mechanisms emitted a rhythmic hum, as though engaged in some enigmatic dialogue with him. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the image of the moon flashed by like a shooting star. Lieutenant Raine, how fares your rest? I apologize for the interruption, but we are about to exit the webway, and combat may ensue. I require your assistance. The voice of Alabradar came through the communicator in his quarters. Raine jolted awake from a dream, muttering to himself about the absurdity of it all. He had always held little interest in the so-called gearboys of the machine cult. How could he have dreamt such a bizarre dream? I shall be there immediately, Captain. The urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation, and Raine quickly responded before rising hastily. Chapter 94. Return to the Gothic Star System. Raine. Our survival amidst the aftermath of a supernova explosion can be attributed solely to the Emperor's grace, a breeder remarked, a hint of trepidation in his tone. At that moment, the purity of fire was battered and worn, its energy nearly depleted, and its propulsion systems completely incapacitated. It was akin to a solitary vessel adrift on a vast ocean, vulnerable to being engulfed by the surging waves at any moment. Initially, the crew had resigned themselves to the Emperor's noble sacrifice. Yet, fate had revealed a sliver of mercy at the last moment. They had miraculously survived. Now is the time for us to prove our loyalty. A breeder declared solemnly from the bridge, his gaze intense. Energy weapon strikes detected on approach. The instant the purity of fire burst forth from the webway, alarms blared with sudden urgency. The chaotic fleet emerged from the dark abyss like a monstrous beast, slowly revealing its terrifying form from the shadows, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The network had been exposed. It was a trap. Upon witnessing this, Raine could not help but exclaim in shock. Damn it! Those abominable creatures are indeed not to be trusted. Alluring roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, both sides clashed, and the fierce battle commenced. Caught off guard by the chaotic fleet's cunning strategy, the Imperial Navy found itself undeniably at a disadvantage. The entire fleet was enveloped in a dense net of firepower. The warships rocked violently, alarms blared incessantly. Amidst the turmoil, Raine steadfastly held his position, continually analyzing the enemy fleet's attack patterns and energy fluctuations. At this critical juncture, an extraordinarily complex code and mechanical schematic suddenly flashed in his mind, like a bolt of lightning piercing the dark night sky. Instinctively, he shouted, "Captain, port side 30 degrees. Proceed with maneuver 7, and concentrate fire on the enemy's energy convergence point." Captain Alluring hesitated for a moment, but his years of trust in Raine left no room for doubt, and he promptly issued the command. The purity of fire adeptly adjusted its course according to Raine's instructions, successfully evading the enemy's lethal strike and precisely hitting the energy core of a crucial enemy ship, resulting in a violent explosion. "You're an absolute genius, Lieutenant Raine," Alluring exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, giving a thumbs up in praise. However, Raine was engulfed in profound shock. Only he understood that he was no combat genius. That series of precise decisions had not come from thin air. It was clear that the warship, through some ineffable means, had transmitted information to him. Raine slowly extended his hand, gently caressing the control panel, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, filled with awe and confusion. Could this be the legendary spirit of the machine? Meanwhile, the furious voice of the purity of fire echoed clearly in his mind, as if conveying an insatiable thirst for battle. As the fight escalated to a fever pitch, the purity of fire, though fiercely resisting, gradually found itself in dire straits due to the overwhelming disparity in power. The shield energy was dwindling, and numerous decks suffered severe damage. At this critical moment, Raine, once again drawing upon the inexplicably vivid knowledge in his mind, directed the technicians to execute an emergency overclock of the power system. This allowed the warship to unleash astonishing speed in a brief span, darting like a wraith through the enemy ranks and delivering unexpected strikes. As the battle raged on, Raine discovered that his control and understanding of the machinery became increasingly intuitive, as if this knowledge had been deeply rooted in his soul all along. During an assault on the enemy flagship, guided by the mysterious insights in his mind, he successfully unraveled part of the flagship's defensive systems, creating an opportunity for the purity of fire to deliver a decisive blow. "Attention, all personnel. Concentrate all firepower on the core of the enemy flagship. Open fire," Captain Alluring bellowed. The vessel purity of flame unleashed all its weaponry, a dazzling beam of energy slicing through the void like a celestial sword aimed at the enemy flagship. With a deafening roar, a Maidens flagship erupted into a colossal fireball, illuminating the cosmos with a brilliant yet tragic radiance. "Lieutenant Raine, you must take the lion's share of the credit for this victory." After the battle, Alluring exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he patted Raine's shoulder vigorously. "I cannot accept such accolades," Raine replied softly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts far removed from the glory of the triumph. He was engulfed in confusion, desperately seeking to comprehend the sudden acquisition of profound knowledge and the mysterious connection he had forged with the machine spirit. He racked his brain in vain, his thoughts becoming increasingly tangled and chaotic. A nagging intuition gnawed at him, suggesting that he had forgotten something of utmost significance, something that might determine the fate of the entire universe. The battle is not yet over, Lieutenant Raine. Our mission remains far from complete. Abudriel's voice pierced through Ren's reverie once more. Raine lifted his gaze to the screen of the auger, which was densely populated with signals from the Chaos vessels. They had now arrived near the sun of the Syndagas system, where the Imperial Navy had already engaged in a breathtaking and brutal conflict with the Chaos fleet. On the battlefield, explosions raged, energy beams crisscrossed the sky, and ship after ship was reduced to debris, floating in the void like cold tombstones. Silent witnesses to the cruelty and ruthlessness of war. At the center of the battlefield, 3 massive black stone fortresses loomed, resembling ancient demonic entities, indifferent to the surrounding bombardment. They advanced slowly yet resolutely towards the star that nurtured countless lives. Wherever they tread, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire system. Abaddon had but one objective: to annihilate the star, erasing the Syndagas system from the cosmos and transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Admiral Ravensburg, reinforcements from Tarantis have arrived. An intelligence officer reported to the Supreme Commander, the Germanic-blooded von Ravensburg, aboard the flagship of the Imperial Navy, an apocalyptic-class battleship. The fact that they had managed to breach multiple blockades to provide aid was a testament to their bravery. Ravensburg felt a surge of emotion and, without hesitation, commanded, "Deploy this fleet into battle immediately." At this moment, he bore the weight of the fate of the entire fleet and the system itself, burdened by a multitude of urgent matters, leaving no time to extend his gratitude to the weary yet valiant reinforcements. Nevertheless, the situation on the battlefield remained dire. Chapter 95. I am the Sage Raine. Though the artillery of the human fleet unleashed a tempestuous barrage, with many warships forsaking their own defenses to concentrate every ounce of energy on the assault. It proved as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree when faced with the indomitable Blackstone Bastion. For 3 relentless days and nights, the brutal and sanguinary conflict raged on without respite. Yet, despite the Imperial Navy's valiant efforts and their fierce resistance, they were unable to thwart Abaddon's relentless advance. The Blackstone Bastion once again breached the human defenses, launching a final, deadly assault towards the star. Damn it! Order all fleets to do whatever it takes to bring down a Blackstone Bastion, Ravensburg bellowed in a fit of rage, his eyes ablaze with a mix of desperation and resolve. However, all efforts were rendered futile as the Bastion's shields converted every onslaught into mere ripples of inconsequence. Amidst the gunfire, the colossal form of the Blackstone Bastion rotated slowly, navigating steadily above the star before unfurling its immense wings, gathering a terrifying energy capable of annihilating all. 3 chilling beams of destructive light coalesced at the Bastion's core, their radiance intensifying as if to devour the entirety of the universe. The doomsday of the star appeared inescapably imminent. Despair gripped Ravensburg as he beheld this scene. Though his heart brimmed with resentment and fury, he found himself powerless to alter the course of fate. The Imperial Navy had exerted its utmost strength, yet against such a formidable adversary, their resistance felt diminutive and helpless. The tide of battle was irrevocably lost. Order all warships to retreat from the star system immediately. Ravensburg gritted his teeth, issuing the final command for withdrawal with great difficulty. His heart bled as he observed the Empire's territory being wantonly devoured by the enemy, utterly helpless to intervene. A profound sense of powerlessness and defeat threatened to engulf him. Today they cede 5 cities, tomorrow 10. What future awaits the Empire in such a relentless decline? When will the humiliation and retreat come to an end? Ravensburg's heart was heavy with sorrow. My warship is closest to the Blackstone Bastion. Overload the void shields to the maximum. I shall bring an end to this chaos. Just then, the resolute and determined voice of Abdariel resonated through the communications channel, echoing passionately among all Imperial Navy vessels. Everyone turned their gaze upward, witnessing a ship, dwarfed to the size of a speck of dust compared to the Blackstone Bastion, charging fearlessly towards the converging beams of destruction above the churning hellfire of the star. Though its form was small, it shone like a burning torch, igniting the flicker of hope within Ravensburg's heart. It was the purity flame. What were they intending to do? On the flagship, the 8 gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. With our faith, the Emperor's light shall reach the stars. With our duty, the galaxy shall return to justice. By our actions, the Imperial Navy shall earn its glory. Its renown will be etched in the annals of the sacred Terra. For the Emperor, for the Gothic fleet, the voice of Abderial resonates through the communicator. Upon the purity of flame, the void shields are fully deployed, unleashing a dazzling and blinding radiance as the warship resembles a blazing meteor, relentlessly charging toward a beam capable of annihilating all. In its wake, it leaves a long, luminous trail. Immediately escort Dr. Raine away. Joyce shouted urgently at Cassie. Who could have anticipated that Optimus Prime's well-intentioned decision would ignite a powder keg, triggering humanity's final frenzy in their moment of despair? People transformed into frenzied beasts, recklessly surging towards the Ark, driven by the desperate hope for survival. Chaos ensued, unprecedented in its magnitude, as order disintegrated entirely. Those who deemed themselves unworthy of boarding the Ark twisted their mindset, directing their ire towards those confirmed to gain passage. They perceived them as thorns in their flesh, believing that only by vanquishing these individuals could they grasp a glimmer of hope. Without a doubt, all associated with Raine were considered to possess the invaluable privilege of boarding. Once the news spread, it acted like a magnet, drawing tens of thousands to encircle the Mechanicus base. Initially, these individuals clung to a modicum of humble hope, kneeling in abject reverence, fervently expressing their devotion. They prayed for the Mechanicus to show mercy and allow them to escape this impending doom. However, regardless of their desperate pleas, they were met with naught but indifference and rejection. Gradually, despair surged like an overwhelming tide, drowning their reason and morphing into a terrifying madness. They gazed upward, witnessing the once pristine silhouette of the moon contorting, progressively disintegrating in a chilling spectacle. Massive fragments broke free from their constraints, carrying the essence of destruction, hurtling toward Earth. As these debris entered the atmosphere, they ignited in a fierce blaze due to fierce friction with the air, trailing blinding and searing light, reminiscent of apocalyptic meteors. Yet, this was no romantic celestial display. It was a harbinger of catastrophic calamity. On the ground, the faces of the people flickered in the searing light, as fear surged like an overwhelming tide, swiftly consuming their sanity. In this life and death moment, madness spread through the crowd like a contagion. Some screamed hysterically, their voices laced with despair. Others fled in panic, stumbling aimlessly, while some stood frozen in place, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had vacated their bodies. The world plunged into chaos and disorder, with fear and madness reigning supreme over all. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands, their eyes aflame with fervor, surged forth like a torrent breaching its dam, launching a reckless assault upon this formidable bastion. Even though the Guardian Legion wielded their blades with ferocity, wreaking havoc in a scene drenched in blood, these frenzied souls appeared possessed by demons, retreating not a single step. This madness, even for the Guardian Legion, seasoned as they were in the face of brutality, instilled a sense of dread, sending chills down their spines. Within the Gothic star system, when the purity of fire collided with a beam of light, an intense radiance flared, momentarily overshadowing the very stars of the system. The overwhelming energy surge caused the systems of 3 Blackstone fortresses to instantaneously overload, plunging the entire fortress into chaos, necessitating an emergency reboot. Ravensbourg was the first to regain his senses amid this shocking spectacle. He understood that the purity of fire had sacrificed itself to secure a precious opportunity for the Imperial Navy, which must not be squandered. Counterattack immediately. All ships, heed my command. Seize this final chance and retaliate with fervor, Ravensbourg declared resolutely, his voice resonating with the determination of one who had burned bridges. This was a battle fought for glory, survival, and the future of the entire universe. Inspired by the noble sacrifice of the purity of fire, the soldiers of the Imperial Navy reignited their fighting spirit, charging with unparalleled ferocity towards the chaotic fleet. The searing energy should have reduced the purity of fire to mere ashes, rendering it a fleeting whisper in the cosmos. Yet, in a realm both mysterious and unknown, The vessel that should have been obliterated materialized without warning. This space was suffused with an eerie and nebulous light. The surrounding matter twisting and shifting as if liberated from the physical laws of reality. The beams of destruction continued to envelop the entire warship. Yet time seemed to stand still, frozen in a moment of suspended animation. The purity of fire hung silently within this void, its hull battered yet miraculously intact. Inside the bridge, alarms blared urgently, but no one responded. The once bustling control panel now lay deserted, save for the flickering indicator lights and pulsating data, which seemed to narrate the harrowing battle just endured. Who are you? The Purity of Fire's first officer? No, I am Sage Raine. Chapter 96, The Strange Space. No, I am Sage Raine. Raine's consciousness peers through the dense and chaotic fog with the precision of a blade, gradually becoming clear and sharp. In an instant, all memories surged back like a tumultuous tide, and he was no longer merely Officer Raine. Rather, the two identities melded flawlessly. Both were Raine. Who is it that speaks to me? Raine's gaze sharpened as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The light here danced like lively and cunning threads, twisting and entwining with wild abandon. The forms of matter resemble ephemeral dreams, elusive and intangible, imbued with an eerie aura. Yet, the looming beam of destruction, seemingly frozen in time, hangs above like a cold, glimmering sword of Damocles, exuding a chilling presence that instills dread. It appears poised to descend mercilessly at any moment, reducing all existence to its most primordial particles. Commanderin, it is utterly unbelievable that someone still lives, exclaimed Abdariel, his voice laced with surprise and incredulity. In the next moment, as if having traversed a dizzying and chaotic journey, the fabric of space underwent a strange transformation. A blinding light suddenly flooded his vision, allowing Raine to once again feel the solidity of his own being. Captain Abdariel, he cried out, unable to restrain his excitement. At that moment, he had returned to the familiar bridge, where Abdariel stared at him, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. Where on earth did you emerge from? Abdariel's hand instinctively moved to his waist, adopting a posture of readiness to draw his weapon, his eyes betraying deep suspicion. Have you allied with the forces of chaos? Commanderin? Abdariel's demeanor turned serious, his gaze fixed intently upon Raine, his tone laced with an undeniable interrogative note. Captain, we are both frequent visitors of the subspace. Surely, with your experience, you can easily discern whether this is subspace. Raine slowly raised his hands, adopting a non-threatening stance before speaking with measured calmness. The ship's internal systems continued to operate in an orderly fashion, yet the outside world exhibited a peculiar stasis. Everything felt bizarre, far beyond the realms of normalcy. While the four gods might wield such wondrous capabilities in subspace, it was evident that this was not subspace. For the omnipresent, chilling malevolence that once enveloped all humanity had now vanished without a trace. Then where exactly are we? Abdariel pressed urgently. Perhaps it is a temporal rift, or a higher dimensional space. Captain, if you were at a loss, how could I possibly have the answers? Raine replied, resignation evident in his tone. You are certainly not the Raine I know. I am Raine, yet not the entirety of Raine. I hail from the 42nd millennium, and at the pivotal moment of the counteroffensive against subspace, I regrettably encountered failure. Raine recounted the harrowing moment of his traversal without reservation. For this valiant warrior, he felt no need for concealment. As Abdariel listened, his eyes widened further, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Forgive my candor, Sage Raine, but what you have recounted is truly hard to accept. I am more inclined to believe this is an illusion meticulously crafted by the malevolent deity. Though Abdariel spoke thus, his tone had undeniably softened. The power of the malevolent deity was indeed terrifying. However, deep within, he chose to trust his loyal lieutenant. How could this seasoned feudal warrior be so easily corrupted? Furthermore, his soul was intertwined with the strength of a sage from the Mechanicus. The possibility of corruption was almost negligible, considering that those who succumbed to chaos were primarily driven by their own volition. The fusion of the two essentially eliminated such a dreadful possibility. Lieutenant, or rather, Sage, do we still have a chance to return to our original timeline? You may still call me Lieutenant. It is truly an honor to stand alongside a valiant warrior such as yourself, Raine replied earnestly. He understood well that the Empire's survival amidst the boundless darkness of the galaxy relied on countless heroes like Abderiel, brave souls willing to sacrifice everything. I merely did what any commander would do. But what the outcome? Did we succeed? Abderiel inquired eagerly. Indeed, your sacrifice was not in vain. The Blackstone Fortress was overcharged, and General Ravensburg seized the opportunity, Raine reassured him. That is good to hear. Abderiel sighed with relief, his expression filled with contentment. As long as the Empire can emerge victorious, our lives are of little consequence. Do not rush into retirement just yet, Captain. We can continue to fight in another world. Raine's gaze grew profound as he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, a torrent of vast data from the starship surged through his mind like a lightning bolt. Soon after, a key symbolizing control over the ship's core permissions materialized clearly in the depths of his consciousness. This was the essence of his ability to command the vessel with ease. Return, brave warrior, Raine silently intoned within. As soon as the words left his mind, blinding white light began to flicker from every corner of the starship. The crew members who had mysteriously vanished earlier now reappeared at their respective stations, akin to phantoms returning. Are we alive? Where's this place? A multitude of questions surged in the resurrected crew members' minds, their expressions filled with confusion and uncertainty as they anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Noticing their bewilderment, Abderiel quickly composed himself, casting aside his shock, and shouted, "Everyone, quiet! Now is not the time for confusion. We are in a perilous and unknown situation. Return to your posts immediately and assess the status of the ship." At that moment, the crimson beam outside the starship began to convulse violently. The previously stagnant space began to shatter, and dark, ink-like fissures spread across the void. Sinister black lightning erupted from the cracks, striking the ship with ferocity. The battleship suddenly jolted, and the alarm blared sharply once more. "Report. The energy shield is rapidly weakening," a crew member exclaimed anxiously. There was no need for their reports. The data automatically manifested in Ryan's mind. This space has begun to fracture. We must escape. The purity of fire is entering transition mode. Captain, give me a shot. I shall lead you all out of this dream. Ryan swiftly issued his commands.